Chapter 1. Level 3 Cosmic Civilization. Alert! Zombies have breached our national defenses. Citizens nationwide, please seek refuge in underground shelters immediately. Alert! Countries around the world are falling one after another. December 31st, 2065 marks the extinction of humanity. In Donghai City, in a dimly lit bedroom, a man suddenly awakens from a nightmarish slumber. He is uncertain of the nature of his dreams, but his eyes are filled with dread. How am I still alive? His name is Li Chun, an orphan and a squad leader belonging to the faction of Yinxia in this post-apocalyptic world. Is it now June 30th, 2065? In the next moment, Li Chun rushes to the mirror, gazing at his reflection. He is taken aback. Not only has he been reborn, but he has also returned to 1 week prior to the apocalypse. Li Chun vividly remembers the day the world fell apart. The global network collapsed in an instant. Waves as high as dozens of meters surged from the ocean. The city center was riddled with bottomless fissures. As the permafrost of the North and South Poles melted, prehistoric viruses spread through oceanic currents. All infected beings were reduced to mindless zombies. The established order of modern human civilization had crumbled. In the future, hundreds of large underground shelters would become humanity's last bastion of survival. Even if technological civilization were to be restored, the evolution of the zombie virus would outpace it. The initial zombies were merely primitive. Yet only Li Chun knows that the architects of this human catastrophe are extraterrestrial civilizations. They had once faltered, but now they have returned with a vengeance. Moreover, as the zombie virus continues to evolve, an increasing number of advanced zombie species emerge. There are predators towering 7 to 8 meters tall, capable of shattering tanks with a single punch. There are also aberrations that emit sonic waves from their mouths, and colossal zombies that emerge from the depths of the ocean. The shelters constructed by humanity succumb to extinction under the assault of these advanced zombies. Just as Li Chun remains lost in the sorrowful memories, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonates in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the Noah civilization. Countdown to Earth's Cataclysm, 7 days. The sudden announcement prompts Li Chun to furrow his brow instinctively. Tentatively, he inquires, Noah civilization? Affirmative, host. The Noah civilization is a level 3 cosmic civilization. Upon hearing this, Li Chun falls silent. Then what level is Earth? 0.5 level. The chilling mechanical words send a shiver down his spine. He never anticipated that despite the brilliance of modern civilization, it falls short of even reaching level 1. In Li Chun's memories, even at the moment of death, he could not fathom why extraterrestrial civilizations sought to invade Earth, threatening the lives of billions of humans. Yet recalling the time in his previous life when humanity faced annihilation, Li Chun instinctively clenches his fists. Hatred glimmers in his eyes, nearly solidifying. I must prevent all of this from happening. Having accepted the grim reality, Li Chun takes a deep breath. If I wish to alter the future, what assistance can you provide me? A star-level shelter, 100,000 energy cores, and, just as Li Chun quietly listens, the mechanical voice stutters. In an instant, a piercing sound of electricity compels Li Chun to cover his ears tightly. Even so, the excruciating pain persists. Apologies, the chip has sustained damage, resulting in a loss of 30 of data. The voice resumes as the jarring electrical noise finally subsides. Upon hearing this, Li Chun begins to surmise the nature of the so-called Noah civilization. It must be a race that once existed on Earth. With the rapid advancement of technology, they acquired the capability to leave the planet, leaving behind relics infused with the entirety of their civilization's technology. However, time has eroded what was once a level 3 civilization. Though it is regrettable, it has at least afforded Li Chun a significant inherent advantage. Only 7 days remain until the apocalypse descends? Li Chun murmurs to himself. In my recollection, world leaders were already aware of the impending doom 6 months prior. Their intent was to swiftly rebuild human civilization's order after the cataclysm. Regrettably, they failed. Li Chun shakes his head and moves to the balcony. At this moment, the sun sets, and the streets are bustling with pedestrians. Everything visible to the naked eye exudes prosperity. Given this, my foremost priority must be self-preservation. For only by ensuring my own survival can I save more of humanity. Retracting his gaze, he declares, Noah, I wish to establish a star-level shelter. As the words leave his lips, Li Chun's expression shifts. Instantly, the 3D projection of the entire city materializes before him. Mountains, rivers, and roadways, Even the remnants of shelters from decades past are all clearly marked in distinctive colors. The host may select the location for the star-level shelter. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nods and ultimately chooses a site near a river. For Li Chen knows that when the apocalypse first strikes, primitive zombies cannot traverse water. Let it be here. Once Li Chen has determined the location, an invisible data code bursts forth. The global network experiences a momentary lag of 1 second, during which all advanced defense systems collapse. Boom! Following that, the ground trembles but quickly returns to normal. Yet within the 3D projection, a colossal iron behemoth emerges from beneath the earth. This is Li Chen's first star-level shelter. Noah, provide an overview of the shelter status. Affirmative, the automated inspection program has been initiated. The structural integrity of the shelter is at 80. Energy reserves stand at 30. The purification system has suffered 49 damage. Resource reserves are at 0. Ammunition is at 0. After hearing Noah's report, Li Chen cannot help but furrow his brow once more. Possessing the combat memories of his previous life, Li Chen understands that this so-called star-level shelter, although appearing technologically superior to Earth civilization, has become a mere shell. Even if it can withstand a nuclear strike, what good is that in an apocalypse? Resources are the foremost necessity for human survival. The threat of zombies to humanity is self-evident. Yet when the laws binding humanity collapse entirely, the danger stemming from human nature will surpass even that of the zombie virus. At any moment, the darkness within the human heart is the most unfathomable abyss of desire in the natural world. At this moment, Li Chen shakes his head and addresses Noah. Noah, help me secure funds. I require a vast amount of supplies. Chapter 2. Infiltrating the global network for a frenzied procurement. In an instant, as Li Chen's words resonate, Noah's voice echoes in his mind. If the host merely requires funds, I can seamlessly access accounts across major global banks, employing various legitimate methods to transfer money into the host's bank account. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes light up. He realizes he had initially underestimated the power of the level 3 cosmic civilization. Yet now, Li Chen feels he has still grossly underestimated Noah's capabilities. The internet technology that this world prides itself on must be riddled with vulnerabilities in Noah's eyes. How long will it take? This is what Li Chen truly worries about. With only 7 days remaining until the apocalypse, he must replenish all the supplies essential for human survival within this limited time frame. Funds have been successfully transferred, totaling 10 billion. Before Li Chen can fully process the information, his phone on the table suddenly inundates him with bank deposit notifications. Your industrial and commercial savings account, ending in 0876, has received an interbank transfer of 4 million. Your industrial and commercial savings account, ending in 0876, has received an interbank transfer of 6,340,000. That night, Li Chen boarded a taxi, heading straight for the location of the star-level shelter. As the city lights twinkled, the nightlife dazzled. It seemed this city remained ensconced in a haze of revelry, with young men and women frolicking on the streets, utterly oblivious to the impending doom. 40 minutes later, in the suburban area of the city, Li Chen alighted from the taxi. Yet as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no sign of the star-level shelter. Noah, is the shelter not located here? Host, it is 50 meters to your east. Following Noah's guidance, Li Chen was astonished to see the thin mist that had enveloped the night dissipating at a visible rate. Moments later, a massive iron behemoth materialized before Li Chen, its special surface material glowing faintly under the pale moonlight. As Li Chen approached, the long-sealed entrance slowly creaked open, as if welcoming his arrival. In the next moment, the dim space was flooded with light. Warm, white illumination lit the path ahead for Li Chen. Star-level shelter, welcome back, host. The mechanical voice reverberated. On the screen, a myriad of garbled characters coalesced into a human visage, gazing intently at Li Chen. He understood this to be the digital manifestation of Noah. Until this moment, Li Chen finally discerned the internal structure of this steel behemoth, despite having mentally prepared himself adequately beforehand. Yet, upon witnessing everything with his own eyes, he could not help but marvel at the advanced nature of Noah's civilization. The apex of the shelter was constructed from an 8-meter-thick high-strength bulletproof glass. Not far ahead, a bottomless atrium loomed. Surrounding the atrium was a labyrinth of countless elevators. It is no exaggeration to say that everything visible to the naked eye within this star-rated shelter was crafted from a special steel, capable not only of withstanding earthquakes, but also impervious to even the most sophisticated weapons of humanity, including nuclear bombs. With each step Li Chen took, the digital entity, Noah manifested on a new screen. To his astonishment, this shelter, having lain dormant for countless years, still contained an abundance of oxygen. Noah, please provide me with an introduction to this place. Yes, host. The mechanical voice of Noah resonated throughout the entire shelter. Levels 1 to 3 serve as military training grounds. Levels 4 to 6 are designated as weapon production facilities, currently experiencing damage. Levels 7 to 20 are residential quarters for humans, subdivided into single rooms, double rooms, and multi-person accommodations. Levels 21 to 30 comprise a research center, further divided into biological, viral, and genetically modified organism divisions. Levels 31 to 34 house the central processor and the artificial human base. Levels 35 to 37 function as the command center of this star-rated shelter. With each of Noah's statements, a 3D projection of the respective level appeared on the screen, allowing Li Chen a more direct understanding. The entire shelter can accommodate up to 200,000 inhabitants simultaneously. Upon hearing this final statement, Li Chen nodded vigorously. Now equipped with this cross-civilizational refuge, Li Chen felt a renewed confidence in altering the course of the impending apocalypse. Before long, he arrived at the level housing the central processor, and gazing at the vast, seemingly endless array of processors, he could not help but marvel at the greatness of technology. Noah, please devise a plan. I need to restore this shelter in the shortest time possible. Li Chen understood that the current state of the shelter could not fully unleash its true potential until it was repaired. Noah, being the essence of a level 3 civilization, required only a few seconds to formulate a perfect plan based on Li Chen's current situation. Host, you possess a total reserve of 100,000 energy cores. Firstly, it is imperative to restore the artificial human base to cultivate loyal warriors equipped for combat, medical assistance, and repairs. Secondly, it is essential to procure a substantial quantity of supplies to fill the reserve area, compensating for the self-sufficiency of the base before its restoration. Thirdly, I recommend repairing the weapon manufacturing base, ensuring the capability for self-defense in the event of an apocalypse. Subsequently, Noah calculated the energy cores required for these repairs. Li Chen initially anticipated a modest figure, yet the resulting lengthy string of numbers inflicted a pang of regret upon him. A total of 98,382 energy cores are required, projected to restore the shelter to a complete state of 68. Host, shall we commence repairs? From Li Chen's past memories, he was well aware of what energy cores were to generated zombie hearts, serving as a new vector for the virus. However, in his previous life, despite the relentless efforts of the world's leading scientists, their research ultimately culminated in failure. Repair. With the issuance of Li Chen's command, the original 100,000 energy cores dwindled to a mere 1,618. In an instant, the entire shelter commenced its restoration, while Li Chen promptly instructed Noah to utilize its ability to manipulate the internet. Orders were placed with large supply enterprises nationwide. Before long, the essential supplies for human survival would fill the reserve area to capacity. Having completed these tasks, Li Chen raised his head. Noah, take me to the artificial human base. In the wake of the apocalypse, the legal order sustaining humanity would collapse with a resounding crash in such chaotic times. Only by becoming powerful could one secure a place in this new world.
Chapter 3, The Advent of Doom. Very well, host. Under Noah's command, the elevator occupied by Li Chen continued its descent. After a brief span of several seconds, the elevator doors opened, revealing before Li Chen enough evidence to attest to the once glorious civilization of Noah. Devices resembling space escape pods stood tall on this level, illuminated by brilliant blue circular lights. Let us commence. Li Chen issued his directive. Based on Noah's recommendations, nearly 1/5 of the energy cores consumed thus far had been allocated to this level. Initially, a total of 200 artificial warrior beings were to be cultivated, comprising 120 combat soldiers, 30 maintenance technicians, 40 medical androids, and 10 managerial units. Following Li Chen's command, the cultivation pods before him sprang to life. Nearby, within the vast tanks of nurturing liquid, human embryos were extracted. The artificial beings possessed absolute obedience to Li Chen, alleviating any concerns regarding potential rebellion. It must be conceded that, in the face of apocalypse, the threats emerging from the darkness within humanity far surpassed that of zombies at certain moments. As Li Chen was an orphan, he subsequently took residence in the refuge. The cultivation of the artificial beings required a span of 7 days. Coinciding perfectly with the onset of the apocalypse, the waiting period was inevitably tedious, and the splendor of Noah's civilization could not be comprehended by Li Chen in merely a few days. Moreover, one must not overlook a crucial premise. The 30% of data lost by Noah was irretrievable in the short term. Days passed, and during this interval numerous orders placed through Noah were steadily arriving. Hundreds of tons of rice, grains, oils, vegetables, and various canned goods with extended shelf lives were delivered. Li Chen needed not manage the logistics. Upon signing the receipt, Noah's machinery would categorize and warehouse the supplies. Each passing day allowed the star-rated refuge to restore incrementally, unbeknownst to him. In the blink of an eye, the 7 days vanished. At this moment, in the lowest level of the star-rated refuge, Li Chen sat in the command room. Behind him stood 200 artificial beings, arranged in perfect formation. Perhaps these beings differed vastly in skin tone, gender, and height, yet they shared one striking similarity: their eyes, burning with unwavering loyalty to Li Chen. At his command, they would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. Embedded within the genes of these artificial beings was an unyielding directive of fidelity. The immense projection before him was segmented into hundreds of densely packed screens. Utilizing the network, it not only monitored every action within the city but also scrutinized the detailed dynamics of each level of the refuge. Host, the seeds for various crops have completed soilless cultivation. The first round of crop yield can be expected within a week. The cultivation of the artificial beings has reached 95% completion. Global authorities have also issued the latest evacuation advisories. Thousands of shelters have been pre-constructed across various regions. Though most are situated in open areas, each of Noah's statements dimmed the light in Li Chen's eyes. He had considered notifying the global leadership regarding the severity of the zombie virus. Yet he ultimately refrained from taking action. Li Chen understood that the anomalies concerning the Earth's core had been detected by global authorities over a year prior, and preparations had been clandestinely underway. The failure to disclose such information to humanity was merely a precaution against the unpredictable chaos it might incite. Sighing, Li Chen lamented, "Even if my heart resists confronting the impending apocalypse, what recourse do I possess?" In light of recent technological advancements and the thawing of permafrost in the polar regions, an increasing number of prehistoric biological remains had been discovered, despite the uncontrollable prehistoric viruses found within these remains. Humanity continued to harbor an insatiable greed to dominate them. 60 seconds remain until the apocalypse commences. True to form, as Noah's words echoed, Li Chen slowly closed his eyes. What was destined to come had inevitably arrived. In his previous life, the zombie virus had eradicated humanity from this planet within a mere 6 months, leading to the extinction of the human race. The countdown displayed on the large screen continued. As the countdown reached its final moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from deep within the Earth's core, and simultaneously, earthquakes began to ravage the globe. Once mighty skyscrapers crumbled into ashes, countless souls were eternally entombed beneath the rubble. Cities began to tremble violently, and humanity screamed in terror. The ground fissured with innumerable cracks, unfathomably deep. In the distance, the sea level surged violently. Gale-force winds howled as dark clouds battled humanity for the last vestiges of light. Thunderous roars, enormous waves propelled by the wind effortlessly shattered a 100,000-ton vessel of flash floods erupted, the earth cracked, and tsunamis surged forth. Nations around the world were suddenly engulfed in turmoil, water and power outages, and the collapse of communication networks ensued. The technological advancements painstakingly crafted by modern humanity over centuries were ruthlessly dismantled in an instant. In the wake of preemptive measures taken by city management, an increasing number of civilians were relocated to parks, sports arenas, and air raid shelters. Meanwhile, resources prepared a year prior began to be mobilized, yet Li Chen alone understood. The apocalypse had commenced. The more populous the area, the greater the danger. The zombie virus, transported by oceanic currents, could sweep across the globe in merely a few days. Those with weaker constitutions would be the first to succumb to infection, leaving humanity with little time to react. Before long, they would devolve into bloodthirsty zombies devoid of humanity. At this moment, Li Chen slowly opened his eyes. Within his pitch-black pupils reflected countless screens, each depicting the demise of innumerable souls. Host, suddenly, Noah's voice reverberated once more. Zombie virus detected. Additionally, all virus research facilities worldwide have suffered destruction. Within the borders of the United States, the first zero patient has emerged. In a mere minute, 16 individuals have been infected. Noah's words caused Li Chen's brow to furrow deeply. He knew that it would not be long before these infected individuals would replicate and spread the infection at a terrifying rate. Li Chen took a deep breath. Let us assess the situation in Donghai City, which has a resident population of 12 million. I require a plan to rescue a portion of the research personnel before the zombie virus reaches Donghai City. Chapter 4, Preserving the Ember of Humanity. No one understood the brutality of the apocalypse better than Li Chen. Outside, mountains crumbled and tsunamis surged, while zombies invaded. Internally, order disintegrated and civilization collapsed. Ordinary individuals lacked even the most basic survival skills. Li Chen was no deity. He could not save everyone in Donghai City. He could only choose to preserve a portion of the research personnel, not solely for the purpose of studying the zombie virus, but to safeguard the legacy of human civilization. The establishment of a knowledge system requires the accumulation over several eras. Once severed, it is challenging to restore. Noah projected a map of Donghai City. In it, several moving red dots appeared at the airport location. The first infected individual had emerged at Donghai City International Airport, spreading at a rate of 10 individuals per minute. It was anticipated that within an hour, the infected would reach the urban center. I advised the host to immediately take 20 combat soldiers to the research facility, the suggested mode of transport, a modified bus. A route map followed. As Noah's voice concluded, the massive screen displayed a city route. The international airport in Donghai City was quite remote, situated 30 kilometers from the urban center, primarily serving international flights. Clearly, an infected individual from another country had brought the virus to Donghai City. The map indicated that the infected at the airport were still on the move. They might not immediately transform into zombies. Those in good health might remain latent for a period, yet not exceeding 24 hours. Li Chen's expression grew grim. Mobilize the modified bus and notify the combat personnel to assemble at the entrance. With that, he seized an electromagnetic cannon and strode out. Approximately 30 minutes later, Li Chen, leading 20 combat soldiers, arrived at the entrance of the Donghai City research facility. However, help, Mom, what are you doing? Why are you biting me? Is there anyone who can save me? I have money, help, I haven't even experienced love yet. I don't want to die. At this moment, the once thriving civilization of humanity lay utterly in ruins. The streets echoed with anguished cries. Vehicles collided, halted in the middle of the road, while panicked individuals scattered in all directions. Observing the scene, one could hardly distinguish it from a cinematic spectacle. Those once familiar faces had transformed, in the blink of an eye, into grotesque visages, lunging at the nearest person in a frenzy to bite and tear. Even the police, tasked with maintaining order, were overwhelmed by the crowd. A few well-meaning individuals attempted to intervene, only to be trampled in the chaos. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted. At Li Chen's command, the bioengineered soldiers unleashed a volley of bullets from their weapons, each shot piercing through the ranks of zombies. Li Chen's dark eyes blazed with the fire of fury. Using the covering fire as a shield, he turned and entered the research facility. According to Noah's projections, the infected individuals were not expected to reach the urban center for at least an hour, yet a wealthy individual had become infected and, in a panic, took a helicopter home, hastening the city's downfall by half an hour. Silence prevailed within the research facility, standing in stark contrast to the chaos outside. Not a soul in sight, only the empty tables and chairs lining the corridor. 20 combatants encircled Li Chen, advancing step by step towards the core laboratory. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Teacher, what about those people outside? Sure, quiet. 2 voices echoed, causing Li Chen to halt his steps. The sound emanated from the storage room. Thud, thud, thud. Li Chen approached and gently knocked on the wooden door. Over 20 gun barrels were aimed directly at the entrance. After a brief silence, a crisp female voice rang out from the storage room. Who is it? I am here to rescue you, Li Chen replied slowly. Moments later, the door to the storage room creaked open. A young woman clad in a white lab coat stood at the threshold, her face alight with surprise. Behind her leaned a man of around 50. Propped against a chair, his arm wrapped in bandages, clearly injured. Teacher, we have been saved, the woman exclaimed, pulling the door wide open in haste. I am Ning Jing, an intern at the Research Institute, and this is my teacher. Yang, he is injured and urgently needs bandaging. What is the situation outside? Are you from the military? A barrage of questions followed, as Ning Jing had evidently mistaken Li Chen and his group for a national rescue team. Li Chen furrowed his brow and looked at Dr. Yang's arm. How did he get injured? The zombie virus can be transmitted through saliva and blood. If Dr. Yang has been bitten, he was pinned by a shelf when we entered the storage room. We must leave quickly. The research institute is no longer safe, Ning Jing hurriedly explained. She had just witnessed her usually amiable senior suddenly turn monstrous, tearing into other colleagues. Li Chen nodded and gestured for everyone to lower their weapons. Immediately transitioning to a protective formation, are there any other survivors in the research institute? Li Chen inquired. There should be. There is a quarantine area in the lab, which is heavily secured. Others may be hiding there. Yang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Without further ado, Li Chen shielded both Dr. Yang and Ning Jing as they proceeded toward the quarantine zone. Roar! As they delved deeper, they spotted numerous zombies. Some were gnawing on corpses, while others staggered towards Li Chen and his group, attacking. Yet, before they could get close, they crumpled beneath the fire of the artificial soldiers, and Ning Jing gazed at the once familiar faces with a pained expression but ultimately said nothing. Beep beep. Using Dr. Yang's card, Li Chen unlocked the door to the quarantine area. Inside, 6 researchers clad in white lab coats stood up in unison. Teacher, Dr. Yang, thank goodness you were safe. Tears filled their eyes at the sight of young Professor. Alright, quiet down, this young man is the one who saved me. Dr. Yang gently waved his hand. Instantly, all eyes turned to Li Chen. Let us save our words until we are out of here. It's chaotic outside. Once night falls, it will be even more perilous, Li Chen stated calmly. Where are you taking us? A crewcut man stood up, skepticism etched on his face. Ning Jing, inexperienced in societal matters, assumed Li Chen's armed subordinates were military personnel. However, the crewcut man recognized that the artificial soldiers did not belong to the army, they were merely a group of defenseless researchers. If Li Chen had ulterior motives, he immediately pulled Ning Jing behind him. Speaking firmly, a teacher, junior sister, we will stay here. We are not going anywhere. I believe the chaos outside is temporary. The government will not abandon us. Who knows what this stranger's intentions are? Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Dr. Yang's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? If Li Chen truly had ill intentions, he would have acted long ago. Furthermore, as a senior academician, I have access to more information. The military is likely in disarray. Waiting for rescue could take ages. The crew-cut man glared defiantly. Teacher, Chapter 5. Hell on earth. At this moment, under Dr. Yang's stern gaze, the crew-cut man's voice gradually diminished. He shot Li Chen an angry glance. Li Chen offered a calm smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the Noah Shelter, an unofficial organization. My purpose is to rescue talent. You have two choices: remain here and wait for military assistance, or come with me. Li Chen would not force anyone's hand, simply refraining from informing them that even the military was currently overwhelmed. There was no food in the lab. Remaining here was tantamount to awaiting death. Dr. Yang adjusted his glasses and addressed the others, stating, I am willing to go with you. So am I. Ning Jing promptly echoed. The others, however, hesitated. It was evident that Li Chen's shelter was a civilian organization. The government had prepared for this apocalypse long before establishing shelters in various cities. The researchers had all been granted access to these shelters, and many preferred to wait for an official rescue. Time is of the essence. I will not force those unwilling to leave. Li Chen nodded, signaling for Dr. Yang and Ning Jing to follow closely behind. Just as Li Chen was about to depart the quarantine room with Dr. Yang, someone could no longer contain themselves. Teacher, I want to go with you. Me too. When the quarantine room door swung open, even the crew-cut man joined the group. Some were driven by fear of death, while others were concerned for Dr. Yang and wished to protect him. The group was encircled by the artificial soldiers as they advanced towards the laboratory. Roar. The zombies were startled by the commotion, staggering towards the group like intoxicated individuals. From infection to mutation, it took nearly 20 minutes. These zombies had already lost all semblance of humanity, their faces marred with bulging veins and their mouths smeared with crimson liquid. As they moved, chunks of unidentified flesh occasionally dropped from their claws. Many researchers were paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot. One female researcher, trembling in terror, lagged at the back of the group. The pursuing zombies seized their chance and lunged at her. With her blood-curdling scream, gunfire erupted. Bang! The zombie collapsed, still clutching a scrap of the female researcher's clothing in its purple claws. So close, the researcher, pale and shaken, hurried to catch up with the group. Under the protection of the artificial soldiers, they cleared the remaining zombies inside. The group finally reached the laboratory. Dr. Yang and the others immediately began copying research data, securing all materials for transport. A bus was parked at the entrance of the research institute. After several researchers boarded, the bus roared to life, speeding towards the next destination. Noah had already pinpointed the locations of all researchers in Donghai City, sending them to Li Chen's phone, besides those in the institute. A few scattered researchers on leave were spread across various districts in Donghai City. At this moment, the entire Donghai City had succumbed to chaos. The military and police were nearly non-existent to date. No absolute authority had emerged to restore order. Ordinary citizens lacked the courage to resist, falling prey to the zombies one after another. The streets resembled a hellscape, filled with endless screams and cries for help. A pregnant woman, her belly swollen, sprinted down the street, only to be bitten on the ankle by a zombie, collapsing instantly. Help! Help me! She shielded her belly, frantically kicking at the zombie's head. Countless people passed by her without a glance. Some even inadvertently stepped on her foot. Moments later, her cries for help dwindled to silence. The people on the bus recoiled, their faces etched with compassion. These researchers, who had sensed something amiss at the outbreak's onset, had hidden away. Thus, they had never witnessed the true brutality of the apocalypse. Now they realized how naive their previous thoughts had been. The streets had transformed into such a nightmare. One could only imagine the horrors elsewhere. The military had long been overwhelmed, let alone sending anyone to rescue them. It's over, humanity is finished. Faced with such apocalyptic scenes, everyone fell into a collective silence. On the chaotic streets, a modified bus sped past, its front adorned with menacing iron hooks, shattering any obstacles in its path, while the side panels pushed everything aside. Guns were mounted at every window. Rat-a-tat-tat, the dark barrels emitted flashes of fire. Each bullet claimed the life of a zombie attempting to climb onto the vehicle. The artificial soldiers wore cold expressions. Even in their incubation chambers, they had absorbed combat knowledge. Each one was a sharpshooter among millions. Before the zombies could approach, they were dispatched with precise shots to the head. Such prowess left the passengers in awe. Who exactly are you? Dr. Yang's expression was complex as he fixed his gaze on Li Chen. It was evident that this team was well-equipped and exceptionally skilled. Rivaling a special forces unit, how could a civilian rescue organization possess such strength? Moreover, the virus had only just erupted minutes ago, yet Li Chen had already arrived at the research institute to rescue people, indicating he had prior knowledge of the situation. How could a civilian rescue organization know what even major powers were unaware of? Was there a powerful force behind Li Chen? Li Chen smiled faintly. Why concern yourself with so much? You need only understand that our rescue organization means you no harm. The rest will become clear once we reach the shelter. Li Chen clearly wished to avoid further discussion. Though Dr. Yang was curious, he wisely kept his mouth shut. He wasn't foolish. His life was now in Li Chen's hands. Given Li Chen's armed personnel, it was likely that the force behind him was incredibly formidable. As the atmosphere grew increasingly perilous, it was Li Chen who descended like a savior, leading his team. Out of gratitude for their lives, the others should dutifully comply, while the thoughts of the passengers in the bus were in disarray. A sudden commotion erupted. In front of the bus, approximately 30 individuals appeared, their faces etched with terror. They spread their arms wide, blocking the path of the vehicle. "Let us on the bus. Please, open the door," they cried, their voices hoarse, regarding the bus as their sole lifeline. However, with a thunderous roar, the bus not only failed to decelerate, but the android driver pressed the accelerator, deftly maneuvering around the 30 humans and continuing its forward course. "What is happening? Why aren't you helping?" a burly man shouted in fury, chasing after the bus. The others followed suit, hurling the most venomous curses of their lives. "Are you mad? Stop the bus, you heartless bastards! How can you stand by and watch them die? You all deserve to go to hell." In response to their vitriol, the androids on the bus remained unfazed, gradually increasing the distance until the bitter curses faded into silence. A crew-cut individual stepped forward, confronting Li Chen with indignation. "Stop the bus. Can't you see how many people there are?" Li Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, his tone succinct. "Continue. What, aren't you here to save lives? How can you just watch as so many perish?" The crew-cut man, filled with rage, pressed on. "They are all of the same race. Can you truly bear to see them devoured by zombies?" It was evident that Li Chen was the leader of the group. Without his command, the bus would never come to a halt. The crew-cut man took a step closer, attempting to assert control over Li Chen and compel the bus to stop. Unfortunately, Li Chen was quicker, deftly sidestepping. "If you continue this ruckus, I'll throw you off too." His voice was icy, as if dozens of air conditioners had been activated in mid-June, leaving one shivering. There was no room for negotiation. Behind the bus, a horde of zombies was already trailing, and with the attention drawn by the 30 humans, a tide of the undead was forming in an instant. Before long, the 30 individuals were engulfed. Limbs and flesh scattered in a gruesome display, the air thick with the stench of blood. 2 burly men remained in pursuit of the bus, barely managing to keep up, but their pallid faces indicated that it wouldn't be long before they succumbed to fatigue and were overtaken by the horde. Observing the horror unfolding behind the vehicle, the remaining researchers spoke up. "Or perhaps we should stop after all. They are human too. Indeed, you came here to save lives. What harm is there in stopping for a moment?" Li Chen's gaze swept across the faces of the researchers inside the bus, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Are you certain you wish for me to stop?" He gestured outside, revealing the mass of zombies trailing behind. Were it not for the suppressive fire from the androids, those zombies would have already boarded the bus for a feast, if they truly halted, but you can't simply ignore their plight. "They are our fellow beings," the crew-cut man, devoid of the courage to face the zombies, stiffly argued with Li Chen. "Ha, I only save those worth saving. What use is rescuing a bunch of useless individuals? They can't shoulder burdens, can't cultivate the land, and their education is of no value. Regrettably, my resources for rescue are limited. I can only save those with potential to ensure the survival and continuity of our nation and humanity. As for these worthless souls, they are beyond saving and do not warrant it." Li Chen's tone was remarkably indifferent, as casual as discussing what to have for lunch. The crew-cut man was momentarily silenced by Li Chen's imposing demeanor. Finally managing to stammer, "But can't you just stop the bus for a moment, at least to take them to safety? You needn't bring them all back to your shelter." Li Chen's incredulity was palpable as he burst into laughter, pointing at the relentless horde of zombies behind them. "Do you truly believe we can stop? The speed of these zombies is no trifling matter. What if they catch up? Do you think this is a video game? Ammunition is not infinite." The crew-cut man found himself at a loss for words, yet his expression remained dark, clearly discontented with Li Chen's refusal to assist. As they rounded a corner, Ning Jing suddenly grew anxious. Clutching the hem of Li Chen's garment, "There's a kindergarten. Could you possibly stop the bus?" The unspoken words hung heavy in the air as she observed the kindergarten surrounded by a throng of zombies. 2 young teachers, bracing against the door, were fending off the relentless onslaught of the undead. The children huddled in a corner, their innocent faces streaked with tears, yet they dared not utter a sound. Seeing this, the crew-cut man mocked. People like him would never stop the bus." Before he could finish, Li Chen's command rang out. The bus came to a halt at the entrance of the kindergarten. Android soldiers brandishing their weapons while the others provided covering fire, carving a path at the entrance. "Are you the rescue team?" The 2 young teachers, utterly exhausted, clung to their last reserves of strength. Upon seeing Li Chen and his team, they collapsed to the ground in relief. "Yes, I am here to save you. Quickly bring the children onto the bus." Li Chen nodded, assisting in opening the kindergarten doors. The zombies trailing the bus quickly caught up, but 20 androids centered around the bus unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the approaching horde, ensuring the safety of those within. The two teachers, witnessing this, mustered their strength to organize the children to board the bus as swiftly as possible. The kindergarten had 2 teachers, 1 principal, and 30 children. When the virus outbreak commenced, the principal had fled early, and 16 children had been collected by their parents, leaving 14 behind, likely abandoned by parents who may themselves have perished. Once all the children were safely aboard the bus, Li Chen waved his hand, signaling the android warriors to cease fire and return within. With a thunderous roar, the android driver slammed on the accelerator, swiftly distancing the bus from the horde of zombies. "Didn't you say that saving the useless is a waste of resources?" the crew-cut man exclaimed in disbelief. Li Chen glanced at him and spoke solemnly. "Children are the hope of the future, not useless. They possess boundless potential." The researchers, who had previously harbored dissatisfaction over Li Chen's lack of compassion, now found their eyes redden with emotion. Had this been before the apocalypse, these researchers might have condemned Li Chen, yet, after witnessing so many tragedies along the way, they chose silence. Even the crew-cut man wore a contemplative expression. The journey ahead was markedly smoother. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the mobility of the zombies was significantly hindered, and a true horde had yet to form. The bus, akin to a reaper, left a trail of fallen zombies in its wake. With Noah's real-time positioning, Li Chen swiftly retrieved the remaining researchers. Along the way, he also saved others, including children, teachers, and skilled tradespeople. The bus, originally designed for 60 passengers, was now packed to capacity, with some seats accommodating 2 individuals. Each new passenger initially felt relief, only to be engulfed in profound sorrow upon realizing that those without skills had been left behind. No matter how fervently they attempted to flag down the bus, plead for help, or hurl curses, Li Chen did not even spare them a glance. When some aboard voiced their concerns, they were met with Li Chen's terse retort: "You may disembark and give your spot to them." The passengers were left with a newfound understanding of Li Chen's cold-heartedness. "Noah, report the casualty count." Li Chen spoke in a detached manner. A total of 20 warriors were deployed, with no casualties. Ammunition expenditure stands at 67, sufficient to return to the rescue station. 18 surviving researchers from Donghai City have been successfully rescued. The rescue mission is complete. Noah simultaneously projected a map of Donghai City, which once vibrant with green was now riddled with red dots, each representing a living human transformed into a zombie. "What is the situation at the shelter?" Li Chen rubbed his forehead. The cultivation chamber had produced 120 android warriors, of which he had only brought 20. The remaining 90 were divided into 3 teams and dispatched to surrounding counties for rescue operations, while the last 10 were stationed at the shelter to prevent assaults. The shelter had already encountered its first wave of zombies. Momentarily detained. "Exercise caution on your return, host. Prepare for battle." Noah displayed some of the surveillance footage from the shelter's perimeter across 6 screens, revealing an overwhelming throng of zombies. Some had wandered over, while the majority were individuals fleeing who in their desperation had been bitten mid-escape and subsequently joined the ranks of the undead. 10 android warriors held the line at the shelter's entrance, utilizing their firepower to halt the zombies' advance, yet it was futile. There were simply too many. With only 10 warriors, they were ill-equipped to handle the onslaught. As they were near the shelter, to minimize collateral damage, they had refrained from deploying more lethal weaponry. Li Chen immediately issued a command for the teams that had completed their rescue missions to return to the shelter with haste. The shelter was Li Chen's stronghold, and the sight of zombies encircling its entrance was thoroughly displeasing. 2 teams had completed their rescue missions, while another team was still engaged in operations estimated to arrive in 5 minutes. 3 small teams successfully rescued a total of 682 children, 20 kindergarten teachers, 5 310 technical personnel, and 2 researchers. Listening to Noah's report, Li Chen nodded slightly. The research institute is located within the urban area, which is why the team led by Li Chen is moving at a slower pace. In contrast, the other 3 teams are operating primarily in sparsely populated areas, allowing for swift back-and-forth transport. This. Artificial intelligence. Dr. Yang's astonished voice broke the silence. Indeed, Noah is not the weak artificial intelligence developed before the apocalypse. He is an upgraded version of strong artificial intelligence. Once we return to the shelter, you will witness even more cutting-edge technological marvels, Li Chen remarked with a faint smile. Dr. Yang and Ning Jing exchanged a glance, both perceiving the skepticism reflected in each other's eyes. How could this be possible? Theoretically, strong artificial intelligence could even possess consciousness. It is capable of handling complex situations. Dr. Yang was half convinced by Li Chen's words, but Li Chen remained unfazed. Noah is a creation of a level 3 civilization, but revealing this now would likely leave Dr. Yang in disbelief. In this apocalyptic era, Li Chen was absolutely confident that Dr. Yang and the others would come to acknowledge his authority. Even if the existence of Noah was exposed, the bus gradually departed from the urban area. The passengers were left on edge throughout the journey. many succumbing to fatigue and falling asleep upon arriving at the shelter. The other 3 teams also arrived simultaneously. One by one, the modified buses discharged the artificial soldier warriors in an orderly fashion. Their weapons aimed at the entrance of the rescue station. The zombies, drawn by the commotion, approached, their roars echoing through the air. The once slumbering passengers on the bus were abruptly awakened, their heads popping up to look outside. Drenched in cold sweat, what is happening? Why are there so many zombies? Someone shouted in panic, yet the only response was the relentless gunfire of the soldiers. Form up, eliminate them all, following Li Chen's command. The artificial soldier warriors slowly tightened their encirclement. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, waves of zombies gathered at the shelter's entrance fell one after another. Hurry, one got away. Report, only 2 rounds of ammunition remain. Take this. Boom. The soldiers' exhilarated voices mingled with the sounds of explosions. Grenades detonated one after another, sending numerous zombies crashing to the ground. The shockwave from the explosions ignited nearby zombies as well. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was nearing its conclusion, with only a few straggling zombies remaining. Withdraw, Li Chen ordered. The bus rolled over the fallen zombies, roaring across the steel bridge, arriving at the outer perimeter of the shelter. Goodness, did you see that? Are they special forces? How impressive. I've lived in Donghai City for so many years and have never seen this shelter before. Is this shelter merely surrounded by barbed wire? The survivors inside the vehicle leaned eagerly against the windows, gazing outside. Some were astonished by the soldiers' formidable prowess, while others wore expressions of concern. When Li Chen had established the shelter underground, the surface now only bore a generator and some equipment. Hardly resembling a habitable space, open the door, Li Chen said calmly. Noah promptly executed the command. Beep beep beep. A dazzling light flickered on the ground, the surrounding mist gradually dissipating. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, revealing a circular platform. The surface beneath the vehicle began to descend. The soldiers, brandishing their weapons, swiftly eliminated the remaining scattered zombies. Before long, the circular platform reached the 7th level, the human habitation area. This is the underground shelter. Someone exclaimed with excitement. To the onlookers, this scene was nothing short of cinematic magic. All the survivors collectively exhaled in relief. Finally safe. A glance revealed a series of metal partitions throughout the living area. The corridors were adorned with minimal decorative elements, resembling something out of a science fiction film's space capsule. The thick metal surroundings instilled a sense of security. The survivors couldn't help but fix their gaze upon Li Chen. As the head of the shelter, how could he have constructed such a colossal marvel? However, Li Chen offered no explanation, instead issuing orders to Noai battle group, take 5 minutes to rest, and eliminate all zombies at the entrance. Logistics personnel, assemble and prepare to clear the corpses and extract the crystal cores. Understood. Noah immediately conveyed Li Chen's instructions. By the time they entered, most of the zombies at the entrance had already been neutralized. The battle group took a brief respite and, within minutes, thoroughly cleared the area surrounding the shelter. The logistics personnel, expertly trained, promptly stepped in. One team began removing zombie corpses while another extracted crystal cores. Before long, all tasks were completed and everyone returned inside the shelter. Li Chen turned to the management-type artificial being. Unit 1, lead the logistics team in registering the survivors and establishing data files. Yes, Unit 1 replied respectfully. Please form an orderly line to disembark. Welcome to the star-rated shelter. Anyone who does not wish to join us may leave immediately. Those wishing to join, please queue here for registration. Under Unit 1's guidance, 9 logistics personnel began directing the survivors to disembark and register. Thousands of individuals formed 8 lines. The logistics personnel wielded scanners, first verifying each person's health status. Those with suspicious scratches or bite marks were directed to a separate area to wait. Next, identity verification commenced. Before the apocalypse, Noah had already infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom's resident information system. Now, the artificial beings merely needed to glide the scanner over each person's face for their information to automatically display on a holographic projection. Including name, address, and workplace. What skills do you possess? Each person was patiently asked the same question. I can fix cars. The dark-skinned man appeared somewhat anxious, his rough hands scratching his head. Next. A slight nod indicated he should step aside to wait. With Noah's assistance, the registration process was swift. The 8 lines rapidly dwindled down to the last one. Beep beep beep, just as a logistics personnel raised the scanner to scan a bald man's face. The device emitted a piercing alarm. Chen Jigang, 36 years old male resident of Dalio village imprisoned for murder, currently serving a sentence, wanted. Repeat, Chen Jigang. The cold electronic voice repeated 3 times. Instantly, the artificial soldier warriors surrounded the bald man. Their dark muzzles aimed at his head. I'm not. It must be a system error. I am just an ordinary teacher. The bald man, trembling in fear, shrank back, desperately trying to retreat, the cold barrel pressed against his back. Terrified, he abruptly turned around. Li Chen, noticing the commotion, approached. Noah cannot be mistaken. As Li Chen's words fell, a stir erupted among the crowd. This man appears cultured. How could he be a fugitive? It must be a mistake. I personally witnessed him being rescued from the kindergarten. Most remained silent, yet a small faction chose to believe the bald man. Hearing someone speak in his defense, the bald man was overjoyed. Yes, I really am a kindergarten teacher. It must be a misunderstanding. Observing the bald man's trembling figure, it was hard to see him as a fugitive. Li Chen, however, wore a cold smile. Noah, a creation of a level 3 civilization, would never make such a rudimentary error. He immediately ordered his battle group, stand by and execute the fugitive on the spot, denying anyone the chance to speak. Rat-a-tat-tat, gunfire rang out. A blood hole appeared on the bald man's forehead, his eyes widened as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Gasper! All the survivors present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were all taken aback by Li Chen's iron-fisted approach. In that moment, they realized just how cold-blooded he truly was. If this were before the apocalypse, executing the bald man without interrogation would have drawn public scorn, but now it was the end of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this bald man is not one of our kindergarten teachers. A young woman stepped forward, attempting to clarify. She had been rescued from the same kindergarten as the bald man. Then why was he in your kindergarten? Someone inquired. The female teacher explained. After the virus outbreak, he suddenly rushed in, claiming he needed a place to hide. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's gaze darkened. At this early stage of the apocalypse, the survivors still held onto some goodness, so they did not think in a darker direction. However, having experienced the darkest times of his past life, Li Chen was acutely aware of the bald man's intentions. In the face of the impending apocalypse, the first challenge would be the scarcity of resources. The bald man hiding in the kindergarten likely intended to, yet Li Chen refrained from voicing these thoughts. With the female teacher's explanation, the crowd finally understood. So the bald man was indeed a fugitive. Nevertheless, they felt an increased sense of reverence for Li Chen. Following the incident with the bald man, the remaining registration proceeded smoothly, with no one daring to cause trouble. Once all the data was organized, they began to move inside. Passing through a long corridor, they encountered a seemingly bottomless shaft filled with elevators. Many survivors gasped in awe. Since entering the shelter, it felt as though they were in a dream. Everything that only existed in science fiction films now lay vividly before them. This colossal iron beast is not something an ordinary person could construct. When was this shelter completed? Such a massive edifice could not have been built without making a sound. As a local from Donghai City, I have never heard of this place. Countless survivors are in awe of the shelter. At the same time, a wave of security washes over them. The refuge is deeply buried underground. With all visible structures forged from heavy metals zombies cannot penetrate. Moreover, under the command of Li Chen, there are numerous well-trained combat personnel. It appears exceedingly secure. Just as the crowd is marveling, the administrator begins to introduce the facility. We are currently situated on the 7th level of the shelter. Levels 7 to 20 are designated for human habitation, comprising single rooms, double rooms, and dormitories. Access to all other levels is strictly prohibited for unauthorized individuals. Upon hearing this introduction, the crowd exchanges glances. One bold soul voices a question. What are the requirements for residing in a single room? The administrator does not respond immediately. Instead, he gestures for everyone to continue the tour. Each level of the living quarters features not only bedrooms but also two major functional areas, a dining hall and a recreation room. Here, we stand in the dining hall of the 7th level. As the words leave his lips, the survivors gaze in astonishment at the dining hall's remarkably futuristic decor. A shelter, by definition, is meant to provide refuge from disaster. Having food and shelter would suffice. Yet this star-rated sanctuary exceeds all imaginations. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it not only fulfills basic safety and survival requirements but even caters to the spiritual and recreational needs of humanity. My goodness, am I in paradise? It feels like a dream. Uncertain, I pinch my thigh. Ouch. Why are you pinching my thigh? At this moment, the survivors, captivated by the amenities within the shelter, become increasingly excited. The administrator observes the crowd and, clearing his throat, slowly begins. Alright, now let us discuss the rules. Resources in the shelter are limited, thus everything must be exchanged for points. Of this pronouncement instantly silences the room. Most facilities in the recreation area can also be accessed through point redemption. The daily food supply is categorized into 3 tiers: basic meals, gourmet meals, and luxurious meals. The most affordable basic meal merely satisfies hunger and can be redeemed for 100 points. Gourmet meals require 1000 points, while luxurious meals demand 5000 points. Chapter 9. Earning points. The living quarters are divided into single rooms, double rooms, and dormitories. Dormitory accommodation costs 100 points per day, double rooms 1000 points, and single rooms 5000 points per day. Upon learning that both meals and lodging necessitate point redemption, the previously exuberant survivors erupt in dismay. Why do we need points? How can we earn them? Can we use cash? If not, what about Huabei? Some quick-witted individuals have already begun contemplating how to acquire points. The administrator calmly regards the crowd. Points are the sole currency used within this star-rated shelter. Currency from the outside world cannot be exchanged for points. This revelation, those who possessed some wealth before the apocalypse began to express their dissatisfaction. They had hoped to trade their bank savings for points and continue living a superior life within the shelter. Why can't we exchange? I have plenty of money, this is utterly unfair. I protest. In response to these comments, the administrator remains unyielding. He extends his hand and states, "You all witnessed the situation outside upon your return. All money has turned to worthless paper. For those dissatisfied, I will grant you one final opportunity to leave, otherwise, if there is another disturbance, you will be shot on sight. This is an order from Li Chen." While he desires to preserve the essence of humanity, he does not intend to accept just anyone. Upon hearing these words, the previously agitated crowd falls silent, as if struck dumb. What a farce! The outside world has become a haven for monsters. To step outside is to court death. Dr. Yang adjusts his glasses and, smiling, inquires, "How can we earn points?" The administrator then begins to explain in detail. Points can be earned only through work participation. There are 5 types of jobs available. The first category is service work, involving the simplest physical labor, such as in the dining hall and cleaning, providing 500 points daily. The second category pertains to agricultural production, yielding 700 points per day. The third category encompasses technical roles, including teachers, doctors, repairmen, carpenters, and so forth, offering 1,000 points daily. The fourth category consists of research personnel, with earnings varying based on research outcomes, starting at a minimum of 3,500 points daily. The fifth category allows capable individuals to join our combat team, venturing outside to exterminate zombies, turn in crystal cores, or complete missions. This category does not have a fixed salary. These 5 job types are what Noah has identified as currently needed. In summary, the shelter does not provide for idleness. Only through work can one earn points to sustain themselves. The survivors exchange glances, each contemplating their options. A service work provides only 500 points per day. If one consumes the minimum basic meal, only 200 points remain. Coupled with dormitory accommodation, one would be left with merely 100 points daily. This is woefully insufficient. Those lacking specialized skills begin to weigh their potential job options. The smart wristbands issued during registration serve as the only form of identification. Access to all areas requires scanning the wristband. If a wristband is lost, the combat team will treat the individual as an unidentified entity and will shoot on sight. Similarly, the points earned through work will be stored in the wristband, and during meals, a simple scan will automatically deduct the amount. You may now click your wristbands to explore their functionalities. After the administrator concludes his introduction, he stands quietly to one side. He has conveyed all necessary information. In this apocalyptic world, the loss of order necessitates no further explanation. Earlier, during registration, the crowd believed they were merely wearing rubber bands. They had no idea they were equipped with smart wristbands. Hearing this, they tentatively touch their wristbands. Instantly, a holographic screen appears before each individual, resembling a tablet. The screen presents 3 options: personal information, point balance, and task hall. This wristband functions as an upgraded version of a smartphone or tablet. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the crowd is left dumbfounded. The legendary holographic screen. They attempt to access the task hall. The top entry is an official task issued by the shelter. The first task involves crystal core exchanges. Survivors may also post tasks, such as repairing tables and chairs, given that everyone has just entered the shelter. Each individual is awarded 1,000 points. In the shelter, education for minors is free. To ensure children receive a quality educational environment, minors are granted an additional 500 points daily. Please select your jobs promptly and proceed to register here. Upon finishing, the administrator stands by with other logistical personnel. Dr. Yang glances at the functions of the smart wristband, exclaiming, "I never imagined such technology would actually exist. Teacher, we should hurry and register for work." Research personnel earn 3,500 points daily. Ning Jing urges. Dr. Yang nods, taking his place in front of the machine. "Hello, I wish to register for a research position." With that, Dr. Yang swipes his smart wristband on the adjacent machine. Reviewing the information, he promptly states, "Yang Zhong, senior academician of the Longwei Academy of Sciences, due to his extensive experience and numerous research achievements, congratulations on becoming an A-level researcher, with daily points totaling 5,600. Should you attain further research results, your points will continue to increase." Dr. Yang, a prominent figure, had fallen to the research institute in Donghai City due to being sabotaged by petty individuals, and now, with the conditions provided by the shelter, he can focus solely on his research with the prospect of further advancement. Ning Jing, upon hearing her teacher's information, widens her eyes in surprise and rushes forward to register. Ning Jing, research intern, congratulations on becoming a D-level researcher. With daily points amounting to 3,500. As she speaks, Ning Jing's personal information display begins to change. Compared to Dr. Yang, Ning Jing has not yet graduated with her master's degree and has merely begun her internship at the research institute. Having always assisted Dr. Yang, thus her earned points are not high. Ning Jing is well aware of this and happily returns to stand behind Dr. Yang. Most individuals choose their jobs based on their pre-apocalyptic professions. Regardless of point totals, as long as one works, there will be food to eat and a bed to sleep in. Should they wish to earn more in the future, they can also accept tasks from the task hall. After registering for work, the next step is selecting living quarters. Most individuals lack specialized skills and will either engage in service work or technical roles, resulting in a majority residing in dormitories. Yang and his fellow researchers, however, opt to share double rooms. Unfortunately, single rooms are simply too expensive. Initially, everyone assumed dormitories would resemble the sparse lodgings of the pre-apocalypse, envisioning a large communal space filled with numerous occupants. Chapter 10, Private Shelters. Yet upon entering, they all breathe a sigh of relief. The dormitories typically accommodate 8 individuals per room, with a few containing 6. Resembling old-school dormitories, they feature bunk beds and desks. Along with a small wardrobe for storage. The environment appears orderly and is not cramped at all. The goodness, I was terrified thinking it would be a communal space. This is just like when we were in school. What's the big deal? The world has already reached its end, so please lower your expectations. Upon entering the room, everyone felt a wave of joy. The current living conditions are not too shabby. Who knows, there might be other ways to earn points in the future. Striving for a double room or even a single room, life is brimming with hope. Here, everyone is registering for their rooms. While Li Chen has returned to the surveillance room, through the screens, he observes the conditions within the shelter. Noah, please provide a report on the registration status. Yes, host, currently 5,688 individuals have completed their work registration. Including 30 researchers and 300 combat team registrants, the remaining individuals are naturally engaged in service or technical roles. Li Chen glanced at the data, somewhat astonished. He had initially thought that after experiencing today's events, these individuals would harbor a fear of zombies. To his surprise, 300 people were willing to join the combat team. For Li Chen, although there exists a breeding chamber capable of nurturing artificial warriors, it all requires energy cores. Hence, directly supplementing a portion of soldiers from the survivors is the most fitting solution. Just as Li Chen was preparing to arrange the subsequent tasks, his phone suddenly rang from his pocket. In the vast expanse of the horizon lies my love. Looking down, he saw that it was his phone from before the apocalypse. The caller was none other than his class leader, Yang Wei. Li Chen, where are you now? As soon as the call connected, Yang Wei's unceremonious voice came through. I'm in the shelter, Li Chen replied coolly. Hee. I heard there's a virus outbreak in Donghai City. I was out traveling with my dad, and upon returning, I heard about it. How's the situation over there? Yang Wei continued questioning. Yang Wei, a scion of wealth whose family is involved in real estate, had always flaunted his affluence before the apocalypse, commanding respect even from teachers. Li Chen frowned, remaining silent, not receiving a response from Li Chen. Yang Wei continued, my father established a private shelter in Donghai long ago. I notified everyone in the group, you could come here for refuge. You're the only one who hasn't. He replied. Since his rebirth, Li Chen had been preoccupied with hoarding supplies and rescuing people, completely neglecting his phone. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Li Chen opened the class group chat. He noticed that just yesterday, shortly after the outbreak, Yang Wei had sent a message, there's a private shelter next to my house. If you want to come, hurry over. Below the message were numerous classmates extolling him. As expected of my brother Wei, is this the power of money? Love it. Reporting, brother Wei, the class beauty has already moved into the shelter with us. Waiting for your return to command. Yes, most of the class is here. What about Li Chen? Why hasn't he said anything? Is he dead? Who cares? That guy is just a fool, always provoking brother Wei. Does he even have the face to enter brother Wei's shelter? Exactly, last time Li Chen even tried to compete with brother Wei for the class beauty, utterly delusional. Oh please, don't say such things about Li Chen. We real classmates, the outside world is perilous. Who can even contact him? He should hide quickly. Li Chen had some past grievances with Yang Wei. At the time, Yang Wei had taken a fancy to the class beauty, but she found his behavior insufferable and ignored him, instead showing concern for Li Chen. Consequently, Yang Wei harbored animosity towards Li Chen, constantly at odds with him. Many classmates sought to curry favor with Yang Wei, cursing Li Chen to death. Do you think the class beauty has a place to hide now? The outside is filled with man-eating monsters. What does that have to do with us? That wretched girl didn't know her place. Had she not rejected brother Wei, she'd surely be living with him now. Those making sarcastic comments had essentially secured their places in Yang Wei's shelter before the outbreak by ingratiating themselves with him, enjoying the benefits without ever having encountered a zombie. Thus, their words bore no weight. Alright, stop it. Isn't it normal for classmates to have some friction? Why must you wish harm upon others? My parents have perished in this disaster. You should be praying for the survival of everyone you know. I feel the same. I'm hiding at home right now, too scared to go out. Why are you so vicious? Some classmates who had not entered the shelter saw these messages and emerged to dissuade the others. Li Chen perused the messages, his expression darkening. Li Chen, why are you silent? Lost your voice? I kindly invited you to my family's shelter. Don't be ungrateful. After Yang Wei dropped this line, he hung up the phone. He was not a benevolent person. The purpose of this call was twofold. First, to ascertain whether Li Chen was still alive. And second, to lure him into his shelter. And now that the apocalypse had arrived, Yang Wei, previously restrained by legalities, saw an opportunity to do as he pleased. Once Li Chen was in his territory, he could do whatever he wished. Daring to compete with Yang Wei for a woman was tantamount to courting death. Yang Wei didn't genuinely harbor feelings for the class beauty. His private life was chaotic, entangling himself with various attractive women in school. The class beauty was merely a tool for Yang Wei's pleasures. His resentment towards Li Chen stemmed solely from his accustomed arrogance, intolerant of anyone who dared to defy him. Li Chen gazed at the call that had ended. A slight smirk playing at his lips. A private shelter, huh? Setting his phone aside, Li Chen lifted his gaze to inquire with Noah, "What is the current global infection status?" Noah promptly projected a world map. The green areas indicated those uninfected, a mere small patch in Iceland. Meanwhile, various developing nations had turned a dark red, indicating the most severe infections, followed by developed countries marked in light red. However, these colors were gradually deepening. Natural disasters and human calamities. Even if certain countries immediately imposed lockdowns, temporarily staving off the spread of the virus, it was evident that such measures would prove futile. The virus could be transmitted not only through saliva and blood but potentially through water sources as well. It might even disperse through air currents. Even if an entire city was locked down, there was no guarantee that a particular water source wouldn't become contaminated once a zombie outbreak occurred. It would be akin to a citywide massacre. The fate of humanity hangs in the balance. Chapter 11. A breakfast. The pale gray sun in the east hung wearily in the sky. A new day had begun. The streets of Donghai City lay desolate and chaotic, littered with wrecked vehicles haphazardly colliding. Food, paper, and other items were strewn across the ground, remnants left behind by those fleeing. The sky was shrouded in a dull haze. Survivors, resembling frightened mice, huddled in corners, cold and hungry, yet too frightened to move. 4 zombies lurked everywhere. Occasionally, the chilling sounds of zombie growls, footsteps, and the gruesome tearing of flesh could be heard, sending shivers down one's spine. However, the survivors of the interstellar shelter, having enjoyed a restful night, had risen and begun their morning routines. I'd like a simple breakfast, please, a young man cheerfully requested. In his previous life, he had graduated from university and returned home to raise pigs, facing ridicule for his perceived lack of ambition. Yet, within this shelter, he discovered his value, due to his expertise in animal husbandry and ability to treat livestock ailments. The young man held an A-class rating, earning 1,200 points daily, 500 more than others engaged in agriculture. The newly appointed cafeteria staff, clad in white uniforms, happily handed the young man a plate. This morning's simple breakfast featured steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, porridge, and tea eggs. As for exquisite and luxurious meals, those required reservations. The selection of simple meals was already quite generous. It's simply delightful. I can't wait for lunch, exclaimed another. Given the situation outside, they probably can't even afford a hot meal. Quickly form a line. We need to get to work soon. On the first day, everyone opted for simple meals, as points were hard-earned and might have other uses. It would be wasteful to spend them all on food and drink. Using the nearby machine, they scanned their smart wristbands to receive their trays. The dishes on the table were self-service. One could take as much as their plate could hold, eating to their heart's content. However, a notice hung nearby warning against waste. Any leftover food exceeding 50 grams would incur a fine of 100 points. Warm porridge, paired with steaming tea eggs, brought smiles of happiness to everyone's faces. Teacher, I never expected that amidst the apocalypse, we could still enjoy such meals, Ning Jing remarked, savoring her soy milk. Young people should eat more. The situation outside is uncertain, and we don't know how long the disaster will last. Every bite is a gain. Dr. Yang, enjoying his egg noodles, felt a cozy warmth in his stomach, prompting him to speak more. Rest assured, teacher, I will work diligently. Once we achieve results, we can live even better in the shelter. Good, I'm counting on you. Dr. Yang chuckled heartily. Perhaps due to his previous misfortunes, Dr. Yang found great satisfaction in the shelter's environment. Here, there were no office power struggles. Everyone simply needed to focus on their duties. Frankly speaking, even if the virus were truly contained, Dr. Yang wouldn't mind staying in the shelter for life. They would have to drag him out, while Ning Jing was sipping her soy milk. She absent-mindedly fiddled with her smart wristband. Suddenly, teacher, this smart wristband seems to have internet access and the ability to make calls. In the contact list, messages popped up just like on WeChat. Moreover, one could access web forums. What? Dr. Yang immediately straightened his posture. The others in the cafeteria, upon hearing this, hastily activated their smart wristbands. Before the apocalypse, everyone was engrossed in their phones, unable to bear a minute without glancing at them. Even in the absence of notifications, they would frequently pick them up to scroll through short videos. However, after various natural disasters, the signal towers exposed above ground were destroyed, communication was virtually impossible, and some cables were also damaged, rendering internet access futile. Consequently, their phones had become as useless as bricks. Now, however, the interstellar sanctuary not only boasted internet connectivity but appeared to have extensive coverage. Dear, quickly call our son, he is studying in a neighboring province. I wonder if the virus has spread there. Wonderful, I can finally call my parents. I must post this breakfast online. Let those who can't eat it feel envious. You're too shameless. Count me in. Many chose to contact their families first, while some, unburdened by ties, began to browse online information, eager to discover the situation in other regions. Some even snapped photos of their breakfast and posted them on the renowned pre-apocalypse social media platform Weibo. Hee, the first meal after the apocalypse, burp, I'm so stuffed. They expected no responses, but with Weibo's vast user base, 1,000 comments swiftly emerged. These comments came from areas where the light had yet to be extinguished. As they viewed this post, everyone felt a pang of jealousy. Where are you? How can you still have youtiao, fried dough sticks, to eat? You must be lying. This was definitely taken before the apocalypse. You're trying to deceive us. Forget it, brothers. I haven't slept in a day and a night, feeling both exhausted and hungry. Does anyone have any enoki mushrooms to spare? Upon seeing skepticism directed at the poster, the individual quickly grew agitated and filmed a video to prove their authenticity. I'm in the interstellar sanctuary in Donghai City. It's extremely safe here, and there is plenty of food. As long as you work, you can exchange for survival supplies. Brothers, if you have the chance, come here. With the video's release, a tremendous uproar ensued online. After the apocalypse, some people sought refuge in schools and gymnasiums designated as official shelters. However, when the virus erupted, these densely populated areas were the first to suffer. Those who managed to escape and access the internet were largely hiding in some corner, struggling to survive upon learning that the interstellar sanctuary offered such favorable conditions. Many were tempted. After all, remaining in place would only lead to death. It was better to take the risk and see what the situation was like in Donghai City. In the cafeteria, some were promptly dialing their family members. Daughter, how are things on your end? Everything is fine here in the Donghai City sanctuary. Look for an opportunity to escape. However, the number of people who successfully connected was few. Most calls were met with busy signals. Either there was no signal, or the individuals had already met their demise. Amid the bustling activity, the reputation of the interstellar sanctuary spread far and wide. Those still fleeing outside inundated various media forums with inquiries about joining the sanctuary. At that moment, Noah brought up the forum for the interstellar sanctuary. Survivors inside the sanctuary and those outside flocked to the forum. Chapter 12, Zombies Can Evolve. At the top of the forum, a prominently highlighted post outlined the application criteria. First, priority is given to minors, military personnel, and veterans. Second, individuals with special skills will be prioritized. Third, women under 28 who have not given birth, are in good health, and are of pleasing appearance may apply. Note, adult males may bring 2 family members into the sanctuary, while females do not have the same privilege. Upon reading these stipulations, an uproar ensued. Why can men bring 2 family members while women can bring none? Isn't this blatant gender discrimination? What ridiculous criteria? The person who set this up must be a fool. Women must be childless and good-looking. It is clear they just want breeding tools in there. Would you dare enter such a sanctuary? What a pathetic sanctuary. I'd rather die outside, starve to death, or be eaten by zombies than step foot in there. Is there any chance for those without special skills? I've only ever worked in a state-owned enterprise. I don't know anything. Yes, brothers, I wasn't approved. It hurts. What is there to be upset about? Although your application was rejected, you can still kill zombies and exchange crystal cores for supplies with the interstellar sanctuary. Damn, just because I had 2 abortions, which didn't even result in births. Why can't I get approved? Who hasn't loved a scoundrel in their youth? Those who met the criteria began filling out application forms and promptly submitted them, while those who did not meet the requirements vented their frustrations. They could only express their anger and fear in this manner. Besides the application criteria, the forum also featured sections for seeking family members and survival information. Noah compiled a survival guide for the apocalypse and pinned it in the survival section. It included the weaknesses of zombies, the function of crystal cores, and informative content about finding water sources and wild plants and animals. Those located far from Donghai City began to scrutinize the survival guide. Zombies are a type of virus that spreads through blood and saliva. The longest time from infection to outbreak is no more than 24 hours. Low-level zombies fear water. Try to find places with water sources to take shelter. During the day, zombies are slowed by sunlight. At night, their senses of smell and hearing are acute, so do not venture outside. Zombies derive energy from the crystal core in their heads. If you wish to kill a zombie, aim directly for the head. The survival guide illuminated many individuals. Some keen observers immediately inquired, low-level zombies, does that mean the current zombies are merely basic, and there will be intermediate and advanced ones? No way. Are zombies capable of evolving? If we can't even deal with low-level zombies, what will happen if they truly evolve? Humanity would be doomed. To be frank, this guide is quite useful. If we had known earlier. My comrades Wun Ti have had to sacrifice. I'm curious, who is the authority behind the interstellar sanctuary? Not only does it possess formidable defenses, but it also has such abundant resources and can issue this kind of guide. They seem almost divine. What does curiosity matter? Haven T, you seen the photos those inside the sanctuary have posted? It's filled with heavy metal. The builders of the sanctuary must have been either exceptionally wealthy or powerful before the apocalypse. Although most people did not meet the sanctuary's application criteria, the existence of this survival guide and the possibility to exchange zombie crystal cores for supplies sparked a glimmer of hope in many. As for the chaotic comments on the forum, Noah quickly noticed and muted them. While the discussions heated up, in a villa area of Donghai City, underground shelters were more akin to basements, excavated quite deeply. Spanning about 200 square meters, Yang Wei sat with around 20 classmates gathered together, consuming compressed biscuits. The taste of the biscuits was not bad, but Yang Wei's shelter was stocked only with a small amount of fruit, vegetables, and rice for convenience. The majority consisted of compressed biscuits. Moreover, they had not prepared any water. The only 2 bottles of mineral water sat in the center of the group, and once consumed, they would be gone. After eating the compressed biscuits, everyone felt their throats parched, yet none dared to voice a request for water. Everyone knew that those 2 bottles of mineral water were life-saving. Sigh, my throat feels as if it's been scorched. The class beauty struggled to swallow the compressed biscuit, subtly complaining. Given her relationship with Yang Wei, she assumed he would readily offer her some of the mineral water. To her astonishment, he did not. Alright, who doesn't T have a dry throat? It's fortunate we have something to eat. Why be so picky? Yang Wei showed no sentimentality. The others, eager to curry favor with Yang Wei, joined in the condemnation. Brother Wei is gracious enough to shelter us. You still want things to be like before. It's the apocalypse. We have to make do. If it weren't for Brother Wei's approval, you wouldn't even know where you'd be right now, perhaps in some zombie-s belly. Indeed, those still outside have nothing to eat and are just trying to hide from zombies. How could they be as leisurely as we are? Just be grateful. Their back and forth silenced the class beauty. At this point, someone wondered about Li Chen. I wonder how that guy is doing now. Sigh, yesterday Brother Wei kindly called him, but he ignored it. Brother Wei was willing to let bygones be bygones and take him in. He brought this upon himself. Li Chen is probably being devoured by zombies now. Who told him to oppose Brother Wei? He brought this upon himself. Regardless of their previous feelings toward Li Chen, everyone instinctively ridiculed him to gain Yang Wei's approval. Before the apocalypse, Yang Wei was a wealthy heir, with a family engaged in real estate. Living in abundance, it was thanks to Yang Wei's family that they could establish a shelter in the basement. Everyone knew that if Yang Wei hadn't considered their friendship, he would never have let them in. Although this sanctuary was constructed of concrete, it at least appeared relatively safe. Furthermore, Yang Wei's family had hired bodyguards to guard the vicinity, instilling a sense of security among them. While they discussed, the school beauty remained silent, her head bowed. She had been rescued by Yang Wei's bodyguard the previous day. Initially, she had intended to go to the official sanctuary. Who knows the arduous journey one undertakes, only to discover that the official refuge has already succumbed to ruin, teeming with the undead and devoid of any survivors. Reluctantly, I followed Yang Wei's bodyguard to this place. Upon hearing the others mention Li Chen, a flicker of concern crossed the face of the campus belle. Perhaps I should send Li Chen a message, she murmured. The signal has been completely severed. Even if you send it, Li Chen will not receive it. Master Wei is magnanimous, but I still believe it would be inappropriate to summon Li Chen here. The other classmates immediately countered. Chapter 13, Jealousy transforms countenances. Listening to the chatter around him, Yang Wei offered a faint smile. Alright, let us not speak of Erua any longer. We are all classmates. If we could indeed reach Li Chen, it would be only right to invite him to seek refuge here. Arua, after consuming so many compressed biscuits, you must be parched. Why not drink some water to soothe your throat? As he spoke, Yang Wei extended a bottle of mineral water to the campus belle. The surrounding classmates eyed the bottle of water, unable to resist moistening their parched lips, yet none dared to voice their doubts. Back at school, nearly all the girls had succumbed to Yang Wei's charm, save for the campus belle, who remained indifferent. Even a fool could perceive that Yang Wei was attempting to curry favor with her through these actions. Master Wei is indeed the most passionate of them all. In such dire times, he was willing to share precious water with Xiao Rua. I would have accepted without hesitation. The campus belle. Xiao Rua glanced at the mineral water, slowly shaking her head. She took out her phone. I'll send a message to Li Chen. No sooner had she spoken than her gaze became glued to the screen, unable to detach. A phone that should have had no signal was now inexplicably displaying full bars in the upper right corner, along with the indication of internet connectivity. There's internet, Xiao Rua exclaimed excitedly. The other classmates rolled their eyes, utterly skeptical. Are you hallucinating? We checked this morning. There was absolutely no network. What are you babbling about? Master Wei has already stated that the signal towers have been destroyed. It's impossible to have internet. Xiao Rua composed a text message to Li Chen and then opened the forum, eagerly showing it to her classmates. Holy cow, what's happening? There really is internet. I want to check it out too. These individuals, accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, now found themselves huddled in a dark, Oppressive seller nibbling on compressed biscuits, with even water in short supply. They could barely endure this, but the loss of internet connectivity, the deprivation of entertainment, was what truly pained them upon hearing that there was a network. Some immediately opened their apps, gleefully scrolling through. Others ventured into various forums, eager to learn about the outside world. Quickly, they discovered a forum dedicated to the East Sea City refuge. Wow, look at their breakfast. Are you sure this isn't a pre-apocalypse photo? I'm drooling. Where is the refuge in East Sea City? I want to join too. As soon as the first person stumbled upon the star-rated refuge forum, others followed suit, clicking in, and most posts were from residents of the interstellar refuge, showcasing their breakfasts and living quarters. If it weren't for the omnipresent steel walls, one might easily believe these were snapshots from a world before the apocalypse. The assembled crowd could hardly articulate their feelings: envy, jealousy, longing. These emotions compelled them to peruse one post after another, unable to stop. All that filled their minds was a singular thought: the desire to join the interstellar refuge. After sending her message, Xiaoruo anxiously awaited Li Chen's reply. Just as she was about to post in the forum's family findings section, a thread caught her eye. Attention, grade 1s. The poster was a resident of the refuge who had mistakenly posted in the wrong section. Upon clicking, Xiaoruo was astonished to see Li Chen's figure. Li Chen, he is in the star-rated refuge, Xiaoruo murmured to herself. At the classmates nearby, engrossed in their scrolling, erupted in laughter. Honestly, are you hallucinating? Li Chen has long perished outside. Xiaoruo shook her head vigorously, raising her phone for those nearby to see. I truly saw Li Chen. The post contained over a dozen photos, predominantly showcasing Li Chen leading the charge against zombies yesterday. Alongside a few images of him observing during resident registration, it was evident that Li Chen consistently stood at the center, a leader among these people. This revelation left the other classmates astounded. Hastening to find the thread and scrutinize it closely, could it be that the head of the star-rated refuge is Li Chen? How is that possible? This refuge appears to be of considerable value. Where could Li Chen have found the means to establish such a place? Judging by these images, even if Li Chen isn't the head, he must at least be a minor leader. Am I the only one who thinks this is photoshopped? In this apocalypse, who would be so idle as to fabricate fake images for amusement? A heavy silence enveloped the group, each person exchanging glances. From the multitude of posts, they had gleaned that the interstellar refuge was located in East Sea City. Furthermore, Li Chen's appearance in the photos indicated he had at least joined the star-rated refuge. Even if Li Chen was merely an ordinary resident, it was enough to evoke a sense of envy among those present. Why him, that useless Li Chen, who can't even navigate social interactions? Has angered Master Wei. While they remained in the cellar gnawing on dry biscuits, what right did Li Chen have to enjoy steaming hot soup and noodles in the interstellar refuge? Jealousy can distort one's countenance. Someone couldn't help but mutter angrily. Indeed, as fellow classmates, we endure hardship here while Li Chen revels in comfort. Yes, even if he has reached the star-rated refuge, he should at least inform us. Now look, that rascal is off enjoying himself. For those who previously bore no ill will towards Li Chen now voiced their discontent. At that moment, someone stumbled upon the application requirements for the star-rated refuge. Immediately clicking to investigate. Unbelievable, minors can be prioritized for admission. Fantastic, I still have 3 months until I turn 18, huh? I'm going to give it a try. Ugh, you truly are ungrateful. Master Wei has kindly taken you in. And now you wish to escape. Exactly, a bunch of ingrates. Among the classmates, some who had started school early were merely a few months shy of 18 and eagerly contemplated submitting applications. Those who did not meet the criteria clustered around Yang Wei. Disdainful of the actions of these ingrates, let us not be so harsh. People naturally aspire for better circumstances. It is understandable that everyone desires to join the star-rated refuge given its apparent advantages. Yang Wei felt a surge of pent-up frustration, nearly choking on his own indignation, yet, in order to maintain his facade, he forced a hypocritical smile to placate them. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, those applying felt even more justified. The application required basic information and the submission of an ID photo, all for Noah to review. The process was swift. Nearly as soon as applications were submitted, results came in. What? It claims I don't meet the requirements, and my application has been denied. How can this be? I'm only a few months shy of 18. Why was I rejected? This star-rated refuge sounds appealing. But there must be some shady dealings. Chapter 14. Calculating by virtual age. To their astonishment, none of those present managed to have their applications accepted. Noah's only reason for rejection was a lack of qualifications. Those who had been filled with confidence, believing they would soon escape their plight, were now left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Will the star-rated refuge accept anyone at all? One student could not contain their frustration and posted in the forum. Immediately, a helpful resident responded, explaining, our refuge calculates age by virtual years. Although you may be a few months shy in actual years, by this year's standards, you are considered an adult, thus, your application cannot be processed. Upon receiving this information, the students were left utterly flabbergasted. What kind of absurd regulation is this? Yang Wei's eyes flickered as he stood up. I have some matters to attend to. Since everyone's applications were denied, it's best you all remain here for now. With that, Yang Wei ascended the narrow staircase leading to the Young family villa. Outside, numerous bodyguards clad in black stood watch. Yang Wei made his way to the second floor of the villa, where he found a middle-aged man in a deep purple suit standing by the window. The table was littered with remnants of a recently finished meal. This was Yang Wei's father, Yang Qingyi. As a real estate mogul, Yang Qingyi could hardly be expected to merely prepare compressed biscuits. Naturally, there were ample fresh vegetables, albeit in limited supply. In his eyes, the refugees clinging to the Yang family were unworthy of fine food. Only the family was entitled to such luxuries. Yang Wei feigned solidarity, sharing a meager meal of compressed biscuits with the group. "Father, take a look at this." Yang Wei handed over his phone, the screen prominently displaying the star-rated refuge forum. Initially, Yang Qingyi appeared disinterested, but after perusing a few posts, his expression grew grave. "Father, what do you think of this refuge? Which faction does it belong to?" Yang Wei asked anxiously. Observing the impressive conditions at the star-rated refuge, built entirely from heavy metals, he noted that the images posted by residents depicted a spacious environment where even ordinary residents could enjoy hot meals, indicating an abundance of supplies. When was such a substantial refuge constructed in East Sea City? Yang Qingyi's fingers drummed on the table, deep in thought. Wei, gather some personnel. We must investigate this further. Having anticipated the apocalypse, Yang Qingyi had made numerous preparations. Before the apocalypse, achieving the pinnacle of one's industry was no small ambition for Yang Qingyi. Yet he sought not merely a refuge, but to realize a grander vision. Everything was initially within Yang Qingyi's meticulous plans. However, the emergence of star-level shelters instilled within him a profound sense of urgency. "Dad, must we go?" Yang Wei's face was etched with concern. With monsters rampaging outside, he had no desire to venture out and risk being devoured. Moreover, Li Chen was affiliated with the star-level shelter and likely held a managerial position. The thought of a former classmate, whom he once looked down upon, now thriving while he struggled, was unbearable. Yang Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Yang Wei and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't there an apocalypse guide on the forum? Zombies move slowly during the day. As long as we are cautious and avoid being surrounded, we should be safe. Such a vast shelter lies adjacent to us. I won't be able to sleep well tonight without seeing it." "But Dad, one of my classmates is a manager at the star-level shelter." Yang Wei finally voiced his concerns. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingyi chuckled, patting Yang Wei on the shoulder. "That's even better. We lack water resources here. And since we have this connection, perhaps we can procure some supplies." "Oh wait, don't forget what I taught you. Those who achieve great things do not fuss over trifles." Yang Wei nodded grimly. His fists clenched. The mere thought of borrowing supplies from Li Chen filled him with humiliation, yet he dared not contradict his father. Besides, he was also curious to witness the situation firsthand. Perhaps Li Chen was not even a manager at all. In less than 10 minutes, the bodyguards assembled downstairs. In addition to the young father and son, they brought 10 bodyguards and 2 classmates eager to witness the spectacle. These 10 bodyguards were robust, having served Yang Zhongyi even before the apocalypse, and were considered trusted confidants. Each was equipped with rifles and grenades. Fully armed, the off-road vehicles emerged from the garage and the group set off towards the address posted on the forum. The journey was fraught with zombies. Some stood vacantly by the roadside. Upon hearing the commotion, they lunged towards the vehicle with reckless abandon. However, during the day, the basic zombies moved sluggishly and could not keep pace with the modified off-road vehicles. Even if a few fortunate zombies managed to clamber onto the vehicle, they would swiftly be dispatched by the Young family's bodyguards with a well-aimed shot. "Stop, get out and check whether these zombies possess crystal cores." Yang Qingyi commanded coolly. Observing the decapitated zombies, with a screech, the 2 off-road vehicles came to a sudden halt. Several bodyguards disembarked and pried open the heads of the slain zombies with Swiss Army knives. In no time, a translucent crystal, bloodied yet gleaming, lay in their palms. The crystal appeared to contain a viscous substance swirling within. Though the exterior was stained with blood, it could be easily shaken off, leaving the crystal sparkling clean. "Mr. Yang, this should be the crystal core you mentioned. Every zombie possesses one, concealed in the back of their heads. However, the colors seem to vary." The leading bodyguard respectfully presented the cleaned crystal core. "Is it truly so?" Yang Qingyi's pupils constricted. After excavating the corpses, they laid 6 crystal cores before him, most of which were clear, with a few containing a faint red hue. As he scrutinized the crystal cores, his mind raced. The announcement from the star-level shelter only stated that they would exchange supplies and weapons for crystal cores, yet it did not disclose their true purpose. It was evident that the crystal cores held significant value. Otherwise, the star-level shelter would not barter for the most precious resource during the apocalypse. At that moment, Yang Qingyi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, although he was unaware of the core's actual utility. The star-level shelter was already commencing large-scale acquisitions. Coupled with the forum's survival guide, it was clear that the shelter's leadership possessed an in-depth understanding of this catastrophe. With this thought, Yang Qingyi could not help but glance at Yang Wei. Since the star-level shelter had a connection through a Wei's classmate, perhaps they could leverage this relationship to uncover the crystal's uses. That would indeed be a momentous occasion. "Dad, why are you looking at me?" Yang Wei felt an unsettling chill as he met Yang Qingyi's gaze. And nothing, everyone, prepare to accelerate towards the star-level shelter at full speed, unless absolutely necessary, ignore the zombies along the way with Yang Qingyi's command. The two off-road vehicles roared back to life, speeding towards their destination. Chapter 15, Show of Strength. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the young father and son arrived at the periphery of the star-level shelter. Before them loomed a tall electrified fence enclosing an expanse of land dotted with solar panels and generators. There were no visible buildings within the enclosure. A river encircled the area, resembling an ancient moat. At that moment, the outskirts of the star-level shelter were bustling with vehicles, a mix of those who had not received approval attempting their luck and others who, having hunted zombies and acquired crystal cores, sought to trade for supplies. Numerous individuals had congregated eager to gather intelligence, making the star-level shelter appear quite lively. Yesterday, Li Chen had ordered the artificial warriors to clear the surrounding area, ensuring the vicinity of the star-level shelter was secure. Yang Qingyi instructed his men to park the vehicle aside, surveying the open space. Deep in thought, it appeared that the star-level shelter was built underground. However, just 2 months prior to the apocalypse, Yang Qingyi's company had sought to develop the area and had conducted explorations to avoid unearthing hidden mineral rivers during construction. At that time, the detectors indicated the ground was entirely soil. From the photographs released by residents on the forum, it was evident that the star-level shelter was vast. What manner of individuals could have constructed such a colossal steel fortress in a mere 2 months? Before Yang Qingyi could contemplate further, his gaze fell upon several familiar faces. He approached them with a smile. "Oh, old Chen, you're here too. How long have you been here, and how much do you know about the star-level shelter?" Old Chen and his companions were significant business figures who had collaborated closely with the Yang family before the apocalypse, dealing in construction materials and furnishings. All affluent and influential, the materials used for the Yang family's shelter were sourced from Old Chen's company. "Ha, I arrived just 10 minutes earlier than you. I know little, to be honest, but Mr. Lu was here this morning and should have more information," Old Chen replied, stroking his sparse hair while maintaining a jovial facade. "Let us not keep any intelligence to ourselves. Sharing will benefit us all." Mr. Lu, now called upon, recounted his observations. "This star-level shelter is no ordinary establishment. When I arrived this morning, I witnessed their personnel executing tasks. Those warriors were clad in steel armor, armed to the teeth with excellent equipment." Upon hearing this, Old Chen exclaimed, "Surely this must have been constructed by the government. In Longbo, firearms are prohibited. These tycoons have gone to great lengths to acquire weapons for self-defense. And RPGs are simply out of the question." Mr. Lu shook his head slowly. "No, look over there." His gaze drifted to a striking ice queen, standing at around 1.7 meters tall. "Why is Secretary Chang here too?" Yang Qingyi's pupils narrowed. This ice queen was no ordinary individual. Before the apocalypse, she was a prominent figure in the province, with an impressive lineage. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, all that remained was emptiness. If the star-level shelter were indeed government-built, Secretary Chang would surely hold a position of responsibility, yet, now she was left waiting outside. As the group exchanged information, suddenly, the ground in the center of the electrified fence split open, revealing a platform that slowly elevated with 7 off-road vehicles. A boom as the platform leveled with the ground. The vehicles roared forth like ferocious beasts. This was the combat team of the star-level shelter. Li Chen had integrated the newly arrived 30 residents with the artificial warriors, forming 10 teams, leaving one behind for contingencies. The rest were dispatched to hunt zombies. Naturally, any approved applicants would be picked up along the way. The current team was returning from a protective escort mission, ready to continue their hunt for zombies. This marked the 3rd batch of the day, and it seemed the star-level shelter was reaping substantial rewards. Judging by the numbers, they had likely already sent nearly 1,000 individuals inside. How many could the star-level shelter accommodate? It was evident that it would soon become the dominant force in Donghai City. Just look at their personnel, strong and well-equipped. As the star-level shelter continued to accept new arrivals, Old Chen, Mr. Lu, and their companions watched the scene with eyes tinged with envy. Who among them did not harbor dreams of dominance? Before the apocalypse, they were all significant players in their own right, and establishing their own shelters was not merely for self-preservation but also for other ambitions. Regrettably, their aspirations were hindered by their limited resources and inadequate territory to host such a vast number of people. As the combat team of the star-level shelter repeatedly returned with new individuals, Old Lu and the others felt a growing sense of discomfort. After the combat team departed, a man in uniform stepped out from the platform, a managerial artificial being. He looked down at his smart wristband and announced, "Those who have received approval, please line up here for registration to enter the shelter." On the platform, there was but a solitary figure, logically those with ulterior motives. At this moment, one only needs to stride through the open gates of the electric grid. A surge of individuals can seize control and gain direct access to the star-level shelter, yet, in reality, no one dares to act rashly. Time and again, they have witnessed the combat teams of the star-level shelter embarking on missions, instilling in them a deep-seated fear of the shelter itself, even if they were to gain control. They would remain clueless on how to lower the platform. To take it a step further, even if they were fortunate enough to know, judging by the display of force exhibited by the shelter. They would merely become fodder, akin to being sent as offerings. They observe those whose applications have been approved, each one brimming with delight, some laden with bags, others accompanied by family, patiently lining up to register. Mom and Dad, do not fear, I have been accepted. The star-level shelter has stated that I may bring 2 relatives with me. We shall enter together and enjoy the blessings. Oh dear, the star-level shelter stipulates that women must enter alone. I am sorry, I cannot bear the thought of being outside in fear. Quickly, you everyone, let us move faster. I am famished. I haven't eaten all day. Soon, a long queue formed within the electric grid. The faces of those present appeared haggard. Having spent a night filled with anxiety, coupled with hunger and exhaustion, otherwise, they would not have risked coming immediately upon receiving the notice of their application as approval. Calmly and swiftly, they registered each individual in the queue with a scanner. Those who had completed the process stood quietly behind Noah, awaiting their turn. Chapter 16. No need for fear at this moment, their faces could hardly conceal their excitement. Behind them stood the vast underground shelter, poised to become their future home. A life of sufficiency and warmth, once the most ordinary existence before the apocalypse, has now become a luxury. At last, the star-level shelter has accepted their applications. They need not live in dread. Each person waiting behind the number 1 administrator displayed glimmers of hope in their eyes. Among those present, besides the fortunate applicants, there were also many who had submitted applications only to be rejected. They had followed the addresses left on forums, hoping for a stroke of luck. At this time, those who did not meet the criteria of the star-level shelter gathered outside the electric grid, their gaze fixated on the fortunate ones with unwavering intensity. Some displayed envy upon their faces, while others contorted in anger. Why do they get to enter? I can cut hair. Why am I not considered a skilled worker? There must be some hidden agenda with this star-level shelter. I am only 29, why can't I get in? Yuck. I see this shelter merely seeks to recruit free labor. I am determined to expose its true nature. With the first person taking the lead, those whose applications had been denied began to stir restlessly. Shouts of insults filled the air, and some even leaned against the electric grid, attempting to surge inside. Due to the necessity of receiving survivors, the electric grid was currently switched off. Under the weight of so many people, it appeared precariously unstable. Stop. What are you doing? The number 1 administrator furrowed his brows and admonished sternly. However, those who had lost their senses paid no heed, pushing frantically forward. Some even picked up stones and decaying leaves from the ground, hurling them inside. A few survivors standing behind Noah were inadvertently struck on the head by the stones, blood immediately streaming from their foreheads. Just as the situation was on the brink of chaos, the platform suddenly began to rise slowly. Immediately after, with Li Chen at the forefront, 20 combat personnel armed with firearms crouched beside him, their dark barrels aimed at those outside the electric grid. What is happening? Li Chen's expression was frosty as he scanned the tumultuous crowd. His chilling demeanor caused an immediate shiver to run through everyone present. Commander, the number 1 administrator respectfully took a step back. A chorus of gasps echoed from beyond the electric grid, particularly from Yang Wei, whose eyes widened in disbelief. The 2 classmates who had come to spectate appeared as though they had seen a ghost. Is that really Li Chen? One of them murmured. No one could believe that the person they once looked down upon had now risen to the rank of commander of a shelter. No, this cannot be. Yang Wei's eyes burned with jealousy. He had thought Li Chen was merely a minor administrator within the star-level shelter. Now he discovered he was the very commander of the entire facility. Yang Wei could hardly accept this reality. Among Yang Wei's entourage, only Yang Qingyi's eyes lit up. He patted his son Yang Wei on the shoulder with a grin. Good, good. I never anticipated that the commander of the star-level shelter would be a classmate of Yang Wei. This connection could offer us considerable leverage. The survivors clinging to the electric grid, upon seeing Li Chen emerge, were first taken aback by his commanding presence, then erupted into shouts. The commander of the star-level shelter is merely a kid. No wonder he seems clueless. I could do a better job leading this shelter. Li Chen is just a youth. What does he know? He hasn't even matured. Hurry and let us in. All men are created equal. Why should only a select few enjoy the benefits? Due to Li Chen's youthful appearance, these individuals instinctively perceived him as easy to intimidate. Li Chen regarded the rowdy crowd with cold indifference, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Open the electric grid. As the words fell, a crackling sound ensued. No, those pressing against the electric grid were instantly jolted by electricity. The shrieks pierced the sky above the star-level shelter. However, many others could not even muster a sound, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Some who had kept their distance from the electric grid, witnessing the scene, shouted in outrage, "They are killing people. The star-level shelter is committing murder." They displayed a blatant disregard for human life. Those shouting had initially hoped to incite the anger of the crowd outside, planning to charge in amidst the chaos and seize the opportunity to benefit from the turmoil. But who could have predicted? Bang! A bullet precisely pierced the forehead of the first instigator, who fell lifelessly to the ground. Lichen blew away the residual heat from the barrel of his gun before returning it to the android soldier beside him. Any further disturbances will be met with lethal force. Lichen's eyes glimmered with a cold light. To be fair, he had already shown considerable restraint towards these individuals, even if they did not meet the application criteria for the star-level shelter. They could have taken up arms, gone out to hunt zombies, and exchanged the crystals for supplies at the shelter. After all, the streets were currently teeming with only low-level zombies aside from their terrifying appearance. They moved sluggishly, anyone with courage could rid themselves of them, yet, regrettably, human greed knows no bounds. They sought to acquire survival resources in the apocalypse without exerting any effort. Lichen was no saint and would not coddle these people. With the first shot fired, all those intent on causing trouble fell into silence, for they understood that despite Lichen's youthful visage, he was indeed capable of wielding a firearm. Very well. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with the registration process. Lichen casually remarked, intending to turn away. Just then, a voice filled with suppressed anger rang out. Wait, is this how you treat unarmed civilians? Who gave you the right? Secretary Chang's face flushed crimson, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Lichen glanced back, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you know why Xiaoming's grandfather has lived so long? What? Secretary Chang momentarily faltered, because he never meddles in other people's affairs. Lichen chuckled. It was then that Secretary Chang realized he was implying her meddling. Her eyes flared like two small volcanoes, her surroundings turning red with indignation. Be ye silent. Do you not recognize who I am? You must have seen me in the news. I now command you to cease all acts of violence, Secretary Chang declared with righteous indignation, her narrow phoenix eyes sweeping over the android soldiers behind Li Chen. Very well, if they do not cause trouble, I shall refrain from using force. Li Chen nodded slightly. After all, some semblance of respect was still necessary. Chapter 17, Overthrowing the Aristocrats is everyone's responsibility. Li Chen had thought he could return, but Secretary Chang, donning an official tone, continued, in the face of calamity, resources are scarce everywhere. In this critical moment, every citizen has an obligation to contribute to the rebuilding of our homeland. Li Chen regarded her, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. Observing this, Secretary Chang's expression softened considerably. She looked earnestly into Li Chen's eyes, saying, since Li agrees with my perspective, the survivors in Donghai City are now without clothing, food, or shelter, suffering daily from hunger and cold. Our team is also in dire need of ammunition. We hope the star-level shelter will extend a helping hand. Although Secretary Chang spoke of hope, her tone was undeniably firm. Li Chen nodded once more. Yes, it is only right. It was evident he was merely being dismissive. The crowd gathered outside the electric grid could not contain their laughter. A flicker of anger flashed in Secretary Chang's eyes. She raised her voice. The star-level shelter possesses such an abundance of weapons and resources yet fails to fulfill its obligation to shelter the civilians. I now demand that the star-level shelter come under our jurisdiction, with all resources allocated for unified distribution. Mr. Li, this is an extraordinary time. Everyone must unconditionally obey commands. Secretary Chang's proclamation left the crowd in an uproar. The residents of the star-level shelter displayed expressions of indignation. Many among them had emerged from the shelter. Indeed, there is a scarcity of supplies, but not due to disaster. Rather, it is the greed of certain parasites who hoard resources for their own indulgence. If the star-rated shelters were truly to be confiscated, the consequences would be dire. Yet, before the apocalypse, they were mere inconspicuous figures, and after the cataclysm, they would be defenseless, too afraid to voice dissent. Those who failed to secure an application for the star-rated shelters now cheer with glee. Humanity is a curious breed. When denied something, it prefers to destroy rather than share it with others. The heavens have eyes, will they devour the rich? I relish this. Overthrowing the gentry is a shared responsibility. Well done, Secretary Chang. If I cannot gain entry, then neither shall they enjoy their privileges. It is only fitting. The smug expressions of those within the star-rated shelters are utterly irksome. Individuals like Yang Qingyi, who possess private shelters, now display expressions of gloating satisfaction. The so-called tall trees attract the wind. It seems the abundance of resources within the star-rated shelters has even caught Secretary Chang's attention. If these shelters were indeed to be absorbed, it would not be a misfortune for people like Yang Qingyi, as it would eliminate a formidable adversary. Lao Lu, do you think Li Chen will obediently surrender the supplies? Yang Qingyi inquired with a smile, tugging at the side of Lu, who responded with a disdainful expression and a slow shake of his head. Surrender? Impossible. Does she think this is still before the apocalypse? Such tactics to intimidate are naive. Secretary Chang is simply too young. After all, she is merely in her 20s, having ascended to a position of authority, and is easily swept away by her own power. The others nodded in agreement with Lu's assessment. They had all witnessed the strength of the star-rated shelters. Not only were the supplies plentiful, but their arsenal was also formidable. Looking over there, it is better left unsaid. These old foxes have discerned from Li Chen's demeanor that he is no soft-hearted individual. Lu took a deliberate step back. It is wise to keep a distance. One must be cautious of collateral damage. For Lu had noticed that after Secretary Chang's remarks, Li Chen's expression had turned cold. Who would have thought that the esteemed Secretary Chang's style was akin to that of a bandit? Li Chen chuckled icily, then stepped beside the electric fence, scrutinizing Secretary Chang from head to toe. Why the silence? Continue speaking. I relish such words. As long as I possess no morals, you cannot hold me hostage. Secretary Chang's face flushed crimson. With her fair hand pointing at Li Chen, she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. After a prolonged silence, she finally exclaimed, "Are you truly willing to disregard the lives of a million survivors? I hold the authority now. Do you intend to defy my orders?" Like a rapid-fire barrage, Secretary Chang launched into a sequence of statements without allowing Li Chen to respond. "You had best think carefully before answering. I represent a million survivors, I represent the populace, and I demand the requisition of the star-rated shelters. Should there be any defiance, then, clap, clap, clap." Li Chen applauded mockingly, laughing heartily. "What grandiose hats you wear. Is it not simply a ploy to seize resources without effort?" Your righteous indignation almost swayed me, but do not forget, this is no longer before the apocalypse. As Li Chen's words echoed, the artificial soldiers immediately positioned themselves beside him, their dark gun barrels aimed at anyone who might attempt to act. Secretary Chang's countenance shifted dramatically. "Those who oppose the masses have never met a favorable end." With that, she signaled to those around her. As tensions escalated, the crowd was engulfed in shock and fear. Regardless of Secretary Chang's character, it was undeniable that the armed forces backing her were formidable. No one expected Li Chen to truly dare confront Secretary Chang. Some who stood beside her subtly shifted their positions. "Bullets are indiscriminate. Should a conflict arise, being an innocent bystander would be most unfortunate. Do not attempt to intimidate me with lofty ideals." Li Chen's piercing gaze exuded wild defiance. "None present are fools. The law of the apocalypse is singular. The weak are prey to the strong." Li Chen's proclamation not only altered Secretary Chang's expression but also ignited fury among those who had been denied their applications. Before the apocalypse, all were well-fed, thus espousing the notion of equality, leading these inept individuals to believe they had a right to demand consideration. Iba, what are you even worth, with such resources at hand? You choose not to save lives but rather impose conditions. We all understand your motives, Secretary Chang. Do not give this sort of person any face. He truly believes himself invincible. The resources of the star-rated shelters should be distributed equitably. Why should only a select few enjoy them? Stubborn as a dead duck, Li, your good days are numbered. Countless lofty accusations were hurled, and the crowd was seething with rage. Li Chen regarded these vociferous incompetents with disdain. Coolly stating, "Am I your father? Do you need me to pamper your worthless selves? Each of you has hands and feet. With effort, you could trade crystal cores for resources, yet, you desire to reap without sowing. It is fortunate for you that before the apocalypse, you were recipients of welfare, otherwise, you would have perished long ago." In the 18th chapter, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, as Li Chen concluded his remarks. Several artificial soldiers raised their firearms. Suddenly, bang, a shot rang out, striking the loudest among them, leaving a dark hole in his forehead as he collapsed to the ground. A direct hit, he had no chance to become a zombie. "Ah, murder, it has nothing to do with me. I wasn't even shouting. If you are to kill, target Secretary Chang. What use is it to slay us defenseless civilians? You only bully the weak, even at this juncture." Some remained obstinate and refused to yield. Li Chen's lips curled into a menacing smile, radiating an aura of cold menace. Do not rush. Take your time, one by one. Wasn't Secretary Chang quite formidable? Why the silence now? Witnessing Li Chen commit murder instilled a deep fear in Secretary Chang. Her chest heaved as she struggled to contain her panic, having achieved her current status at such a young age. Many had already perished in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Secretary Chang had grown accustomed to wielding power and basking in glory. Rationality urged her to concede and bide her time for future considerations. Yet, having long been accustomed to maintaining her pride, she found herself unable to utter the words of submission. "If you have the guts, then shoot me. Do not toy with the lives of ordinary people." Furthermore, they were not mistaken. After Secretary Chang made her statement, she observed a chilling smile spread across Li Chen's face. Immediately, she sensed impending doom, but it was too late. Bang, bang, 2 shots rang out, hitting Secretary Chang in the calf. Instantly, the once aloof Ice Queen knelt before Li Chen. Standing before her, he aimed at her forehead. "Mr. Li, let me handle this," Yang Qingyi interjected, sensing that the tides of battle had turned. This was a rare opportunity. From Li Chen's demeanor, it was evident he was no ordinary high school student. He was decisive in his actions. If this could lead to an advantageous relationship, the benefits would be substantial. Li Chen raised his gaze. First glancing at Yang Wei, who instinctively recoiled, then his attention settled on Yang Qingyi. Amid Yang Qingyi's anxiousness, Li Chen slowly nodded. "Very well." Bang! Secretary Chang's eyes widened as she collapsed into a pool of blood. All present turned to Yang Qingyi in shock. Yang Wei trembled, nearly collapsing. Until now, Yang Qingyi had always worn a facade of politeness, courteous and gentlemanly. Yang Wei had never known his father possessed such a ruthless side. Lu and the others were equally taken aback. No one had anticipated Yang Qingyi's audacity. Secretary Chang had indeed intended to absorb the star-rated shelters, bringing with her an elite force of over 100. Upon witnessing Secretary Chang's fall, her entourage erupted in fury. What audacity, brothers, charge! With that command, the over 100 individuals accompanying Secretary Chang surged toward Li Chen. Bang, 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 the gunfire merged into a cacophony. 20 artificial soldiers, each a master marksman, held their ground against Secretary Chang's forces, ensuring they did not falter. Each shot rang out, claiming a life. In contrast, despite the numerical advantage, Secretary Chang's followers struggled with accuracy. Not only did they fail to hit Li Chen and his comrades, but their bullets also went awry, occasionally striking a few unfortunate souls. Help! Ah, why are you shooting me? Cries of anguish echoed through the crowd as blood pooled outside the electric fence, resembling a hellish nightmare. Captain, the star-rated shelter personnel seemed to possess sorcery. They could no longer contain their panic, exclaiming loudly. They had aimed precisely at an artificial soldier, yet somehow, just as they pulled the trigger, the target vanished from sight. It appeared as if they could teleport. Damn it, shut your mouths, all of you, charge forward. Secretary Chang must not die in vain. The leader, his face marred by a fierce demeanor, had lost all semblance of reason. However, with Secretary Chang dead, her entourage would not heed the orders of a mere squad leader. Fear is inherent in all. The star-rated shelter soldiers seemed to appear and vanish at will. No one knew who the next to fall would be. The once over 100 members of Secretary Chang's entourage dwindled to fewer than 30, and those remaining continued to retreat. At that moment, everyone truly comprehended that the star-rated shelter was an indomitable fortress. Yang Qingyi wore a smile on his face as he watched countless individuals collapse, lifeless, to the ground. This is the apocalypse, he thought. General Lu shook his head in lamentation. Order has disintegrated, the strong prey upon the weak. This is the true end of days. The remaining 30 souls could not endure for long. Even if they attempted to flee, could their 2 legs outrun a bullet? In no time, they were utterly annihilated. Li Chen coldly surveyed the pools of blood on the ground. Casting a glance around, he noted that the star-rated shelter was not something to be coveted lightly. This was the outcome. His words were directed at all the factions present. Li Chen had long anticipated that the abundant resources of the star-rated shelter would attract the attention of some unscrupulous individuals. Now, with Secretary Chang and others arriving, it was just in time. A demonstration for the onlookers. A warning for those with ulterior motives to reconsider. Those who had entertained nefarious thoughts now felt a cold sweat trickling down their backs. Thankfully, they had refrained from taking action. Otherwise, it would not have been Secretary Chang and his entourage who perished, but rather themselves. As the battle concluded, the management team, accompanied by the logistics group, expertly dealt with the aftermath. They first removed the corpses, tossing them into the river. The bodies, marked by gaping dark holes in their foreheads, were swiftly devoured by the mutated fish in the river, leaving only stark white bones to gradually sink. Following this, the logistics team sprayed a potion onto the ground. The pungent smell of blood began to dissipate, and the stains on the ground were effectively cleansed. Everything appeared as if nothing had ever transpired. Those present shivered once more. Please continue with the registration process as per application. The management stood behind a scanner, observing the survivors huddled in the corners, who gradually emerged in 2s and 3s. Ah, the youth is formidable. Yang Qingyi approached Li Chen, laughing heartily. Li Chen nodded slightly and glanced at Yang Wei. Thank you for your assistance just now, uncle. Even without Yang Qingyi's intervention, Li Chen would have taken Secretary Chang's life. However, since Yang Qingyi wished to make a good impression, Li Chen would not decline. The more friends, the more paths to tread. Not at all, Mr. Li. You flatter me. My son and Li are classmates. I never expected that at such a young age. Li would have achieved such greatness. Yang Qingyi beamed with flattery. Upon hearing this, the other old foxes wasted no time in gathering around, exclaiming, a hero emerges from the youth. Mr. Li's decisiveness in combat marks him as a significant figure. To be the commander of the shelter at such a young age makes me feel quite ashamed. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes, smoothly showering compliments without a hint of embarrassment. Moreover, in the eyes of General Lu and the others, the strength displayed by the star-rated shelter warranted such flattery. Chapter 19, Bartering Goods. Yang Wei stood behind Yang Qingyi with 2 other classmates, their faces filled with dismay. They were classmates of Li Chen and should have had the most to discuss. Yet now none dared to speak. Feeling dwarfed by Li Chen, they had once looked down upon him before the apocalypse. How had he become the commander of the shelter? This thought burned like fire in Yang Wei's heart. Surely, you all must be weary from waiting. Why not join me in the base for a tour? Li Chen, well aware of their intentions, casually extended an olive branch. Instantly, Yang Qingyi and the others' eyes lit up. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Li Chen led the way, followed by Yang Qingyi and his entourage, with 20 synthetic warriors bringing up the rear, although their dark gun barrels were aimed at the ground. Everyone present understood that should anyone dare to act recklessly, those guns could swiftly be trained on their foreheads. As the lift slowly descended, Li Chen guided the group to the 7th level. The residential area, Commander, you have returned. Residents passing by cast respectful glances at Li Chen. He nodded slightly, extending his hand to indicate to Yang Qingyi and the others, this is the living area of the shelter. Let's head to the dining hall for a conversation. Following in Li Chen's footsteps, Yang Qingyi and the others could hardly close their mouths in awe. The entire shelter was constructed from heavy metals. Yang Qingyi even attempted to knock on the wall, solid, even a cannon might struggle to make an impact. On their way to the dining hall, they passed a shaft filled with elevators, and the sheer depth of it left Yang Qingyi and his companions dumbstruck. A singular question echoed in their minds. How many levels does the star-rated shelter possess? Li Chen observed their reactions with satisfaction, calmly leading them to the cafeteria. This was precisely the effect he desired. Once seated in the cafeteria, Yang Qingyi and the others were once again taken aback. It was not mealtime, so the selection was limited. Please excuse the modest offerings. Li Chen smiled, snapping his fingers. Immediately, several individuals clad in white chef's attire entered. Bearing plates of food, there were fish and meat, but predominantly vegetables. They even served boiled cabbage, a dish typically reserved for royal chefs before the apocalypse, although Yang Qingyi and the others understood that Li Chen was showcasing his resources. They could not help but be astonished. The intricacies involved in preparing boiled cabbage were immense, requiring a substantial amount of vegetables to create just one bowl. General Lu smacked his lips in shock. What is the most precious commodity after the apocalypse? Food, and among food, vegetables are the most valuable. After all, meat can be preserved in strong freezing conditions, but vegetables cannot. They wilt within days. Yet, the human body requires vitamins and dietary fiber, which can only be obtained from vegetables. Thus, post-apocalypse vegetables have become a rare commodity, enjoyed by only a select few. And now Li Chen not only offered them vegetables but also extravagant boiled cabbage made from a considerable amount of ingredients. May I ask how many supplies the star-rated shelter possesses? Yang Qingyi finally could not contain himself. He thought of his own private base, where even the issue of water remained unresolved while Li Chen's group feasted on meats and vegetables. Li Chen replied generously, more than you can imagine. Indeed, the star-rated shelter possesses an abundance of supplies. However, to obtain them, one must exchange them for zombie energy cores. Should anyone harbor ulterior motives, well, Secretary Chang has provided an excellent example. Those present swallowed hard. This meal left everyone feeling uneasy. Once satiated, the servers brought tea. You all must have come for more than just a visit, correct? Li Chen was the first to broach the topic. Mr. Li is indeed a straightforward individual. Yang Qingyi laughed heartily. My son mentioned a high school classmate residing in the star-rated shelter. I was unable to rest easy, hence my visit. As he spoke, Yang Qingyi beckoned Yang Wei. Away, you were so eager to speak with Li Chen, yet now that you see him, why are you silent? Yang Wei's face darkened, but he had no choice but to obediently approach Li Chen. At that moment, he felt an inner turmoil. Li Chen cast a meaningful glance at Yang Wei but did not speak. Both of them understood their relationship before the apocalypse. It seemed that Yang Qingyi, the cunning fox, sought to leverage this connection for his own advantage. I have come to exchange some supplies with the star-rated shelter, General Lu stated candidly, though with slight embellishment. Initially he had no intention of trading but rather intended to assess the situation at the star-rated shelter. If the armament here were insufficient, a direct robbery would not be out of the question. However, after witnessing Li Chen's prowess, he had shifted to negotiation. Li Chen nodded. What do you wish to exchange? The star-rated shelter has no shortage of supplies, only in abundance. I wish to acquire some medicine. You are aware that in this apocalypse, medicine is a scarce commodity. A mere fever or minor ailment has become a disaster. After General Lu spoke, others chimed in with their desired exchanges. I would like some weapons, preferably long spears or large sabers. Indeed, I also need those, as firearms still require ammunition, which is difficult to procure. Cold weapons are more practical. After all, this is the apocalypse, and zombies are our common enemy. Surely Mr. Li will not make it difficult for us. The old foxes lamented their hardships while bestowing flattery upon Li Chen. Before the apocalypse, they had stockpiled plenty of food, so they were not lacking in sustenance. However, weapons and medicine were matters of life and death. Firearms had been banned before the apocalypse, and the firearms they currently possessed were makeshift hunting rifles. Suitable for wild boar but ineffective against zombies, their accuracy was insufficient, and their power inadequate. Zombies feel no pain. If a headshot is not achieved, it is akin to mere scratching. They lacked firearms, and cold weapons were scarce. After all, before the apocalypse, who would dare to purchase large quantities of sabers? That would land them in deep trouble. Moreover, medicine was also a rare commodity. They had indeed stockpiled some before the apocalypse, but it was also regulated, and they did not possess much. Upon hearing their demands, Li Chen smiled with satisfaction. Weapons? I have more than enough. Medicine is piled high. No problem. Li Chen crossed his hands. Rest assured, the star-rated shelter is well stocked. Whatever you wish for can be accommodated. General Lu's eyes brightened immediately. However, you must exchange something in return. What time is it? Money has become worthless paper. To obtain weapons and medicine, You must exchange for energy cores. Li Chen continued. Chapter 20. Trading scrap metal for energy cores. What exactly are energy cores? General Lu furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Yes, what purpose do energy cores serve? I have quite a few items to exchange. Where will I procure such energy cores? Could food suffice as currency? I simply do not possess any energy cores. A barrage of questions ensued. Li Chen, witnessing their reactions, smiled slightly. Just then, the cafeteria door swung open. Immediately, a mountain of food was revealed inside: rice, flour, vegetables, meat, and fish, everything one could desire. This was merely the temporary storage area of the 7th floor cafeteria. Li Chen smirked slyly. Do you all think I lack food? Instantly, those present were taken aback, their mouths agape. Everyone knew that the items placed in the back kitchen were merely to avoid the inconvenience of transportation. They hardly constituted a warehouse. To think that a single floor of a cafeteria could house such an abundance of food. Alright, everyone, let us not haggle first, come and see the goods, then decide, shall we? Li Chen remarked. Rising to his feet, he proceeded to the weapon storage area. The lights flickered on automatically, revealing walls of steel adorned with an array of dazzling equipment. There were grenades, RPGs, rifles, and even electromagnetic cannons. Lu the chief and others stood wide-eyed. This was likely more weaponry than one would find in an armory. Moreover, the variety was astounding, with many being cutting-edge foreign weapons. Just gazing at them was awe-inspiring. Lu couldn't help but reach out to touch them, tears welling at the corners of his mouth. What do you think? Do you desire any of these? Li Chen asked with a smile. His seemingly unremarkable statement nearly sent those present into a frenzy. It was not merely a desire, their hearts raced at the thought. After all, they were currently armed with crude hunting rifles, and most of their armaments were merely kitchen knives, yet here was Li Chen with a veritable armory at his disposal. Could I possibly try one out first? Yang Qingyi inquired. Li Chen nodded slightly, allowing everyone to select their preferred weapons before leading them to the first floor, the military training facility. Here, in addition to shooting targets and earmuffs, were wooden dummies for training with melee weapons. Li Chen observed that Yang Qingyi and the others had chosen the latest rifles, while Lu the chief had opted for a long spear and a broadsword. Clearly enamored with melee weaponry, bang, bang, Yang Qingyi and the others immediately began practicing with their firearms, while Lu wielded his cold weapons against the wooden dummies. With a flash of steel, the dummy was cleaved cleanly in two. What a magnificent blade! Lu marveled at the broadsword in his hand, caressing it lovingly. Yet he was no fool. While guns were excellent, they required ammunition. A few for self-defense would suffice. In the pre-apocalypse era, due to gun restrictions, few of Lu's subordinates were proficient with firearms. Cold weapons proved far more practical. Once everyone had enthusiastically tested their weapons, they gathered together. This is fantastic. With these, slaying zombies will be as easy as slicing through watermelons. Old Lu, why are you wielding a melee weapon? Do you intend to engage in hand-to-hand combat with zombies? You should try this AK-103, it's the latest from Bear Country. Get lost, you know nothing. My M416 is far superior. Li Chen watched the excited expressions of the crowd and nodded slightly. Before the apocalypse arrived, Noah had already breached the weapon caches of various nations and had commenced mass production from the weapon manufacturing base. In a remarkably short time, they had filled the warehouse to the brim, nearly overflowing. These weapons represented the pinnacle of human might at present, yet in Li Chen's eyes, they were inconsequential, as long as the upgrades continued. The weapon manufacturing base could produce weaponry of a first-level civilization. By then, the weapons currently in hand would be nothing more than scrap metal, better sold to others for profit while clearing out inventory. Are you all satisfied with these weapons? Li Chen inquired with a smile. Satisfied? More than satisfied. However, this price. The old foxes exchanged glances, gauging Li Chen's expression. If they could obtain these firearms, the security of their sanctuary would be vastly enhanced. They could even send people out to scavenge for supplies. Their only fear was that Li Chen might raise the price. Since Yang Wei is my classmate, I naturally would not shortchange you. Yang Zong. Li Chen replied with a smile. An AK-103 costs only 50 energy cores, a grenade 1 energy core each, and ammunition 1 energy core per box. As for cold weapons, 10 energy cores each. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingyi's face flushed with excitement as he repeatedly patted Yang Wei on the shoulder. He knew that the current zombies were not particularly strong. With a bit of courage, one could slay them even with a kitchen knife. In Yang Qingyi's eyes, the price was remarkably low. Noticing the other's unease, one asked, Mr. Li, is this discount exclusive to the Yang family? Li Chen feigned a troubled expression. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed the room, making a determined decision. Since we have met, let it be known, all present will receive the same price as the Yang family. After making this declaration, Li Chen deliberately ground his teeth together, causing a wave of jubilation to sweep through the crowd. Whether it was Li Chen's demeanor or the allure of the new rifles, they felt they had struck a monumental bargain. However, I currently have no energy cores on hand. Mr. Li, could we perhaps sign a contract? I will return immediately to gather energy cores and come back to exchange. Lu the chief said slightly anxiously. He feared that the moment he turned his back, Li Chen would regret it and raise the prices. Li Chen regarded the old foxes, initially shaking his head. Instantly everyone's hearts sank. Then, deliberately toying with their anticipation, he languidly said, "A contract? In this apocalypse, what binding force does a contract hold? Rest assured, you can take the weapons back first. Once you've hunted for energy cores, you can pay me slowly." At these words, the entire room erupted with joy. "Really?" Li Chen replied nonchalantly. "Of course, consider it a gesture of friendship." In an instant, the old foxes were overjoyed. They had not anticipated that Li Chen would extend credit to them. "Mr. Li, your magnanimity is truly commendable. We are in your debt," they exclaimed. "Rest assured, once we return, we will organize personnel to eliminate the zombies without leaving a trace. Whatever energy cores we desire will be ours." The old foxes promptly pledged their commitment. Naturally, whether they could fulfill their promises was another matter. For now, they sought to express their gratitude after having secured such a deal. "All right, everyone, let us tally up. I'll have someone prepare your requests." Li Chen smiled slightly. He was no naive youth, and thus he would not trust everything that was said. "I would like 200 AK-103s and 600 boxes of ammunition. I want 120 broadswords and 40 M416s. Although the old foxes yearned for weaponry, they were also well aware of their limits. The numbers they reported were just right, never exceeding what was reasonable. After everyone had finished, they glanced at Li Chen's empty hands, uncertain. "Mr. Li, aren't you going to take notes?" Li Chen shook his head, saying, "Noah, have you recorded this?" Noah's voice rang out, "Already recorded. Lu needs 120 M416s and 300 boxes of ammunition. Yang Qingyi requires 200 AK-103s and 600 boxes of ammunition. Zhao Feilong needs 120 broadswords." Li Chen continued amid the astonished gazes of those present. "Pass this on to the logistics team. Pack it up immediately." "Understood," Noah replied promptly. Lu, the chief, was left agape. Finally uttering artificial intelligence, Li Chen nodded, unfazed, and said, "Let us go to. I remember you were also interested in medicine, right?" Yes. Lu and the others followed closely behind Li Chen, their excitement palpable. The star-rated sanctuary was indeed extravagantly wealthy. Not only were the supplies abundant, but they were also willing to extend credit. After receiving their weapons, they were now also extending credit for medicines. Lu gazed at Li Chen's retreating figure, a question surfacing in his mind. Did Li Chen not fear they might default? Yet, before he could dwell on it, he answered himself, would they dare? The star-rated sanctuary not only possessed a plethora of weapons but also elite combatants. Such combat prowess would make it an understatement to say they could sweep through Donghai City. Moreover, they would need to exchange for more supplies from Li Chen in the future: bullets, medicines, food. They were fundamentally reliant on Li Chen. Anyone who dared to default would surely face the wrath of the others. The medicine storage was located on other floors. They took the elevator to the storage room. The lights flickered on, revealing a two-level storage area. The outer section housed medications available on the market, ranging from cold medicine to anesthetics. It was all there. The inner section was a cold storage unit containing rare medicines. My heavens, Lu could not help but exclaim. This was not even the entirety of the star-rated sanctuary's storage. As they arrived, Lu and the others had noticed countless identical doors. Simply opening one would reveal mountains of supplies within. Lu immediately ordered 20 boxes each of cold medicine and fever reducers, and 50 boxes of antibiotics. As for everything else, he contemplated what he desired but quickly closed his mouth upon realizing he would need energy cores to exchange for them. The prices for medicines far exceeded those of firearms. After all, people could fall ill in an apocalyptic environment, while one could use a kitchen knife in place of a gun. Without medicine, one would simply await death. When everyone emerged from the storage area, the logistics team had already packed their requested supplies into boxes, neatly arranged on the platform. Once the platform rose, Yang Qingyi and the others could simply take the boxes with them. Safe travels, everyone. I'll be awaiting your good news, Li Chen said with a knowing smile. Immediately, Yang Qingyi and the others patted their chests in assurance. Fear not, as soon as I hunt down some zombies and gather supplies, I'll bring them to you first. Mr. Li will be sure to bring you good news. Just as everyone was about to board their vehicle and depart, two classmates following Yang Wei suddenly spoke up. Li Chen, I want to stay here. Is that alright? The speaker was a boy with a face full of acne. Previously he was the most loyal lackey by Yang Wei's side. The words spoken by Youth Pimple were uttered only after mustering considerable courage. As the final syllable fell, another girl gazed expectantly at Li Chen. They had all witnessed the conditions of the Stargrade Sanctuary. Abundant resources and formidable power made residing there akin to stepping into paradise. Yang Wei's expression shifted dramatically, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Overwhelmed by disgust, these two truly were ungrateful wretches. Were it not for his kindness in offering shelter, they would likely be digesting in the belly of that zombie by now. Had they been in his own sanctuary, Yang Wei would have erupted in fury. Yet, in the Stargrade Sanctuary, on someone else's turf, he had to maintain his image and could only respond to Li Chen with a grimace. Indeed. Perhaps we should let them stay. After all, we are all classmates and should help one another. Li Chen's gaze swept past Yang Wei, finally landing on Youth Pimple, the corners of his lips curling slightly. These two were quite amusing, thinking they could simply collect scraps and accept anyone. Of course, you can stay, he replied, but you must submit an application. Only those who meet the criteria will be allowed to remain. If your application is denied, there is nothing I can do. After all, managing such a large sanctuary, I cannot show favoritism. Upon hearing these words, Youth Pimple's face changed dramatically. How absurd, if he could secure approval. Why would he be groveling for it now? Youth Pimple contemplated how he was a classmate of Li Chen's. Perhaps he could leverage this connection to receive special treatment. With that relationship, wouldn't he be able to strut around the Stargrade Sanctuary? However, Li Chen's remarks shattered his hopes. Youth Pimple's face flushed crimson as he retorted, the conditions for the Stargrade Sanctuary are so stringent. How many people can even get through? Li Chen smiled and called upon Noah. How many residents are currently in the sanctuary? Reporting to the commander, there are a total of 54,106 survivors registered, came Noah's mechanical voice. Li Chen shrugged at Youth Pimple. Did you hear that? At least over 50,000 people meet the criteria, though Li Chen did not explicitly state it. His eyes conveyed the message. The Stargrade Sanctuary does not accept the worthless. Youth Pimple was on the verge of madness with indignation but managed to restrain himself. Recalling Li Chen's previous cold-hearted demeanor, observing this, Yang Wei quickly intervened. It's all right. With such a vast base, it's only natural to set certain criteria. You two should come back with me, after all. We have acquired weapons and can protect ourselves now. His words provided an escape route for Youth Pimple and the other girl, who immediately responded with veiled sarcasm. Brother Wei is indeed loyal. Unlike certain individuals, I knew I didn't misjudge him. Without Brother Wei, we would still be out there battling zombies. That was just a moment of impulse. These words grated on Yang Wei's ears, causing him to frown in distaste, as if a toad had crawled upon his foot, yet he displayed no outward reaction, merely positioning himself at the end of the line with his two classmates. Well then, we shall take our leave, Yang Qingyi announced, waving to Li Chen from the platform as he led his group, laden with supplies, to the off-road vehicle. Only then did Youth Pimple and the other girl unleash their frustrations, venting the thoughts they had suppressed moments earlier. Li Chen is truly despicable. Now that he's successful, he looks down on others. Indeed, just look at his smug demeanor. I'm curious to see how he fares in this apocalypse without the support of his old classmates. Chapter 22. Establishing a resident database. Yang Wei sat with the two classmates, listening to their words with a growing sense of distaste. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he could see that Li Chen was no longer the same. Adults only care about interests. It is children who cling to friendships. Given the Stargrade Sanctuary's might and resources, it was only natural for others to curry favor with Li Chen. He had no need for these so-called old classmates. Meanwhile, Yang Qingyi sat in another vehicle, casually instructing his bodyguard find an opportunity to eliminate Wei's two classmates. Upon exiting, Yang Qingyi noticed Li Chen's icy expression and immediately realized these two had displeased him. There were many future endeavors that would rely on the Stargrade Sanctuary. It was evidently unwise to offend Commander Li Chen for the sake of two useless individuals. Moreover, these two were ingrate wolves. Yang Wei had taken them in out of kindness. Yet they brazenly sought to leap to the Stargrade Sanctuary in front of him. If they remained, who could guarantee they wouldn't stab their benefactor in the back one day? The bodyguard promptly replied. Understood. The population of Donghai City was substantial. Despite various natural disasters and the scourge of the virus, many had survived. The population of the Stargrade Sanctuary began to soar exponentially. Noah soon issued an alert, reporting to the commander. The current population capacity of the Stargrade Sanctuary has reached its limit. Li Chen wrapped his fingers on the table. Since the last exhibition of the sanctuary's might, word had spread. It had undoubtedly become a veritable paradise in the eyes of many survivors. Each time the combat teams undertook missions, they often returned with a significant number of new residents. On one occasion, they even brought back 20,000 people in a single day. The residential areas from the 7th to the 20th floor were nearing full capacity, and personnel had been efficiently assigned to various positions. How many residents are currently in the sanctuary? Li Chen inquired. The total number of residents in the sanctuary is 110,226, with room for an additional 2,000 in the residential area, Noah promptly replied. While over 100,000 individuals seemed impressive, it paled in comparison to Donghai City's pre-apocalypse population of 12 million. It was but a drop in the ocean. According to Noah's estimates, there were still at least 3 million survivors in Donghai City. Those eligible for the Stargrade Sanctuary constituted only a fraction. Outside, people continued to wander aimlessly, enduring a meager existence filled with intermittent hunger, willing to betray their own kin for a morsel of food. In stark contrast, the Stargrade Sanctuary offered work, sustenance, and safety. Residents enjoyed their days at work, returning to hot meals, warm showers, and time to unwind with entertainment before sleep. Truly a haven in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, the criteria set by Li Chen were not simple. Anyone who qualified to reside in the Stargrade Sanctuary attracted envious glances. Li Chen scrutinized the data on the screen and declared, Noah, draft a recent development plan. In the command center, one could clearly view all the data concerning the Stargrade Sanctuary. The weapon production facility was continuously operational, supplying those arriving for exchanges at a relatively balanced rate. However, the vegetable cultivation center and livestock farm faced an oversupply. The sanctuary's production capacity was astonishingly high. With just over 100,000 mouths to feed, they could hardly consume the daily output of vegetables and meat. Other sanctuaries had stockpiled substantial quantities of food prior to the apocalypse, resulting in a lack of demand for food exchanges. First, I suggest the commander establish a food processing factory to thoroughly process the surplus food to prevent waste. Second, I recommend the commander create detailed resident profiles to gain clearer insight into each individual's characteristics and traits. Noah's voice resonated. A smile crept onto Li Chen's lips. In reality, the detailed resident profiles Noah referred to were akin to the big data of acne marks from the pre-apocalypse era, having a grasp of a person's family background, personality and preferences would greatly facilitate many arrangements within the base. The foremost task would be establishing a resident combat team. Li Chen desired to rapidly expand the number of artificial warriors to millions. But unfortunately, the sanctuary's current level only allowed for 6,000 artificial warriors. Defending the entire Stargrade Sanctuary with merely 6,000 individuals proved somewhat challenging. Therefore, it was essential to select a portion of the residents to form a combat team, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of their missions. Typically, combat teams should comprise individuals with a strong sense of responsibility and familial duty. This way, sensitive information would be less likely to leak during missions, and the risk of betrayal would be minimized. The personalities of the combat team members were also crucial. Some tended to be impulsive, while others were more composed or timid. By acquiring this information, Noah could swiftly devise the optimal deployment strategy, placing calm individuals in leadership roles while assigning the more impulsive ones as frontline attackers. Furthermore, other jobs within the Stargrade Sanctuary required individuals with varying skill sets. Some needed meticulous attention, while others merely required brute strength. Once detailed resident profiles were established, efficiency would increase tenfold. Of course, the utmost priority remained the safety of the sanctuary. With over 100,000 residents, it was inevitable that some external influences would infiltrate. If they could monitor private discussions and sentiments, they could eliminate potential instability. With these thoughts in mind, Li Chen rose. He would delegate the construction of the processing factory to the management team. As for the detailed profiles, they would commence immediately, with progress reports to be delivered to him at all times. Noah promptly replied, understood. The workday had ended, and Li Chen instructed to have him wait in the living area for a stroll. With that, he took the exclusive elevator, departing from the command center. At 5 in the afternoon, the Stargrade Sanctuary operated on a schedule reminiscent of pre-apocalypse public service. Groups of people concluded their day's labor, taking the elevator from the shaft to the residential areas on the 7th to 20th floors. I'm so tired. I need to go wash up with some hot water. I'm drenched in sweat. You're so dramatic. Before the apocalypse, you worked 996 every day, and I never heard you complain about being tired. After merely 8 hours of work, you find yourself fatigued. Can it truly be compared? I am engaged in physical labor. Never mind, I shall first indulge in a bowl of noodles. I am absolutely famished. It feels as though the apocalypse has yet to arrive. Life now seems scarcely different from what it was before the end. I owe my gratitude to Mr. Li. Were it not for his establishment of the star-rated shelter, I might still be wandering aimlessly outside. Despite a full day of work, every face radiates with joy. As we reach the entrance of our quarters, everyone disperses. Some retreat to rest, while others, eager for nourishment, make a beeline for the dining hall. Chapter 23, Winning Hearts. At this moment, Li Chen arrived at the 7th floor residential area. The management had already assembled a squad of artificial warriors, creating quite a spectacle that naturally drew the attention of the crowd. Who is that person, bringing such a legion of warriors? Have you not seen the forum? That is Mr. Li, the commander of the star-rated shelter. Li appears to be no older than 17 or 18, perhaps a high school student. Regardless, even if he were merely a student, I would gladly pursue him. I would not mind if an understanding sister were to join me in serving. Mr. Li, the rank of commander is of little consequence. What matters is my preference for youth. To be frank, Mr. Li's appearance far surpasses that of those youthful men from before the apocalypse. I wonder who was fortunate enough to capture his attention. As those preparing to dine gathered, they began to chatter excitedly. Most had only seen Li Chen's image on the forum, and encountering him in person was utterly breathtaking. Li Chen exuded an aura of authority. When he was not smiling, his gaze sent shivers down the spine of those he looked upon. Within the star-rated shelter, there exists a considerable number of unmarried young women. At this moment, they gazed at Li Chen, their hearts racing, casting shy glances in his direction. Good day, Commander. Mr. Li, as Li Chen strode forward. Everyone, regardless of their previous activities, stood to greet him. They were filled with gratitude for this young man. Hello, please do sit down. There is no need for formality. Li Chen nodded slightly and then turned. Smiling gently, everyone has been at the star-rated shelter for some time now, but if there are any insights regarding life or work, please feel free to share them for our improvement while I am away. You may voice your suggestions to the management. This will help our star-rated shelter to flourish. Li Chen's words took the crowd by surprise. Many waved their hands in protest. Not at all, the star-rated shelter is already quite excellent. Without Mr. Li's acceptance, I would likely be in the belly of a zombie by now. I have found my sense of self-worth here. Without Mr. Li, I might have drifted aimlessly through life. The residents expressed their sincere sentiments. Devoid of flattery, after all, the institution of the star-rated shelter was largely outlined by Li Chen, with Noah refining the details, resulting in a remarkably humane environment. In the star-rated shelter, not only were they well-fed and clothed, but the work intensity was even lower than that of the pre-apocalypse. Each individual engaged in work they excelled at and enjoyed. Many residents contemplated that if the day ever came when the apocalypse ended, they would wish to cling stubbornly to this place. It is wonderful that everyone enjoys the star-rated shelter. Henceforth, any issues can be communicated to the management team. The star-rated shelter is certainly not a dictatorship. Residents can apply, demonstrating their talents as the future of Chinese civilization. Indeed, humanity relies on our collective efforts to sustain it. Li Chen spoke with calmness and poise, akin to a gentle spring breeze that caresses the hearts of all. Those who had been restless found themselves miraculously quieted. Please notify the kitchen to add an extra serving of chicken soup for everyone today. Also, prepare my dinner. Li Chen said nonchalantly. The management promptly complied, and many cheered. Although the meals at the star-rated shelter were inexpensive, they still required points for exchange. Many residents, aiming to save, opted for the most basic meals, which did not include soup. With Li Chen's arrival, providing chicken soup for everyone, spirits soared. Some recognized that Li Chen's actions were a means of winning hearts, but understanding the rationale was one thing. They still appreciated it greatly. To further connect with the residents, Li Chen himself chose a simple meal, a modest portion of rice, a plate of vegetables, and a serving of braised pork ribs. This instantly bridged the gap between him and the others. As Li Chen displayed no airs, whoever spoke with him found him attentive and engaged, swiftly fostering a sense of closeness among the residents of the shelter. Mr. Li, to speak candidly, while our lives here are indeed better than outside, the points we earn are woefully insufficient. Yes, the points we accumulate barely cover our daily sustenance. Should someone fall ill, it would be quite burdensome. If given the chance, I too would relish the experience of a private room and indulge in finer foods. However, the meager earnings barely suffice for my family's meals, leaving no room for extravagance. I wonder if there are alternative avenues for earning points besides work. My wife possesses no special skills and remains in our room all day. Alas, the pressure is immense. Upon hearing these concerns, Li Chen grasped their meaning. Indeed, the number of job opportunities within the shelter was still insufficient. With a population of 110,000, there were only 30,000 technical positions available. The remaining 80,000 could not all be allocated to service roles, could they? Excluding the elderly and children, many had joined the shelter through supplementary quotas, lacking any specialized skills. Naturally, they spent their days confined to their quarters, which represented a significant waste. Li Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. Rest assured, I will address this issue. We will soon establish a processed food factory. Those interested may register over there. The task hall will gradually open, providing numerous tasks to undertake. Additionally, a portion of residents will be recruited into the combat group, allowing them to venture out to hunt zombies and exchange crystal cores for points. Li Chen's words ignited excitement among all present. They felt a renewed sense of hope for their future. Within the shelter, a considerable number of individuals were responsible for supporting families, be it wives and children or elderly parents. If avenues for earning points expanded, the pressure would significantly lessen. I wonder what the requirements for joining the processed food factory are. Oh, my wife is exceptionally diligent. I wonder if she would qualify. The combat group? Wow, that sounds impressive. I wonder if I am eligible to join. What kind of tasks will the task hall offer? Mr. Li, would it be possible for you to share a bit more? In response to these inquiries, Li Chen patiently provided answers. Regarding the factory, we are currently recruiting 3,000 individuals. More factories for cosmetics, daily necessities, and clothing will be established in due course. Seniors and women will be prioritized. Upon hearing that the processed food factory was only hiring 3,000 people, disappointment swept through the crowd. Yet, they felt reassured that more factories would open in the future, ensuring employment opportunities for all. The most exhilarated were the elderly and women. Chapter 24. Establishing the care center. Some individuals brought their parents into the shelter, most of whom were in their 50s or 60s, not too young, yet not too old. They could not manage heavy labor, but if they could enter the factory, it would be relatively safe and allow them to earn additional points. We women can work too. Long live Mr. Li. I will return shortly to share this news with my parents. This announcement undoubtedly served as a tremendous boost to the residents' morale. The elderly and women at home would no longer need to risk venturing outside, while the men joining the combat group could do so without concern for their families. Even if they encountered danger outside, their loved ones could continue earning points in the shelter's factory. Next, regarding the residents' combat group, Li Chen smiled gently and continued to explain, unlike the shelter's own combat group, the residents' combat group focuses on resource collection. Think of it as the star-rated shelter's second line of defense. The crystal cores collected during tasks do not need to be surrendered and can be exchanged for points. Upon hearing this, some robust men grew enthusiastic. The residents' combat group, though seemingly perilous, was not overly dangerous. Moreover, the fact that the crystal cores collected could be kept meant an additional source of income. However, Mr. Li, I have a question. A woman raised her hand. She was clad in a training outfit, her physique taut with muscle. It was evident she was quite strong. Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a formidable woman in the shelter. It is well known that women naturally possess a higher body fat percentage than men. Achieving such impressive musculature requires significantly more effort. However, Li Chen did not linger on her appearance but casually inquired, "What is your question?" "My name is Su Ruoshi. I previously served in a special forces unit and should meet the criteria for the residents' combat group. However, my mother is blind. Until now, my father has taken care of her, but he sadly passed away during the outbreak of the virus, leaving just my mother and me to escape. If I join the residents' combat group and go on missions, could someone assist in caring for my mother?" As Su Ruoshi's words fell, the crowd noticed an elderly woman sitting beside her, approximately 60 years old, with graying hair and a blind man's cane. The elder reached out to gently touch Su Ruoshi's shoulder. Emotionally, she said, "Ruoshi, you need not worry about me." The elderly man was acutely aware that he had become a burden to his daughter. "Mother, please refrain from saying such things. Father entrusted me with the responsibility of taking good care of you." Su Ruoshi grasped the old man's hand and shook her head gently. This matter piqued the interest of many, who eagerly awaited Li Chen's response. Every individual has parents and children. The young ones can seek refuge in schools designated for their safety, yet those elderly individuals who cannot care for themselves present a dilemma. While the younger generation strives to work and provide, they cannot help but worry about their families. This is a time of apocalypse. If left outside, survivors would undoubtedly face no such issues, for the harshness of survival renders both the elderly and children unable to endure. However, the star-rated refuge is a different story. Li Chen, who considers himself no savior, nevertheless recognizes the inherent goodness in humanity. In an environment as dire as the apocalypse, those willing to care for the elderly and children must possess a pure nature. Rest assured, the refuge will not only establish schools for minors but also create care centers, employing the most professional caregivers for their rehabilitation. While you are out on missions or training, you only need to pay a certain number of points to ensure your family members receive comprehensive care at the center. Upon your return, you can take them back home. Furthermore, the salaries of the resident combat teams guarantee a minimum of 6,000 points per month, with additional commissions based on the difficulty of tasks. After Li Chen completed his statement, tears streamed down the faces of the elderly present. In the brutal apocalypse, countless individuals have abandoned their aging parents for selfish reasons, even those with a sense of conscience, unwilling to abandon their kin, are often coerced into making such choices under various pressures. And now, however, the care center at the star-rated refuge has provided the elderly with a lifeline. Others present were equally moved. Li Chen's initiative assured them that as long as they worked diligently within the refuge, even in their old age, they would have support and care. "This is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Li. I will enlist in the resident combat team and dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the star-rated refuge." Su Ruoshi exclaimed with a bright smile. Li Chen proposed 3 initiatives, and while his explanation remains somewhat vague, further details would be refined in due course. After this dinner, the residents of the refuge felt a profound sense of security, knowing that the star-rated refuge was remarkably humane. From 3-year-old children to 80-year-old elders, everyone had a place. Most importantly, each person would have stable employment to earn points. Returning to the command center, Li Chen tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Noah, retrieve Su Ruoshi's personal profile and personality palette. Data retrieval in progress." Su Ruoshi, a female, 29 years old, a local from Donghai City, enlisted at 17 through high school recruitment, specially recruited into the Lone Wolf Special Forces at 18. Awarded first-class merit 6 times, second-class merit twice, and third-class merit 11 times. Retired at 28 due to psychological trauma. She is calm, holds herself to high standards, and is very filial. 6 first-class merits. What does that signify? A third-class merit requires hard work. A second-class merit demands blood and sweat, while a first-class merit is earned at the cost of one's life. It can be said that these accolades were hard-won by Su Ruoshi through countless brushes with death. Li Chen gazed in astonishment at Su Ruoshi's photograph, scarcely believing that such achievements could be attained by a woman. For Li Chen, someone like Su Ruoshi was the ideal candidate for the resident combat team, capable and compassionate. Yet, what did the record mean by psychological trauma? Noah, investigate the cause of Su Ruoshi's psychological trauma at the age of 28, Li Chen instructed promptly. However, the omnipotent Noah had no answers this time. Report to the commander. Currently, the only information available is that Su Ruoshi sought psychological counseling following a Red Sea mission before subsequently retiring. There are no further details. Noah's response once again surprised Li Chen. However, he quickly grasped the underlying reasoning. Psychological counseling is strictly confidential. Moreover, given Tsuruoshi's exceptional talent, confidentiality was paramount. There were no recordings or documentation of the consultations, so Noah could not access that information. As for the nature of the trauma, as long as it did not impede her duties, Li Chen was not one to indulge in gossip. He promptly arranged for a significant talent residence for Tsuruoshi and her mother, stating, "Notify the management team to expedite the establishment of the care center and ensure Tsuruoshi's mother is properly accommodated. Additionally, I need Tsuruoshi to be a focal observation subject. I require daily reports on her meals, conversations, and activities." Understood, Noah replied succinctly. Chapter 25. Three cobblers cannot match Zhuge. The so-called significant talent residence is specially reserved, typically comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, or even 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. After all, significant talents deserve special treatment. Given Tsuruoshi's credentials and character, she is worthy of substantial responsibilities. Li Chen intended to cultivate her as the leader of the resident combat team following the command. The management team acted swiftly, quickly retrieving 90 qualified personnel from the resident registration files to join the care center. There were caregivers, nutritionists, and rehabilitation specialists. Organized in teams of 3.2 modes were available, a 1:3 ratio for those with basic self-care abilities, and a 3:1 ratio for individuals who were completely incapable of self-care. Naturally, the pricing would vary accordingly. Not only could the families of the resident combat team be admitted, but also those of individuals working in other positions. After Tsuruoshi returned to her room with her mother, she received a message on her smart wristband. "Dear Miss Su, congratulations, your application for the resident combat team has been approved. Please report to the training ground on the 1st floor by noon tomorrow. Bringing your smart wristband." Additionally, your resident level has been upgraded to B, and a 2-bedroom apartment has been arranged for you, located in the 16th floor residential area. You may enter directly using your smart wristband. We hope you can quickly acclimate to your new role. Upon reading this message, Tsuruoshi was momentarily taken aback. Ordinary residents of the refuge only knew of 3 types of accommodations: single rooms, double rooms, and shared rooms. Tsuruoshi had previously observed that the sizes were all the same. To learn that a 2-bedroom apartment was available, and that it had been directly assigned to her, was a surprise. The image of Li Chen involuntarily surfaced in Tsuruoshi's mind, filling her with gratitude. Yet, her joy was short-lived as a troubling thought crossed her mind. Although the room had become larger, her mother was blind. What would happen to her mother while Tsuruoshi was training during the day? Just as Tsuruoshi was lost in concern, a notification popped up. "Notice: the care center has been established. Click to view details." Eagerly, Tsuruoshi clicked on the notification and, upon seeing the staffing ratios, let out a sigh of relief. The care center was staffed almost as though it were a 5-star nursing home prior to the apocalypse. Perhaps even better now. Tsuruoshi felt reassured. She began to pack her few belongings, taking her mother's hand and saying, "Mother, let us move to a new place." "Ruoshi, what is it?" The elderly woman's world was shrouded in darkness. Leaving her unaware of what was happening, she could only anxiously grasp her daughter's hand. "I've been selected for the resident combat team. Mr. Lee has arranged a better room for us," Tsuruoshi comforted her. Instantly, tears streamed down the elderly woman's cheeks. She gently patted Tsuruoshi's hand and advised, "Mr. Lee has been so kind to us. You must work hard and never let him down." "Rest assured, Mother," Tsuruoshi replied with a smile. After arranging matters for Tsuruoshi, Li Chen began his inspection. Recently, many new positions had been established, and he decided to tour the newly set up areas within the prepared food processing plant. Finally, he arrived at the research center on the 21st floor. The star-rated refuge spans the 21st to the 30th floors, all designated as research centers, but currently only the 21st floor was in use. The head of the center was Dr. Yang. As a senior academician, Dr. Yang surpassed others in both experience and knowledge, with research achievements far exceeding those of his peers. Since rescuing Dr. Yang, Li Chen had already appointed him as the head of the 21st floor research center. When Li Chen arrived, Dr. Yang had just completed a series of experiments and approached with Ningjing. "Commander," Dr. Yang nodded slightly. "Individuals engaged in research typically possess lower emotional intelligence and may not excel in flattery." So Li Chen did not mind. He simply nodded and inquired, "How is the research progressing?" Dr. Yang immediately stood upright and spoke confidently, "We are currently engaged in 2 major projects. One is the study of the zombie virus, and the other is the energy forms of crystal nuclei. Each major project is further divided into several smaller projects. There are 18 personnel working on the zombie virus research and 12 on the crystal nucleus study. The zombie virus project has already shown preliminary results." These 2 directions were suggested by Li Chen when Dr. Yang first joined the research center. The total number of researchers in the refuge is not large. But in high-tech fields, it is not merely about numbers, it is about talent. It can be said that 1,000 ordinary individuals working day and night on research cannot compare to a single genius having a moment of inspiration. Of course, this analogy is not entirely accurate, as in the field of research, 3 cobblers will never match Zhuge Liang. Aside from a slight advantage in stacking, they cannot compete in any other aspect. As a top-tier research talent, Dr. Yang is undoubtedly deserving of the title genius. Most researchers in the institute are Dr. Yang's prot.gs, all of whom have been meticulously chosen to be under his wing. In this regard, Li Chen has no doubts about the personnel allocation. However, there seems to be an issue with this staffing ratio. Currently, the primary focus lies in the research of crystal nuclei. Once their energy forms are understood, the next step will be their application to it. Is hoped that results will emerge swiftly in this area. Li Chen nodded slightly, pointing out the deficiencies within. The study of the zombie virus is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day. With the experience from a past life, Li Chen is acutely aware that the zombie virus is likely to mutate further, and even more terrifying entities may emerge. There is an urgent need to develop the application of the crystal nuclei in order to preserve human strength to the greatest extent possible. Darth Yang, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement, expressing some difficulty. Understood, but our current understanding of the crystal nuclei is exceedingly limited, and progress is painfully slow. The zombie virus can be compared to the characteristics of other viruses. However, the crystal nuclei are unprecedented, rendering our research feel rather aimless. Li Chen smiled gently, offering a subtle hint to Dr. Yang. Perhaps the energy within the crystal nuclei cannot be converted using the energy forms we are accustomed to. Imagine how the crystal nuclei deliver and store energy within the zombie's brain. It may require a biological perspective to elucidate. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yang experienced a moment of clarity. He immediately set aside his conversation with Li Chen and hastily grabbed paper and pen to jot down notes. I understand, Dr. Yang exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He promptly called for Ning Jing and others, urging them to commence experiments at once. Li Chen, far from being irritated, felt a sense of gratification as he observed Dr. Yang's busy figure. Truly, he is a top-tier scientific talent. He grasps concepts with remarkable speed. In his previous life, the brief statements made by Li Chen were the culmination of countless scientists' sweat and toil. Li Chen subtly acknowledged this, and to his surprise, Dr. Yang immediately grasped the idea. With Li Chen's reminder, it is likely that research results on the crystal nuclei will be unveiled ahead of schedule. Chapter 26, Attribute Panel. The following morning at 7 o'clock, the training ground on the first floor was already filled to capacity. These individuals had all passed the assessments for the resident combat group and were there to register. The assessment included physical fitness, combat skills, and firearm usage. Only those who succeeded in all areas could obtain qualification. Scanning the crowd, there were approximately 10,000 individuals, all wearing expressions of exuberance. Joining the resident combat group held great significance for them. Nearly all the males from the star-level shelter had submitted applications, yet only this contingent of 10,000 remained, indicating their exceptional capabilities. Furthermore, the points awarded in the resident combat group were notably high, reaching up to 6,000 in a month, alongside various subsidies and commissions. Who wouldn't be tempted by such prospects? As Li Chen stepped into the training ground, the chatter and laughter of the crowd came to an abrupt halt. All eyes turning toward him. Mr. Li, good morning, Mr. Li. Each time he passed by, someone would greet him. Li Chen nodded slightly and turned his attention to manager number 5, who was busy with the registration process. How are we progressing? He inquired. Report, Commander. Currently, the resident combat group has absorbed 9,806 individuals, all of whom have achieved a physical fitness rating of D or above. Manager number 5 replied, standing at attention with utmost respect. To facilitate differentiation, physical fitness is categorized into 4 levels, ranging from A to D. A D-level rating signifies that the individual possesses the physical capabilities of a healthy young adult. Those who were suboptimal in health have already been excluded. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Combat skills and experience could be taught later, but physical fitness is not something that can be remedied overnight. Currently, the artificial human breeding chamber has produced a maximum of 5,000 artificial soldiers. Combined with this nearly 10,000 strong resident combat group, the star-level shelter now boasts a military force of 15,000. Excluding the artificial soldiers, the resident combat group consists solely of young men, many of whom are retired soldiers. At present, the star-level shelter can be regarded as a top-tier fighting force throughout the entire Donghai city. Report, Commander. The registration work has been completed. Manager number 5 saluted respectfully. Li Chen glanced at the registration form. As expected, Su Ruwashi had achieved S ratings across the board, with the exception of a slightly lower physical fitness score of A. Well, since the registration is complete, you all shall commence your mission. Assemble immediately and arm yourselves. With Li Chen's command, the entire assembly moved with remarkable speed, donning their combat attire. The sight was truly spectacular. The gear of the resident combat group mirrored that of the artificial soldiers. Equipped with goggles, infrared night vision devices, and the most advanced weaponry available at the star-level shelter, in less than a minute, the resident combat group underwent a dramatic transformation. Once fully equipped, they turned their hopeful gazes toward Li Chen. Their eyes glimmered with a fervor that gradually coalesced into a powerful light. Clad in this gear, every cell in their bodies seemed to cry out for battle. Li Chen understood their sentiments and smiled gently. Announcing, the next 7 days will consist of training. Today is the first day, so let us hone our skills against zombies. The goal is for each person to eliminate 50 zombies. Can you accomplish this? A unified roar erupted from the crowd. We can. The sound was deafening. Let us move. Li Chen nodded toward the artificial soldiers, who immediately formed the vanguard, followed closely by the 10,000 members of the resident combat group. Beep, congratulations, Commander, you have established the resident guardian team and unlocked the attribute panel. Please proceed to review it. Attribute panel. Li Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had previously learned of the existence of the attribute panel from Noah. In simple terms, it allows for personal enhancement and can also be used to modify bound individuals. Its practicality is immense. Without hesitation, Li Chen commanded, "Open the attribute panel." In an instant, a transparent holographic screen appeared before him. Visible solely to Li Chen, star-level shelter system, host, Li Chen, strength, 6, agility, 7, constitution, 10, mentality, 10, wisdom, 9, evolution energy, 42,062, binding 1, none, binding 2, none, gene evolution count, 0. As Li Chen examined his panel, he frowned slightly. Prior to any gene evolution, the ceiling value for ordinary humans is 10. Although his data surpasses the majority, Li Chen still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. There is a clear imbalance. Both strength and agility seemed somewhat lacking. Just as he prepared to inquire with Noah, a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang out. Beep, the combat group has slain one low-level zombie, gaining 1 evolution energy point. Beep, the combat group has slain one low-level zombie, gaining 1 evolution energy point. As the notifications continued to sound, the evolution energy tally on the panel steadily increased. Li Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. So this is how evolution energy is acquired. Just as well, Li Chen has a bit of a compulsive tendency. The low values for strength and agility were quite bothersome. He immediately clicked to upgrade. Beep, 200 evolution energy points have been used, strength 1. Beep, 200 evolution energy points have been used, strength 1. Beep, 200 evolution energy points have been used, agility 1. In a matter of moments, Li Chen expended 600 evolution energy points, elevating all his attributes to 10. Just as he prepared to continue upgrading, he suddenly noticed that the required amounts had changed. Beep, 2000 evolution energy points have been used, strength 1. Goodness, it multiplied tenfold. Li Chen promptly inquired, "Noah, how is this value calculated?" Report, Commander, before level 10, each attribute point increase costs 200 evolution energy points. From level 10 to 20, each increase costs 2000 evolution energy points. From level 20 to 30, each increase costs 20,000 evolution energy points. Noah promptly responded. Li Chen glanced at the evolution energy remaining, 38, for 62, insufficient to raise all attributes to level 20. He decided to prioritize raising strength and agility to level 20. Swish! Li Chen felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body, followed by a surge of power filling his limbs. His vision sharpened astonishingly, allowing him to clearly discern the motion trajectories of even the dust particles floating in the air. At this moment, only a few hundred evolution energy points remained. The upgrade buttons for strength and agility dimmed. Li Chen tentatively clicked on them, only to be greeted with a prompt. Beep, level has reached the limit. Would you like to undergo gene evolution? Currently, the insufficient evolution energy prevented him from confirming. Rather than closing the attribute panel immediately, Li Chen examined the detailed explanations closely. Chapter 27, Level 1 Gene Evolution for Normal Humans. The maximum attribute level is 10, which already classifies them as athletic individuals. Some special forces who have undergone rigorous training, like Su Ruashi, can achieve attribute points of 20. This represents the absolute limit of human capability. If Li Chen wishes to further enhance his attributes, he must undergo the first phase of gene evolution. Otherwise, elevated attributes would impose a heavy burden on an ordinary human body, effectively shortening their lifespan. In simple terms, it is a matter of life and death. The first phase of gene evolution brings about a qualitative change akin to the difference between an ant and a human, generally speaking. Breakthroughs in gene locks occur only at life and death moments, where one must continuously test the boundaries of mortality to have even a slim chance of breaking the gene lock and completing the first phase of gene evolution. However, for Li Chen, there is no need to gamble with his life. As long as he has sufficient evolution energy, he can simply click to proceed. After reviewing the information, Li Chen prepared to close the panel when suddenly, beep, the combat group has slain one low-level zombie, gaining 1 evolution energy point. Beep, the combat team successfully hunted down a single low-level zombie, acquiring 1 point of evolutionary energy. The alert sound blared frantically. Were it not for Noah's calculations being sufficiently precise, they might have faced a catastrophic failure. Li Chen, his eyes fixed intently on the evolutionary energy column, watched in astonishment as it skyrocketed from 462 to an astonishing 62,014. Moreover, this figure continued to surge uncontrollably. "Noah, what is happening?" Li Chen inquired urgently. "Commander, the combat squad has encountered a large-scale zombie tide. We have deployed area effect weapons to eradicate them," Noah reported, transmitting real-time battle footage to Li Chen. The deafening sounds of gunfire reverberated through the air. Looking out, it resembled the harvest of wheat, with zombies falling one after another. The combat squad exhibited remarkable coordination, once the first group of soldiers exhausted their ammunition. They promptly withdrew, allowing the second group to take over and maintain the fire suppression. In the brief span of 1 minute that Li Chen observed, his evolutionary energy surged again, surpassing 80,000. Without hesitation, Li Chen upgraded all his attributes to 20 points. Immediately, the button for genetic evolution illuminated. With a gentle press, a sharp pain coursed through him, as if every muscle in his body were being torn apart. Each of his cells simultaneously divided and reformed. Li Chen gasped, cold sweat prickling his skin like fine needles. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, leaving only excruciating pain in its wake. Just as Li Chen felt he could no longer endure, a crisp sound echoed from deep within him, as if something had been unlocked. The injuries sustained during the division were swiftly mended. Moments later, Li Chen's sweat-soaked shirt revealed a faint pink hue, the result of expelled blood. Star-level shelter system. Host, Li Chen, strength, 20, agility, 20, constitution, 20, mentality, 20, wisdom, 20, evolutionary energy, 7,442, binding 1, none, binding 2, none, genetic evolution count, 1. Li Chen clenched his fist gently. Feeling the surging power within him, having completed the first stage of evolution, he had undoubtedly become one of humanity's apex combatants, although his attribute panel merely reflected an increase of 10 points. His capabilities exceeded all expectations. With a single step, he could create a dent in the concrete floor. More importantly, upon reaching level 20, Li Chen discovered he could project his mental strength outward, exerting control over everything within a 5-mile radius. What felt like an eternity was, in reality, merely a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, the members of the resident combat team were just beginning to assemble on the lift platform, awaiting Li Chen's personal leadership, unbeknownst to them. During this brief interlude, Li Chen had already undergone a profound transformation. Only Su Ruoshi seemed to sense something amiss. As Li Chen attempted to project his mental energy, her gaze turned towards him. Activating the lift, they descended. Li Chen effortlessly hopped onto the platform and promptly issued orders. The ground trembled as fissures opened, revealing the lift's ascent to the surface. 100 camouflage trucks roared forth from the electric fence. Li Chen, seated in the lead off-road vehicle, pulled out his walkie-talkie and declared, "This operation is primarily for training. We must adhere strictly to orders. I expect each of you to return unscathed. Do you have confidence?" Instantly, a deafening roar erupted from the air above the convoy. Yes. With a thunderous roar, each truck surged forward at a speed of 100 miles per hour, although the resident combat team included numerous retired soldiers. Many were ordinary citizens, thus, the primary objective of today's training was to help them overcome their fears. After all, having lived in a time of peace for so long, many ordinary individuals had never even dared to kill a chicken. Now, they faced zombies that possessed the same human form and features. Many hesitated to act. "What are you waiting for? Haven't you found a zombie you fancy?" shouted the retired soldier serving as the squad leader. I think that looks like my second aunt. A man trembled as he held his weapon, his hand shaking at the sight of a familiar face that made it impossible for him to pull the trigger. "What second aunt, third aunt? Did you not hear the commander's orders? Kill them all." The retired soldier kicked him, propelling the man closer to the zombie, nearly face to face. Had he not retreated quickly, his face would have been torn apart. In that life-or-death moment, the man finally summoned his courage and fired. Bang! The dull sound resonated as the zombie, resembling his second aunt, crumpled to the ground, black liquid oozing from its forehead. I killed my second aunt." Tears welled in the man's eyes, yet the retired soldier remained unfazed, swiftly dispatching an attacking zombie before speaking. "Once infected by the virus, they can no longer be considered human, they are merely bloodthirsty monsters. If you cannot act today, tomorrow these zombies will turn on your surviving family members." The soldier's words jolted the man into realization. Grasping his weapon, he gritted his teeth and charged into the fray. During this training, many participants experienced a quiet transformation within themselves. What they did not know was that above them, countless drones diligently recorded their performances, which would contribute to their assessment in 7 days. Gradually, the group fell into a rhythm, developing a sense of camaraderie. Almost every strike resulted in successfully dispatching zombies, swiftly cracking open their skulls to extract energy cores. Suddenly, chaos erupted. What is that thing? It's so fast. Quick, it went that way. Dodge, damn it, I've been caught. Amidst the orderly formation, a wave of panic surged. Li Chen hastened towards the commotion to find a green-faced, fang-bearing zombie sprinting through the crowd, surpassing human limits. Its exterior appeared no different from others, save for its eyes. "Help! Help!" The cries of distress echoed through the crowd as the zombie opened its mouth, poised to bite. In a flash, whoosh, Li Chen sprang into action. The onlookers could barely perceive his movement, and in the next instant, they were astounded to see the lightning-fast zombie sent flying in a parabolic arc. Li Chen raised his foot, crunch, the zombie's skull was instantly crushed. Splattering dark viscous fluid across the ground. Wow, Mr. Li is incredibly powerful, that speed is beyond human. Did MR.Li just zip past? Those who witnessed the scene were left in awe. Tsuruwashi, too, found herself captivated, her pupils constricting. Having undergone specialized training, she understood better than others the implications of Li Chen's performance. It was clear he had transcended normal human capabilities. Not only was his speed extraordinary, but the sheer force he exhibited in crushing a zombie's skull hinted at terrifying strength. No wonder those under his command were so valiant. I now realize how inadequate I am. Truly only someone of his caliber could govern a star-level shelter. At that moment, the members of the resident combat team felt a mix of fear and admiration towards Li Chen. With many gazes turning fervent, "Continue the fight," Li Chen commanded, prompting the group to spring back into action. The two individuals sprawled on the ground fell within Li Chen's line of sight. They had already been scratched or bitten by zombies. Infected with the virus, within 24 hours, they would lose their sanity and transform into flesh-eating monsters. Li Chen regarded them coolly, stating, "You have 5 minutes to call your families and bid farewell." His words served as a death sentence. "No, Mr. Li, I don't want to die. I can survive. Please don't kill me." The two trembled in fear, their teeth chattering. However, it was futile. Li Chen was not one to show mercy yet. He glanced at his smart wristband. Initiating the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang, bang. With a mere glance from Li Chen, the android soldiers drew their weapons, aiming at the two's heads. In an instant, the pair ceased to breathe, leaving those around them speechless. After undergoing the baptism of the apocalypse, they felt no sense of wrongdoing whatsoever. To spare the infected would be to invite them to harm their own families, as MR.Li had previously stated. From the moment they joined the Residents Combat Group, their lives ceased to belong to themselves. If it was to be a battle, one must be prepared for sacrifice. The training extended into the evening, culminating at 6 o'clock with the sound of a whistle. The members of the Residents Combat Group dispatched their last zombie and quickly formed ranks. 20 artificial warriors stood guard around them. I have witnessed the results of today's training. You performed admirably. Rest well and report punctually tomorrow." Li Chen succinctly summarized. He then stepped into the all-terrain vehicle. The current Residents Combat Group was merely a band of brave ordinary individuals. Li Chen desired far more. He sought a well-trained and formidable legion. Just as the all-terrain vehicle was about to start, Tsuruwashi appeared at the door. "Commander, I have something to report." Li Chen waved to the artificial warrior and stepped out of the vehicle. Meeting Tsuruwashi's gaze, "What is it?" Tsuruwashi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over her, causing her to instinctively swallow. "Commander, our Residents Combat Group has yet to undergo systematic training. There is a complete lack of discipline and obedience. I suggest that you establish a training regimen for compliance before engaging in actual combat." Having spent considerable time in special forces, Tsuruwashi understood the training a team required. Take, for instance, those two individuals bitten by zombies. Had they been retired soldiers, upon hearing Li Chen's command, they would have taken their own lives without begging for mercy. Military orders are absolute, thus obedience is paramount. Li Chen regarded Tsuruwashi with appreciation and said, "We have 6 days of training ahead. Tsuruwashi, you will temporarily serve as the leader of the 1st Regiment." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy graced Tsuruwashi's face. Initially, she merely intended to offer a reminder to Li Chen. Not expecting such trust from him, being entrusted to lead 1,000 individuals in training was an honor. "Yes, I will ensure the mission is completed." Tsuruwashi stood at attention, hands raised in salute. She was not one for words. The only way to repay Li Chen was to train her soldiers well. A convoy of over 100 trucks made its way back, their noise causing the zombies on the road to retreat. This training session had been a success, with everyone completing the tasks assigned by Li Chen and reaping abundant rewards. Each individual received dozens of energy cores, yet they did not keep them. Upon returning to the star-rated shelter, they submitted them to the management. The task had been to hunt zombies, and since Li Chen did not permit them to keep the energy cores, they dared not take any. Returning to the training ground, Li Chen surveyed the assembled crowd and spoke slowly. "Today, I have observed your performance. Based on your overall assessment and today's results, I will now announce the list of officers for each level of warriors." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened. 1st Regiment Leader, Tsuruwashi; 2nd Regiment Leader, Fengliang; 1st Team Leader of the 1st Regiment, Lu Liren. Each person called by name stepped forward, their hearts racing with excitement. They were astonished that Li Chen had noticed each of them. The 10,000 members of the Residents Combat Group had been divided into 2 regiments, each with several smaller teams. This time, Li Chen announced dozens of names, those who had performed well in today's combat training. This was largely thanks to Noah's powerful analysis, which processed footage captured by drones to evaluate each individual's data, placing them in the most suitable positions. After reading through the names, Li Chen glanced over the assembled individuals and said, "These positions are temporary. Once the 7 days of training conclude, I will readjust based on your performance." To the 2 regiment leaders and the various team leaders, he stated, "Your soldiers will be your evaluation criteria. Do you understand? Understood, the crowd responded in unison, their voices strong. Very well, that will be all for today, return and rest. Tomorrow, we will commence the next phase of training. I require iron-willed soldiers, not weaklings. As Li Chen's words faded, Su Ruwashi clenched her teeth and vowed, report, Commander, my soldiers are no cowards. In the ensuing 6 days, according to the detailed training plan devised by Noah, each small team of the Residence Combat Group trained in designated areas on levels 1 to 3. Most of the team leaders were retired soldiers, making the training process smooth and effective. The Residence Combat Group experienced rapid growth. Concurrently, the various factories that Li Chen had previously promised began to establish operations. There were factories for daily necessities, candy, beverages, and clothing, with raw materials readily available. It was merely a matter of assembly. Noah provided the necessary information and organized personnel, allowing each factory to commence orderly production. In Donghai City, where all factories had fallen into disrepair, the industrial line of the star-rated shelter was truly remarkable. The products being produced were predominantly entertainment items. Residents of the shelter eagerly exchanged their accumulated points for purchases. As though the apocalypse had never occurred, report, Commander, the preparation progress for 26 production lines has reached 100. A total of 48,055 positions have been created, with 30 occupied by the elderly and 68 by women. However, the products currently being produced cannot be fully consumed within the shelter. Please advise. The management stood tall in the command room, reporting. A series of tables displaying the production situation of each industrial line appeared on Li Chen's control panel. Who could have imagined that amidst the apocalypse, there were those not preoccupied with mere survival, but instead developing industry? However, overproduction posed a significant issue. Readjust the products of each production line, prioritizing internal consumption. Li Chen instructed, notify the Residence Combat Group to embark on missions with trucks to gather various raw materials. Understood, the management promptly replied, relaying Li Chen's commands through their smart wristbands. After the management departed, Li Chen spoke again, Noah, what is the current status of the shelter? The number of energy cores is 45,022. The energy reserves stand at 98. Noah projected a bar chart onto the holographic screen. Prior to the apocalypse, Li Chen had already procured solar panels and generators, integrating them into the grid to continuously supply energy to the star-rated shelter. Thus, even with over 20 factories operating simultaneously and a population of 100,000 consuming resources, the energy reserves remained largely intact. However, Li Chen furrowed his brow upon observing the energy cores die. In the past few days, the artificial warriors sent out to hunt zombies had undoubtedly returned with around 80,000 energy cores. Coupled with the 30,000 or so delivered by Yang Qingyi and others, the total should have exceeded 100,000, yet, much of the energy had been consumed in creating the 5,000 artificial warriors, leaving only over 40,000 in reserve. Noah, I need to upgrade the combat group's armament. Please devise a detailed plan. Li Chen instructed. The star-rated shelter currently possesses 45,022 energy cores. First, repair the armored vehicle production line and upgrade it to level 2 to ensure the combat group can undertake missions. Second, repair the level 1 aircraft production line to guarantee marching speed. As Noah reported, detailed information appeared on the holographic screen before Li Chen. The basic armored vehicle could withstand rifle bullets, while the level 2 armored vehicle could withstand heavy weaponry. The aircraft production lines were each distinct. The level 1 line could produce military helicopters, the level 2 line could produce transport aircraft, and the level 3 line could produce basic fighter jets. Upon Noah's suggestion, Li Chen nodded slightly. Proceed with the repairs. Notification, 10,000 energy cores used to repair level 1 armored vehicle production line. Notification, 20,000 energy cores used to upgrade to level 2 armored vehicle production line. Notification, 10,000 energy cores used to repair level 1 aircraft production line. As each notification chimed, only 5,022 energy cores remained. Concurrently, the 4th level weapon production base underwent a transformation. The previously dilapidated production lines gleamed with new light. Rejuvenating them, fully automated machines continuously fed raw materials into the machines for high-temperature melting and shaping before mechanical arms meticulously installed each component in place. Upon receiving notification, the management promptly rushed to the site with maintenance personnel. After adjustments by the repair soldiers, the 2 fully automated production lines operated smoothly. Soon, the first armored vehicle emerged, resplendent in its heavy metal construction, exuding an imposing presence. Following closely, a helicopter appeared at the end of the production line. Although it was merely a level 1 model, it was painted in military green and could accommodate 6 individuals. Both the armored vehicle and the helicopter bore default designs. Li Chen could select from dozens of styles via the command platform. The armored vehicles varied in shape and weight according to requirements, suitable for rapid maneuvers, breakthroughs, or siege operations. The helicopters were categorized based on their armament and load capacity, with armed helicopters designated for hunting missions. speed-oriented helicopters for rescue tasks, and transport helicopters for logistical operations. However, it should be noted that helicopters were not true combat aircraft or transporters. While they possessed rescue and transport capabilities, they were not fully optimized. Li Chen pondered for a moment. A selection has been made on the holographic panel. The armored vehicles are produced in two varieties, light and heavy. The helicopters, on the other hand, are primarily focused on transportation models. Both the helicopter and armored vehicle production lines consist of a single line, making it unnecessary to produce everything. Only the required models will be selected. Chapter 30, the first collection mission. The light armored vehicle is primarily designed for rapid deployment, enabling swift transport of soldiers to the battlefield. The heavy armored vehicle serves as a defense against hordes of zombies and potential assaults from other armed forces. As for the helicopters, the armed variants are tasked with air combat supremacy, while the transport helicopters are responsible for logistics. Should the combat team discover a substantial stockpile of raw materials or supplies in the field, they can promptly dispatch a transport helicopter for retrieval. Furthermore, after placing orders from other shelters, they can avoid combat while facilitating deliveries. With these assets, the armed forces of the star-rated shelter have experienced a remarkable surge. At this moment, various shelters in Donghai City are still grappling with food shortages, resorting to combat with kitchen knives. Meanwhile, the interstellar shelter has already achieved the capability for land and air operations. Activate the production line immediately, Li Chen commanded. As the machines roared to life, various components began to operate seamlessly, as if the robotic arms possessed a consciousness of their own, achieving an accuracy of less than 0.001 millimeters. According to Noah's explanation, the production time for a helicopter is approximately 1 to 2 days per unit, while an armored vehicle takes about 1 day. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Chen issued the order. The production line must not cease. Once the finished products are available, priority will be given to arming the android soldiers, with any surplus allocated to the Residence Combat Group. Based on Li Chen's estimates, once the Residence Combat Group is sufficiently armed, a second production line can be established to manufacture more advanced armored vehicles and helicopters. The obsolete equipment will then be sold to various shelters. After all, there is a distinction in loyalty. The androids are absolutely devoted to Li Chen and should thus be prioritized for arming, while the Residence Combat Group is slightly less so. As for other shelters, they will only have access to the surplus equipment from the star-rated shelter to avoid a scenario reminiscent of the farmer and the snake. Understood, the management responded promptly. The androids would not voice any dissent regarding Li Chen's decisions. Noah, what is the status of the residents' detailed profiles? Li Chen inquired. Completion at 100, ready for retrieval at any time. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Relay the order that whenever the combat team embarks on a mission, they must carry and install monitoring devices. Currently, we rely on drones for situational awareness, but drones have the drawback of requiring a return to the shelter for recharging after 12 hours, which is rather inconvenient. The monitoring devices, equipped with solar panels, only need to be installed to maintain constant surveillance over various regions of Donghai City, enabling Li Chen to monitor the emergence of zombie hordes and the presence of survivors at all times. When the combat personnel are on missions, they can also swiftly devise routes based on the task type. Indeed, I recommend that the commander upgrade the monitoring equipment production line. Noah suggested. The level 1 monitoring devices produced by the star-rated shelter are akin to the cameras installed in cities before the apocalypse. Albeit equipped with solar charging panels, the level 2 devices are significantly more advanced, capable of being produced in various forms such as ants, bees, or birds, to gather intelligence. However, since Li Chen had stockpiled a considerable number of solar-powered cameras prior to the apocalypse, an upgrade is not immediately necessary. After organizing these matters, Li Chen proceeded to the training grounds. The 7-day training period had concluded, and he eagerly anticipated witnessing the results. Form ranks, fire. Upon entering the training ground, he observed everyone engaged in intense training. Upon his arrival, Tsuruoshi promptly shouted the commands. Form ranks, salute, commander, greetings. Over 10,000 individuals stood at attention, collectively roaring their response. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Tsuruoshi, step forward to report. Yes, reporting to the commander, the 1st Regiment's training tasks have been fully completed, with all soldiers' performance metrics improved by at least 50%. All personnel are now proficient in the use of various firearms and fundamental combat techniques. Tsuruoshi reported with precision. Excellent. Feng Liang stepped forward to report. Reporting to the commander, the 2nd Regiment's training tasks have been fully completed. Feng Liang succinctly conveyed, echoing Tsuruoshi's sentiments. Li Chen nodded approvingly. Very well. Today marks the Residence Combat Group's first mission execution. According to the information relayed by the drone, there exists a raw material processing factory in the northern suburbs of Donghai City, housing a substantial stockpile of materials. Your task is to transport all these materials back. As he spoke, he activated the holographic screen, which immediately displayed real-time monitoring from the drone. Nearly a month has elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, The factory has ceased operations and human society has collapsed. The expansive factory grounds are now overgrown with waist-high weeds, and the once imposing walls are covered in mold. Within the factory premises, numerous zombies have congregated. Standing motionless in the open areas resembling trees in a forest, however, all present know that should any humans approach, these zombies will awaken and attack. Gazing at the dense mass of zombies, the residents' combat group collectively inhaled sharply. Without any armament, falling into such a place would result in their bones being devoured. For this mission, 3 transport helicopters and 5 armored vehicles will be deployed. Is everyone confident about executing this first collection mission? Yes, the entire group roared in unison, their eyes brimming with excitement. The star-rated shelter truly lives up to its reputation, possessing armored vehicles and helicopters as such advanced equipment. With these assets, their safety has significantly increased. Observing their buoyant morale, Li Chen smiled faintly. The previous outing was merely to help them overcome their fears, with android soldiers providing protection and the number of zombies in the area carefully controlled to avoid danger. However, this time marks the residents' combat group's first independent mission, devoid of any additional assistance. Li Chen believes that only through real combat can a team continuously refine and grow. Very well, now observe the large screen. This factory contains a total of 10 buildings. Before the apocalypse, there were approximately 10,000 workers. After the onset of the apocalypse, the factory doors were locked, and the survivors inside attracted a massive influx of zombies. So the number of zombies within the buildings exceeds 10,000. Preliminary estimates suggest there are around 200,000. Moreover, the factory's layout is enclosed, with buildings closely situated, making evasion difficult. You will be facing 20,000 zombies. Therefore, strict adherence to orders is imperative. Do you understand? Understood. The group readied themselves, eager to embark on their first mission. Alright, let us proceed. 1st and 2nd regiments follow Su Ruwashi's commands, advancing in units for cover. The energy cores harvested from the zombies will not need to be surrendered. They may be retained for personal use. As Li Chen's words concluded, the team erupted into cheers. Chapter 31, What Flies Above? In recent days, numerous bold individuals within the star-rated shelter have ventured out to hunt zombies. Acquiring energy cores, everyone soon discovered that energy cores are indeed a prized commodity. Each one can be exchanged for 100 points, enough for a simple meal. Moreover, the current low-level zombies are exceedingly weak. With proper defensive measures, they can be easily subdued. Consequently, upon hearing that they could keep the energy cores for themselves, the residents' combat group was elated. Many began calculating how many zombies they should kill that day. With thoughts of enjoying a sumptuous dinner with their families dancing in their minds, while the others were lost in their daydreams, the main force had already set off in grand procession. This time Li Chen did not accompany them but returned to the command room, monitoring the situation in real time through the footage relayed by the drones. The roar of engines filled the air as the majority of the deployed vehicles were modified trucks. With 5 armored vehicles leading the charge above them, transport helicopters circled. The drivers of the armored vehicles and helicopters were all experienced from before the apocalypse, so Li Chen felt no concern. The entire team moved with impressive order and grandeur. As they passed by several residential buildings, many survivors hiding within cast envious glances at the residents' combat group. Is this the star-rated shelter? They even have armored vehicles. How enviable! Look at what's flying above. A helicopter, my goodness, how did the interstellar shelter acquire such things? Why didn't the star-rated shelter approve my application? I too wish to ride in such an imposing armored vehicle to hunt zombies. The survivors gathered together, murmuring in hushed tones, their envy palpable as they compared the impressive equipment to the kitchen knives in their hands. Attention, we are 1 kilometer away from the destination. Please ensure all units check their equipment. Su Ruwashi's voice crackled over the radio. She sat atop the leading armored vehicle, her gaze fixed on the screen, a slight sheen of sweat forming on her palms. Previously, Su Ruwashi had primarily engaged in solo or small group missions within the special forces. Rarely commanding such a large contingent, she understood that whether she could earn Li Chen's trust hinged entirely on this operation. To provide a better life for her mother, Su Ruwashi recognized that she could only succeed, not fail. Following the route planned by Noah, the combat group easily reached their destination, encountering no hordes of zombies along the way, only scattered undead. Before they could even get close, a gunshot rang out, resulting in a fatal blow to the head. Individuals aboard both the truck and the armored vehicle swiftly disembarked. They first set about clearing the zombies from the periphery of the factory area. The members of the combat team lined up, awaiting orders. During the prior chaos, the survivors had locked the factory doors in their haste, effectively trapping the zombies inside. The creatures, sensing fresh flesh, clamored at the iron gates, extending their decayed hands and emitting guttural roars. It was easy to imagine that once the door was flung open, the zombies would surge forth like a torrential waterfall. Among the members of the resident combat team, someone gulped nervously, betraying a hint of fear. Su Ruwashi's gaze swept over them as she raised her voice, reiterating, "Let me stress once more, our mission today is to eliminate all the zombies within the factory area and subsequently transport the materials back to the shelter. My subordinates are no cowards. Should anyone dare to falter, I will personally ensure your journey to the afterlife before the commander has a chance to intervene. Do I make myself clear, faced with Tsuruoshi's piercing gaze? Those who felt trepidation shivered involuntarily, responding in unison. Understood. Excellent. Team 1 will be responsible for opening the door, while the rest will take positions at the entrance, preparing for indiscriminate fire. She commanded. Upon entry, we will maintain a single file formation in a zigzag pattern. Heading directly for the warehouse area without delay, Team 2 will handle the transportation of materials to the helicopter, while Team 1 provides cover. Are there any questions? None, came the chorus of affirmations. Tsuruoshi nodded and immediately ordered Team 1 to prepare. In the blink of an eye, the others readied their weapons, and Team 1 swiftly pulled open the iron door. Roar, hiss, hiss, hiss. The zombies surged forth like ravenous wolves, lunging at the nearest team. However, Team 1 had been meticulously selected and trained by Tsuruoshi. Exhibiting remarkable speed. As they opened the door, they rolled to the side, evading the onslaught of the undead. In quick succession, boom, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, the sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the factory entrance. Everyone unleashed their full might. Zombies fell like wheat before the scythe, one by one. In merely 3 to 5 minutes, the horde amassed at the factory entrance was nearly vanquished. Yet, before the team could exhale in relief, roar, another wave of zombies erupted from within the factory. These creatures trampled over their fallen kin, shrieking as they charged out. A fresh barrage of firepower ensued. As the front line of soldiers ran out of ammunition, they fell back to reload, while those in the rear quickly took their places. This was a battle devoid of disparity. Where's the heavy machine gun? Hurry, bring it up. RPG, bring up the RPG. The zombies have crossed the red line. Prepare the explosive rounds. Commands flowed through the wireless headsets like a torrent. Although Tsuruoshi did not engage directly in combat, she was drenched in cold sweat from the sidelines. Moments later, the throngs of zombies ceased to pour out. The gunfire finally subsided. At the factory's entrance, the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered. Team 1 led the charge, followed closely by the rest. Maintaining formation, Tsuruoshi hefted her weapon and stepped to the forefront, with the others closely trailing behind. Along the way, scattered zombies were swiftly dispatched by Tsuruoshi's precise shots. They soon arrived at the entrance of the first factory. Tsuruoshi took the lead, pulling open the large door. Roar, a horde of zombies clad in blue work uniforms surged forth. These were the former factory workers, now transformed into the undead, trapped inside. While they appeared numerous, they paled in comparison to the earlier scene at the factory entrance. In no time, they were eradicated by the resident combat team. With no casualties reported, after 7 days of rigorous training, the combat effectiveness of the resident team had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once the zombies within the factory were eliminated, Team 1 dispersed, with 2 squads standing guard at the entrance to deal with any stragglers. The remaining members of Team 1 began extracting energy cores, while Team 2 operated like a well-oiled assembly line, efficiently transporting bag after bag of raw materials to the waiting helicopters. It must be noted that the resources in this factory were indeed plentiful. Before the first factory was completely emptied, 5 transport helicopters were already filled to capacity. Thus, the helicopters made their initial flight back to the shelter to deposit the materials. After unloading, they returned to continue loading. Chapter 32. Transporting materials. Fortunately, the helicopters were swift. As they did not need to wait for the ground convoy, the round trip only took 10 minutes. Moreover, the shelter had organized personnel to await the helicopters at the landing platform. The moment the helicopters touched down, the waiting team promptly unloaded the materials. Consequently, the first factory saw the transport helicopters make 3 quick trips, move directly to the second factory. The team extracting energy cores regrouped. Tsuruoshi vigilantly surveyed the surroundings and issued commands once more. In a mere 2 hours, the resident combat team had successfully transported every last resource from the factory back to the shelter. Leaving not a single item behind, all energy cores had also been thoroughly extracted. Report to the commander, we have successfully completed the collection mission and request to return. Tsuruoshi communicated over the radio. Li Chen, observing the footage transmitted by the drone, nodded slightly. Return the same way. Understood. The resident combat team retraced their steps in a grand procession, each face alight with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Tsuruoshi is truly remarkable, Li Chen remarked to Noah. Yes, I suggest the commander consider binding Tsuruoshi to the attribute panel, Noah replied. Previously, when Li Chen had raised his attributes, he had noted the option to bind 2 individuals. Hearing Noah's suggestion piqued his interest. What is the purpose of binding, Commander? The attribute panel can bind any creature, zombies, humans, animals, and so forth. Once bound, a loyalty gene is implanted in the mind of the bound entity. Similar to a synthetic being, they will never betray. Additionally, the commander can enhance the attributes of the bound individual as needed. Noah explained slowly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Chen's eyes. The potential to bind any creature was indeed enticing. While synthetic beings were loyal and formidable, they had their limitations. Moreover, enhancing their abilities required upgrading the cultivation chamber, which was currently resource-intensive and yielded minimal returns. However, binding a specific individual would mean that person could become Li Chen's right-hand ally. With this in mind, Li Chen promptly declared, "Immediately bind Suruwashi." Understood. Star-level shelter system. Host, Li Chen. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Mentality, 20. Wisdom, 20. Evolutionary energy, 68,400. Binding 1. Suruwashi. Extremely strong individual combat capability. Click for details on attributes. Binding 2. None. Gene evolution count 1. As the successful binding notification echoed in Li Chen's mind, Suruwashi on the other side seemed to sense something. She felt an unprecedented array of thoughts emerging in her mind. "I wonder if the commander is satisfied with my actions this time. I truly hope that upon our return the commander will recognize my loyalty." A multitude of thoughts involuntarily surfaced in Suruwashi's mind. After Li Chen bound Suruwashi, his gaze fell upon the holographic projector. The screen displayed a multitude of small segmented displays, all relaying footage from surveillance equipment. The monitoring devices had been preliminarily deployed throughout Donghai City. Li Chen observed that on the return journey of the resident combat team, another group was engaged in a fierce battle. Zooming in on the footage revealed that this group comprised women, children, and men, all dressed in tattered clothing. Yet, despite their disheveled appearance, there was a fierce determination etched on their faces. Unlike the typical despair seen in survivors. "Who are they?" Li Chen inquired. Intrigued, Noah promptly answered, "They were originally residents of the West City shelter but escaped due to certain circumstances. Currently, they have no fixed abode and are scavenging for supplies." All this information has been gathered by the drones dispatched daily. Li Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Humans are inherently social creatures. Given the chance, they would choose to band together. What could have driven this group of men, women, and children to flee from the West City shelter? What is the current situation of the shelters in Donghai City? Li Chen asked. "Report to the commander. Currently there are 3 most powerful shelters in Donghai City: West City Shelter, East City Shelter, and Shangri-La Shelter. Among them, West City Shelter boasts the strongest combat capability. Primarily composed of miners who banded together after the apocalypse to seize weapons from the armory. Recently, due to insufficient food sources, incidents of cannibalism have arisen." Noah responded promptly, since the star-level shelter restored its signal. Many individuals from various shelters have begun utilizing their pre-apocalypse electronic devices. For Noah, as long as the equipment is connected to the internet, there are no secrets unknown to him. Thus, he was well-versed in the dynamics of the various factions in Donghai City. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's mind began to race. This group exhibited commendable combat prowess. They surely were not among those who would be consumed within the West City shelter. It seemed their departure stemmed from a sense of shame regarding the act of cannibalism. Li Chen felt a pull towards recruiting them. "Suruwashi, to your southeast, a group of individuals is ensnared in a zombie horde. Lead your team there for support." Li Chen issued the command through the radio. Understood, Suruwashi replied immediately. Although she could not comprehend why the typically cold-blooded commander would order a rescue, Suruwashi, at that moment, exhibited unwavering loyalty akin to that of an automaton towards Li Chen. Every command issued by Li Chen was executed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Li Chen was intently monitoring the surveillance footage, and it was evident that the team had been engaged in a grueling battle for some time. Several members were showing signs of fatigue. "Should we not return? How long will this go on? Enough of your prattle. If you wish to go back, do so on your own. Let us not forget. The folks in West City are quite ravenous, but they are not feasting on us. Perhaps. The day you lose your ability to labor, you will naturally become a mere lamb for the slaughter." The drone faithfully transmitted both visuals and audio, confirming Li Chen's suspicions. Meanwhile, Suruwashi's main forces were preparing to arrive. Perhaps due to the prolonged skirmish, one man from the team was inadvertently caught by a zombie, resulting in a blood-curdling scream. The man barely had time to react before the zombie lunged at him, tearing into him with a savage ferocity. Blood spilled profusely, and the scent incited a frenzy among the other zombies. "Do not concern yourselves with me. Flee, take care of Ingzi for me." Other comrades attempted to rescue him, but the man, aware that he had been infected, understood that it was only a matter of time before he would succumb to his bloodthirsty instincts, becoming one of the very monsters before him. Rather than face such a fate, he raised his handgun and aimed it at his own heart. Bang! Chapter 33, The emergence of second-tier zombies. All present were utterly astonished. The man had shattered his heart. Even in death, he would not transform into a zombie. The other zombies surged forward, eager to feast upon this delectable offering. Tears welled in the eyes of his comrades, filled with profound grief and rage as they continued to battle the undead. "Be careful." Just as another was about to be bitten, Suruwashi and her forces arrived. All units formation and fire. Suruwashi swiftly pulled a woman who was nearly bitten by a zombie to safety behind her and immediately issued the command. The sound of gunfire erupted as thousands opened fire, the hail of bullets raining down upon the zombies, decimating them in waves. The terrain was too confined for area of effect weaponry, but a barrage of gunfire alone was sufficient to dispatch these zombies. "Who are you? Are you here to rescue us? Oh, thank heavens. I want to have to die. Which shelter do you belong to? How are you so powerful?" The beleaguered group, having fought valiantly for so long, now gazed upon the descending warriors with tears of joy. They had found hope in the face of despair. Under the cover of the resident combat group, the survivors took a brief respite before arming themselves once more, ready to rejoin the fray. Use this, Tsuruwashi tossed extra firearms to those nearby. A kitchen knife was far too short for close combat with zombies, increasing the risk of injury. Thank you. The recipient of the firearm was taken aback. Repeatedly expressing gratitude, however, Tsuruwashi merely maintained a stoic expression, stating flatly, if you wish to express thanks, direct it towards our commander. Your commander is. The sound of gunfire drowned out all inquiries, under the firepower of the resident combat group. The wave of zombies was swiftly quelled, with the battle concluding in mere minutes. The first group maintained formation, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, while the second expertly advanced to dissect the zombies' chests and extract their energy cores. The surviving group finally exhaled in relief. Observing the actions of the combat group, they inquired with confusion, "What are you extracting?" Tsuruwashi succinctly replied, "This is an energy core. If you possess energy cores, you may trade them for supplies at our star-rated shelter." Astonished at the mention of the star-rated shelter, the leading man's pupils constricted. No wonder their combat prowess was so formidable. He wiped the blood from his face and extended his hand toward Tsuruwashi, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I am Jiang Tiankai. No need. It is the commander's directive that brought me here to rescue you." Tsuruwashi did not reciprocate the handshake, her demeanor cool and detached. Jiang Tiankai appeared momentarily taken aback. The commander of the star-rated shelter, was it someone he knew from before? Noticing Tsuruwashi's reluctance to engage further, he opted to remain silent, given that the personnel from the star-rated shelter had rescued him. They would undoubtedly not abandon him. He resolved to seek answers once they reached the star-rated shelter with the main forces. Once all energy cores from the zombies were collected, the resident combat group took a brief rest before beginning their return journey. 5 armored vehicles led the convoy, followed closely by a procession of trucks, forming an extensive line. Jiang Tiansai's gaze was fixed on the leading armored vehicle, his expression one of disbelief. The armed forces of the star-rated shelter had reached such heights. "I once thought that the West City shelter, armed with firearms, was invincible. Evidently, I was Navi. The commander of the star-rated shelter must be exceptional." Jiang Tiankai and his companions were inundated with a multitude of thoughts. The remainder of their journey encountered no zombies, and after a day of arduous fighting, the warriors of the resident combat group finally relaxed, leaning against the trucks to recuperate. At that moment, the lead armored vehicle abruptly slammed to a halt, causing the subsequent trucks to brake urgently, nearly colliding. "What is happening?" Tsuruwashi's voice crackled through the radio. A soldier's trembling voice responded, There is something blocking our path." The screens on the armored vehicles were shared, and Tsuruwashi immediately observed a creature obstructing their convoy. It resembled a zombie but was not entirely so. While zombies exhibited decayed bodies, this creature had lost all semblance of humanity. Its mouth gaped grotesquely to its ears, and its fingers, once distinct, had fused together with thin membranes. Crawling on all fours, its head was riddled with festering wounds. Hissing sounds emanated from the creature as it suddenly vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was atop a pickup truck, its sharp claws piercing through the vehicle effortlessly. The occupants narrowly avoided its grasp. "What is this creature?" Tsuruwashi's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, she transmitted the footage back to the command center and immediately armed herself to exit the vehicle. Given the creature's overwhelming speed and strength, remaining inside the vehicle would be tantamount to awaiting death. It was far better to confront it head-on. Li Chen, observing the creature's image, wore a grave expression. Having been reborn, he immediately recognized that this creature was a second-tier zombie. However, before Li Chen could articulate anything, the surveillance footage revealed a shocking sight. Approximately 7 or 8 second-tier zombies appeared simultaneously, surrounding the resident combat group like a pack of predators. They were not in a hurry to indulge in their prey. Instead, they intermittently lunged into the throng, attacking. Due to their swift movements, most individuals had not yet reacted before being seized. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as those snatched into the air were brutally ripped apart. Many panicked, hiding within the trucks, paralyzed with fear. However, the truck's defenses were negligible against the might of second-tier zombies. Their razor-sharp claws effortlessly shredded the metal, exposing the terrified faces of the individuals inside. Drip, drip, the saliva of the second-tier zombies fell upon the heads of the onlookers. As the zombies moved, a scream pierced the air. In mere moments, the entire resident combat group had lost dozens of warriors. The second-tier zombies, with their eerie green eyes, focused on Tsuruwashi. For zombies, individuals with higher attributes were seen as prime sustenance. Naturally, the strongest in the group, Tsuruwashi, became their target. Fortunately, Tsuruwashi possessed sufficient skill. Sensing the wind whooshing past her ear, she rolled away, narrowly evading the attack of the second-tier zombie. Returned to the armored vehicle. "Crossfire cover, wait for my signal," Li Chen commanded over the radio. At that moment, the resident combat group was merely 3 kilometers from the shelter, easily reachable by helicopter. Li Chen set off with great urgency. Meanwhile, Tsuruwashi wasted no time either, leaping into the armored vehicle, securing the door tightly behind her. Chapter 34. All my fault. The allure Tsuruwashi presented to the second-tier zombies was immense. Even within the confines of the armored vehicle, the 7 or 8 second-tier zombies continued to howl outside, attempting to claw their way through the vehicle's defenses. However, alas, this was a level 2 armored vehicle, and the strength of second-tier zombies was insufficient to breach it. Gunfire erupted from outside as soldiers, suppressing their fear, fired relentlessly at the area surrounding Tsuruwashi's armored vehicle for a time. The second-tier zombies found themselves trapped, dodging, and weaving. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, but then, an unexpected transformation occurred. The speed of the second-tier zombies surpassed the limits of human perception. After a brief period of suppression, they swiftly broke through the encirclement, choosing a random direction to attack. They're coming, open fire. The air was filled with screams. The bullets could not lock onto the zombies. Leaving the soldiers to watch helplessly as they breached the lines and lunged at their comrades, Tsuruwashi clenched her fist, contemplating several times to exit, yet Li Chen consistently thwarted her attempts. It was no jest. Should Tsuruwashi perish, where would he find another exceptional partner? As the soldiers fought valiantly, Li Chen hurriedly approached. As the second-tier zombies feasted, many warriors of the resident combat group lost their composure. They had not undergone extensive training, and their mental fortitude was inadequate for such a crisis. If it had been a straightforward battle, it might have been bearable. In the face of adversity, all problems come to light. Many soldiers have lost their sanity, wildly firing in all directions, and numerous warriors have fallen prey to the jaws of the undead, but even more have succumbed to the fire of their comrades. The scene is turned chaotic. Help! A soldier is lifted high by a zombie. In despair, he reaches out, pleading for rescue from his comrades on the ground, yet those present are powerless to assist, just as his mind goes blank. Awaiting death, a resounding bang echoes. Li Chen descends like a celestial being, forcefully hurling the zombie back several meters, where it crashes heavily to the ground. Maintain formation. At Li Chen's command, the previously disoriented soldiers instantly regain their focus, snapping back to reality and reforming their ranks to fire once more. Meanwhile, Li Chen weaves through the hail of bullets, moving with a speed that surpasses even the second-tier zombies, seizing the opportunity while the undead are suppressed by gunfire. Li Chen swiftly turns and delivers a fatal blow, piercing through the creature's chest. The energy core immediately falls into his palm. 1, 2, 3. Li Chen's movements are rapid and decisive, each strike claiming the life of a second-tier zombie. The remaining second-tier zombies, sensing the imminent danger, abandon their assault on the soldiers and charge towards Li Chen instead, seeking death. Li Chen's displeasure radiates unmistakably. With a swift motion, he produces several grenades, launching himself into the air and stuffing them into the open mouths of the second-tier zombies. Boom, 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 each grenade explodes, obliterating the heads of the second-tier zombies. However, the energy cores remain intact in their chests. Despite the loss of their heads, they continue to move, albeit devoid of their senses, taking advantage of this moment. Li Chen unleashes a barrage of strikes. The remaining zombies collapse, each with a gaping wound in their chests, a testament to Li Chen's handiwork. Once he stands firm, he immediately issues orders: terminate all injured personnel. Commander, they are our comrades. We cannot do this, many plead, their faces etched with sorrow. Perhaps they haven't been bitten. Let us take them back and give them another chance. But as Li Chen's finger pulls the trigger, a bullet swiftly silences the one transforming on the ground. He then turns to the crowd, his gaze icy. Execute the order immediately. If we don't eliminate them now, do you wish to bring back those who would tear your families apart? Remember, from the moment you joined the civilian combat group, your lives are no longer solely your own. With Li Chen's words hanging in the air, Tsuruwashi steps out of the armored vehicle, the first to fire at the writhing figures on the ground. The sound of gunfire erupts, this time not to slay zombies, but to end the lives of infected comrades. Go rest well, I will look after your son. Tears well in the soldiers' eyes as they pull the triggers. Once the grim task is completed, Li Chen surveys the area, ensuring nothing is overlooked before he quietly declares, return immediately. Boom, once more, the armored vehicle leads the charge, followed by trucks roaring towards the shelter. Inside the vehicle, Tsuruwashi, still shaken, asks, Commander, what was that creature? Li Chen, toying with the energy core of the second-tier zombie, his eyes glinting coldly, responds, what we previously encountered were the sluggish first-tier zombies. Today, we faced the second tier. Zombies will continuously evolve by consuming human flesh to accumulate energy. Second-tier zombies, Tsuruwashi gasps in astonishment. Does that mean there are third-tier, fourth-tier, and even more advanced zombies? Li Chen nods. Tsuruwashi feels a chill run down her spine. If the second-tier zombies are already so formidable, one can only imagine the fate of humanity should the third or fourth tiers emerge. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, while humanity may evolve, so too will the zombies. Moreover, due to the existence of energy cores, the rate at which zombies evolve far surpasses that of humans, yet Li Chen is perplexed. The prerequisite for zombie evolution is the consumption of substantial flesh and blood, including humans, or their kind. Given that the virus has only been present for a month, how could the zombies evolve so rapidly? The convoy soon arrives at the platform of the shelter. As the platform descends, Li Chen leads the surviving civilian combat group into the training room. Tsuruwashi, report the casualties, glancing at the scattered soldiers. Li Chen's expression darkens. Su Ruoshi, her palms sweaty, steps forward. Commander, we lost 1,032 soldiers, most of whom fell to friendly fire, with a minority succumbing to zombies, over 1,000 lives lost, a devastating blow. Seeing Li Chen's grim countenance, Su Ruoshi steels herself. I apologize, Commander, it was my strategic blunder that led to such significant casualties. I am willing to accept punishment. Li Chen glances at Su Ruoshi, waving his hand. This is not your fault. The speed and strength of the second-tier zombies are beyond ordinary comprehension. Before any genetic evolution occurs, their movements cannot even be visually tracked. Conversely, second-tier zombies can effortlessly breach defenses like wolves among sheep. Su Ruoshi bows her head in guilt, knowing the commander is merely trying to comfort her. Had she instilled greater discipline in the civilian combat group, perhaps fewer would have perished at the hands of their comrades. Now is not the time for blame. Immediately compile the list of the fallen, ensure that all sacrificed soldiers receive compensation for their families, and arrange for their families' future. Li Chen orders. Chapter 35. Come to the command room to find me. Yes, Su Ruoshi acknowledges and departs. Despite the errors made by the civilian combat group, it cannot be denied that they sacrificed themselves for the shelter. At this moment, they must not lose the soldiers' hearts. As Su Ruoshi makes arrangements, Li Chen summons Zhang Tianqi and his group to the command room. Sitting in his designated chair, Li Chen addresses them. Please take a seat. No need for formality. After a fierce battle, Zhang Tianqi and his companions appear somewhat disheveled. They exchange glances and sit across from Li Chen. Would you mind introducing yourselves? Li Chen inquires with a casual smile, having witnessed Li Chen's ruthless actions, where he executed an injured soldier without hesitation. They dare not lie, revealing their backgrounds one by one. As Noah had discovered, they all emerged from the West City shelter due to food shortages at the West City shelter. They began to rear the weaker women, elderly, and children as food. They referred to these unfortunate souls as two-legged sheep. Zhang Tianqi, a well-known doctor before the apocalypse, could not abide the actions of the West City shelter. Thus, he, along with like-minded individuals, rescued some of the two-legged sheep and fled eastward. However, they encountered a horde of zombies along the way. Fortunately, Zhang Tianqi and his group were not helpless, managing to fend off the undead until Su Ruoshi's arrival. Li Chen regards Zhang Tianqi with admiration, his hands clasped. I hold your combat capabilities in high esteem. What are your plans moving forward? Zhang Tianqi and his companions demonstrate decent strength, possessing a doctor, nurses, and demolition experts. After all, in the West City shelter, only those deemed useless have become two-legged sheep. Naturally, Li Chen wishes to incorporate Zhang Tianqi and his team into his ranks, but he wants Zhang Tianqi to propose it. On the negotiation table, the first to reveal intentions becomes the one at a disadvantage. Li Chen will not allow anyone to take advantage of him. Commander, having left the West City shelter, we are now without a place to go. We wonder if the star-rated shelter is still accepting new members. We may be able to contribute. Zhang Tianqi perceives Li Chen's intentions without resentment. Given the conditions of the star-rated shelter, many would eagerly vie for a chance to join. They were merely fortunate to have been saved by Li Chen, otherwise, they might not have had this opportunity. Li Chen nods in satisfaction. Then allow me to congratulate you all. The star-rated shelter is always open to talent. With that, Li Chen sends a message to management. Rest assured, working at the star-rated shelter comes with generous compensation. Shortly, someone will come to guide you through the registration process. Zhang Tianqi and his companions exchange glances, joy illuminating their faces. They had feared that with the star-rated shelter's strength, they might be relegated to unpaid labor. Once management arrives to register Zhang Tianqi and the others, they provide them with smart wristbands and briefly introduce the available positions and points redemption system. What? 1 energy core can be exchanged for 100 points. Zhang Tianqi nearly loses his mind with excitement. The star-rated shelter has opened its doors to energy core exchanges for supplies. Therefore, even at the West City shelter, energy cores are continuously collected, albeit at exorbitant prices. 1 energy core might only yield half a pack of biscuits. However, at the star-rated shelter, it can be exchanged for 100 points. Zhang Tianqi has a substantial number of energy cores and immediately brings them forth for redemption. While Zhang Tianqi and his group busy themselves with selecting jobs and learning the rules of the star-rated shelter, Li Chen remains in the command room, lost in thought as he observes the surveillance footage. Typically, it takes 1,000 first-tier zombies to produce a single second-tier zombie. After evolution, zombies rarely gather in groups, preferring to act alone, yet this time, there were a staggering 8 second-tier zombies, suggesting that the zombie's evolution is likely a result of human interference. Leading to such a concentration, Noah, scan all surveillance footage in Donghai City, check for any remaining second-tier zombies. Li Chen states flatly, understood. 10 seconds later, Noah replied, currently monitoring has observed 20 second-tier zombies in Donghai City, each separated by considerable geographical distances. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter, incredulous that only 20 zombies existed in the entire Donghai City, yet 8 had suddenly appeared at once. He found it hard to believe it was not a deliberate act. Is it possible to trace the origin of those second-tier zombies? Li Chen asked coldly, searching apologies, but tracking is not feasible, Noah responded. Despite having deployed surveillance equipment throughout Donghai City, it was impossible to monitor every nook and cranny. The maximum observation capacity was around 60. It appeared that those orchestrating this chaos were concealed within the unmonitored 40. Li Chen glanced down at the 8 energy cores in his hand, which had escaped from those 8 second-tier zombies. The energy cores of first-tier zombies were transparent, while those of second-tier zombies were a pale green. Containing significantly more energy. Ding. Detected that the commander possesses second-tier energy cores. Would you like to exchange? A notification echoed in Li Chen's mind. Exchange. Ding. Congratulations, Commander, the exchange was successful. You have obtained 8,000 first-tier energy cores. 1 second-tier energy core equaled 1,000 first-tier cores. Li Chen was pleasantly surprised by such a favorable ratio. If not for the absence of personnel capable of defeating second-tier zombies among his subordinates, he would have organized a hunt for them. Wait, how could I have forgotten Su Ruoshi? Li Chen suddenly slapped his forehead and stood up. Ever since binding with Su Ruoshi, he had yet to enhance her attributes. With the resident combat team scheduled to hunt zombies in the coming days, Li Chen resolved to upgrade Su Ruoshi immediately. He accessed the attributes panel of the bound individual, star-level shelter system, bound individual 1, Su Ruoshi, strength, 5, agility, 10, constitution, 6, mentality, 6, wisdom, 7. Li Chen noted that the evolution energy remaining was 360220. The artificial warrior and resident combat teams had eliminated numerous zombies in recent days, providing ample resources for Su Ruoshi's evolution. Thus, he pressed the upgrade attribute button on her panel. He had expected it to function similarly to his own upgrade. But to his surprise, the upgrade button was grayed out. Evolution not possible. Notification. Contact required between commander and bound individual. Li Chen, at a loss for words, opened his smart bracelet and sent Su Ruoshi a message. Come to the command room. Upon receiving the message, Su Ruoshi froze momentarily before revealing a bitter smile. Indeed, the commander had not reprimanded her earlier. He was merely saving face for her. He did not wish for her to lose dignity in front of others. Su Ruoshi felt that standing at attention would only invite punishment. This was entirely her fault, a lapse in vigilance that had resulted in such significant casualties. Even if the commander were to berate her severely, it would be justified. With these thoughts, when Su Ruoshi arrived at the command room, her expression was heavy, leaving Li Chen somewhat perplexed. What's wrong? He inquired. Su Ruoshi closed her eyes, stood upright, and summoned her courage to speak. This mission's failure is entirely my fault. I am willing to accept punishment. Li Chen was instantly taken aback, gesturing to a nearby chair as he replied, Please sit down first. Su Ruoshi, her expression conflicted for a moment, complied with the command and sat down. She had anticipated a scolding from Li Chen, but his next words left her astonished. According to artificial intelligence analysis, the second-tier zombies you encountered were likely artificially created. Li Chen's words detonated like a grenade in Su Ruoshi's mind. If the analysis proved accurate, the safety of the residents in the star-level shelter would be jeopardized. Just a few second-tier zombies had caused such distress to the resident combat teams. Should a tide of second-tier zombies arise. Merely contemplating this filled Su Ruoshi with trepidation. It would truly become a living hell. Noticing her distress, Li Chen calmly reassured her, no need to worry excessively. We have already conducted thorough checks around the star-level shelter. The location where second-tier zombies are being cultivated is quite distant from us. Furthermore, based on the behavior of these second-tier zombies, those responsible are currently unable to produce them in bulk. Thus avoiding a zombie tide. The priority now is to enhance your strength, ensuring that when you lead the team on missions, you have adequate protection. Currently, there are 20 second-tier zombies in Donghai City. Relatively scattered. As long as your personal strength increases, encountering a few second-tier zombies will merely be a matter of easy pickings. Su Ruoshi nodded vigorously in agreement. Li Chen then placed his palm on Su Ruoshi's shoulder. Ding, contact detected between commander and bound individual. Would you like to upgrade? Let us upgrade. As Li Chen's words fell, Su Ruoshi felt a warm sensation envelop her, akin to basking in the afternoon sun on a grassy field. Moments later, Li Chen withdrew his hand. Su Ruoshi gazed in astonishment at her own palm, feeling a surge of energy coursing through her entire being. All she desired now was to head to the training ground and engage in a fierce battle. What is happening to me? Su Ruoshi looked at Li Chen in confusion. You can interpret it as me transmitting energy to you, Li Chen succinctly explained. Instantly, Su Ruoshi's pupils widened in disbelief. What? Energy transmission? Alright, your strength now surpasses that of second-tier zombies, Li Chen affirmed with a slight nod. You may leave. Yes. As Su Ruoshi departed, Li Chen accessed the panel of the bound individual, star-level shelter system, bound individual 1, Su Ruoshi, strength, 20, agility, 20, constitution, 20, mentality, 20, wisdom, 20, gene evolution, 0. Li Chen had elevated Su Ruoshi's attributes to the maximum of 20 points across the board. However, he discovered that he could not click on gene evolution as it required the bound individual to comprehend it through practical experience. Li Chen had no means to assist with that over the next few days. Noah continued to uncover material warehouses while Su Ruwashi led the resident combat teams in executing tasks. Within a mere 7 days, they had completely eradicated all zombies within a 10-mile radius of the star-level shelter, sending shockwaves through Donghai City, especially with the helicopters and armored vehicles deployed for each mission. The mere sight of them instilled a sense of intimidation. What exactly is the star-level shelter? They possess such abundant resources, and even armored vehicles and helicopters. This cannot simply be acquired with money. I dare say the star-level shelter is far more complex than it appears. Last time I exchanged a batch of grenades from the star-level shelter. Do you think the star-level shelter could possibly? Numerous rumors began to circulate throughout Donghai City. Some speculated that there was undoubtedly a mysterious force behind the star-level shelter. Otherwise, how could a seemingly young Li Chen acquire such firepower? After 7 days of intense combat, the resident combat teams reaped substantial rewards. Initially, multiple factories had caused severe shortages in raw materials, but now, the resources gathered by the resident combat teams were sufficient for the factories to operate tirelessly for 6 months. Moreover, through each battle, the warriors experienced tremendous growth. The once inadequate resident combat teams could now rival the elite forces of the pre-apocalypse. Should any warriors fall in battle, the star-level shelter would not only provide substantial compensation to their families but also arrange for the elderly and children to be accommodated at care centers. Receiving free assistance, this motivated the warriors to charge fearlessly into the fray. What occupied Li Chen's thoughts the most were the second-tier energy cores brought back by Su Ruwashi, 29 in total. Excluding the 20 second-tier zombies already present in Donghai City, the resident combat teams encountered a small wave of second-tier zombies. Fortunately, the combat teams had evolved significantly, and with Su Ruwashi at the center, they managed to counter the threat without suffering significant casualties. Holding the 29 second-tier energy cores, Li Chen proceeded to exchange them. Ding! Congratulations, Commander, the exchange was successful. You have obtained 29,000 first-tier energy cores. Combined with the energy cores acquired by the artificial warrior during their zombie hunts and those exchanged by the shelter's residents, Li Chen now possessed a total of 180,650 energy cores. Noah, upgrade the production line. Yes, ding, 20,000 energy cores have been consumed to upgrade the level 2 aircraft production line. Ding, 30,000 energy cores have been consumed to upgrade the level 3 aircraft production line. Ding, 30,000 energy cores have been consumed to upgrade the level 3 armored vehicle production line. Ding, 10,000 energy cores have been consumed to repair the level 1 surveillance equipment production line. Ding, 20,000 energy cores have been consumed to upgrade the level 2 surveillance equipment production line. With 180,000 energy cores at his disposal, Li Chen engaged in a spree of enhancements. As he issued command after command, the armored vehicle and aircraft production lines were both upgraded to level 3, alongside the repairs to the surveillance equipment and firearms production lines. Chapter 37, Upgrading the production line. The star-level shelter now boasted level 3 armored vehicles, basic combat aircraft, and small surveillance robots. The level 3 armored vehicles exhibited significantly enhanced defensive capabilities compared to their predecessors, now capable of withstanding electromagnetic weaponry. The primary fighter jet is equipped with bombs, allowing it to engage in aerial combat. As for the small control robots, their applications are manifold. Currently, the second-level surveillance equipment production line is capable of producing bionic robots the size of rabbits. Simply placing them on the ground enables them to blend seamlessly with other animals, rendering them nearly undetectable. Should upgrades continue, there will be insect surveillance robots and even nanoscale variants. However, such advancements are not yet necessary. Li Chen allocated the remaining energy cores to the weapons production line. The original production line was limited to manufacturing cutting-edge weapons such as the M416 and AK-103. Now, the weapons production line can fabricate electromagnetic cannons. Their power is several dozen times greater than that of the M416 and allows for area-wide strikes. Following Li Chen's command, the maintenance android immediately began inspecting the production line, activating the machinery to commence mass production. In no time, the first electromagnetic cannon was in Li Chen's hands, approximately half the size of an M416 and resembling a toy water gun. Upon impact, all living beings within a 10-meter radius would be vaporized. The new weapons and vehicles were promptly equipped to the android soldiers. Li Chen addressed the management with a calm demeanor. Understood, the manager nodded. Li Chen then glanced at the surveillance equipment production line. The first unit produced was a monitoring robot designed to resemble a cat, with its 2 green eyes serving as surveillance cameras and its upright ears functioning as listening devices. At a distance of 2 meters. It was nearly indistinguishable from a genuine pet cat, easily misleading individuals into believing it was an ordinary feline companion. The surveillance robots could take on various forms, but Li Chen chose only to produce cats and dogs, as these are the most common pets among humans, ensuring they would not raise suspicion in public. After inspecting the production line, Li Chen returned to the command room and accessed his attribute panel. Star Level Shelter System, Host, Li Chen, Strength, 20, Agility, 20, Constitution, 20, Mentality, 20, Wisdom, 20, Evolution Energy, 160,356, Binding 1, Suruwashi, Binding 2, none, Gene Evolution Attempts, 1. Li Chen immediately allocated all his evolution energy to his mentality. Ding, 160000 points of evolution energy have been used, Mentality 8. After his recent encounter with the second-tier zombies, Li Chen recognized the value of mentality, while attributes like strength and speed are essential for warriors in the game. Mentality and intelligence are crucial for mages. During the battle, Li Chen tentatively unleashed his mental power, which could directly penetrate the zombies' brains, albeit for a brief period. However, his current mental strength was insufficient, resulting in a very short control duration. Imperceptible to outsiders, with the enhancement of 8 points to his mental attribute, Li Chen found his mental reach had deepened. He cautiously extended it to other floors and was surprised to observe the resident combat team members lined up on the platform for disinfection. Likely returning from their mission, after utilizing his mental power for a while, Li Chen felt a throbbing headache and retracted his mental reach, instructing Noah, summon the resident combat team for a meeting. Understood, notification sent. In just a brief moment, members of the resident combat team, including the 2 battalion leaders and various squad leaders, gathered in the command room. Everyone had performed admirably during the first phase of their mission. Particularly Su Ruwashi, who not only completed the resource collection task but also managed the aftermath flawlessly. The Star Level Shelter is a shared refuge in the apocalypse and a home for all, requiring collective effort to enhance its prosperity. Those who have performed exceptionally step forward. Li Chen projected the combat footage relayed by the drones onto the massive holographic screen. The members of the resident combat team erupted in excitement. Look, that's me, haha, I remember this battle. I took down over 100 zombies, and my gun nearly melted. The commanders had indeed taken note of their achievements. The soldiers eagerly identified themselves in the footage, their faces brimming with pride. Clearing his throat, Li Chen brought the room to silence. As he called out the names of those who had made significant contributions, each soldier stood up. Li Chen rewarded each of them with 5,000 points. This was a reward for their outstanding performance. He believed that in the upcoming tasks, they would have the opportunity to earn even more. Do you have confidence? Yes, the soldiers' morale soared, with their freshly acquired points. They couldn't help but contemplate how to utilize them. First, they considered buying some clothes and shoes. The clothing factory in the Star Level Shelter had produced numerous stylish garments, each costing only 10 points. Cheaper than a meal. Next, they thought about purchasing snacks for their children, as many of the soldiers with kids had faced persistent complaints. The latest beverages and confectionery from the Star Level Shelter surpassed even some well-known brands from before the apocalypse in taste. Li Chen observed the joyous scene before him and nodded slightly. Although everyone had performed excellently, there were still many areas for improvement. First and foremost was a lack of discipline. Many soldiers, in their fervor, struggled to adhere to commands. Secondly, their proficiency with firearms remained inadequate. When faced with combat, standing firm was essential, and improvement was necessary. Therefore, for the next 7 days, they would not undertake any missions but focus on training. Exceptional performers would still be eligible for point rewards. That is all I wish to convey. Is there anything you would like to add? Li Chen's gaze fell upon Su Ruwashi, as she had been in command of the resource collection mission, with the 2nd battalion leader merely assisting. Report to the commander. There is nothing to add. Su Ruwashi stood tall and replied. Just as Li Chen was about to dismiss the gathering, a new message arrived on his smart wristband. The research team had made a new discovery. Dr. Yang requested to report in person. Li Chen promptly agreed and instructed Dr. Yang to come directly to the command room. Alright, Su Ruwashi, please stay. The rest may return to rest. Having just received Li Chen's commendation and a significant influx of points, the soldiers eagerly made their way back to the residential area, eager to share the good news with their families. Chapter 38, Research Progress. Su Ruwashi sat beside Li Chen. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Yang arrived in a flurry, his face glowing and his steps light. Report to the commander. We have made significant breakthroughs in the application of energy cores. Our researchers have discovered that the energy within the cores is stored in a mixed state of liquid and gas, which can be extracted for use in the form of biological waves. Dr. Yang exclaimed, opening his smart wristband to send the data to Li Chen while continuing his explanation. Thus, we have ventured a bold hypothesis. Perhaps energy cores can be absorbed by the human body. To test this, our researchers conducted experiments on themselves. As he spoke, Dr. Yang produced an energy core and held it in his palm. Almost immediately, a strange crimson hue appeared on his face. Li Chen distinctly felt the intense fluctuations emanating from the energy core in Dr. Yang's hand. However, despite Dr. Yang's efforts, the energy did not enter his body. Instead, it dissipated into the air. Observing the energy core, it had transformed from its original crystalline clarity to a dull gray, resembling glass that had gathered dust over time. Dr. Yang scratched his head, acknowledging, we have yet to determine a method for the human body to utilize this energy. Our conjecture is that perhaps the bodies of our researchers do not meet the threshold required for absorption. Before the apocalypse, Dr. Yang had already made remarkable contributions in the fields of biology and energy. In one of his published papers, he had posited similar hypotheses. Presently, human brain cells are utilized at less than 10 of their potential. With the majority remaining dormant, only one of brain cells actively participate in cognitive functions. If this is true for the brain, what about the body? Many genetic fragments in humans are also in an inactive state. Dr. Young theorized that these are genetic locks, which can only be unlocked upon reaching a certain threshold. Li Chen regarded Dr. Yang with admiration, acknowledging his brilliance. He then turned to Su Ruoshi, saying, "Retrieve an energy core and let Dr. Yang guide you on how to use it." "Understood," Su Ruoshi replied, somewhat surprised. She recalled that the star-level shelter had begun collecting energy cores some time ago. Did this imply that Li Chen had long been aware of their potential? The thought left her astonished. Holding the energy core, Su Ruoshi followed Dr. Yang's instructions, cautiously attempting to extract the energy within. Soon, she succeeded, though the energy did not enter her body but rather dispersed into the air, leaving her with a great empty energy core. "Try again," Li Chen stated calmly. Su Ruoshi's attributes had already reached the threshold to unlock the first layer of the genetic lock. There was no reason she should be unable to absorb the energy core. "Yes," Su Ruoshi inhaled deeply and took another energy core into her palm. Following the previous method, she focused intently. Crack, under Dr. Yang's excited gaze, fissures began to appear in the energy core held by Su Ruoshi. Immediately, it shattered into a fine powder. The energy within the core had already been absorbed into Su Ruoshi's body. At this moment, Su Ruoshi felt a cool energy coursing through her veins. It was a success. Indeed, Dr. Yang joyfully circled around Su Ruoshi, eager to discern the differences between her and the research personnel. He intended to continue his studies and to delve further into energy-related research. Ideally, he aspired to create instruments capable of extracting energy from the core. Li Chen nodded slightly in agreement. Dr. Yang promptly took out his notebook to jot down his findings. Rubbing his head, he gazed at Su Ruoshi with fervent eyes and inquired, "Commander, may I borrow someone for a while?" "Certainly," Li Chen replied with a nod. Dr. Yang, having received permission, beamed with the glee of a child who has just received candy. However, after a brief moment, he opened his smart wristband and continued, "We have made progress in our research on the zombie virus. Our researchers have discovered that the zombie virus can evolve, under a microscope. Even in the absence of a host, individual viral bodies can become independent entities. As long as energy materials are continuously supplied, they will keep upgrading. If they lose their energy sources, the zombie virus will even devour one another to achieve evolution. The speed of this evolution is approximately tenfold every 30 days. When Dr. Yang reported this research finding, his expression was grave. Su Ruoshi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, although she had long been informed by Li Chen about the evolution of zombies. She had not anticipated it to happen at such a rapid pace. At this rate, it is believed that in just a week or two, the entire Donghai city will be overrun by second-tier zombies. And that is not all. If allowed to continue unchecked, soon there would be third tier, fourth tier. Is there any hope for humanity? Su Ruoshi murmured to herself, her heart filled with despair. She had already experienced the capabilities of second-tier zombies, which could easily tear apart a truck. If they continue to evolve, could the defenses of the shelter truly withstand them? Noticing Su Ruoshi's expression, Li Chen said calmly, "There's no need to panic. While zombies may evolve, so too will humanity. The future is uncertain." Perhaps influenced by Li Chen's demeanor, Su Ruoshi gradually began to calm down. Dr. Yang adjusted his glasses, his face pale as he said, "Through our research, we have also discovered that the zombie virus can infect animals." "Animals?" Su Ruoshi could not help but interject. "Enough with the suspense. Dr. Yang, please clarify what's going on." The initially erupted zombie virus, which we refer to as the first-tier virus, spreads through blood and saliva, affecting only primates. Humans and monkeys serve as hosts. However, after evolving, it has undergone continuous mutations. It can now infect across target cells. Soon, creatures that fly, walk, or swim will all become part of the zombie horde. Dr. Yang's words brought about a profound shock. Although the zombie virus was terrifying, humanity had gradually begun to stabilize after establishing shelters. As long as there were sufficiently thick walls, most zombies could be repelled. Yet if animals could also be infected, wouldn't that leave them utterly defenseless? In the past, a mere mosquito bite caused a slight itch, but now it could lead to infection. Fortunately, the animals currently susceptible to infection are primarily carnivorous or omnivorous. No cases of infection have been found in herbivores. Dr. Yang took a deep breath before continuing, "We currently theorize that this may be due to carnivorous animals secreting certain special substances that aid in the decomposition and absorption of meat, which herbivores lack. If we pursue this direction, we could soon develop an antidote for the virus." Chapter 39, Evolution. In response to Dr. Yang's conclusion, Li Chen nodded in agreement. As zombies are continuously evolving, yesterday, they infected only primates. Tomorrow, they might infect carnivorous animals. What about the day after? Who knows, perhaps one day even mosquitoes could become zombies. While they may not necessarily be fatal, they could still lead to human infection, an insidious threat. Furthermore, at present rats, which are omnivorous and small in size, pose a significant threat to humanity, thus, it is imperative to expedite the development of a vaccine. How long will it take to develop the vaccine? Li Chen asked directly. I'm not certain, it could be 10 days, a month, or even longer. Dr. Yang responded cautiously. This was understandable, as insufficient knowledge about the zombies was one factor, but more importantly, there was a lack of personnel. After all, the prerequisite for developing a vaccine is finding an antibody. However, amidst a sea of people, how difficult is it to locate an individual with an antibody, if no antibodies can be found? The only recourse would be to test things one by one, incurring enormous time costs and unpredictable resource consumption. For a moment, Li Chen furrowed his brow. I will instruct the combat teams to cooperate with the research institute's work. Simultaneously, the results of the zombie research will be published on the forum as a warning. Given the speed of zombie evolution, it is likely that the slow-moving first-tier zombies will soon undergo significant changes. Li Chen is not naive. Having experienced a previous life, he understands that humanity is a collective entity. The star-rated shelter cannot rely solely on these 10,000 individuals. Only by ensuring the survival of more people can the star-rated shelter continuously replenish its ranks. Dart Yang nodded solemnly. That very day, a post titled "Shock, Zombies Can Actually Evolve" quickly topped the star-rated shelter's forum. It contained Dr. Yang's conclusions regarding the zombie research and several video clips showcasing the encounters with second-tier zombies during collection missions. All presented in slow motion to allow viewers to clearly observe the destructive capabilities and speed of the second-tier zombies. The star-rated shelter's forum, offering survival guides and updates on the shelter, had almost become a haven for survivors. They felt restless if they did not check it multiple times a day, and even in the absence of new information, just browsing through the daily lives of the shelter residents brought them a sense of bittersweet enjoyment. Soon, this post garnered countless views and comments. What? Zombies can evolve? Is that for real? And so quickly? I can't even handle the most ordinary zombies outside, and now there's an even stronger one. This is maddening. Is the information from the star-rated shelter accurate? Could it be a smokescreen? Why don't I believe it? To those upstairs, if you don't believe it, why not step outside for a walk instead of hiding in your homes and typing away? I live near the factory in the video and witnessed the star-rated shelter's personnel battling second-tier zombies with my own eyes. Is there a future for humanity? The zombies are becoming increasingly powerful. Beneath the post, an avalanche of comments erupted, with survivors trembling in fear, filled with despair for the future. Initially, the survival guide provided by the star-rated shelter allowed them to barely endure, but the emergence of second-tier zombies plunged them into darkness. Don't panic just yet. Check out the other videos in the post. Aside from the first one, where the star-rated shelter faced difficulties, the other videos clearly demonstrate that they found a way. Exactly, humans are at the top of the food chain. How could we be easily defeated? Some keen-eyed individuals immediately sought to reassure others. However, such optimistic thoughts were unlikely to gain consensus. Did you not notice the equipment and capabilities of the star-rated shelter's warriors? If even they struggle against these monsters, what chance do ordinary people have? Meanwhile, within various shelters across Donghai City, the post ignited a firestorm of discussion. Is the news from the star-rated shelter true? If second-tier zombies really emerge, our shelter's combat capabilities are inadequate. Should we consult Mr. Li? I just exchanged for a box of weapons. If the news is true, that box might not suffice. Yes, let us ask Mr. Li first. What if it's false news? Many shelter leaders, clinging to a glimmer of hope, reached out to Li Chen. Wealthy individuals share a common trait, a fear of death. They care little for others. They only fear that their good fortunes might be cut short. Thus, they all secretly wished that the information on the forum was false. However, after inquiring with Li Chen, they were met with disappointment. The news was indeed true. Consequently, they immediately placed further orders for a significant quantity of weapons. Li Chen's phone began to ring incessantly, prompting him to delegate the matter to the management team. Simultaneously, the West City shelter could no longer remain idle. Compared to other shelters, their food supply was even more scarce, and their armed forces were virtually non-existent. Although they possessed brute strength, what good was that? The West City shelter had initially been formed by a gathering of miners. But later, order collapsed. Many violent criminals escaped from prison and joined the West City shelter. These individuals were characterized by their laziness, preferring to force the elderly and children to fight zombies rather than hunt them down for energy cores themselves. As a result, they had fallen to the point of cannibalism. The current leader of the West City shelter was a man infamous for committing serial murders before the apocalypse, known as Scarface. Have you all seen the news on the forum? Zombies can actually evolve. Scarface glared at several managers of the West City shelter, his face filled with malice. Damn it, this wretched apocalypse, this wretched situation. What kind of power is behind the star-rated shelter? Even in these times, they still have resources for research. I believe what the star-rated shelter is saying is true. We must think of a strategy now. Several of the managers were originally incarcerated alongside Scarface. Each bore a fierce demeanor. Scarface raised his hand and slowly inquired, "How many energy cores have we managed to procure thus far?" The pressing concern was to stockpile provisions. Thus, even if the zombies evolved, we could find refuge instantly. The managers fell silent, as if gripped by an unseen force. Point 1, summoning courage, finally spoke. We have only 50 energy cores remaining. With a resounding thud, Scarface slammed his fist onto the table. His glare fierce. What have you all been doing? Were you not instructed to send that herd of two-legged sheep out to hunt zombies? How can we be left with so few energy cores? The man immediately wore a woeful expression. But our shelter is devoid of food. The energy cores are not only needed for weapon exchanges but also for provisions, and the demand far exceeds the supply. Upon hearing this, Scarface let out a heavy huff through his nostrils, though he refrained from unleashing his wrath. Indeed, the food shortage at the West City shelter was severe, otherwise, the consumption of two-legged sheep would not have arisen. Even someone of Scarface's stature had to partake in such dire measures. Point 1 could only imagine the plight of the ordinary residents. 50 energy cores could scarcely procure anything worthwhile. Damn it, are we to starve? Scarface muttered in frustration. Having recently seized the West City shelter from the miners, Scarface had initially reveled in his triumph, believing he was at the pinnacle of his existence, even feeling the apocalypse was upon him. However, as time passed, he realized that managing a shelter was no simple task. So many mouths to feed. Even disregarding the ordinary residents, he still had to care for his brothers. Now thoughts of departure began to flicker in Scarface's mind. At that moment, one of the managers spoke up. Actually, when I was scouting the star-rated shelter, I encountered its commander. He's merely a youth with a soft countenance and a frail physique. Since we lack energy cores to exchange, why not revert to our old ways and simply rob them? Everyone present had taken lives before the apocalypse. Their moral thresholds were significantly lower than the average person now that the end times had arrived. Their thinking had become exceedingly simplistic. Survival of the fittest. Thus, this proposal garnered unanimous agreement. Indeed, we can just rob them. We'll feign an exchange, then seize control of the commander while he is distracted. What a splendid idea. I noticed those lowly beings at the star-rated shelter seem to live quite comfortably. It is high time we enjoyed some of that. They excitedly discussed their newfound strategy. Scarface, not one to shy away from unscrupulous behavior, immediately concurred. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Old Six hastened to contact the star-rated shelter's commander and inform him we wish to exchange goods. Bring forth a box lined with glass at the bottom and topped with 50 energy cores. Without hesitation, they set to work, with some contacting the star-rated shelter while others prepared the box. At first glance, the energy cores appeared no different from glass orbs. Who would know the difference when they were concealed beneath? All they needed was to present it to the star-rated shelter, and surely no one would discern the ruse. Before long, Scarface and a contingent of dozens appeared at the star-rated shelter. The West City shelter. A pleasure to finally meet. Li Chen greeted with a faint smile. Zhang Tian and his companions had escaped from the West City shelter, so upon learning of their arrival, Li Chen instructed them to remain hidden. Scarface, what brings you here today? Li Chen inquired, his tone cordial yet cautious. Mr. Li, we have come with intentions of conducting a substantial transaction, Scarface replied, gesturing for the others to present the box. A sizable iron chest was unveiled, filled to the brim with energy cores that sparkled dazzlingly. Scarface believed that such a display would surely entice Li Chen. Is this all? Li Chen scoffed, unimpressed. The countless exchanges he had witnessed from various shelters had rendered him indifferent to Scarface's offerings. He had encountered far more energy cores than those in Scarface's possession. Moreover, he discerned a trickery at play. The lower layers of the box were likely reflective glass, yet Li Chen chose not to expose their deceit. Curious to see what scheme the West City shelter intended to unfold. I understand, Mr. Li, that you are well versed and may find our offering lacking. However, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. The West City shelter genuinely seeks to exchange for supplies. Scarface continued, his demeanor darkening while maintaining a facade of cordiality. Having entered the star-rated shelter, they had yet to locate the storage area. Once found, they intended to subdue Li Chen immediately. Very well, what do you wish to exchange for? Allow me to show you, Li Chen offered, momentarily halting his departure. We require weapons and food. Thank you, Mr. Li, Scarface eagerly replied, rubbing his hands together. Elated, the others exchanged glances, astonished by how smoothly things were progressing, feigning ignorance of their conspiratorial glances. Li Chen escorted them to the storage area. First, let us show you our food supplies. We have a variety of fresh vegetables and poultry, all preserved to maintain freshness. With that, Li Chen opened a warehouse door, revealing a vast cold storage room. The frigid air sent shivers through the crowd, but upon seeing the mountains of meat within, their eyes glimmered with greed. Is there so much? One stammered. Scarface, dissatisfied with the man's reaction, nudged him aside and smiled. The star-rated shelter's resources are indeed impressive. Mr. Li, would you mind showing us your fast foods, instant noodles, bread, and such? Of course, follow me. Li Chen readily agreed. As they entered the fast food storage area, the sight of yet another colossal pile sent the West City shelter's members gulping. This is in abundance. Are you satisfied? Li Chen inquired with a beaming smile. Absolutely, exceedingly satisfied. Scarface's gaze was fixated on the bounty before him. Is there anything else you require? Li Chen continued. Scarface leaned in closer. I need your cooperation. In an instant, a knife was pressed against Li Chen's throat. Scarface whistled softly. Brother, I see your shelter possesses ample supplies. It would be a waste to keep them. Rather, let us take them back to share with the hungry survivors, don't you think? Li Chen remained unmoved, responding coolly. Oh, will you truly distribute them to the survivors? I have heard that the West City shelter has a penchant for raising two-legged sheep. How does that taste? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Scarface's expression shifted dramatically. However, assessing the surroundings, he noted that aside from Li Chen, only the members of the West City shelter remained. Scarface sneered. It seems Mr. is quite knowledgeable. Unfortunately, you will no longer have the chance to speak. With that, a glint of malice flashed in Scarface's eyes, and he swiftly slashed the knife. But with lightning speed, Li Chen caught the blade with one hand and seized Scarface by the throat with the other. Scarface's terror grew as he realized Li Chen had caught the blade barehanded without sustaining a scratch. Who are you? However, this question would forever remain unanswered. With a slight twist of his hand, Li Chen tightened his grip, and Scarface's eyes bulged as he lost his breath completely. The remaining members from the West City shelter were left in shock, their eyes wide as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Some, gripped by fear, took a step back. It's not our fault. We were coerced. One pleaded. Yes, it was Scarface who forced us. Another chimed in. Please, don't come any closer. As several members experienced Li Chen's inhuman speed, they began to weep and plead for mercy. A few turned to flee, but the moment they took a step, Li Chen appeared before them like a specter. With a single kick, that individual would never again see the light of dawn. Is that all? You thought to engage in robbery? Li Chen scoffed coldly, twirling the knife in his hand as he approached the remaining individuals. Some fled, while others resorted to threats. What do you think you are? It's a privilege for you to covet our supplies. Do you really think you can act without consequence? Do you know who stands behind the West City shelter? Yet Li Chen remained unfazed by their threats. After systematically dealing with each one, he leisurely wiped the blood from his palms. Send a message to the management team instructing them to handle the situation. When the management arrived, accompanied by the artificial beings, it was hardly surprising. They officially organized the aftermath, and soon the ground was cleared, save for the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. As if nothing had ever transpired during this period, due to a post on the forum discussing the evolution of zombies, the star-rated refuge attracted a number of interested parties. Some sought to procure supplies, while others, much like the West City refuge, naively attempted to seize them by force. In dealing with such individuals from the West City refuge, Li Chen's approach was swift and decisive. I won't rob you. Yet, you dare to present yourselves at my doorstep. He dealt with them directly, desiccating the bodies and hanging them in the small grove outside the star-rated refuge, so that all who came to exchange supplies would see. Consequently, every refuge in Donghai City became aware that the star-rated refuge was not to be trifled with. At dawn, Li Chen had a simple breakfast before leisurely making his way to the weapons production base. The production lines were busily at work, mechanical arms assembling various components. With the roar of machinery, weapons continually emerged from the end of the assembly line. In an open area, dozens of Level 3 armored vehicles were on display, each outfitted with heavy weaponry. Behind the armored vehicles stood a row of fighter jets, and further back, helicopters. Should someone capture this scene and post it on the forum, many would surely be astounded. This was no mere refuge, it resembled a military base of a nation. Li Chen surveyed the fighter jets with satisfaction and turned to the management. How is the combat group equipped? Commander, the combat group is now fully equipped with fighter jets and Level 3 armored vehicles. The management reported earnestly. The extra 10 armored vehicles will be allocated to the civilian combat group. As for the fighter jets, they have yet to be assigned to the civilian combat group due to a shortage of pilots. The civilian combat group differed from the artificial warriors. Their piloting skills were ingrained in the artificial beings during their gestation, allowing them to fly from birth. However, the majority of the civilian combat group consisted of ordinary residents who had no experience flying aircraft. Currently, a few retired soldiers were teaching them, but it would take some time before they could take to the skies. How many refuges have recently placed orders for supplies? Li Chen continued to inquire. The management flipped through their notes. A total of 6 refuges in Donghai City have placed orders, along with 13 from neighboring cities. Deliveries are underway via transport aircraft. We have received 850,640 energy cores, with 70 allocated for weaponry, 26 for food, and 4 for clothing. Additionally, scattered survivors have ordered food, weapons, and 34,506 energy cores, all through online transactions. Li Chen smiled slightly, everything unfolding as anticipated. Many survivors in Donghai City had not aligned themselves with the major refuges but had chosen to survive independently. A month had passed since the apocalypse began, and the resources left on the streets had long been scavenged, leaving only empty storefronts. Thus, these survivors had no choice but to trade with the star-rated refuge for food. Li Chen had specifically instructed Noah to announce a marketplace feature on the forum. enabling home delivery for orders exceeding 1,000 energy cores within Donghai City. Many independent survivors opted to pool their resources. For Li Chen, the food in the star-rated refuge was more than sufficient. It was taking up space. Now he could exchange it for energy cores, a truly advantageous arrangement. The weapons exchanged were also those deemed surplus by the star-rated refuge. The production speed at the weapons manufacturing base had significantly increased. As the assembly lines were entirely machine-operated, requiring neither rest nor sustenance. As long as there was power, they would function. Now, even the civilian combat group had been fully equipped with electromagnetic cannons. Li Chen had little regard for weapons like the M416. Although he possessed over 1 million energy cores, he did not intend to further upgrade the production line, as it was currently sufficient. Instead, it was time to enhance the capabilities of the artificial warriors. With second-tier zombies now appearing outside, it wouldn't be long before they proliferated. The combat effectiveness of the artificial warriors was becoming inadequate, and soon missions would result in considerable casualties, unlike the civilian combat group. The artificial warriors were genetically programmed with loyalty from birth and would never betray Li Chen. They represented the last line of defense for the entire star-rated refuge. Therefore, enhancing the strength of the artificial warriors was of utmost urgency. No, upgrade the gestation chamber to enhance the existing artificial warriors, Li Chen instructed calmly. Understood. Chapter 42, Humanity will evolve. Beep, 160,000 energy cores consumed, gestation chamber upgraded to level 1. Beep, 500,000 energy cores consumed. 5,000 artificial warriors upgraded to level 1. As messages flashed before him, the liquid within the gestation chamber underwent a significant transformation. Previously filled with nearly transparent liquid, the newly produced artificial warriors now boasted combat abilities akin to top-tier humans. However, the liquid had now turned milky white, indicating that the artificial warriors were approaching the genetic evolution of level 1 humans. Detected that the gestation chamber has been upgraded, capacity for artificial warriors has increased. Would you like to commence the cultivation of level 1 artificial warriors now? The system prompted once more. Without hesitation, Li Chen selected yes. Beep, 500,000 energy cores consumed, cultivating 5,000 artificial warriors. Each level 1 artificial warrior required 100 energy cores for cultivation. The cost would escalate for level 2 and level 3, eventually reaching thousands. After completing these tasks, Li Chen had nearly depleted his tens of thousands of energy cores. At that moment, the returning artificial warriors from their missions arrived in teams. Rotating to lie within the gestation chamber for upgrades, the first team lay down, and soon a surge of milky liquid poured forth from the gestation chamber, inundating the artificial warriors with various energy substances. Approximately 15 minutes later, all the liquid had been absorbed, returning the liquid to its transparent state, which slowly drained from the chamber's outlet. With a soft hiss, the transparent cover of the gestation chamber opened. The artificial warrior slowly opened his eyes, expressionless as he emerged and wiped the dirt from his body. Immediately, another warrior lay down in his place. Li Chen carefully observed the upgraded artificial warriors. Their aura had transformed entirely. Previously, they could be likened to sharp weapons, but now, having completed their upgrades, they had evolved into humanoid behemoths. Their muscles appeared less pronounced, yet in their stillness and motion, one could feel the immense energy contained within. Exceeding their former strength tenfold. Come with me to the training ground to test your abilities, Li Chen instructed nonchalantly. Yes, the two made their way to the training ground, clearing a large area as numerous members of the civilian combat group surrounded them. Curiously observing the scene, what is the commander doing on the platform? That individual appears to be from the star-rated refuge's combat group. Is the commander planning to spar with him? Alright, everyone, let's keep quiet and watch attentively. As murmurs circulated among the crowd, the artificial warrior remained motionless as their genetic directive included a clause, "Do not harm Li Chen, strike me," Li Chen commanded forcefully. Yes, only then did the artificial warrior unleash a powerful punch toward Li Chen. Who effortlessly caught it. Haven't you eaten? Use your full strength, Li Chen bellowed once more. The artificial warrior then unleashed its full power, each punch landing with a resounding thud. The steel platform reverberated with the force of their strikes. After several exchanges, the platform, forged from steel, cracked open. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the upgraded artificial warriors were formidable, yet still not sufficient. Again, he shouted. The artificial warrior gathered its strength and delivered a powerful punch. A series of explosive sounds echoed across the training ground, causing the entire platform to tremble. After several exchanges, Li Chen landed a punch on the warrior's shoulder, producing a dull thud. The warrior collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, unable to move, only then did Li Chen cease his assault. The upgraded artificial warriors were indeed powerful, but they still fell short compared to Li Chen, who had undergone genetic evolution once. This was the limit of the artificial warrior's capabilities. Wow, so the combat group of the star-rated refuge is this formidable? No wonder the commander keeps saying our training results are lacking. Has anyone noticed that the combat group members seem stronger than before? It appears so. I remember the commander mentioning that humans can evolve too. Could it be? The members of the civilian combat group gazed at the platform, their eyes ablaze with excitement, in the star-rated refuge. As long as they worked diligently, Li Chen would undoubtedly reward them generously. Thus, the warriors of the civilian combat group believed that if there truly was a way to evolve, as long as they put forth their best effort, Li Chen would never withhold his guidance. After assessing the results of the artificial warriors' upgrades, Li Chen glanced at his own panel, noting that only over 30,000 energy cores remained, insufficient for substantial endeavors. Upon opening his attributes, he found a significant amount of evolution energy still available. Star-rated refuge system, host, Li Chen, strength, 20, agility, 20, constitution, 20, mentality, 28, wisdom, 20, evolution energy, 842. 001, Binding 1, Suruwashi, Binding 2, None, Gene Evolution Count, 1. Li Chen began to fervently click to upgrade his attributes. Ding, 20,000 points of evolution energy have been consumed. Spirit 1. Ding, 20,000 points of evolution energy have been consumed. Spirit 1. Ding, 20,000 points of evolution energy have been consumed. Strength 1. After a series of operations, all attributes have been elevated to their maximum of 30 points. To continue, one must undergo a second genetic evolution. However, Li Chen paused at this juncture. Noah, I recall that during the first genetic evolution, there was no need for evolution energy. What gives? Li Chen inquired, perplexed, after the first attribute points were maxed out. One could directly evolve. Why is it that the second genetic evolution now requires energy? Moreover, a staggering 200,000. Commander, the difficulty of the second genetic evolution is significantly greater, hence it necessitates a larger expenditure of evolution energy. Noah explains slowly. The first layer of the genetic lock is the easiest for humans to breach. One merely needs to unleash a powerful will in the face of death to unlock it. Its purpose is to restore humanity's combat instincts, instantly enhancing attack power 100-fold. Essentially, it merely mobilizes existing genes to optimize the cells within the body. However, the second layer of the genetic lock involves direct recombination, altering the very genes. Upon completing the second genetic evolution, one gains access to extraordinary powers. This power may manifest as a physical transformation imbued with the traits of certain animals, or as a mental alteration, allowing one to manipulate intelligent beings through psychic waves. The distinction between the two necessitates differing amounts of evolution energy. Li Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In any case, the artificial warrior has already leveled up, allowing for a swifter hunt of the zombies. Once the resident combat group completes their second training, they too will be dispatched to hunt zombies. Evolution energy will be easily obtained. Chapter 43, the large agricultural market. Most importantly, glancing at the time, the second-tier zombies are on the verge of becoming a tide of corpses. The combat group earns 1 point of evolution energy for slaying a first-tier zombie and 100 points for dispatching a second-tier zombie. Once a massive wave of second-tier zombies forms, the influx of evolution energy will be substantial indeed, while other survivors struggle for survival, fretting over the Moro's existence, and as the various shelters brace themselves for impending danger. Armed to the teeth and trembling in fear, Li Chen has already begun to regard the second-tier zombies as a veritable treasure trove. Commander, there is an anomaly outside the shelter. Just as Li Chen was about to assess the training outcomes of the resident combat group, his smart wristband received a notification. He promptly made his way to the command center. What is it, Commander? Many refugees have appeared outside our shelter, the manager reported respectfully, displaying the surveillance feed from the shelter's periphery. There, across the river, in a small grove, throngs of people and tents were visible. What is happening? Li Chen frowned. Because our warriors frequently venture out on missions, they have cleared the nearby zombies. A couple of days ago, some homeless survivors stealthily gathered on the riverbank. They brought with them some pre-apocalypse supplies, prompting several residents of our shelter to occasionally venture out to trade for goods, the manager explained. Initially, when scattered survivors began to appear, the manager had sent people to drive them away, but to no avail. After all, the vicinity of the star-rated shelter is exceedingly safe, and residing next to it prevents them from having to make arduous trips back and forth after acquiring energy cores. The allure was simply too great. Commander, should we use force to expel them? The manager inquired. Only by shedding blood will they cease to linger around the star-rated shelter. Li Chen shook his head. It appears they have formed a small marketplace. However, it poses no detrimental effect on the star-rated shelter. Let them be. No need for expulsion, but we should keep an eye on them to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Li Chen instructed. These outsiders conducting business at the entrance of the star-rated shelter do not warrant his interference. However, should they dare to harm the residents of the star-rated shelter or adversely affect it, he would not show any mercy. Understood, the manager promptly replied. All right, I shall step outside for a look. Rising, Li Chen was quite curious. The star-rated shelter is well equipped, so why would they venture to the external marketplace for goods? Perhaps he could optimize the factory operations. The air was murky, as if shrouded in a haze, yet it did not diminish the vibrancy across the river from the star-rated shelter upon stepping outside. Li Chen realized that small marketplace was an understatement. It resembled the scale of a large pre-apocalyptic agricultural market. Numerous tents dotted the open space, with nearly everyone displaying an array of goods spread upon cloths before them. Selling gold and silver jewelry, absolutely genuine, 1 energy core for a whole box, universal water purifiers, trusted brands, an essential guide for your survival in the wild. Passers-by were drawn in by the calls of vendors hawking various entertainment products. Grandma Emma's exquisite branded shoes and bags, wholesale price, 1 energy core for a bag. Feeling lonely? This happiness cup will help you through every tough night. The incessant cries filled the air, primarily peddling recreational items. As for vehicles, weapons, and food, the vendors were unlikely to part with their own supplies for trade. The unit of exchange was predominantly energy cores, although the exact utility of energy cores was not well understood. They were becoming a hard currency, as the star-rated shelter allowed for various supplies to be exchanged for them. Li Chen observed closely, noting that most of the consumers were residents of the star-rated shelter. After all, only those who were well off could afford to spare energy cores for such purchases. Boss, how much for the happiness cup? One individual inquired. The owner of the happiness cup stood up hastily, holding up a single finger. What? 1 energy core? That's too expensive. The inquirer frowned, shook his head, and walked away. An energy core could be exchanged for numerous bullets. With alternatives available, why would one need to purchase a happiness cup? Seeing customers leave, the owner hurriedly chased after them, proclaiming, then it'll be 1 energy core for 10 happiness cups. Go away. Why would I need so many happiness cups? The person rolled their eyes and departed. The owner returned to their spot, dejected, glancing at the neighboring stalls with envy. At that moment, a group caught everyone's attention. Leading the way was Dr. Yang, accompanied by Ning Jing and several researchers. To be frank, apart from Ning Jing's striking appearance, the others were rather unremarkable. What stood out was their unexpectedly clean attire. Not a single patch marred their clothing, and their faces bore a rosy glow, entirely unmarked by hunger. They were residents of the star-rated shelter. TSK. They looked as if they had never suffered hardship. What treasures could they be carrying? Energy cores, perhaps. Let us follow them. They might be prime targets. Behind them trailed 2 scruffy-looking men. This marketplace, being outside the jurisdiction of the star-rated shelter, was rife with chaos, often falling prey to black market dealings. Interestingly, everyone was essentially in similar financial straits. Even in illicit exchanges, little could be gained. Some sharper minds immediately turned their gazes toward the residents of the star-rated shelter. While these drifters lacked substantial resources, the residents of the star-rated shelter were quite the opposite. Each of them possessed a plethora of energy cores, all ripe for the taking. As Dr. Yang and his fellow researchers, burdened with their goods, found a vacant spot and settled down, they unpacked their bags to reveal various items: instant noodles, biscuits, and makeshift hunting rifles. These were remnants of their pre-apocalyptic scavenging. However, since moving into the star-rated shelter, the researchers had enjoyed exceptional treatment, feasting daily on gourmet food, rendering instant noodles and biscuits unworthy of their attention. Hearing of a marketplace outside, they decided to exchange their goods for energy cores. The 2 scruffy men, upon observing, were captivated. To the residents of the star-rated shelter, instant noodles were trash, but to these survivors, they were a gourmet delight. The 2 exchanged glances. Big fat sheep, Jing-san, you go ask the price first. Once you ascertain their position, follow my lead and act swiftly. Li Si licked his lips, unable to contain his excitement. Chapter 44. I advise you to mind your own business. Besides Zhang-san and Li Si, others also eyed the researchers hungrily, all eager for a lucrative score. At this moment, Dr. Yang and his companions remained blissfully unaware that they had become unwitting targets in a predatory game, having resided in the star-rated shelter for so long. They found no allure in instant noodles or makeshift rifles, fearing rather that they might not get a fair price for their goods. Hey there, brother, are all these for sale? Zhang-san approached cheerfully. Inquiring, Ning Jing nodded, her expression brightening. To her surprise, fortune smiled upon her. Just as they had set up, business had already come knocking. 3 buckets of instant noodles for 1 energy core, 10 energy cores for a hunting rifle. No bargaining, Ning Jing announced. Oh, how many do you have in total? I have a lot of people on my side, Zhang San replied, his eyes darting keenly, assessing Dr. Yang and the others' positions for an advantageous strike. How much you want? I have it all, Ning Jing answered breezily, oblivious to Zhang San's ulterior motives. As a researcher, she had been well protected, retaining a hint of naivety, looking at the shabby man before her. She could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. If a man truly desires too much, he can redeem himself from the shelter and then sell it to others at a low price. Consider it an act of charity. Upon hearing that supplies were abundant, Zhang San's eyes lit up with excitement, his breath quickened, and he wasted no time in subduing Ning Jing with a few swift strides. Pressing a dagger against her waist, hand everything over, Ning Jing was caught off guard by the turn of events and was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Dr. Yang also sensed something was amiss and Accompanied by other researchers approached with grim expressions. What are you doing? With Dr. Yang's admonition, Zhang San scoffed. What do you think I'm doing? Isn't it obvious? It's better to enjoy together than to suffer alone. You all don't seem to be lacking in food or clothing. Instead of letting it go to waste, why not let my friends fill their stomachs? Clearly, this was not Zhang San's first encounter with such deeds. He proceeded with no qualms whatsoever. I advise you to release her quickly. We are residents of the star-rated shelter, and if you do anything, the shelter will not let you off lightly, Dr. Yang warned. However, Zhang San merely laughed heartily. He had once submitted an application to join the star-rated shelter but was rejected due to his lack of skills and poor physical condition. Since then, whenever he saw residents of the star-rated shelter, a wave of resentment washed over him. Why should there be a hierarchy among people? Witnessing the anxious expressions of Dr. Yang and the others only heightened Zhang San's delight. You want me to let her go? Then hand over the food, and those crude shotguns, bring them all to me, Zhang San shouted. Dr. Yang cast a worried glance at Ning Jing and eventually nodded, placing all the bags before Zhang San. Dr. Yang had no children of his own, so he treated Ning Jing and the other students as if they were his own. He did not want to see Ning Jing harmed over a mere handful of food. Li Si, witnessing the situation, rushed to gather the backpacks, filling himself up. All right, let us hurry and go. In a flurry, Li Si glanced towards the direction of the star-rated shelter, fearing that its soldiers might appear at any moment. Wait, we've given you the things, now let her go, Dr. Yang shouted. To Li Si's backpack were not only instant noodles and biscuits but also several crude shotguns. Without weapons, the researchers stood no chance against Zhang San and Li Si. Ha, let her go, a beauty like her is a rare find. Zhang San grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Ning Jing felt a wave of nausea wash over her, as if she had swallowed a fly. Why you? Dr. Yang was nearly fainting with rage. Several researchers rushed forward, attempting to rescue Ning Jing, but with guns in Zhang San's hands, what could a group of defenseless researchers do? Bang! In the chaos, Zhang San pulled the trigger, and the bullet from the crude shotgun pierced Dr. Yang's shoulder. Fortunately, the weapon's power was somewhat lacking, so Dr. Yang was not in immediate danger. You dare harm my teacher, I'll fight you, the researchers erupted in anger, wanting to use their bodies to shield against the gunfire. Just as Zhang San's eyes reddened, preparing to fire again, a cold voice rang out, let them go. Before Zhang San could react, Ning Jing was swiftly rescued by Li Chen. I advise you to mind your own business, Zhang San sneered coldly. Upon seeing Li Chen, Dr. Yang and the others felt a sense of relief. Ning Jing clung tightly to Li Chen's arm, tears streaming down her face. Just moments ago, she thought she was about to die. Even if she survived, Zhang San would take her back and defile her. Luckily, Li Chen had arrived just in time. At this moment, Li Chen's expression was as dark as the depths of the ocean. He raised his head and calmly said, take action. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers appeared behind Zhang San and Li Si, their guns trained on the duo's heads. Before Zhang San and Li Si could plead for mercy, a series of gunshots rang out. The two men fell to the ground, bloodied and lifeless. The onlookers were stunned. Who was this person exuding such authority? They seemed to also be from the star-rated shelter, and their position appeared to be quite high. Hot Zhang San and Li Si have been targeting residents of the star-rated shelter. Now they are facing their retribution. Indeed, those who walk by the river often end up wet. Alright, everyone be quiet. We don't want the soldiers from the star-rated shelter to think we are affiliated with Zhang San, many whispered among themselves. Those who had been robbed by Zhang San and Li Si clapped in approval, while others who had planned to take advantage of the situation fell silent, watching closely. To arrange for personnel to patrol this area. Anyone who dares to target residents of the star-rated shelter must be dealt with ruthlessly. Li Chen glanced at the corpses of Zhang San and Li Si and waved his hand. Immediately, someone came to clean up. Yes, at that moment, everyone recognized that Li Chen was the commander of the star-rated shelter. Goodness, the commander personally came out to patrol. How fortunate the residents of the star-rated shelter are. So this is the commander of the star-rated shelter. Oh my, he seems so young. No wonder he exudes such authority. If only I could be the commander of the star-rated shelter. You, forget it, go back to sleep. In dreams, you can have anything. Among the crowd were some residents of the star-rated shelter, who approached Li Chen to greet him. Upon hearing that there would be patrols in the market from now on, expressions of gratitude spread across their faces. Li Chen merely waved his hand in response to their enthusiasm and then turned to Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang, if you encounter any difficulties in life, feel free to speak to me. Li Chen spoke earnestly. This group of researchers was extremely important, and he did not want them to be burdened by everyday struggles. An awkward expression appeared on Dr. Yang's face, and he glanced at the people behind him before explaining, Commander, it's not what you think. We've been cooped up in the lab for far too long. We just wanted to step outside for some fresh air and have a bit of fun. Li Chen nodded in understanding. I see the benefits provided to researchers by the star-rated shelter can be considered top-notch. They want for nothing in terms of food and clothing and enjoy a relatively comfortable living. However, Dr. Yang's words sparked an idea in Li Chen's mind. Staying in the lab for too long could lead to feelings of confinement. The combat teams among the residents might also suffer from psychological trauma. Currently, the treatment team at the star-rated shelter consists entirely of therapeutic androids. While their technology is undoubtedly advanced, they lack the ability to empathize with humans. Therefore, if psychological therapy were to be added to the treatment team, it would necessitate seeking out professionals from among the residents. Fortunately, the star-rated shelter has an abundance of everything, including professional talent. Li Chen promptly called Noah to retrieve the residents' files, specifically looking for those with doctoral degrees in psychology or higher to transfer to the medical team. Yes, Noah immediately provided a list of 50 candidates, all holding doctoral degrees. As for those below that level, Li Chen wasn't interested. Prioritize those with experience. Arrange for 10 of them. Li Chen didn't bother to look through the list himself. With Noah's big data capabilities, he was certain the most suitable choices would be made. Ning Jing, hearing that there would be psychologists available, asked curiously, will all residents of the star-rated shelter be able to receive treatment? How will the fees be calculated? It was well known that before the apocalypse, psychological counseling was quite expensive. If the costs were too high, few would be inclined to seek help. Li Chen smiled slightly. The counseling services for the combat teams and research institute will be entirely free. For other residents, each session will cost 200 points. Within the star-rated shelter, the combat teams and research institute were areas Li Chen valued most, so he aimed to provide them with the best benefits possible. As for others, he had no intention of profiting from psychological counseling. Any fees collected would be distributed among the counselors. Really? That's wonderful. Ning Jing smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. Recently, project progress had been slow, and she noticed the researchers were under immense pressure. If this continued, they might go insane. After all, there is a saying about mad scientists, and now that psychological counseling would be free, it should alleviate much of their stress. The surrounding survivor onlookers, upon hearing Li Chen's words, felt their eyes redden with jealousy. The benefits afforded to residents of the star-rated shelter were truly exceptional. Unfortunately, they did not meet the criteria. Alright, now that we are in the apocalypse, people's hearts are unpredictable. Don't wonder too far. Li Chen stood up, reminding Dr. Yang and the others, even at the entrance of the star-rated shelter, robberies could occur. Venturing elsewhere would be even more perilous. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, order had collapsed, and lives were as expendable as weeds. Places like the West City shelter, which treated people like livestock, were certainly not isolated incidents. Darth Young nodded gravely. He immediately gathered his things and departed with the others. In the following days, the upgraded android warriors engaged in a frenzied slaughter. For 24 hours a day, they fought for nearly 15 hours. With the remaining time spent returning to the shelter to replenish ammunition, grabbing meals on the go, and sleeping wherever they could, the second-tier zombies, which had once posed a challenge, now fell before the android warriors as easily as slicing through watermelons. Li Chen watched the continuously increasing evolution energy and energy cores, unable to contain his smile. Report to the commander, individuals from the West City shelter have arrived. The commander sent a message. Li Chen paused, recalling the last encounter with Scarface and his crew, who had failed in their robbery and were left hanging in a grove, now desiccated. Did the West City shelter not receive the news? Did they dare to come again? After pondering for a moment, Li Chen summoned Zhang Tiankai to accompany him in meeting the individuals from the West City shelter. You must be the commander of the star-level shelter? Right, how accomplished you are at such a young age. Upon their first encounter, the representatives from the West City shelter eagerly grasped Li Chen's hand, exuding warmth. The visage, heavily lined with wrinkles, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an ancient eunuch. If there is something to discuss, please be straightforward. It was only recently that individuals from the West City shelter paid us a visit, Li Chen retorted, withdrawing his hand with a cool demeanor. Haha, it's all a misunderstanding. That scar-faced individual is nothing but a cancer to our West City shelter. I, Cheng Jianye, am certainly not of that ilk. You may inquire with Xiao Jiang. We share a long-standing camaraderie. Cheng Jianye cast a glance at Zhang Tiankai, desperately trying to strengthen the connection. Noticing Li Chen's gaze upon him, Zhang Tiankai nodded. Indeed, Cheng Jianye was different from the scar-faced man. It was likely that after the latter's demise, Cheng Jianye swiftly reclaimed control of the West City shelter. However, Zhang Tiankai harbored no fondness for Cheng Jianye. He still remembered how when the scar-faced man led his cohort to pillage the West City shelter, Cheng Jianye had remained utterly silent, despite many placing their hopes on him, only to meet a dismal fate. Upon observing Zhang Tiankai's expression, Li Chen instantly comprehended. Your words are misplaced. The scar-faced man was indeed one of your own from the West City shelter. His actions cannot be dismissed with a few light words. Cheng Jianye's countenance faltered. He exchanged a glance with those beside him and gritted his teeth. Indeed, Mr. Li speaks the truth. Our visit from the West City shelter is primarily to apologize for the actions of the scar-faced man and to offer some compensation. We also wish to exchange for a few supplies. After Cheng Jianye spoke, he had the others bring forth the boxes. Within these boxes lay genuine energy cores. Upon learning of the scar-faced man's predicament, Cheng Jianye promptly contacted his former associates to swiftly regroup. Once he regained control over the West City shelter, Cheng Jianye began dispatching the scar-faced man's subordinates to hunt down zombies, not only to eliminate rivals but also because those subordinates possessed significantly superior combat capabilities. After gathering a substantial cache of energy cores, Cheng Jianye hurriedly approached to exchange for food and weapons. Little did he expect to be met with Li Chen's sharp rebuke, opening the box. Cheng Jianye lamented, "Mr. Li, this box of energy cores is half intended as compensation for you and half for the exchange of weapons and food. Our West City shelter is truly at the end of our rope. Considering the many mouths I have to feed, could you perhaps offer us a discount?" This was indeed true. Cheng Jianye and his companions were not living in luxury, and now, even they could only afford a packet of biscuits per day. While the elderly, weak, and infirm were reduced to gnawing on tree bark and rummaging through trash bins, a sight too pitiful to behold. Chapter 46, transferred to the medical team. If it were anyone else. Hearing Cheng Jianye's pitiful tale would likely evoke some sympathy. However, Li Chen was no saint. In this apocalyptic world, offering food and weapons to provide others with a chance at survival was already a commendable act. After all, they were still unaware of the true purpose of energy cores. Even in hunting zombies, they had no knowledge of the need to extract them. "Mr. Cheng, you flatter me," Li Chen replied with a slight smile. "Very well, how many weapons and food do you require?" Cheng Jianye had already formulated his request prior to arrival. "I need 50 AK-103s and 50 M416s, 30 grenades, and 300 boxes of ammunition. Additionally, a truckload of instant food, 200 pounds of rice, and 50 pounds of meat." After recounting his needs, Cheng Jianye eagerly inquired, "How many energy cores will this total?" Li Chen smiled gently. "One AK-103 requires 100 energy cores. 2 grenades for each, and 2 boxes of ammunition per box. As for food, instant noodles will cost 10 energy cores per box, while rice and meat are priced higher. If Yang Qingyi and the others were present, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. Good heavens, the prices had doubled. Cheng Jianye's expression darkened upon hearing the costs. With only 1,000 energy cores in that box, and considering that half must be offered as compensation to Li Chen, the remaining 500 cores would scarcely suffice to purchase 5 AK-103s, far too little. Noticing Cheng Jianye's dismay, Li Chen smirked knowingly. "Mr. Chang, you needn't fret over the energy cores should you find yourself short. You may take the weapons first, and later, once you have accumulated enough energy cores, you can settle the balance." This tactic had been employed with Yang Qingyi previously. However, the first time he had allowed those old foxes to defer payment for weapons was to establish a reputation. To let more people know that the star-level shelter could exchange supplies. This time, by allowing Cheng Jianye to defer payment, Li Chen aimed to ensnare the West City shelter, compelling them to labor for him. After all, there were numerous miners there, indicating good physical condition and strength, making them well suited for zombie hunting. If he could make the West City shelter indebted for even a single batch of energy cores, they would inevitably continue to owe in the future, much like the corporate drones before the apocalypse, who discovered that despite their diligent work, they had no savings and instead owed substantial debts to the bank. The people of the West City shelter clearly did not perceive this layer of complexity. Upon hearing that they could defer payment, Cheng Jianye's eyes sparkled with hope. Once they acquired weapons, with so many men in the West City shelter, how could they not manage to gather energy cores? Cheng Jianye promptly placed the order and assured Li Chen that they would return the energy cores within 10 days, departing with smiles on their faces. Li Chen stretched lazily. "Commander, while Cheng Jianye may not be on good terms with the scar-faced gang, he is hardly a paragon of virtue. Should we really extend credit to him? Might it backfire?" Zhang Tiankai appeared somewhat concerned. Unbeknownst to him, he had subconsciously begun to regard himself as part of the star-level shelter. Witnessing others exploit their resources naturally stirred such thoughts within him. Do not fret. If they are inclined to break their word, they will need to consult our combat team for approval first, Li Chen replied with a chilling smile. Presently, the star-level shelter boasted not only armored vehicles but also fighter jets. Should the West City shelter dare to engage in any trickery, they could expect to be met with overwhelming firepower. Seeing this, Zhang Tiankai nodded slightly. By the way, I recall you mentioned you were a doctor? Li Chen inquired suddenly. Zhang Tiankai nodded slightly. Prior to the apocalypse, he had garnered some renown, but since arriving at the star-level shelter, he discovered that the members of the medical team were all exceptionally skilled. At his level, he could only serve in a supporting role. Of course, Zhang Tiankai was unaware that besides him, all other members of the medical team were medical-type androids, with cutting-edge techniques directly integrated into their DNA. Have you studied psychology? Li Chen pondered aloud. Zhang Tiankai shook his head. He specialized in internal medicine, which had no connection to psychology. However, my wife is a psychologist. She has been practicing for nearly 10 years. Zhang Tiankai volunteered. Before the apocalypse, he and his wife had worked at the same hospital, sharing a profound bond. Unfortunately, the star-level shelter had not previously offered positions for psychological counseling, forcing Zhang Tiankai to send his wife to the factory first. Excellent, the medical team is preparing to establish a psychological counseling department. Your wife shall serve as the head, Li Chen decisively declared. Jiang Tiansai's mouth fell slightly agape, disbelief etched on his face. He had already received notification about the establishment of the psychological counseling department. But those selected were typically required to hold doctoral degrees or higher. Although his wife was highly experienced, her qualifications amounted to merely a bachelor's degree. Jiang Tiankai had been lamenting this fact. Really, Commander, I'll inform my wife right away, Jiang Tiankai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. At a certain level, individuals yearn not only for sustenance and warmth but also to shine in their fields of expertise. Li Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, it's true. However, once your wife becomes the head, her subordinates will all possess doctoral degrees or higher. Do you think she will feel pressured? Pressure is inevitable, but the opportunity is rare. I assure you, I will not disappoint the commander's trust. Jiang Tiankai affirmed with determination, promptly messaging his wife. Jiang Tiansai's wife, Yuan Xingxing, was currently engaged in work at the factory. Upon receiving the message, she glanced at her smart wristband. Dear, the commander has appointed you as the head of the psychological counseling department. Upon seeing this message, Yuan Xingxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Just then, the production team leader's voice echoed from behind her. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? The production team leader of the snack factory was a young girl, strikingly beautiful, which had garnered her considerable favor among the men in the shelter. This, in turn, had inflated her ego, causing her to look down upon other female workers. Nothing, Yuan Xingxing stammered, promptly shutting off her smart wristband. Her heart racing. At this moment, there was no confirmation of the news, only Jiang Tiansai's word. Yuan Xingxing feared that if the information turned out to be false, she would be left in an awkward position. The production team leader snorted dismissively, forcefully activating Yuan Xingxing's smart wristband, her tone firm. Let me see what you're doing during work hours. What, you've been transferred to the medical team? The production team leader's tone shifted, rising in pitch and instantly capturing the attention of several female workers. It was well known that the benefits of the medical team far surpassed those of the factory. Everyone was aware that Yuan Xingxing had a husband in the medical team. Thus they regarded her with a mix of envy and jealousy. If Yuan Xingxing were also transferred to the medical team, it would shatter their mindset. It's not confirmed yet, my husband might just be talking nonsense, Yuan Xingxing said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 47, Psychological Counseling Department. Upon closer inspection, the production team leader realized that the message indeed originated from Jiang Tiankai, rather than from the star-rated shelter's official notice. With a chuckle, he remarked, I advise you not to indulge in fanciful dreams. The star-rated shelter is teeming with talent. How could someone with merely an undergraduate degree gain entry? Just focus on completing today's tasks. Such is human nature, those who falter often cannot bear to see others succeed. The production team leader believed that Yuan Xingxing, being older and not particularly attractive, had no right to good fortune. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Xingxing remained oblivious to the leader's internal musings, simply nodding and continuing with her tasks. Suddenly, the smart wristband buzzed again with a notification. This time, without asking any questions, the production team leader directly opened Yuan Xingxing's message list. What he saw left him agape with astonishment. Yuan Xingxing, curious, glanced at her own message. Dear Yuan Xingxing, greetings, congratulations on your transfer to the medical team as the head of the psychological counseling department. With a daily score of 3,500 points, please complete the necessary formalities and report to the medical center promptly. In an instant, a vibrant glow illuminated Yuan Xingxing's face, her blood racing with exhilaration. Jiang Tiankai's words were indeed true. The commander had permitted her entry into the medical team. The production team leader, upon seeing this notification, felt a pang of envy. She yearned to mock Yuan Xingxing but found herself lacking any standing to do so. Though the production team leader was fair of face, she was merely a leftover woman, unable to find a suitable partner, perpetually disdainful of those around her. Her aspirations were directed solely at Li Chen, whom she deemed worthy of her attention. Regrettably, whenever Li Chen passed by during factory inspections, he never cast a glance her way, and now, he had appointed Yuan Xingxing as the department head. Jealousy gnawed at the production team leader's heart. She could hardly accept that she was outdone by Yuan Xingxing. I must return to work, Yuan Xingxing said after reading the notification several times, blissfully shutting off her smart wristband, only to notice the production team leader still standing beside her. She reminded her, the handover can wait until tomorrow. We must finish today's work first. The production team leader, jolted back to reality, shot Yuan Xingxing a glare and turned to leave. Women, Yuan Xingxing sighed, shaking her head. As a seasoned psychological counselor, she had long seen through the production team leader's petty thoughts. However, preferring to avoid conflict, she chose not to engage. Fortunately, she was now able to return to her former profession, and she approached her tasks with newfound vigor. Later that evening, after work, Jiang Tiankai joined Yuan Xingxing in the cafeteria, eagerly requesting 2 exquisite meals. What's the occasion, Dr. Jiang? Inquired the cafeteria lady, intrigued. My wife has just been appointed as the head of the psychological counseling department. Zhang Tiankai replied, his pride palpable. The cafeteria lady cast an envious glance while preparing their meals and remarked, you two must be quite something. Together, you'll earn 7,000 points a day, won't you? 7,000 points. For many ordinary residents of the star-rated shelter, this represented a substantial income, essentially achieving financial freedom. Zhang Tiankai wished to elaborate, but Yuan Xingxing tugged at his sleeve. It's not so bad. We have elderly and children at home. And expenses can be significant, she said with a smile. All right, your meals are ready, 2,000 points. The cafeteria lady cheerfully set down their dishes. Zhang Tiankai swiped his smart wristband on the machine and took a seat nearby with their meals. Tiankai, can you tell me more about this appointment? Yuan Xingxing asked eagerly as she sat down, recalling that Zhang Tiankai had sent her the initial message. She surmised he might have some insights. I am not quite sure myself. Some officials from the West City shelter came by today, and the commander asked if I was a psychologist. Zhang Tiankai replied, equally puzzled. And you recommended me? Yuan Xingxing's heart raced. She had hoped to be hired as a psychological counselor before, but the competition had been fierce. Now she had been appointed as the head. You need not worry, the commander chose you as head. Which surely indicates his recognition of your abilities, Zhang Tiankai reassured her. Indeed, Li Chen was right. Even before Yuan Xingxing officially assumed her position, the pressure was already mounting. All right, I understand, she said, taking a deep breath. Let us enjoy our meal. It's a fine dining experience. The couple, typically frugal, relished the opportunity to indulge in such a meal for the first time. Meanwhile, Li Chen sat in the command room. A glass of red wine and a Kobe steak before him, flanked by several managerial androids who were arranging the dishes of the wine from a renowned vineyard, was a vintage from 1982, and the steak boasted a miraculous marbled texture. Melting on the tongue. To Li Chen, this meal was merely routine. If the survivors scavenging for scraps outside were to witness this, there would surely be an uproar. Li Chen took a gentle sip of his wine. And a manager promptly approached with a white handkerchief. After dabbing his mouth, Li Chen inquired, is the psychological treatment department fully organized? The new head is starting tomorrow. Ensure everything is in order. The manager nodded. It has been communicated, however. He hesitated, recalling an incident at the snack factory, feeling somewhat conflicted. It seemed inappropriate to bring up such trivial matters with the commander. Li Chen cut into his steak, raising an eyebrow. The manager continued, it appears that Minister Yuan was challenged today. According to the shelter's surveillance, she seemed rather displeased afterward. Elaborate, Li Chen said coolly. The manager adjusted the surveillance footage for Li Chen's review. When Li Chen witnessed the production team leader bullying Yuan Xingxing, he paused the video and pointed, who arranged for this woman? Commander, production team leaders are typically elected by the workers themselves, the manager replied candidly. Li Chen frowned. This woman's character was evidently lacking. Before the apocalypse, such a woman was referred to as a mediocre woman. Li Chen would not allow someone of her ilk to exert control over the star-rated shelter. From now on, all management, regardless of size, will be appointed directly by your management team. Chapter 48, issuing a zombie wave warning. Wherever there are people, there exists a complex web of relationships. While some positions may seem insignificant, they can cause significant trouble at critical moments. Li Chen certainly did not wish for the star-rated shelter to be mired in chaos. Understood, the manager promptly responded, yet Li Chen fell into deep thought. Although the androids were loyal, they possessed a fatal flaw, a lack of genuine human emotions. For instance, the manager was incapable of empathy. This shortcoming might not be apparent in other roles, but in management, the ability to gauge human emotions was paramount. One cannot simply follow rules and regulations to the letter. With this in mind, Li Chen immediately inquired of Noah, is there a way to address this issue? Commander, androids can learn through intensive study of human behavior. They can replicate emotions on a one-to-one basis, Noah replied. Realizing this, Li Chen nodded. Arrange for the management team to undergo training. Ensure they grasp this thoroughly. Understood. In the ensuing days, the resident combat team completed their second phase of training and was dispatched once more to gather materials. With the increase in second-tier zombies outside, the resident combat team, having relatively weak combat capabilities, could only remain within armored vehicles, unable to undertake hunting missions, which were now the responsibility of the android warriors. In addition to collection tasks, some were also assigned to transport supplies and assist residents with approved applications. Currently, throughout East Sea City, almost all shelters were engaging in trade with the star-rated shelter, relying on it for weaponry and equipment, resulting in a significant increase in supply transportation. Li Chen was leisurely observing a fleet of brand-new armored vehicles when Noah's voice broke in. Commander, a second-tier zombie wave has been detected approaching the southern area of the star-rated shelter. The commander faced two choices. First, to seal the shelter's gates and order all teams to return immediately without any rewards. Or second, to take the offensive. A zombies killed under the auspices of the star-rated shelter's armed forces would yield double evolution energy. Successfully repelling the zombie wave would also grant a special reward package. A zombie wave, Li Chen furrowed his brow, especially upon learning it was a second-tier wave. Previously, Dr. Yang and the others had provided insights into the zombies' evolution speed, suggesting that at least 5 days remained. Yet here it was, appearing early. For other shelters, closing their doors without hesitation would be the prudent course. After all, second-tier zombies were no laughing matter. Their speed and strength were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. However, the star-rated shelter was no ordinary refuge, and Li Chen was far from an average person. A second-tier zombie wave, how delightful, an opportunity for experience. The star-rated shelter now boasted third-tier armored vehicles, basic combat aircraft, and electromagnetic cannons, and even the android warriors had been upgraded to peak first-tier status. To Li Chen, a second-tier zombie wave represented a windfall, and nevertheless, he recognized the need for careful planning, as the star-rated shelter still housed a considerable number of non-combat personnel who required proper arrangements. Notify all combat units to return immediately and prepare for battle. Summon Su Ruoshi, Dr. Yang, and the management to the command room for a meeting. One command after another was relayed, and soon everyone gathered in the command room. Commander, Li Chen stepped into the conference room, prompting everyone to rise. Li Chen nodded and said, "Please be seated." To cut to the chase, Noah has detected that a second-tier zombie tide will be approaching from the south of our shelter. It is expected to arrive in approximately 6 hours. A zombie tide. Su Ruoshi and Dr. Yang exchanged glances, their faces betraying their astonishment. They had never encountered such terminology before. The management, however, remained impassive. Commander, what exactly is a zombie tide? Does it imply that zombies merely congregate, or is there some transformation? What compels them to gather? Do they exhibit purposeful aggression? Dr. Yang, embodying the essence of a researcher, articulated his inquiries with clarity and precision, immediately honing in on the crux of the matter. Li Chen nodded slightly, activated the holographic screen, and projected real-time visuals while elucidating. The formation of a zombie tide is generally attributed to tidal gravitational forces inciting a riot among zombies. Nonetheless, there is no empirical data to substantiate this. It is merely a hypothesis based on the proximity of the phenomenon to the cycles of high and low tides. During such occurrences, zombies exhibit heightened aggression and bloodlust, with their attack potency significantly amplified. Typically, a zombie tide will target the nearest human refuge. During this period, even daylight will not impede their speed. As Li Chen elaborated, the attendees in the conference room widened their eyes, transfixed by the densely packed horde of zombies depicted on the holographic screen. The grotesque visages of the inhuman figures caused a shiver to run down their spines. Su Ruoshi swallowed hard and inquired, "What course of action should we take?" She was acutely aware of her own capabilities. While she could contend with a few second-tier zombies, facing a massive onslaught would undoubtedly drain her stamina and lead to her demise. Not to mention the residents of the combat group. Their current training had indeed elevated them above the average individual, yet they would suffer severe casualties against the second-tier zombies, Li Chen asserted. First and foremost, everyone must understand that even if we remain behind closed doors, the zombie tide will persist in encircling the refuge, engaging in suicidal assaults. This will inevitably result in damage to the surface facilities. Secondly, our star-rated refuge possesses ample capability to confront the zombie tide. Please provide a report on the base conditions. With that, Li Chen directed his gaze toward management. Yes, we currently have 100 level 3 heavy armored vehicles and 60 fighter jets. The combat groups have been fully equipped with electromagnetic cannons. After half a month of production, the numbers of armored vehicles and fighter jets now sufficiently meet operational demands. As for ammunition, we have long since exceeded production capacity. Given that Li Chen initiated 2 production lines, continuously generating bullets that have since accumulated in the warehouse, upon hearing of the abundant armaments within the refuge, Su Ruoshi and Dr. Yang both exhaled in relief. The paramount importance lay in the armored vehicles and fighter jets. One ensures ground combat capabilities, while the other secures aerial combat superiority, both of which wield tremendous potential. Li Chen nodded and commenced issuing orders. First, the resident combat group led by Su Ruoshi will employ ground artillery to provide crossfire support while the refuge combat group engages in direct confrontation. Second, immediately recall all residents of the refuge. The main entrance will be sealed shortly, and no one is permitted to enter or exit at will. Those who miss the deadline will bear the consequences. Third, post a warning about the zombie tide on the forum, alerting all refuges and nearby survivors to remain vigilant. Fourth, cease all exchange operations. We will reassess after the zombie tide has passed. Chapter 49. Let the people of Donghai City witness. The first 2 directives were easily comprehensible. After all, the artificial warriors possess superior strength, making them ideal for frontline engagement. Moreover, securing the main entrance serves to protect the residents of the refuge to the greatest extent possible. However, what on earth was the third directive? Su Ruoshi glanced over with concern. Issuing a warning about the zombie tide at this juncture could very well incite panic. In response, Li Chen offered no further explanation. The star-rated refuge was the first to encounter the zombie tide. But that did not imply that the tide would remain contained. It was entirely possible that scattered zombies might infiltrate various corners of Donghai City. Without proper preparation, it could devolve into a veritable hell on earth. Alright, the meeting is adjourned. We have less than 6 hours until the zombie tide strikes. We must hasten our efforts, Li Chen urged. Su Ruoshi promptly complied, organizing all teams of the resident combat group into formation as per their training protocols. Simultaneously, all resident smart wristbands within the star-rated refuge displayed a message: notification, the star-rated refuge is entering a level 2 alert. The main entrance will soon close. All residents are requested to return immediately. Residents still perusing the market outside were left bewildered upon seeing the message, level 2 alert. What has transpired? Just then, someone discovered a post on the forum. Look, it seems the zombie tide is imminent. We must return swiftly. The outside is no longer safe. Hurry, dear, don't waste time packing. What do these things amount to in energy cores? Our lives are paramount. Move quickly. If we delay, the refuge doors will close. The residents of the star-rated refuge hurried back, leaving the scattered survivors in a state of confusion. Consequently, they too accessed the forum for clarification. Yellow alert, in 6 hours a second-tier zombie tide will arrive from the south of the star-rated refuge. At that time, zombies will be unaffected by daylight, becoming even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Non-combat units must evacuate immediately. The star-rated refuge is entering level 2 alert. The main entrance will close, and all exchange of resources will cease. Please prepare accordingly. This post, prominently displayed and highlighted by the official star-rated refuge account, sent the scattered survivors into a frenzy. They hurriedly packed their belongings and sought refuge in what they deemed safe locations. Simultaneously, other refuges in Donghai City also entered a state of alert. The star-rated refuge had become the leading stronghold in Donghai City. A mere stamp of its foot could send tremors throughout the city. The messages released by the star-rated refuge were met with no skepticism. Most refuges planned to hunker down, quietly awaiting the passing of the zombie tide, yet, a few audacious souls began to mobilize, intent on seizing a fortune from this encroaching horde. Recently, the star-rated refuge had introduced numerous valuable items, foremost among them the level 1 armored vehicle. Its formidable appearance was nothing short of a survival tool for the apocalypse. All refuges aspired to acquire a few units to bolster their combat strength. Even scattered survivors were enticed by the armored vehicle, given its remarkable defensive capabilities, far superior to firearms. Alas, the price was exorbitant. A single level 1 armored vehicle demanded 3,000 energy cores. Many scattered survivors had dulled their blades in vain attempts to gather sufficient resources. For the refuges, obtaining 3,000 energy cores was not insurmountable. The challenge lay in the fact that they required more than just 1 or 2 armored vehicles. At least 10 would be necessary to commence operations, should this zombie tide present an opportunity to follow in the wake of the star-rated refuge and claim some energy cores from the second-tier zombies. Perhaps their aspirations could be fulfilled. As preparations were underway, a group of individuals congregated at the entrance of the star-rated refuge. Why are we not permitted entry? The zombie tide is approaching. We reside in the vicinity and are equally affected by your star-rated refuge's actions. You cannot treat us this way. Yes, open the gates and let us in for shelter. This group clamored outside the electric fence. The resident combat group stationed outside took notice. Su Ruoshi stepped forward, observing the crowd with furrowed brows. Who are you? I recognize her. She is the management of the resident combat group. We all live near the star-rated refuge. This zombie tide is headed straight for the star-rated refuge. We are innocent victims of circumstance. Indeed, young lady, please let us in. And with such a large place as the star-rated refuge, surely you do not lack a morsel of food or water for us? The scattered survivors grew animated upon seeing Su Ruoshi, yet none dared to breach the perimeter, for the high-voltage fence loomed ominously. Moreover, the resident combat group was well-equipped, their fierce demeanor instilling a sense of trepidation. That is out of the question. Su Ruoshi decisively rejected their pleas. The gates of the star-rated refuge will only open for residents. Furthermore, the zombie tide is not a consequence of the star-rated refuge's existence. There is no basis for your claims of being affected. These scattered survivors were not originally inhabitants of the area. They simply perceived the vicinity of the star-rated refuge as a safe haven. Thus, they had harbored ulterior motives, taking refuge nearby and relying on the armed personnel of the star-rated refuge for security. Now, with the zombie tide looming, they dared to blame the star-rated refuge for their plight. It was utterly absurd. I will not relent. If you do not allow me entry, I shall perish at the gates of the star-rated refuge. Yes, let the people of Donghai City witness the true nature of your star-rated refuge. Turning a blind eye to those in peril, why is it that only you, the occupants of the star-rated refuge, are aware of the impending zombie tide? Surely you are the ones orchestrating this calamity without any intention of taking responsibility. Upon hearing Su Ruoshi's response, the scattered survivors erupted in outrage, resorting to petty tactics. Su Ruoshi's chest heaved with indignation, yet she refrained from resorting to lethal measures, for Li Chen had not issued such orders. She feared that should she eliminate these individuals, it would invite negative repercussions. In recent days, Su Ruoshi had been training while observing the forum, noting a significant number of individuals harboring animosity towards the affluent. The supplies possessed by the star-rated shelter have long been the object of desire for many. If the armed forces of the star-rated shelter were even slightly weaker, it is certain that these individuals would have surged forward en masse. Thus, at this moment, Tsuruoshi is beset by numerous concerns. Observing Tsuruoshi's reluctance to resort to violence, the scattered survivors grow increasingly emboldened, hurling insults at her. Indeed, their intention is to incite chaos, hoping to compel the star-rated shelter to yield and allow them entry. After the tide of zombies passes, they believe it would be impossible to evict them. This is a golden opportunity. After all, these individuals do not meet the application criteria for the star-rated shelter. In the past, there were no avenues for them to join, but now that the opportunity presents itself, they must seize it, just as Tsuruoshi feels she can no longer withstand the pressure. Li Chen is busy in the command center, taking a moment to glance at the surveillance. Chapter 50, Delivering Energy Cores. Li Chen furrows his brow. Noah, what is going on? Commander, these are scattered survivors residing near the star-rated shelter. They seek refuge within. Noah responds. Dream on. Li Chen scoffs. What refuge? It's merely an excuse. It has already been made clear in the posts that the star-rated shelter will be the first to confront the zombie tide. As long as they keep their distance from the interstellar shelter and find a basement to hide in, their chances of survival will significantly increase. Li Chen is fully aware of the intentions of these survivors. They see the residents of the star-rated shelter living in comfort and wish to exploit the situation to gain entry. At this moment, Tsuruoshi's phone rings. After explaining the situation, she inquires, Commander, should we open the gates to let them in? Dream on. Li Chen rolls his eyes, immediately issue a communique, instructing them to vacate the vicinity, otherwise, they will be dealt with ruthlessly. But what if the other residents of Donghai City hold a grudge against us? Tsuruoshi expresses her concern. It is well known that the star-rated shelter is rich in supplies. Many shelters approach in a respectful manner to exchange resources, yet privately they covet them. What if they find a reason to besiege the star-rated shelter? Keep your grievances to yourself. I want to see who dares to oppose the star-rated shelter. Li Chen narrows his eyes, speaking coldly. The extensive surveillance throughout Donghai City, along with the presence of bioengineered surveillance robots, grants Li Chen a comprehensive understanding of the situation in various shelters. He knows their petty schemes and is acutely aware of their armed capacities. This group is utilizing discarded products from the star-rated shelter. How formidable could their armed forces possibly be? Li Chen is not targeting anyone specifically. Every shelter in Donghai City is, without exception, subpar. Do they really believe they can challenge the star-rated shelter? Let them boast. But when the Tier 3 armored vehicle appears, they will be rendered mute. In the face of overwhelming force, do their opinions matter? Upon receiving Li Chen's command, Tsuruoshi promptly replies, understood. After hanging up, she gazes at the trio of survivors still clamoring at the entrance. A chill passing over her countenance as it turns icy and stern. I saw it. She must have contacted Li Chen just now. Did Li Chen instruct us to let them in? Those treacherous merchants have taken countless energy cores from me. Humanity is a community of shared fate. You cannot be so heartless. Open the door quickly. The zombie tide is approaching. The survivors continue to shout loudly. Tsuruoshi calmly states, indeed, I did contact the commander. Upon hearing this, the survivors are overjoyed. Indeed, Li Chen is allowing us in. They scoff. The fear of public opinion. No matter how powerful the star-rated shelter is, they must ultimately make concessions. Since ancient times, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. If the star-rated shelter wishes to grow and prosper, it must adhere to this principle. I must consider this carefully. If you at the star-rated shelter do not provide 3 meals a day, I will not enter. Initially, these survivors harbored thoughts of luck, planning to seek shelter elsewhere if the star-rated shelter did not open its doors. Now that success seems at hand, they adopt a superior attitude, demanding more. Tsuruoshi's cold gaze sweeps over the faces of the crowd as she states icily, the commander has decreed, you have 5 minutes to vacate the premises, otherwise, you will be met with lethal force. Her words are far from official, carrying a hint of menace. Most importantly, it is something no one wishes to hear. Consequently, the survivors erupt in outrage. The star-rated shelter is so vast, what harm would it be to accommodate a few of us? How can you be so petty, commanding us to leave? Do you not fear retribution? Outside of humanity, there are greater powers. I advise you, people of the star-rated shelter, not to be so arrogant, lest you find yourselves facing dire consequences. The survivors hurl insults at her, convinced that as the largest shelter in Donghai City, the star-rated shelter ought to be mindful of its image. At most, they believed it would be mere words. They could never actually open fire on survivors, as that would incur the stigma of murder. Unfazed by the insults, Tsuruoshi remains composed, calmly watching the time. After 5 minutes of incessant verbal assault, the survivors are parched, and just as they prepare to drink, a gunshot rings out. With her AK-103, Tsuruoshi acts like the Grim Reaper, taking down a member of the group. They are killing people. The star-rated shelter is murdering us. The survivors who were not shot scatter in panic, shouting as they flee. Tsuruoshi's expression remains unchanged. You had your chance, and you squandered it. As she continues to pull the trigger, The sounds of screams fill the air. In truth, she has only shot a few of them in the arms, causing no fatalities. However, there is a psychological threshold that people possess. They believed the inhabitants of the star-rated shelter would not dare to shoot. Thus they acted recklessly. The instant Tsuruwashi fired her weapon, that sense of security collapsed, and they instinctively felt their lives were in jeopardy. As the scattered survivors fled in every direction, the area beyond the high-voltage electric fence grew significantly quieter. Tsuruwashi lowers her weapon and turns to the soldiers of the resident combat team. Hurry up, we have only 4 hours until the zombie tide strikes. Yes, understood, the soldiers respond loudly. For them, the fate of the scattered survivors is of no concern. They came seeking their own demise. Who can they blame? What truly matters is the impending zombie tide. Behind them is the entire community of the star-rated shelter, including their parents and children. If they cannot withstand the oncoming tide, what will become of their families? Therefore, they must hasten their efforts to construct defensive fortifications to protect those behind them to the utmost extent. Moreover, the star-rated shelter takes great care of the families of fallen soldiers. Even in the unfortunate event of their sacrifice, as long as the star-rated shelter and Li Chen endure, they believe their children will have food to eat and books to read. Their parents will also receive care. Every member of the resident combat team is now filled with fighting spirit. Li Chen observes this scene through the surveillance and nods in satisfaction. Noah, how are the bioengineered soldiers faring? Commander, the video link has been established for you. Noah promptly replies, the bioengineered soldiers, led by management, are currently aboard armored vehicles and basic combat aircraft, en route to their destination. Due to the extensive range of the armored vehicles and basic combat aircraft, the battlefield cannot be situated near the star-rated shelter. They must maintain a safe distance. At this moment, all units are prepared, awaiting the arrival of Tier 2 zombies to deliver energy cores. Chapter 51, Discovery of Chromium. Or the battlefield chosen by Li Chen is located 10 kilometers south of the star-rated shelter. It was once a dairy processing plant, now abandoned in the aftermath of the apocalypse, leaving only dilapidated structures. Tier 1 zombies wander the roads, seemingly awaiting something. Boom boom boom. Tier 3 armored vehicles appear in the open field. The zombies instantly regain their vigor, rushing towards the armored vehicles. These zombies include former workers from the factory and others who have wandered in from various locations or from a distance. They appear as a dense swarm, sending chills down the spine. Open fire, Li Chen calmly orders through the radio. All armored vehicles remain stationary as the zombies charge towards them. Suddenly flames erupt from all sides of the armored vehicles. The closest zombies are instantly incinerated, creating a clearing around the armored vehicles. However, this space is quickly filled again as the relentless zombies, unknowing of fear or fatigue, continue to surge forward, drawn by the fresh blood and flesh within. Moreover, the commotion attracts even more zombies from afar. As the horde grows larger, the bioengineered soldiers report, Commander, the electromagnetic cannon is fully charged. Li Chen immediately commands, prepare the electromagnetic cannon to fire, with dazzling arcs of electricity. Zombies fall in droves around the armored vehicles. This marks the first use of the electromagnetic cannon by the bioengineered soldiers, showcasing its astonishing power. Any zombie struck by the electric arcs has its bodily fluids instantly vaporized, leaving behind only a desiccated layer of skin. Witnessing such a scene, the bioengineered soldiers stare wide-eyed in astonishment. This weapon, although they knew how to use it, they never anticipated the electromagnetic cannon would possess such immense power. Simultaneously, some survivors hiding nearby are also taken aback by the spectacle. Are those individuals from the star-rated shelter? What are they engaged in? Is it a drill? It resembles a film. Is this weaponry truly a creation of humankind? How naive of me! That is an electromagnetic cannon, a technology that had been conceived even before the apocalypse, though seldom witnessed by the general populace. Very well, you seem to be well-informed. So enlighten me. What are those in the star-rated shelter actually doing? Have you not seen the armored vehicles? Surely the star-rated shelter is engaged in clearing the battlefield. It is rumored that the horde of corpses is approaching. Survivors are witnessing the formidable combat prowess of the star-rated shelter, engaging in animated discussions. Some even captured photographs and posted them on forums. The power of the electromagnetic cannon is indeed formidable. However, due to the nature of zombies, as long as their hearts remain unscathed, they will not perish. Thus, numerous zombies that have been electrocuted are rising once more, staggering toward the armored vehicles. A hum, an ominous sound of airflow pierces the heavens. Suddenly 5 fighter jets ascend into the sky, forming a V formation. Boom, 5 fighter jets simultaneously target their objective and release their ordnance. The very ground trembles beneath their might. The survivors observing this spectacle are left utterly speechless. Goodness gracious, are those fighter jets? My word, I've truly made it. I have seen fighter jets. How magnificent! The star-rated shelter possesses fighter jets. While we are still wielding kitchen knives against zombies, the star-rated shelter has already deployed armored vehicles, fighter jets, and even electromagnetic cannons. Truly, the disparity between individuals is disheartening. Look, not just 5, there are even more jets following behind. With one survivor's exclamation, a sight unfolds in the sky: 30 jets arranged in perfect order. One by one, they roar as they drop their bombs. This scene leaves many survivors utterly astounded. Simultaneously, forums erupt with discussions regarding the emergence of the electromagnetic cannon and fighter jets, creating a significant wave of excitement. The star-rated shelter has continuously reshaped my understanding. Each time I believe it has reached its zenith, they unveil even more powerful weaponry. It is truly frightening. With fighter jets at their disposal, do we still need to toil away hunting zombies? We could simply bomb them from the skies. To my knowledge, in East Sea City, there are only 2 or 3 shelters capable of harboring fighter jets. The star-rated shelter is indeed extravagant. Indeed, there are a few fighter jets in East Sea City. However, the challenge lies in the fact that each deployment of a fighter jet consumes considerable energy and ammunition. The resources of the star-rated shelter are profoundly deep, utilizing fighter jets to cleanse the battlefield. At this moment, the grand mobilization of the star-rated shelter reaffirms to the inhabitants of East Sea City one undeniable truth. The star-rated shelter is not to be trifled with. Even those harboring ill intentions must suppress their thoughts and retreat into the shadows. Report to the commander. Chromium resources have been discovered. The manager's voice crackles through the radio. Li Chen zooms in on the surveillance and observes numerous blue containers lined up beside the manager. Following a scan by Noah, it is confirmed that the containers are sealed with chromium ore. Instantly, Li Chen rises from his seat. Chromium is the hardest metal in nature, frequently alloyed with steel to enhance its hardness and corrosion resistance. Stainless steel and various components rely on chromium. It can be said that chromium is an essential raw material in industrialization. The discovery of this batch of chromium ore holds significant implications for the star-rated shelter. Commander, should we transport the chromium ore now? The manager inquires. Li Chen regains his composure, scrutinizing the surveillance, and asks, how much chromium ore is there in total? There are 200 containers, the manager replies. At this moment, there are still 3 hours until the horde of corpses arrives. If the artificial soldiers transport it back to the shelter via land, it may not be timely. After all, the bulk of the containers means that ground transport alone would take at least 5 hours. How far is the storage location of the chromium ore from the center of the battlefield? Li Chen queries. Within 1 kilometer, the manager promptly responds. Such proximity means that if the horde arrives, the storage site of the chromium ore will inevitably be affected. By the time the horde dissipates, the chromium ore may be utterly destroyed. Li Chen ponders for a moment before decisively stating, deploy all transport planes and helicopters immediately for the transfer. Also inform all combat units to commence 3 land transport trips. Understood. Noah promptly disseminates Li Chen's orders. As everyone begins to mobilize, Li Chen fixates on the monitor. Lost in thought, the importance of chromium ore is self-evident. Li Chen is unwilling to forego this rare opportunity. For now, he can only dispatch drones for further monitoring to prevent an early assault by the horde while accelerating the transport speed. Chapter 52. The capable prevail. The resident combat team has also received orders and wastes no time gathering the strongest men within the star-rated shelter. They promptly board transport planes and trucks. Determined to bring the chromium ore back in the shortest time possible, inside the star-rated shelter, as trucks begin to roll out, many residents engage in lively discussions. Is it not rather hasty to collect resources at this juncture? Scythe, the commander is still young. He desires everything without realizing that there is no perfect solution in this world. With the horde approaching, how can the commander issue such orders? It's as if he doesn't regard us as human beings. What do you know? Chromium has numerous applications. If we acquire this batch of chromium resources, our shelter's industrial capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Indeed, and I've calculated that the distance isn't far. In a full-speed transport scenario, we should make it in time. Some individuals express approval of Li Chen's orders, acknowledging the vital importance of chromium. However, others harbor dissatisfaction, believing that Li Chen is acting recklessly. Shouldn't we simply hide within the shelter and wait for the horde to pass? Why complicate matters? Naturally, Li Chen pays little heed to such idle chatter. Some residents of the star-rated shelter cannot resist voicing their grievances on forums. In an instant, nearly all survivors in East Sea City are aware that the star-rated shelter has discovered chromium ore. Those nearby utilize civilian drones to capture footage. They witness massive transport planes and helicopters thundering down in front of the warehouse. The truck convoy stretches endlessly. Quickly speed it up. The first batch of transport planes is fully loaded and requests takeoff. The second batch of transport planes is loaded and requests takeoff. The first convoy of trucks is fully loaded and on its way back. The second. In front of the warehouse, over 10,000 individuals labor simultaneously. The young and strong, extracted from the star-rated shelter, swiftly load containers onto trucks or transport planes. As the first batch of trucks fills up, they promptly accelerate back. The second batch of trucks follows closely behind. Everyone is bustling with fervor. Many survivors observe this scene through drones, swallowing hard. Li Chen's mind somewhat deranged, with the horde nearing. How can he still focus on transporting resources? What do you understand? Chromium is the soul of industry. It seems the development of the star-rated shelter has surpassed everyone's expectations. Are you suggesting the star-rated shelter still aims to develop its industry? Of course, my cousin is a resident of the star-rated shelter. She mentioned that they have established numerous factories. Given the pace of development at the star-rated shelter, restoring pre-apocalyptic industrial levels is not an issue. Survivors incessantly discuss beneath the videos, most filled with envy and jealousy. They cower in corners, trembling in fear, while the star-rated shelter boldly mobilizes transport planes to procure resources to it's impossible not to feel admiration. Report to the commander. This is the warehouse. Currently, only one warehouse containing chromium ore has been discovered. The others are empty, the manager reports. As soon as he received the news, Li Chen boarded the first batch of transport planes and arrived at the warehouse's entrance. Observing the scene before him, Li Chen's expression turns grave. He steps inside the warehouse. It is vast. The rows of containers are far more stunning than what he witnessed on the monitor. It is presumed that this chromium ore is strategic material that never got the chance to be transported. After the apocalypse, transportation has become paralyzed, and cities remain largely disconnected, which is why it has remained here. The commander shares his speculation. This means the chromium ore may have been left here by certain individuals. Belonging to private ownership, acquiring this batch of chromium ore could potentially pose some risks for the star-rated shelter. And so what? We are in an apocalypse. All items are ownerless, the capable prevail, Li Chen scoffs. Displaying no concern, currently, the highways are littered with abandoned vehicles, and intercity travel is virtually impossible. Even if the owner of the chromium ore were to learn of it, what could they do? Could they soar over and claim it? With Li Chen's words, the manager refrains from further comment and urges everyone to hasten their actions. Approximately an hour passes. Li Chen glances at his watch, frowning as he asks, how many containers are left? There are still 120 containers yet to be loaded, and it is estimated to take another hour and 20 minutes, the manager replies, wiping the sweat from his brow, just as Li Chen is about to speak. His gaze sharpens suddenly, and he turns towards the back of the containers, shouting, "Who's there?" A gust of wind sweeps through the warehouse, but no one emerges from behind the containers. Li Chen stands firm. His eyes fixed intently on a particular direction, calmly stating, "I've already spotted you. Do you think you can escape? Give you 3 minutes. If I don't see anyone, I will order to open fire." As Li Chen's voice fell, a scruffy little boy emerged from behind a container. 3 minutes later, he appeared exceedingly vigilant, locking his gaze onto Li Chen's eyes, and said, "I was merely passing through. If I recall correctly, there are only factories nearby. What brings you to this place?" Li Chen non-committally inquired. "This area is devoid of food and weapons, occupied only by zombies and factories. It's unlikely that an ordinary person would come here." The boy was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find words. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, glancing at the boy's calloused palms. A child of 7 or 8 appearing in this desolate factory setting seemed exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, Li Chen noted the thick calluses on the boy's hands, indicating that he was accustomed to wielding weapons, a skill honed over many years. There was certainly something amiss. Contemplating this, Li Chen maintained an air of indifference and remarked, "Never mind, we have matters to attend to here. You should leave quickly to avoid being caught in the impending zombie tide." Li Chen's overly benevolent words only heightened the boy's wariness. In this apocalyptic world, who would truly exhibit kindness? Li Chen shrugged nonchalantly, turning to the manager and instructing, "Give him some food and escort him away." Yes, the manager promptly retrieved some emergency rations and placed them in a carry bag. Tossing it before the boy. "Is this for me?" The boy hesitated, reluctant to reach for the bag. "Yes, take it and depart swiftly," Li Chen replied coldly. Observing Li Chen's demeanor, the boy felt a wave of relief wash over him. He kept his gaze fixed on Li Chen, slowly extending his hand to grasp the bag, then, facing Li Chen, began to retreat step by step. Chapter 53. Opportunity only comes once. Only when he reached the warehouse entrance did the boy finally turn around and dash away. Despite his small stature, he sprinted remarkably fast with the carry bag, disappearing in the blink of an eye behind a stack of hay. After running for some distance, the boy bent over, resting his hands on his knees. Gasping for breath, he glanced back only to find that Li Chen and his companions had vanished. With a sigh of relief, he took a moment to rest before skillfully navigating through the haystacks once more. Heading straight for an abandoned residential building, the structure was a self-built house, approximately 150 square meters, comprising 3 stories. The boy expertly ascended the staircase, arriving at an iron door. Cautiously, he peered around before raising his dirty little hand to knock gently on the door. 3 knocks. One light creak, the iron door swung open from the inside, revealing an adult man clad in combat gear, who first surveyed the surroundings before allowing the boy entry. "What is this?" The man's gaze fell upon the carry bag. The boy set it down and plopped onto an iron chair. "Some food," the boy replied coldly. If Li Chen were present, he would have noticed that the boy's expression bore no resemblance to that of a typical child. Instead, he appeared as a seasoned veteran of conflict. "Any news on that batch of chrome? It hasn't been discovered, has it?" the adult man questioned eagerly, not even glancing at the carry bag. The boy's demeanor darkened as he slowly shook his head. "It has already been discovered by the people from the star-rated shelter. They dispatched a transport plane and are in the process of moving it." "What? How am I supposed to report this to the higher-ups?" The adult man exhibited signs of discontent. Report what, even if the chromor hasn't been found, what do the higher-ups plan to do about transporting it back? We have been stranded here long enough. Once the zombie tide passes, we should contact them immediately and request a helicopter for our extraction, the boy replied irritably. These two individuals were mercenaries, following orders from the neighboring city, the Huaxiang shelter. The management of Huaxiang shelter had received information about a batch of chromor in the area and dispatched two individuals to guard it, waiting for an opportunity to transport it back. However, as luck would have it, they had only just arrived in Donghai City a few days prior when the zombie tide erupted. It seemed the chromor would be difficult to secure. I will inform the higher-ups right away. Rest assured, this batch of chromor is crucial to them. What does it matter if the star-rated shelter requires it? They will undoubtedly send someone to reclaim it. The adult man swiftly moved deeper into the building. Just then, faint footsteps echoed in the corridor. The boy and the adult exchanged glances, halting their movements and holding their breath. Bang! The iron door was violently blown open, revealing Li Chen's figure before them, accompanied by a small squad of artificial warrior soldiers. In an instant, all the artificial warriors raised their weapons, aiming them at the boy and the adult. You were tracking me? The boy glared at Li Chen, his face paling in anger, breath quickening. Li Chen smirked, his handsome face adorned with a cold smile. If I hadn't followed you, I would have never discovered this nest of rats. Uncle, I don't understand what you're saying. The boy's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately adopting a pitiful demeanor, as if he were a victim of bullying. Bowing his head, he murmured, we are merely survivors residing here. Survivors? Li Chen scoffed with a sardonic smile, scrutinizing the room's furnishings. 3 meters away from the boy, 2 submachine guns were prominently displayed, both showing signs of usage. Further inside, various munitions were scattered about, including smoke bombs, tear gas grenades, and hand grenades. Such an arsenal would likely be beyond the capabilities of even some smaller shelters. Most concerning to Li Chen were the numerous traps throughout the room. They appeared innocuous, yet he understood that stepping on them could cause severe injury or death. You all seem rather extraordinary. Li Chen stated, I offer you 2 choices. First, cooperate fully and answer all my questions, and I shall allow you to leave. The second, remain silent and meet your demise. The choice is yours. Li Chen leisurely dismantled the traps surrounding them before settling onto a sofa, coldly observing the 2 individuals. The boy and the adult exchanged glances, preparing to speak when Li Chen's voice interrupted once more. You have only one chance. Should I detect even the slightest deceit, you will be turned into a sieve. The threatening tone of Li Chen's words left the boy, who had been contemplating an excuse, momentarily speechless. Observing their silence, Li Chen pursed his lips. Very well, allow me to take a guess. You are not ordinary survivors, are you? It appears both of you are quite skilled with weapons. In this apocalypse, firearms are the most effective means against zombies. Tear gas and flashbangs are utterly useless, yet your possession of such items indicates that your target is not the undead but rather other humans. The boy's eyes widened, a chill racing down his spine. Li Chen then pointed at the damaged traps and continued, typically, such mechanisms are the domain of mercenaries. I never expected to find 2 capable individuals in this modest Donghai city. Retrieve their information. Yes, the manager immediately produced a scanning device, waving it gently over the faces of the 2. Instantly, Noah's voice resonated. Lin Shou, male, 13 years old, mercenary, formerly served in the Zilia Brigade. Diao Kongwei, male, 36 years old, mercenary, formerly served in the Zilia Brigade. No one could evade Noah's scanner unless they had never appeared on any camera. Upon hearing Noah's voice, Lin Shou and Diao Kongwei froze, their bodies turning icy. What on earth is this device? How could it uncover their identities? Remarkable, quite the duo indeed, Li Chen remarked with a slight smile, his gaze fixed on Lin Shou. This young boy had become a mercenary at merely 13 and had participated in several battles. Li Chen was intrigued to discover what experiences had led this boy to such a path. Feeling Li Chen's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Shou was overwhelmed by a sense of dread akin to a rabbit caught in the sight of a tiger. He felt utterly powerless. The time for questioning had arrived. You have the right to answer or remain silent. Li Chen interlocked his fingers, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Diao Kongwei, issuing a cold command. You, being the elder, shall go first. Chapter 54. The Medal of Honesty. As Li Chen's words echoed, the weapons of the artificial warriors were immediately aimed at Diao Kongwei's forehead. Any sign of movement from him would result in his head being turned to pulp. Diao Kongwei felt a chill run down his spine. Which organization are you currently serving? Li Chen asked with a smile. Huaxiang shelter, Diao Kongwei stammered, swallowing hard. Question 2. What is your mission this time? To guard this batch of chromor and await the arrival of personnel from Huaxiang shelter to transport it away. Question 3. What were you planning to do just now? I was preparing to inform the higher-ups that the chromor had been transported, under the threat of the firearm. Diao Kongwei answered all 3 questions truthfully, without daring to lie. Excellent, congratulations, you have earned the Medal of Honesty. Li Chen smiled faintly, patting Diao Kongwei's face. Diao Kongwei felt utterly humiliated, lowering his head in silence, yet he dared not utter a word. Alright, next comes the difficult part. You have 3 seconds to provide an answer, or else. Bang. Li Chen formed a gun shape with his fingers, grinning. Diao Conway immediately nodded in acknowledgement of his willingness to cooperate. Question 1. Could you provide an overview of the Huaxiang shelter? Prior to the apocalypse, the Huaxiang shelter operated as an electronics factory. Upon receiving news of the impending doom, the proprietor promptly hired a contingent of mercenaries. Question 2. What would happen if the Huaxiang shelter became aware that the chromer had been taken? It would bang. The bullet was discharged. Diao Conway collapsed in response, his eyes wide open. Filled with terror, tsk. 3 seconds elapsed. What a pity. Li Chen shook his head, his gaze falling upon Lin Chou. It is your turn now, young warrior. Lin Chou appeared significantly more composed than Diao Conway, meeting Li Chen's gaze directly. He stated, if the people at Huaxiang shelter discover that the chromer has been taken by you, they will undoubtedly send someone to launch an assault on the star shelter. My connection to Huaxiang is tenuous. As I only visited after the apocalypse, ask me anything, and I shall answer. If you agree, I am also willing to serve you. Li Chen smiled faintly, shaking his head. Kill him, bang. Lin Chou didn't even have the opportunity to respond to the question before he fell beside Diao Conway. The manager looked at Li Chen in confusion. Commander, this boy possesses considerable potential. If properly trained, his combat prowess would be remarkable. Most importantly, Lin Chou demonstrates exceptional psychological resilience. If assigned to special missions, others would not suspect a mere teenager, yet Li Chen slightly shook his head. I have already obtained the answers I sought. This boy could betray Huaxiang shelter just as easily as he could betray me. Better to eliminate him than to keep him. The manager finally grasped the situation and nodded in agreement. Through the holographic screen, Li Chen observed that the chromer had already been entirely transported away from the warehouse. He promptly issued the command, alright, clean up here and prepare to return. Yes, the manager immediately led the artificial warriors to scour the self-constructed building, packing away various weapons. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, the resident combat team began to evacuate in succession. The artificial warriors loaded ammunition, preparing for the impending tide of corpses. Team 1 is ready, Team 2 is ready. The artificial warriors moved swiftly, rapidly replenishing energy for the electromagnetic cannons and fighter jets. Standing by in place, there were still 10 minutes until the zombie horde arrived. In broad daylight, ominous clouds drifted in, shrouding the entirety of Donghai City. Amidst the oppressive darkness, the deafening roars could still be faintly heard. The zombie tide was approaching. An oppressive atmosphere loomed over every survivor in Donghai City. The second-tier zombie horde loomed large. Despite many finding refuge, fear remained an unshakable companion. Numerous individuals flocked to forums, seeking solace and solidarity. To be frank, I am currently hiding in a sewer, trembling all over. What are you trembling about? I'm the one shaking. I'm hiding in the basement of a villa. We're only 2 kilometers away from the star shelter. If the star shelter fails to exterminate the zombie tide, I won't see the sun tomorrow. If the star shelter cannot deal with the zombie tide, no one in Donghai City will see the sun tomorrow. What does distance matter? These are second-tier zombies. I choose to trust the star shelter. Let us go. The final minute was upon them, the countdown ticking away. The winds of storm approached, ominous and foreboding. At that moment, the much-anticipated star shelter had already made adequate preparations. Li Chen designated the first battlefield near the southern warehouse, with 10,000 artificial warriors poised for battle. 103rd-tier heavy armored vehicles led the charge at the forefront, while dozens of fighter jets circled above, ready to unleash ordnance. Additionally, 9,000 members of the resident combat team awaited on the ground, forming the second battlefield. After all, no matter how formidable the artificial warriors, it was impossible to eliminate every single zombie. The second-tier zombies had begun to exhibit a modicum of cognitive ability. After sustaining considerable damage in the first battlefield, they would undoubtedly continue to advance towards the star shelter, and their numbers would not dwindle. At that moment, artillery had been set up across the star shelter's grounds, with each combat team member wielding an electromagnetic cannon, and trenches filled with landmines were being dug. Report to the commander. The artificial combat team is ready. Report to the commander. The resident combat team is ready. The voices of the manager and Su Ruwashi echoed through the radio. Li Chen calmly observed the footage transmitted by the drone, stating, the zombie tide is 100 meters from the first battlefield. All units, prepare. The mission for the first battlefield is to eliminate as many zombies as possible. Su Ruwashi, your task for the second battlefield is to intercept all zombies. Can you accomplish this? The combat teams roared in unison over the radio. Yes, a bloodthirsty smile blossomed on Li Chen's face. Open fire, boom boom boom. The artillerymen of the artificial combat team unleashed a barrage. Shells detonated amidst the throngs of zombies, creating swaths of vacuum and the relentless tide of corpses. Alas, it was futile. A mere second of emptiness, and in the blink of an eye, more zombies filled the void. The artificial warriors at the forefront swiftly raised their electromagnetic cannons to fire. With arcs of blue electricity, the vast majority of the zombie horde remained contained 100 meters away from the combat team. Unable to breach the line, occasionally a few stray zombies cross the safety line, only to be swiftly targeted by snipers from a distance. One shot to the heart. Chapter 55, the first line of defense. This zombie tide is not easy to overcome. Lichen observed the footage transmitted by the drone, letting out a sigh. Everyone must be prepared. The zombie tide will persist for 2 days. This is merely the first wave. The subsequent ones have yet to arrive. Each wave will be more ferocious than the last. Zombies feel no pain, fear not death, and are unyielding in their relentless pursuit, yet humans do. Even artificial warriors will tire and sustain injuries. However, we have no other choice. These are second-tier zombies. Even if we hide within the shelter and refuse to engage, these hordes will not simply perish or depart, they will continue to encircle Donghai City. Relentlessly assaulting humanity, the second-tier zombies are a rabble. Do you wish to relinquish the azure sky, the white clouds, and the yellow earth to these beasts? Do you wish to forever remain underground, devoid of sunlight? No, no, the shouts of the warriors reverberated through the wireless earpieces. Humanity has clawed its way to the pinnacle of the food chain over hundreds of thousands of years, and how long have zombies existed? By what right do these beasts claim dominion over humanity's abode? The warriors understood that retreating one step would lead to an abyss. Noah, how long can our ammunition last? Li Chen turned off the wireless earpiece and inquired. Report, Commander, our current firearm ammunition reserves are sufficient for 29 hours, electromagnetic cannon charge reserves are adequate for 72 hours, and the fighter jets are equipped with enough ammunition for 1092 bombings. Notify the logistics team. Should we run low on ammunition, dispatch personnel to the battlefield immediately. Yes, Li Chen squinted slightly. The zombie tide would only last 2 days. If we continue to expend resources at this rate, our ammunition reserves should suffice. What we fear is the unexpected. Project the live situation from the first battlefield onto all large screens within the residential area. Li Chen commanded. Noah complied without delay, consequently, all residents of the star shelter, regardless of their previous tasks, halted their activities and turned their attention to the large screens before them. The second-tier zombies, on all fours, raced towards the warriors with astonishing speed. Boom, a shell landed amidst the second-tier zombies. But it was akin to a raindrop falling into the ocean, merely creating a slight ripple before the waters converged once more. The residents of the star shelter watched this scene with bated breath. Their hearts clenched tightly. They were transfixed by the densely packed zombies on the screen, trembling in fear, their teeth chattering. Everyone unconsciously held their breath, silently watching the large screen, the sound of their anxious heartbeats resonating eerily in the stillness. Someone broadcasted the live video to the forums, instantly igniting a frenzy. What the hell, so many second-tier zombies? If I were thrown in there, I'd evaporate in an instant. How terrifying, this speed has reached the limits of humanity. If the zombie tide breaches the defenses and enters Donghai City, I cannot fathom the hellish nightmare that would ensue. Can we truly rely on the star shelter? Yesterday, my second aunt and her group fled to a neighboring city. Had I known, I would have fled too. Flee, all roads are now blocked with vehicles. The only way to escape is on foot. It's over 60 kilometers to the neighboring city. How many meals would you give to the zombies? Surely the star shelter can withstand this, right? Li Chen is not one to act recklessly. If he were truly unable to hold the line, why would he send the warriors from the star shelter to their deaths? Let us pray. We can only depend on the star shelter now. The hopes of all the inhabitants of Donghai City rested upon the star shelter, for it alone possessed the strength to withstand the tide. Just as the first battlefield was heating up, some shelters within Donghai City began to slowly open their doors. One could observe squads of warriors emerging from the shelters, armed with real weapons. Prepare to follow behind the star shelter and seize any opportunities. Attention all units, the horde of zombies is about to breach the first line of defense. The commander's voice crackled through the earpiece. Despite the fierce firepower of the synthetic warriors, they were overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of zombies and endless seas stretching as far as the eye could see. Utilizing the body's accumulation, the zombies steadily advanced past the 100-meter safety line. All personnel, retreat 100 meters, establish crossfire cover. Li Chen immediately ordered the contraction of the combat zone. According to plan, the synthetic warriors would engage and withdraw simultaneously until they joined forces with the resident combat team stationed at the shelter. Yes, the warriors' roars echoed through the earpiece. As the synthetic warriors fell back, the defensive line was stabilized once more. Li Chen exited the command room, seized a metal storm, and boarded a helicopter. Immediately, he directed the pilot towards the front lines. Commander, the pilot stammered, hesitating to take off. Most of the synthetic warriors had taken to piloting fighter jets, leaving only recently trained members of the resident combat team to operate the helicopter. If it were a synthetic, they would have obeyed Li Chen's command without hesitation. However, the resident combat team had yet to develop such discipline, causing their delay. Commander, it's far too dangerous at the front. The star-rated shelter needs your leadership. The pilot pleaded earnestly. Li Chen's eyes gleamed like ice balls, radiating a chilling intensity. Just take off. Instantly, the pilot's protests were silenced. Gritting his teeth, he activated the helicopter, hurtling towards the battlefield, through drone broadcasts. The entire city of Donghai witnessed Li Chen wielding a metal storm descend from the heavens. The metal storm, a high-tech weapon composed of barrels, electronic pulse ignition nodes, and control processors, could unleash over 100 rounds in a single second. Capable of obliterating an entire platoon in an instant, yet, its powerful recoil typically necessitated installation on fortifications. If held by a human, it could easily shatter bones or even result in death from the force alone. But in Li Chen's hands it felt effortless. After genetic evolution, conventional firearms could no longer meet Li Chen's demands. Wielding the metal storm felt akin to handling a toy water gun, only the metal storm was worthy of being held by him. Upon landing, Li Chen immediately aimed the metal storm at the densest cluster of zombies. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, over 10,000 rounds erupted from the barrel in an instant, scorching through the air like meteors, crashing into the horde. The howling zombies evaporated from existence. Just when the horde appeared poised to breach the safety line once more, Li Chen's intervention single-handedly forced them back. Chapter 56, The monster is dead. The synthetic warriors gazed at Li Chen, their eyes alight with admiration. Charge, the commander leads the way, we cannot falter. Ha, our warriors from the star-rated shelter are fearless. The synthetic warriors refuse to yield, intensifying their firepower. Eliminate them all, Li Chen bellowed, the metal storm in his hands continuously spitting out ammunition. As the zombies before him fell like wheat before the scythe, the forums erupted once more in celebration of Li Chen's heroic presence. This is what a real man looks like. So inspiring, I long to join the battlefield. Damn those zombies, not a single one shall escape today. Whoa, I am utterly enamored. Is Li Chen married? I wish to bear his children. Marriage is no obstacle. I can assist my sister in caring for the commander. Go away, it's not your turn, commander. Don't be so rigid about gender. I may be a man, but I can. Zombies are hardly that formidable. The star-rated shelter is truly the hope of Donghai City. Countless survivors were stirred by Li Chen's actions, their blood boiling with newfound fervor. Since the apocalypse began, they had lived in the shadow of the undead, but this time, they felt a surge of hope. The first battlefield was tense. Just as they were about to drive the zombie horde back, suddenly, roar, a few peculiar-looking zombies surged forth. They had pointed heads and long sharp tongues, moving with incredible speed. Third-tier zombies. Li Chen was taken aback. Logically, zombies did not evolve that rapidly. It typically took at least 2 months to reach the third tier. How could they appear now? Before Li Chen could inquire about the details from Noah, the third-tier zombies had already plunged into the fray, launching a fierce assault. Their tongue, like a serpent, darted out and instantly pierced the forehead of a synthetic warrior. The third-tier zombies then twisted their triangular heads, unleashing their tongues once more with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, over 100 synthetic warriors at the front fell. The electromagnetic cannon struck the third-tier zombies, yet it was akin to a punch against cotton. It left no mark or pain. Thud, the third-tier zombies stomped the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. The surrounding factories trembled under their weight. Amidst the hail of gunfire, several third-tier zombies abruptly halted, tilting their heads back to howl. Woo, as the wolf-like sound echoed, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, shattering structures in its path. The commander's pupils constricted, and he immediately ordered over the radio, concentrate fire. Attack the third-tier zombies. Boom, zzz. Shells and electric arcs rained down upon the third-tier zombies. Whoa. The third-tier zombies seemed to sense the intensified firepower, howling in frenzy as they darted towards the crowd. Wherever they passed, destruction followed. Damn it, what in the world is that? What do we do? Bullets are utterly ineffective against it. Under the overwhelming firepower of the synthetic warriors, the third-tier zombies were merely slightly impeded in their movement. Had it been anyone else from another shelter, they would have surely fled in terror, yet these were synthetic warriors. As long as Li Chen did not order a retreat, they would fight to the death. Li Chen scrutinized the trajectory of the third-tier zombies, realizing they were not invulnerable. When the electromagnetic cannon struck the triangular head of the third-tier zombie, it momentarily paused. Concentrate fire. Target the triangular head. With a single command from Li Chen, the third-tier zombies, caught in a barrage, went berserk. They swung their claws, swatting away everything in their path. Fortunately, Li Chen had upgraded the armored vehicles to level 3. At present, the third-tier zombies lacked the strength to breach their defenses. Cover me, Li Chen shouted furiously, positioning himself before a third-tier zombie. As the creature opened its mouth, launching its tongue, Li Chen aimed the metal storm directly at its maw. Rat-tat-tat-tat, tens of thousands of rounds instantaneously penetrated the zombie's body. In an instant, the third-tier zombie was reduced to char. However, though the zombie perished, its body continued to spew forth corrosive black blood, eroding the ground beneath it into small pits. Li Chen employed the same tactic again, darting across the battlefield with incredible speed, systematically eliminating the remaining third-tier zombies. It's dead, that monster is dead. Cheers erupted from the synthetic warriors over the radio. The oppressive presence of the third-tier zombies had been so overwhelming that just moments ago, the warriors feared annihilation. Continue the fire suppression, Li Chen commanded. Although the third-tier zombies had been vanquished, the concentrated fire had allowed other second-tier zombies to break through the safety line, relentlessly charging towards the synthetic warriors. The battle intensified, within a mere 10 minutes after the emergence of the third-tier zombies. Nearly 400 synthetic warriors had perished. Had Li Chen not arrived in time to eliminate the third-tier zombies, the casualties would have been far greater. Noah, what is going on? How could the third-tier zombies appear? Li Chen, observing the warriors gradually retreating their safety line, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Report, Commander, it appears that the third-tier zombies were artificially induced. They were not part of the horde but coincidentally aligned with its path." Noah's voice resonated. Li Chen, upon hearing this, could not conceal his displeasure. Artificially induced, again, artificially induced. The earlier emergence of batches of second-tier zombies in Donghai City was also man-made. Who could be so deranged as to experiment with such horrors? Analyze the footage from the drones and check for any remaining third-tier zombies, Li Chen immediately ordered. After a thorough search, Noah responded, "Report, Commander, no third-tier zombies have been detected in the horde at this time." Li Chen nodded, his expression serious. "It is best this way. Should more emerge, the synthetic warriors would surely not last 2 days, barely managing a dozen hours before total annihilation. Continue monitoring, remain vigilant for any changes in the horde. Report immediately if third-tier zombies are spotted," Li Chen commanded. In the following moments, the synthetic warriors fought and retreated. Now 500 meters from the initial safety line, the relentless zombies continued their assault. Wave after wave, from one direction, a massive surge of zombies suddenly emerged, overwhelming the defending synthetic warriors. "Quick, provide support." Li Chen gritted his teeth and shouted, "Reinforce the defense, hold the line." The surrounding synthetic warriors quickly regrouped, swiftly sealing the breach. Chapter 57. Falling into darkness. Although the formation had been re-established, the safety line had once again retreated by 100 meters. Li Chen furrowed his brow, as if a terrifying hoofprint had imprinted itself upon his mind. This situation was untenable. Nearly an hour into the battle, and the safety line was being pushed back repeatedly. The distance to the star-rated shelter was only a few kilometers, and if they retreated to the vicinity of the shelter, the use of fighter jets would be rendered impossible. At that point, their combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Just as Li Chen was frantically contemplating countermeasures, Noah's voice suddenly rang out, "Commander, we have detected the presence of third-tier zombies approaching at an alarming speed." What? Li Chen's head snapped up. Where on earth had these third-tier zombies come from? It had only been a few minutes. The drones had been monitoring an area of 10 miles, and only moments ago there had been no trace of third-tier zombies. Now, they were practically upon them. Without waiting for Li Chen to ponder further, 7 third-tier zombies emerged into view, charging towards the synthetic warriors. "Prepare to retreat, fall back, fall back." Li Chen's commands came in rapid succession. All the synthetic warriors obeyed, beginning to withdraw slowly, but their speed was still a beat too slow. The 7 third-tier zombies had already closed in. They lunged at the synthetic warriors with claws bared. Blood mist erupted from the synthetic warriors as they were struck. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Li Chen, wielding the metal storm, plunged once more into the horde of zombies, unleashing a frenzy of fire upon the third-tier zombies. But could Li Chen's solitary speed suffice? In mere moments, a significant number of synthetic warriors had already fallen. First squad switched to metal storm immediately and focus fire on the third-tier zombies, Li Chen decisively commanded. 10 synthetic warriors promptly discarded their electromagnetic cannons and hefted the metal storm. Though the synthetic warriors had undergone upgrades and were now at the pinnacle of first-tier strength, they still paled in comparison to Li Chen. Thus, their handling of the metal storm became increasingly arduous, risking fractures in their hands. Yet at this moment, they could afford no such concerns. Injury or death, one had to be chosen. Boom, boom, whoosh, as the 10 synthetic warriors joined the fray with the metal storm. The tide of battle shifted significantly. Several third-tier zombies were caught in the onslaught, reduced to mere powder like sand. When the metal storm ceased fire, only the corpses of 7 third-tier zombies remained. However, Li Chen's mood did not lighten. Instead, it grew heavier. The third-tier zombies had indeed been vanquished, but the 10 synthetic warriors had sustained serious injuries from the recoil of the metal storm. They needed to be evacuated for treatment immediately. Otherwise, their lives would be at risk. Furthermore, Li Chen realized that third-tier zombies would likely continue to appear throughout the coming tide of zombies. Injured personnel, board the helicopter for immediate treatment, Li Chen ordered. In the sky, alongside the fighter jets, helicopters hovered low, poised to receive the wounded. Hearing Li Chen's command, a helicopter lowered its ladder. "Commander, we can't continue like this. Our warriors may perish on this battlefield." The administrator exclaimed anxiously. He was not afraid of death, rather, the fact that the zombie tide had only just begun an hour ago and had already inflicted such devastating casualties was alarming. If this continued, they might not hold out much longer. These were the strongest forces the star-rated shelter had at present. If even the synthetic warriors could not withstand the onslaught, the resident combat teams would be even less capable. We must hold our ground, Li Chen gritted his teeth, his icy gaze fixed on the distance. He hoped against hope that they would not have to endure this zombie tide, otherwise, he would surely uncover those responsible for the treachery behind it. The administrator sighed and resumed directing the battle. As it became evident that the safety line would need to continue retreating, Li Chen immediately called out, "What about the incendiary grenades? Do not hold back. Throw them all, throw whatever you have." After this, Li Chen brandished the metal storm, positioning himself at the forefront. The situation on the first line was dire, but the second line fared no better. Numerous second-tier zombies had breached the defenses. Racing directly toward the star-rated shelter, the resident combat teams stationed there steeled themselves and opened fire. It was as if the second-tier zombies were aware of something. A portion of them even bypassed the star-rated shelter. Heading straight for East Sea City, initial estimates placed their numbers at around 300. In the grand scheme of the zombie tide, this was but a drop in the ocean, yet for the survivors of East Sea City, it represented an apocalyptic disaster. The Dawn shelter was situated nearby the star-rated shelter. After receiving Li Chen's notification, they reinforced their defenses, retreating within and locking their doors. They had thought they would be safe this way. Little did they know, 300 second-tier zombies were charging straight for their shelter. What on earth? The head of the Dawn shelter nearly lost his mind upon viewing the horde through the surveillance feed. "Ah, the zombies are coming. Quickly set up the guns. Calm down, everyone, keep quiet. Perhaps the zombies will bypass us and continue onward. He has a point." Everyone refrained from speaking. As they witnessed the zombies advancing, the crowd collectively held their breath, fervently hoping that the zombies would like before veer away from the star-rated shelter and bypass them, but things seldom transpired so easily. The chilling sound of scratching echoed as the second-tier zombies reached the entrance of the Dawn shelter. Their sharp claws raked against the iron door, each strike capable of tearing a hole. In mere minutes, the reinforced door was breached by the second-tier zombies. The survivors within the shelter found themselves exposed beneath the zombies' gaze. "No. Oh, husband, save me, please." The second-tier zombies surged in like wolves among sheep, tearing a person in half with a single bite. The residents of the Dawn shelter were thrown into chaos, fleeing in every direction. Yet, where could they escape to? All exits were blocked by zombies. Attempting to flee was nearly impossible. The second-tier zombies closed in mouths agape, ready to bite. Blood sprayed across those nearby, dripping down their necks and pooling on the ground. Even if someone managed to escape the shelter, the second-tier zombies had already barricaded every street. It was merely a change of location for a death sentence. As zombies continued to pursue, more and more fell in pools of blood. The Dawn shelter was now enveloped in utter darkness. With an increasing number of zombies bypassing the star-rated shelter, they steadily advanced into East Sea City. Countless shelters faced dire circumstances. Some defiant individuals grasped what few firearms they had and charged out to confront the second-tier zombies in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. Others cowered in corners, murmuring prayers. Chapter 58. Have faith in our warriors. The reinforced concrete that once filled people with pride was now rendered as fragile as tofu in the face of the second-tier zombies' might. Even steel could be shredded effortlessly by them. Run, escape. The air was filled with anguished screams. "Help, help me, I don't want to die. Where are the people from the star-rated shelter? Can someone save me?" The second-tier zombies stepped into the throng, crushing heads beneath their feet. Despair spread among the crowd like wildfire. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded within the Yang family shelter. Yang Wei watched as familiar faces fell around him, rendering him frozen in shock. Yang Qingyi held a submachine gun in one hand, firing indiscriminately, while pulling Yang Wei deeper into safety with the other away. "What are you dazing for? Hurry, call Li Chen. Perhaps he will send someone to rescue us." Considering our friendship as classmates, Yang Wei was jolted back to reality by Yang Qingyi's voice. He hastily pulled out his phone to call Li Chen. However, the line was met with a busy signal. Li Chen was evidently embroiled in combat with the residents of the star-rated shelter and was unreachable. "Dad, at a time like this Li Chen must be engaged in battle with the star-rated shelter personnel." "He won't answer," Yang Wei exclaimed in despair. Yang Qingyi gritted his teeth and immediately commanded everyone, "All of you, head towards the warehouse. There are still 300 M416s and 200 grenades left." These weapons had been secretly stored away by Yang Qingyi for emergencies, but now they had to be brought forth. Hearing this, the residents of the Yang family shelter surged towards the warehouse. The first group to arrive immediately seized the weapons and grenades, unleashing chaos upon the zombies. At this point, precision was irrelevant. Even shooting with closed eyes would hit a zombie, amidst the frenzy of retaliatory fire. Many were accidentally injured, yet, thankfully, the tide of battle began to shift slightly. "Damn it, kill them all," Yang Qingyi bellowed, and the residents fought back with all their might. What is happening? How could there be so many second-tier zombies in the city center? Where are the people from the star-rated shelter? The Bigue garden has been breached. Please come save us. The golden splendor has been breached. Everyone flee. Where is Li Chen? Wasn't he at the front line? How could so many zombies have been allowed in? New posts flooded the base forum. Some were calls for help, while others were accusatory. The rapid influx of new posts pushed the older ones off the front page before they could even linger. At this moment, the residents of the star-rated shelter were gathered together, facing a massive holographic projection screen split into several smaller screens, displaying the status of the first and second lines as well as surveillance footage from other areas of East Sea City. Blood had spread across the entirety of East Sea City, smoke filled the streets, thick with the scent of gunpowder everywhere. The anguished cries of survivors resonate. In this moment, the residents of the star-rated shelter are immensely grateful to be part of this sanctuary. It is truly horrific. One can only speculate how many lives may be lost to this zombie onslaught. Fortunately, I joined the star-rated shelter early, otherwise I would certainly not have survived more than 3 seconds outside. Look, over 10 shelters in Donghai City have already fallen. How terrifying. The residents observe the unfolding scenes, feeling a mix of relief for their own safety and concern for the valiant warriors of the star-rated shelter. At this moment, Zhang Tian leads the medical team, swiftly ushering one injured person after another into the medical room. Meanwhile, Yuan Xingxing, a psychologist, follows closely behind, continuously soothing the terrified hearts of the wounded soldiers with his words. Do not fear, you will be all right. Our medical team possesses the most advanced technology and the most experienced doctors. You will certainly survive. Hold on, do not fall asleep. Your family is waiting for you outside the medical room. Yuan Xingxing's repeated reassurances encourage the gravely injured soldiers to rekindle their instinct for survival. The residents, witnessing this scene, find their eyes welling with tears. Perhaps the injured soldiers are not their family members. Yet everyone understands in their hearts that these warriors are wounded in their defense. I can perform some basic bandaging. Is there any way I can assist? Indeed, although my qualifications are not high. I was previously a surgeon. Perhaps I can contribute in some way. At Director Yuan, I can run quickly. I wish to go outside to assist the soldiers in transporting ammunition and carry back the wounded. The residents of the star-rated shelter, with red-rimmed eyes, passionately shout in hopes of contributing their meager strength. Yuan Xingxing surveys the room. You, come in and lend a hand. As for the rest of you, your presence here in the shelter is the greatest help. Trust in our warriors. The individuals summoned are all doctors from before the apocalypse. They immediately don their white coats and rush in to treat the injured. Though termed injured, many are suffering from internal bleeding and are beyond saving. To prevent the soldiers from being scratched or bitten on the battlefield and turning into zombies, Li Chen has ordered all combat personnel to wear armor and helmets. However, this is not a panacea. The strength of second-tier zombies is sufficient to shatter the internal organs of fully armored soldiers. 6 hours have passed, the zombie horde has entered its 5th wave. Perhaps due to the dispersal of dark clouds, the onslaught begins to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen returns to the shelter for a brief respite. Report to the commander. Currently, 30 shelters in Donghai City have been breached, and 80 shelters have suffered more than half their losses. According to assessments, dark clouds will gather again in 6 hours, heralding a second wave of the zombie tide. There are still 42 hours until the end of the onslaught. Noah reports the current situation. Li Chen gazes intently at the surveillance footage, his voice thick with nasal congestion. In just 6 hours, the various shelters across Donghai City have sustained significant damage akin to being made of paper. The safety line of the first battlefield has now retreated by 2 kilometers. It is anticipated that in a few hours, the android warriors will be compelled to fall back to the vicinity of the star-rated shelter. At that point, the aircraft will have to cease fire, relying solely on the efforts of the soldiers. This is what worries Li Chen the most. Zombies fear neither death nor fatigue, but humans are different. The soldiers, being flesh and blood, will inevitably feel exhaustion, regardless of how they are deployed. Some may even be injured by the recoil of their firearms. As time progresses, the soldiers will grow increasingly weary, and that may coincide with the most ferocious phase of the zombie tide, likely resulting in even greater casualties. Chapter 59, Contracting the Safety Line with 42 hours remaining. We must endure. All combat units, heed this, throw all throwing devices into the horde of zombies. Combat teams immediately unleash the most intense firepower. Soldiers on the first battlefield engage while retreating and accelerate the contraction of the combat zone. Li Chen issues the command, and responses echo through the radio from various combat groups. At this point, considerations of ammunition expenditure are irrelevant. The key to survival is to throw bombs recklessly, as the combat teams cease to conserve ammunition. The first battlefield transforms into a hellish landscape. 30 primary fighter jets circle above, continuously dropping bombs, each strike landing where the zombies are most densely packed, instantly alleviating the pressure on the ground-based android soldiers. Good, finally, we can breathe easy. Team 5 alert. A large number of zombies are surging towards your position, requesting aerial support. Team 6 requests aerial support. Repeat, Team 6 requests aerial support. The android soldiers on the ground continually relay messages via radio. One of the reasons the second-tier zombies are so formidable is that they have developed a semblance of intelligence. When a particular defensive line exhibits weaker firepower, low growls can be heard from within the horde, indicating that the zombies are communicating. Shortly thereafter, the line with diminished firepower will be inundated by a multitude of zombies. Fortunately, the combat aircraft, regardless of cost, commence bombarding the area. Under the overwhelming firepower, the safety line is pushed forward by 600 meters. This exhilarating scene is broadcasted through drones to forums, igniting excitement among all. However, for Li Chen, this is merely the beginning. After all, the ammunition reserves of the fighter jets are limited. Initially expected to execute 1,092 bombing runs, the relentless assault has reduced the remaining ammunition to a mere 190 runs. What does this imply? It means that 30 aircraft, making 6 trips, could exhaust all their ammunition, yet, this is only 6 hours into the zombie onslaught. As the ammunition of the fighter jets runs dry, they begin to return to base. After all, without ammunition, remaining on the battlefield serves no purpose. Upon disembarking, the pilots immediately join other combat groups to fight. The first battlefield continues to engage while retreating. Following Li Chen's directives, the safety line is being continuously contracted. At this point, the safety line is merely 1 kilometer from the star-rated shelter. Only 12 hours have passed since the onset of the zombie tide. And this time has only been bought through the full bombardment of the fighter jets. In this area, less than a kilometer from the star-rated shelter, the android soldiers are still fighting valiantly. This is the task Li Chen has assigned them: to hold the front line for the final half hour, cooperating with the members of the Resident Combat Group to complete their preparations. Resident Combat Group, pay attention, immediately load the gunpowder, charge the electric grid. Li Chen sits in the helicopter observing the situation on the ground and begins issuing orders. At this moment, the Android Combat Group is at the forefront. So there are not many zombies reaching the vicinity of the star-rated shelter. The Resident Combat Group allocates a significant number of personnel to set up defensive fortifications. This is also part of Li Chen's pre-established Plan B. Before the zombie tide erupted, the electric plant of the star-rated shelter had been working at full capacity. A small portion powered the shelter, while the majority was stored, not to mention the solar energy and other equipment on the ground that has accumulated energy. As a result, the star-rated shelter boasts an abundance of electrical power. High-voltage electricity is one aspect, another is the trenches previously dug by the Resident Combat Group, all of which are laden with explosives. These were stockpiled by Li Chen before the apocalypse. Regrettably, compared to the bombs produced by the star-rated shelter's ammunition defense line, the pre-apocalypse stockpiles lack sufficient potency and have remained unused, with only a small portion exchanged with other shelters. However, now, these explosives can play a crucial role. Buried in trenches as high as 2 men, when the zombies attack, they will first step into a void and fall in, triggering the explosives. While this may not directly take the lives of the zombies, it will provide the Resident Combat Group members with precious time to unleash a barrage with flamethrowers. At that time, the massive onslaught of zombies will find it difficult to advance, fearing that the bodies of the zombies will fill the trenches. Over 100 trenches have been excavated within 1 kilometer of the star-rated shelter. Thus, Li Chen has instructed the android soldiers on the first battlefield to delay the zombie tide as much as possible, allowing the Resident Combat Group the time needed for final preparations. Hurry, there are still a few trenches that need to be filled with explosives. Team 8, follow me to flamethrowers fully charged. Move quickly, the first battlefield is about to collapse. The Residents Combat Group hears the voice of Su Ruoshi through their wireless headsets. Each trench is now filled with explosives. Currently, the star-rated shelter possesses 60,000 flamethrowers, enough for each android soldier and Resident Combat Group member to wield too. However, the issue remains that charging the flamethrowers takes time, with a minimum requirement of 5 minutes. Once the zombie tide arrives, a portion of the soldiers must be dispatched to continually transport between the trenches and charging points to ensure the flamethrowers on the front lines remain adequately supplied. Resident Combat Group Team 8, you are tasked with transporting flamethrowers to and from 50 trenches. Resident Combat Group Team 9, you are to transport flamethrowers to and from the last 50 trenches. Resident Combat Group Team 10, you are to remain at the charging point and charge the flamethrowers as quickly as possible. Tsuruoshi officially coordinates the personnel. Just then, a report comes in. Commander, the safety line of the first battlefield has contracted. Prepare. In 3 minutes, the zombie tide will reach the first trench. The voice of management echoed through the wireless headset. Originally, Li Chen had planned to hold the line for half an hour at this location. The artificial warriors had already exceeded their mission, holding out for a remarkable 40 minutes. As the sound from the headset resonated, Li Chen immediately commanded Resident Combat Team, proceed to the first ravine at once. In Li Chen's strategy, each ravine was expected to withstand at least half an hour of assault. Time was of the essence. Countless warriors rushed towards the first ravine brandishing flamethrowers and standing by for orders. Boom! One could see the armored vehicles retreating steadily, firing shells as they withdrew apart from the vehicle operators and gunners. The remaining artificial warriors quickly formed ranks, standing behind the flamethrowers, armed with electromagnetic cannons. Roar, hiss, as everyone took their positions, the second wave of zombies finally encountered the Resident Combat Team. Chapter 60, still in the mood to stream live as the first batch of zombies stepped into the ravine. It was as though a play button had been pressed. Crackle. the explosives unleashed their tremendous power, obliterating the zombies within the ravine into disarray. Indeed, while explosives could not extinguish the lives of the zombies, they could sever limbs and incapacitate them. Following the explosive bombardment, the flamethrowers sprang into action. All barrels were aimed at the ravine. In no time, the ravine was transformed into a sea of flames. Even those zombies that were not directly scorched would be ignited by the surrounding flames, igniting a raging inferno. It was as if the ravine had become a colossal fire pit, and that was not all. Behind the resident combat team wielding flamethrowers were the artificial warriors, armed with electromagnetic cannons, firing incessantly. Each shot from the electromagnetic cannons created a brief gap in the zombie tide, with many zombies collapsing before they even had a chance to enter the ravine. What a joy it was to incinerate these beasts. We still have so many ravines left. Haha, these zombies likely never anticipated this. Hurry, hurry, the flamethrowers are out of energy. We need to recharge them immediately. After a round of fiery onslaught, the first batch of flamethrowers had exhausted their energy. The supply team, already prepared by Tsuruoshi, promptly delivered the recharged second batch of flamethrowers. Countless times, the zombies, oblivious to their fate, had stepped into the ravine only to be met with a baptism of flames from the flamethrowers. Before the zombies could devise a countermeasure, they were reduced to ashes in the searing heat. The logistics team worked tirelessly to recharge the flamethrowers and electromagnetic cannons, moving swiftly. Meanwhile, teams 8 and 9 carried the fully charged weapons, racing across the battlefield to resupply their comrades. No one had expected the flamethrowers to wield such immense power. When Li Chen had calculated the strategy, he had based it on the lethality of conventional firearms. However, he had not anticipated that the second-tier zombies, being low in moisture, were incredibly easy to ignite. A single burst of flame could not only turn the targeted zombie to ash but also set ablaze the surrounding zombies in the same ravine, even with their enhanced strength and speed. The second-tier zombies could not escape the inferno. The first ravine, originally meant to hold for half an hour, had now endured for a full hour. Moreover, it appeared they still had strength to spare. Li Chen immediately ordered Tsuruoshi, adjust the resident combat team into 3 groups to rotate the use of flamethrowers, mobilize 4,000 artificial warriors armed with electromagnetic cannons to follow me. The situation at the star-level shelter had become exceedingly clear. With so many defensive structures still intact, they could easily withstand the zombie tide until its conclusion. However, the city of Donghai was now engulfed in chaos. Li Chen had to divert personnel to provide support. "Commander, are you going to rescue others in Donghai City?" Tsuruoshi queried, somewhat perplexed. Logically, the star-level shelter had already established a frontline against the zombie tide. The zombies that had breached Donghai City were but a fraction of the overall threat. Those who could not handle them were merely lacking in capability. There was no necessity for Li Chen to intervene. Meeting Tsuruoshi's gaze, Li Chen nodded slightly. Humanity is a community of shared destiny. Although I do not often voice this, it is the truth. Now that the situation at our shelter has stabilized and we have the capacity, we naturally must extend aid to others. If Donghai City were left with only the star-level shelter, any future conflict would leave us without reinforcements, leading to inevitable extinction. Tsuruoshi stared at Li Chen, momentarily taken aback. On that youthful face lay an unexpected maturity, solemn, stern, and steadfast like the earth itself. Indeed, Tsuruoshi clenched her fists and nodded vigorously. However, the premise for aiding others is that we ourselves are not in danger. I will lead the artificial warriors into action. If anything unusual occurs at the shelter, I will contact you immediately via radio. I will return without delay. Li Chen smiled gently. Su Rulan promptly agreed and tirelessly began organizing the tasks, yet Li Chen did not rush to depart. Instead, he turned to Noah and said, "Noah, switch the live broadcast from the forum to my location. I wish to communicate with all survivors in Donghai City." Understood. After a series of operations, a holographic screen materialized before Li Chen, akin to a live streaming studio, complete with connection options below. On the forum, a live stream link was prominently displayed. Survivors of Donghai City, join in. As soon as Li Chen appeared on screen, a flood of viewers rushed in. Is this Li Chen, the commander of the star-level shelter? My goodness, is this a live broadcast? How can he still be in the mood to stream at a time like this? Stop the nonsense. There must be a reason he's contacting us. Did you not see the title? Could it be Eid? I asked Li Chen, planning to rescue us. Mr. Li, please help us. Our shelter has been destroyed. I am currently hiding in the restaurant of the World Trade Center with my family. The zombies are lurking below. It won't be long before we are discovered. Is there anyone who can save the Sunset Shelter? A reward of 10 tons of food. In the live chat, countless messages flooded in. Whether from the heads of various shelters or ordinary survivors, upon seeing Li Chen, they felt a glimmer of hope. Li Chen smiled faintly at first. He dispatched the 4,000 fully armed artificial warriors, then he stated, "This wave of zombies has made the star-level shelter the front line. Thanks to the valiant efforts of our warriors, the situation has barely stabilized. However, the pressure on our shelter is immense. The number of personnel we can spare is limited. Thus, there are two pathways to receive assistance. First, meet the application criteria to become residents of our star-level shelter, and we will unconditionally dispatch aid. Second, energy cores in exchange for lives. Li Chen's second stipulation was succinct and direct, instantly igniting a frenzy in the chat. What, energy cores for lives? Those damn capitalists are still trying to exploit us at a time like this. What does that entail? Mr. Li, please explain quickly. I need to see if I can afford it. Even facing death, they still fret over that meager energy core, a bunch of miserly fools. Some were cursing Li Chen for taking advantage of the situation, while others were eagerly inquiring about the price for rescue. Especially those shelters that had barely held on until now, on the brink of collapse. It's just energy cores. If we run out, we can hunt zombies again, but if we lose our lives, the remaining food and energy cores in the shelter will be lost forever. Chapter 61, Surviving the Aftermath. Li Chen observed the chat and slowly stated, to exchange energy cores for lives is quite simple. For individual survivors, the requirement is 1,000 energy cores per person. For shelters, depending on location and the density of zombies, the cost for a single rescue operation starts at 300,000 energy cores. If you do not possess them now, that is acceptable. You may accumulate a debt and repay it once the zombie tide has receded. To be honest, the conditions Li Chen offered were already exceedingly generous. In comparison to a life, this amount of energy cores was negligible. Moreover, the allowance for deferred payment meant that with courage, one could gradually hunt zombies and replenish their energy cores. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. Many expected Li Chen to provide free assistance. Such a large sum, who can provide that? Don't think you can take advantage of this situation. You cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Isn't this just capitalists taking advantage of our plight? How disgusting. At such a critical moment, Li Chen still seeks to profit. I spit on that. Hurry and save us, or you won't fare any better. How can Li Chen act this way? The zombies are growing stronger and humanity stands on the brink of extinction. Rather than sharing resources and technology, he makes such demands. Truly, humanity has lost its way. Is it merely because he has an abundance of resources? If I were the commander of the star-level shelter, I would selflessly assist everyone, not for any reason other than that humanity is a community of shared destiny. These individuals took to their moral high ground, condemning Li Chen's actions. There is a saying that goes well, if I had 1 billion, I would certainly donate to those in need. If I had 100,000, I would not donate, because I truly have. Those who claimed they would rescue everyone if they were in Li Chen's position were merely speaking from a place of lack. Li Chen chose to disregard the barrage of comments and leisurely opened the connection for those seeking assistance. Click the link and provide your location. Do not say I did not warn you. The second-tier zombies possess keener senses of smell and hearing than the first. After catching a whiff of your scent, they will not easily disperse but will instead continue to linger in the vicinity. Once the zombie tide wanes, do you reckon the exit will remain unassailed? In any case, I am not in a hurry. No one seeks rescue, allowing me to grant the warriors a moment of respite to regain their spirits. A single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. Li Chen's words have rendered many restless, particularly those solitary survivors. Their weaponry is scant, with at most 1 or 2 hard-won rifles, and their ammunition reserves are woefully inadequate. Many are burdened with families. Should Li Chen truly refuse to assist, once the zombie tide subsides, they would find themselves trapped in their hiding places, slowly starving to death. Soon, the first individual connected. The location was Shop A603 in the King of the City Mall. With a total of 36 people, all having escaped from a refuge. We are willing to exchange energy cores for our lives. Mr. Li, we beseech you to save us. The speaker was an elderly man. Li Chen immediately issued an order. Team 1 of the combat unit, deploy via helicopter at once. The man expressed profound gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Li. Once we are rescued, we will surely provide energy cores. Li Chen said little in response. Instead, he activated a screen and dispatched a drone to trail Team 1, ensuring the survivors could witness the rescue efforts. This served to both reassure the desperate and stimulate others. Buzzing, the transport helicopter, carrying 10 soldiers, descended directly onto the roof of the King of the City Mall. Before the apocalypse, this mall was one of the most bustling commercial centers in Donghai City. However, now, as far as the eye could see, it was overrun with zombies. These creatures, drawn by the scent of flesh and blood, roared incessantly, eager to feast. As the helicopter landed, the 10 soldiers leaped down, armed with electromagnetic cannons, and began their cautious descent. The A603 shop, where the survivors had sought refuge, was located 2 floors below ground, necessitating a descent of 6 stories. Outside, hordes of zombies lurked, yet the interior of the mall was eerily silent. Every breath was held. Hearts pounding. Safe on the 6th floor, proceed. Safe on the 5th floor, safe on the 4th floor. After a thorough search, the soldiers reported their findings. To avoid being besieged by zombies from both inside and outside, they had to exercise extreme caution. Just as the soldiers were nearing the 2nd basement level, a series of low growls echoed through the empty corridor. Halt, everyone, stay alert, Li Chen commanded over the radio. The 10 soldiers immediately froze, forming a protective circle, firearms raised as they advanced towards Area A. Roar, roar. As they approached within 10 meters of Shop A603, the growling intensified. The soldiers peered ahead and beheld 3 2-meter-tall zombies emerging in the corridor. "Attention, second-tier zombies, caution," Li Chen quickly warned. The soldiers promptly raised their electromagnetic cannons, adjusting to precision mode, aiming for the zombies' hearts. Zzzt. Arcs of electricity erupted from the barrels. The 3 zombies were instantly pierced through the heart, their energy cores tumbling to the ground. Report, targets neutralized. The soldiers communicated via radio and continued back-to-back towards A603. Upon opening the shop's door, they were met with a cramped space filled with men, women, and children. Panic-stricken, they looked up at the soldiers, tears streaming down their faces. "We are saved, we are saved. Thank you, Star-class shelter. Thank you, Mr. Li. We can live. Are the zombies outside all dead?" The survivors clung to one another, weeping. Meanwhile, the drone followed closely behind the soldiers, silently documenting the scene. The audience in the livestream fell into silence. These soldiers, fully armed, donned black leather armor, wielded electromagnetic cannons, and wore black helmets embedded with infrared detection devices, allowing them to clearly assess their surroundings. Everything about them exuded a sense of security. Without further ado, the soldiers organized the survivors. Those too weak to walk were placed on makeshift stretchers, carried by 2 robust men. 10 soldiers stood guard at the front and back of the line, leading everyone to the rooftop. Upon arrival, 2 transport helicopters awaited. The survivors swiftly formed a queue to board. All 36 survivors were successfully rescued. Requesting to return, the soldiers promptly radioed for permission. Acknowledged for return. Li Chen calmly responded, buzzing. The helicopter, carrying 36 survivors and 10 soldiers, gradually made its way back to the Star-class shelter. Many survivors lowered their heads, gazing down at the entirety of Donghai City, their faces alight with the joy of having survived. Chapter 62, Paid Rescue. Never has there been a time when I felt more fortunate, grateful for having made the most prudent choice. The Star-class shelter has now allocated an entire floor as a temporary refuge for these individuals. With zombies lurking everywhere outside, relocating them elsewhere would undoubtedly invite danger. It is far better to bring them back to the Star-class shelter and allow them to leave once the zombie tide has passed. Although the temporary accommodations are hastily arranged, they are well equipped, military cots and food abound. However, all these provisions must be exchanged for energy cores. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The livestream audience, witnessing the rescued survivors, began clamoring to connect. From the first rescue operation of survivors from King of the City Mall, it became evident that the Star-class shelter possessed the capability. In an instant, dozens of transport helicopters took flight from the Star-class shelter, each carrying artificial warrior soldiers on rescue missions. Drones rapidly followed suit to ensure that those in distress received timely information to facilitate their rescue. Meanwhile, the forum erupted with numerous posts, spurred by the formidable actions of the Star-class shelter. Incredible, the Star-class shelter can withstand the onslaught of the zombie horde and still have resources to spare. Outrageous, Li Chen is exploiting innocent survivors for energy cores. He must be brought to justice. The Star-class shelter is actively conducting rescue operations, igniting hope in Donghai City. A deep dive into Li Chen's motivations for saving lives. These posts originated from viewers of the livestream. Those who had not clicked on the link were now filled with renewed hope upon seeing the posts. What? Li Chen demands energy cores for rescue. Energy cores are worthless. To this day, no one has deciphered their true USE. It is precisely due to the Star-class shelter's extensive collection that energy cores have become the currency of Donghai City. In the face of life and death, energy cores hold no value. Consequently, countless survivors flocked to the livestream, eager to connect. However, due to the overwhelming number, it was no longer Li Chen managing the connections. Rather, Noah was tasked with documenting and relaying positions and commands directly to the smart wristbands of the artificial warriors. Despite Li Chen mobilizing 4,000 artificial warriors, it appeared to be insufficient given the vastness of Donghai City. Many soldiers were still engaged in previous rescue missions, swiftly transitioning to new assignments to avoid unnecessary trips. These scenes undoubtedly inspired the desperate survivors. Some had escaped from besieged shelters, while others were enduring zombie onslaughts. Did you see that? Our shelter has called for aid from the Star-class shelter. Help is on the way. Thank heavens, I feel I can survive. The Star-class shelter is truly making grand gestures, based on preliminary estimates. There are at least 300 transport helicopters deployed. Right, did you see their weaponry? It's simply high-tech. Did you catch the live footage from the first battlefield of the Star-class shelter? It was exhilarating, a horde of zombies trapped in a deep pit, turned to ash by flames. It seems this zombie tide will soon be overcome. From the beginning until now, the Star-class shelter has eliminated at least 10 million zombies. Right, you're dreaming. The total population of Donghai City before the apocalypse was just over 10 million. It certainly hasn't wiped out that many. However, preliminary estimates suggest over 3 million have been dealt with. At this moment, survivors were cheering. Those who had nearly given up on their shelters began to rally, clutching their last weapons and fighting back with all their might. The tide of battle in Donghai City shifted from a one-sided affair to a back-and-forth struggle between humanity and zombies. Meanwhile, at the Yang family shelter, Yang Wei watched the livestream with excitement, leaping up in joy. Are the people from the Star-class shelter really coming? Dad, this is fantastic. So what if they are second-tier zombies? With the strength of the Star-class shelter, they will be crushed in no time. Observing Yang Wei's exuberance, Yang Qingyi furrowed his brows. They are not coming to rescue us for free. This endeavor has cost me 300,000 energy cores. As he spoke, Yang Qingyi felt a pang of anguish. 300,000 energy cores. If the Yang family shelter were not relatively small, the cost would likely have been even higher. He could only wonder how long it would take to slay zombies and amass enough cores. After all, an AK-103 does not require a significant number of energy cores. Just imagine how many weapons and how much food could be procured with 300,000 energy cores. Yang Wei paid no mind to his father's distress, lost in his own euphoria that he had thought he was doomed, witnessing familiar faces fall before him in the struggle against the zombies. At that moment, Yang Wei was terrified. It was his first encounter with death in the aftermath of the apocalypse. But now everything was different. The personnel from the elite shelter have arrived, unbeknownst to Yang Wei. He has transitioned from a strong aversion to Li Chen to an almost blind adoration for him. He even perceives the 300,000 energy core as a trivial expense, dismissing it as mere material possession, something that cannot be consumed or worn. What value does it hold compared to life itself? Yang Qingyi gazed at his foolish son, feeling a pang of anguish once more. The 300,000 energy core equates to a substantial period during which the Yang family's shelter will be laboring for the elite shelter without compensation. Yet this Navi boy remains oblivious, reveling in his delight. As Yang Wei eagerly anticipated, 10 squads of artificial warriors descended via transport helicopters, gradually landing near the Yang family shelter. This area, being a villa district, has prompted other private shelters to seek assistance as well, leading to the deployment of multiple squads to ensure safety. Survivors peered out of windows, their expressions a mix of awe and joy. Hundreds of helicopters descended, resembling a migration of birds, spectacular yet intimidating. Quickly secure the doors and windows. The elite shelter personnel have arrived. Hold on, salvation is near. The individuals from the various private shelters were invigorated. Fighting back with renewed vigor, the artificial warriors disembarked from the helicopters in an orderly fashion, surveying the chaos of the zombie horde in the villa district from their elevated position. The roars of the zombies mingled with the screams of the terrified populace, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Li Chen, observing through a drone, could not help but shake his head. This zombie onslaught had arrived at the most inopportune moment. The shelters were only just beginning to establish themselves. With armed resources still unprepared, now confronted by second-tier zombies, the zombies, with a relentless force, nearly overran the entirety of Donghai City. This was a villa district, where many had acquired firearms from the elite shelter. Those without weapons undoubtedly faced a more tragic fate, perhaps even annihilation. Chapter 63, Rescue Mission. The teams have assembled. Commence the rescue operation immediately. Li Chen commanded through the radio. Affirmative. The artificial warriors sprang into action as if a switch had been flipped, brandishing their guns and electromagnetic cannons, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the densely packed horde below. Bullets and arcs of electricity flew forth, and the frenzied zombies scarcely had time to react before being pierced through the heart and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Boom! A few grenades were hurled into the massive zombies, obliterating them into mere remnants. The previously chaotic horde erupted into a frenzy, charging towards the high-rise where the artificial warriors were stationed. However, Li Chen had anticipated this possibility and had preemptively stationed a team at key exit points, armed with flamethrowers, ready to fire. As the zombies attempted to surge forward, they were instantly engulfed in flames, transforming into fiery projectiles that careened into their fellow undead, igniting a blazing inferno. The artificial warriors needed no precise aim, they swiftly eradicated large numbers of zombies. Meanwhile, the zombies encircling the various shelters began to retreat, granting these private sanctuaries a much-needed opportunity to breathe. Now the Chen family shelter should proceed upstairs. All squads provide cover fire. Li Chen issued directives through the comms. Having prepared in advance, Old Chen swiftly organized the shelter's occupants, guiding them along the path cleared by the artificial warriors to evacuate to the rooftop and board the transport helicopters. Commander, the Chen family shelter has completed evacuation, requesting to return. Approved. The helicopter carrying the Chen family began to ascend slowly, departing amidst the furious howls of the zombies. Now, the Yang family shelter must evacuate along the designated route. All units, maintain cover fire. Li Chen ordered once more. Yang Qingyi hurriedly pulled Yang Wei along, leading the way, with the others following closely. Yet, complications arose when a second-tier zombie, engulfed in flames, charged directly at Yang Wei. Dad, help me! Yang Wei trembled in terror, his trousers suddenly soaked. He stood frozen, wide-eyed with fear. Fortunately, Yang Qingyi reacted swiftly, shoving Yang Wei aside just in time to avoid the zombie's claws. Thank goodness I acted quickly. What on earth were you thinking? Yang Qingyi exclaimed, shaken. Had he not intervened, Yang Wei would have been caught and torn to shreds. Before Yang Wei could respond, the flaming zombie lunged at them again. The sound of gunfire erupted as the artificial warriors arrived, swiftly turning the rogue zombie into a sieve. Despite this, the zombie did not immediately succumb but instead unleashed a furious howl. "Run!" Yang Qingyi urgently grasped his son's arm, exerting all his strength to ascend the stairs. As they fled, he glanced back at the pursuing zombie, which despite its relentless wails, could not keep pace and ultimately succumbed to the flames. Reduced to ashes, puffing heavily, Yang Qingyi and the others reached the rooftop, where they finally felt a sense of relief amidst the protective circle formed by the artificial warriors, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yang Qingyi exhaled, thank goodness the elite shelter warriors arrived. Yang Wei remained silent, visibly shaken by the earlier events, quickly board the helicopter. The artificial warriors efficiently organized the Yang family shelter occupants, leading them onto the transport helicopters. At that moment, the first helicopter carrying the Chen family returned, and the rescue efforts in the Villa district proceeded with meticulous precision. Under Li Chen's coordination, the residents of the Villa district were evacuated in batches. Leaving behind only a sea of zombie remains, the last squad of artificial warriors systematically extracted the energy cores from the hearts of the fallen zombies before boarding their helicopters for the return trip. This operation yielded commendable results. Su Ruoshi's cheerful voice echoed through the radio. Most of the resident combat teams were engaged on the defensive front, while Su Ruoshi remained outside to oversee the operations. The addition of flamethrowers had significantly turned the tide of battle. Previously, even after slaying zombies, one had to extract their energy cores painstakingly, and now it was simpler, just set them ablaze, leaving only the glimmering energy cores behind. Waiting to be collected, Li Chen nodded with a smile. It appears we will conclude this swiftly. This was not mere platitude. From the frontline drones, images were relayed showing the once dense, seemingly endless horde of zombies dwindling. It seemed the 48-hour siege would soon be resolved in under 24 hours, thanks to the elite shelter's overwhelming firepower. The most crucial factor was the discovery of the second-tier zombies' vulnerability. First-tier zombies feared water, while second-tier zombies were averse to fire. This insight had not previously been considered, but once realized, it became clear. First-tier zombies, with their unupgraded virus, possessed a natural aversion to water. The second-tier zombies, having undergone viral evolution, were less resistant to water, yet their bodily fluids had become severely depleted due to the virus's erosion and evolutionary drawbacks, rendering them nearly as desiccated as mummies and easily ignitable. Commander, we anticipate combat will conclude in approximately 3 hours. Noah reported. Li Chen observed the drone footage, releasing a long breath. Although the weakness of the second-tier zombies had been identified, the elite shelter's warriors were nearing their limits. The relentless intensity of battle would inevitably lead to fatigue. Even with 3 rotations of warriors, it would be of little use. If the zombie tide persisted, the casualties could be catastrophic. Li Chen's greatest concern was the potential emergence of third-tier zombies amidst the horde. The safety line was perilously close to the elite shelter, and third-tier zombies possessed the capability to breach the defenses, heading straight for the sanctuary. Fortunately, Li Chen's fears did not materialize. He uploaded the drone footage to the forum, informing the survivors in Donghai City that the battle would conclude within 3 hours. Chapter 64. The zombie tide ends instantly. All those glued to the forum exhaled deeply in relief. Wonderful, just 3 more hours to go. Brothers, hold on tight. Heaven rewards the diligent. I had contemplated self-termination rather than being devoured by zombies. Now, it seems I need not die. Wow, this guy is a bit too pessimistic, isn't he? I've been hiding in the sewers for hours and never thought of that. When our shelter fell, I got separated from my parents. I wonder if they are still alive. I lost my family too, Luhawa. My mother is at the elite shelter. If you're alive, please contact me. Within the Elite Shelters forum, survivors expressed their gratitude, and many hastily posted messages seeking their loved ones, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This zombie tide had profoundly impacted all survivors in Donghai City. It is undoubtedly a devastating blow. However, there is solace in the star-rated refuge standing resolutely at the forefront. Numerous individuals have managed to secure salvation through the energy cores provided by the refuge, enabling the survival of the majority. At this moment, the rescued survivors within the interstellar shelter congregate at a temporary settlement, anxiously awaiting the passage of each fleeting second. Li Chen gazes at the ever-increasing evolution energy and the burgeoning supply of energy cores, his spirits soaring with elation. This time, he is rewarded with double the evolution energy. Surely, once the zombie tide subsides, his attribute panel will see further enhancements. Touching the threshold for level 3 evolution is not beyond the realm of possibility. Additionally, the successful defense against the zombie onslaught will yield a grand reward from the system. As customary with the system, exquisite treasures await. Li Chen's anticipation mounts. At 4 a.m. the sky is shrouded in a gray haze. The darkness before dawn enveloping the entirety of Donghai City, the chilling roars of the zombies echo ominously overhead. Suddenly, the warriors of the star-rated refuge descend from the heavens, wielding dual AK-103 rifles. Aiming for the hearts of the undead, the grotesque and terrifying zombies fall lifelessly to the ground in an instant. At this juncture, the periphery of the star-rated refuge reveals no trace of the zombies. Within the 100 ravines, glimmering energy cores lie in the aftermath of the undead being utterly consumed by flames. Members of the logistics team, with ropes secured around their waists, deftly leap into the fray. Each carrying a woven basket upon their backs, they gather the energy cores with practiced ease, tossing them into their baskets before racing off to the next location. Quickly, collect the energy cores within. And dispatch a team to the first battlefield for cleanup immediately. Medical team, prepare to spray disinfectant as soon as all the energy cores are gathered. Tsuruwashi's voice is nearly hoarse. Yet she steadfastly remains at the front lines. After fighting for so long, a moment more is inconsequential. The warriors of the resident combat team swiftly execute orders, numerous squads boarding trucks for deployment. This time, however, they are not engaging in battle with the zombies but rather harvesting energy cores. Each energy core represents their blood and tears, thus the search is meticulous, leaving no room for oversight. In the distance, a faint light begins to illuminate the horizon. The sun rises slowly yet resolutely from the east, casting warmth upon the world, ushering in life and hope. Donghai City has devolved into a wasteland, littered with the remnants of bombed and ravaged structures, intertwined with the dismembered remains of humanity and the corpses of zombies. It appears utterly desolate, yet, amidst the rubble, survivors emerge one by one. How beautiful! Someone raises their hand to shield their eyes, gazing dreamily at the sun. Each of them is tattered and worn, the sleepless night etched across their weary faces, yet, in this moment, their expressions are resolute. Their eyes shining with determination. The tide of zombies has passed, they have survived, joy glimmers in each pair of eyes. The aftermath of their ordeal brings many to tears before the ruins, both relief and sorrow intertwining. They have lived, yet countless others perished in the night. Ding, congratulations, Commander, for successfully leading the star-rated refuge and repelling the zombie tide. During this onslaught, the refuge has slain 3.87 million second-tier zombies, receiving a double reward, garnering 15.48 million in evolution energy. Ding, congratulations, Commander, for receiving a King-S gift package. The system notification resonates in Li Chan's ears. Finally, he leans back in his chair, savoring this moment of tranquility. After a pause, he opens the King-S gift package. Yes, ding, congratulations, Commander, for obtaining 3 basic star-rated shelters, 1 production line for basic gene evolution liquid, and unlocking level 1 of the civilization marketplace. Before him, a holographic screen reveals a marketplace akin to a shopping platform showcasing star-rated martial arts, firearms expertise, medical skills, and universal language proficiency, among others. Li Chen's attention fixates on the description of star-rated martial arts. Moments later, excitement surges within him. These are akin to secret tomes, redeemable with energy cores. Simply using them allows one to master the techniques as if they had trained for years. Li Chen promptly exchanges for the star-rated martial arts. Ding, 30,000 energy cores have been utilized to acquire star-rated martial arts. Would you like to use it? Li Chen clicks yes. In an instant, his muscles begin to spasm as a torrent of information floods his mind. After several minutes of absorbing the knowledge, Li Chen opens his eyes once more, his brows arching slightly. A cold, electric light emanates from his gaze. To his astonishment, even muscle memory can be instilled. He experimentally throws a punch, effortlessly executing a perfectly standard jab without needing to consciously recall any memories. Li Chen peruses other tomes, yet hesitates to decide on further exchanges, thus he closes the page. Next, he shifts his gaze to the other rewards. 3 basic star-rated shelters. This implies he now possesses 3 additional shelters identical to the current one. If all are deployed, they could accommodate an extra 300,000 residents. Simultaneously, the number of artificial warriors would also double. It means Li Chen can expand the star-rated refuge threefold without expending any effort. Turning to the basic gene evolution liquid production line, he realizes this production line cannot be redeemed elsewhere. The gene evolution liquid it produces is a premium item. To describe it simply, for an ordinary individual, the opportunity to unlock the first gene lock would require countless brushes with death, with the prerequisite being that their internal energy attributes have reached the standards for evolution. The gene evolution liquid can be likened to a key that unlocks the gene lock. Chapter 65. Prosperity benefits the world as long as one's internal energy reaches the threshold. An ordinary person need not face peril to evolve effortlessly. However, this is a basic version, capable of facilitating only level 1 evolution. It is noteworthy that the warriors of the resident combat team, after a period of training, will also reach the threshold for level 1 evolution. Now, possessing the gene evolution liquid signifies that Li Chen can effortlessly mass-produce level 1 evolved warriors. What a delight! Li Chen gleefully accesses his attribute panel. Star-rated refuge system. Host, Li Chen. Strength, 30. Agility, 30. Constitution, 30. Mentality, 30. Wisdom, 30. Evolution energy, 15.48 million. Binding 1. Tsuruwashi. Binding 2. None. Gene evolution times, 1 with 15. 48 million evolution energy. Li Chen beams with joy. He gently taps on gene evolution, and a system notification promptly appears. Ding, 2 million evolution energy has been utilized for the second gene evolution. In an instant, a warm sensation envelopes Li Chen's entire being. However, this sensation is short-lived as he soon feels his cells undergoing disintegration, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. It feels as though his very cells are being violently torn apart. The agony resonates through every limb and sinew. Li Chen grits his teeth, enduring the torment, yet he realizes he cannot maintain control. The pain intensifies, surpassing even that of the first gene evolution. Li Chen feels on the verge of collapse, his consciousness beginning to wane. In that moment, a surge of formidable willpower propels Li Chen to persevere. Every nerve is racked with agony, each cell undergoing rupture. Crack, it is as if something has been unlocked. A crisp sound echoing in the air. Li Chen slowly opens his eyes, his obsidian-like irises radiating a chilling, piercing light, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. He glances down at his palm, feeling the surge of power within him. Though he has yet to test it, Li Chen knows he has improved by hundreds of times since his first evolution. As he contemplates upgrading his attributes, Li Chen observes the remaining evolution energy, ready to continue enhancing his abilities. From 30 to 40, each point of attribute now requires 200,000 evolution energy. Ding, 200,000 evolution energy has been utilized. Strength 1. Ding, 200,000 evolution energy has been utilized. Strength 1. Ding, 200,000 evolution energy has been utilized. Strength 1. When the system notification cease, the attribute panel has been entirely transformed. Star-rated refuge system. Host, Li Chen. Strength, 40, agility, 40, constitution, 40, mentality, 40, wisdom, 40, evolution energy, 3. 48 million, binding 1, Suruwashi, binding 2, none, gene evolution times, 2. Feeling the benefits of his enhanced attributes, the increase in strength and speed is evident at a glance. The most direct impact is on his mental prowess. Li Chen discovers that his mental capacity resembles a multitude of tendrils, capable of concurrently manipulating several streams, probing in different directions. Taking a deep breath, Li Chen's lips curl into a slight smile. His current strength has surpassed that of ordinary individuals by countless magnitudes. Should third-tier zombies appear now, there would be no need to employ the metallic storm. A mere punch would suffice to dispatch them effortlessly. The applications of mental power are staggering. Not only can it sense all movements within its range, but it can also be wielded to assault foes. In the midst of a confrontation, Li Chen can silently utilize his mental power to target any adversary within the opposing ranks, rendering them momentarily incapacitated, just as Li Chen revels in his newfound strength. A voice crackles through the radio. Commander, may I come in? And Noah, open the door. With a swish, the doors of the command center swung open. Suruwashi slowly stepped inside, her entire body smeared with blood, indistinguishable as to whether it belonged to a soldier or a zombie. Clad in her leather boots, she halted before Li Chen's desk, reporting to the commander. The zombie tide has been thoroughly cleared. The energy cores from the battlefield have been extracted by our warriors and are currently en route to the shelter. Suruwashi reported with a stiff posture, her demeanor meticulous. Li Chen nodded slightly. It was then that Suruwashi noticed the fluctuations in Li Chen's aura. During this wave of zombies, Suruwashi had also gained much, having undergone her first genetic evolution in battle. Thus she acutely sensed the unique aura of a strong individual emanating from Li Chen. Escalating once again. Commander, have you evolved? Suruwashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Chen nodded slightly, examining Suruwashi's attributes. Upon discovering her first genetic evolution, he nodded in satisfaction. After all, Suruwashi was bound to Li Chen's attribute panel. Any enhancement in her strength equated to an enhancement in his own. There were only benefits, no drawbacks. So, what has become of the survivors we rescued? Li Chen inquired slowly. During the rescue mission, to prevent unforeseen incidents, all those who had sought help from Donghai City were placed in the star-level shelter. Now that the zombie tide had subsided, it was time for these individuals to leave. Suruwashi immediately replied, when I arrived the management was there. Come, let us go see. Li Chen promptly lifted his foot and headed toward the temporary settlement. With Suruwashi closely following. At that moment, the survivors at the temporary settlement were queuing to register their debts. It was unavoidable. Li Chen had previously stated that rescuing a person required 1,000 energy cores. A shelter's minimum requirement was 300,000. However, scattered survivors hardly possessed such an abundance of energy cores, nor did the shelter. Thus, they could only hand over what they had on them and register the debts to be repaid later. When Li Chen arrived, this was the scene before him. Yang Wei and Yang Qingyi had just finished registering. Yang Qingyi looked at the debt note he had written with a pained expression, feeling as if his heart was being crushed. At that moment, Yang Wei tugged at his sleeve. Dad, look, Li Chen is here. Without waiting for Yang Qingyi to react, Yang Wei pulled him directly in front of Li Chen. Li Chen, thank you for your help during this zombie tide. Yang Wei's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of fervent fans adoring a star before the apocalypse. Fixated on Li Chen's face, Yang Qingyi, observing his son's demeanor, offered an awkward smile, addressing Li Chen. Mr. Li, we are immensely grateful for your assistance this time. Without you, we would likely have been torn apart by zombies. Indeed, Mr. Li is truly a benefactor to all. Another chimed in. Had it not been for the star-level shelter dispatching personnel for rescue, Donghai City would have surely become a ghost town by now. Chapter 66, Moral Coercion. Starting with Yang Qingyi, the old foxes of the villa complex began to extol Li Chen's virtues. A small fraction genuinely appreciated him, while the majority, having witnessed the might of the star-level shelter, instinctively sought to ingratiate themselves. Li Chen listened to these praises, his eyes unblinking. He directly stated, "Do not speak of me in such glowing terms. I am not here to assist you for free. Remember to hand over the energy cores." Upon hearing this, all expressions froze, especially Yang Qingyi, who glanced sorrowfully at the death note in his hand. After one zombie died, he owed 200,000 energy cores and had no idea how long he would have to work for Li Chen without pay, if only he could keep half for himself. Upon this thought, Yang Qingyi's gaze flickered before he sighed deeply. If it were anyone else, he might dare to renege on the debt, but this was the star-level shelter, this was Li Chen. Yang Qingyi had witnessed Li Chen's methods, swift and decisive. Any attempt to delay payment would likely result in dire consequences. Moreover, in Donghai City, from weapons to food, almost everything had to be exchanged with the star-level shelter. Unbeknownst to them, Li Chen had seized control of the city's lifeline. Should anyone dare to default on their debts, they wouldn't even need Li Chen to intervene. Other shelters, eager for business, would not easily let them off the hook. Those who could become shelter leaders were not without their own skills. Listening to Li Chen's words, everyone assured him they would return the energy cores on time. However, there were always a few who lacked awareness. They began to complain loudly. 1000 energy cores per person is simply too much. I have 6 people here, that amounts to 6,000 energy cores. Where am I supposed to get that? Exactly. Moreover, the star-level shelter didn't do much. They merely sent a helicopter to rescue us. I would give if I could, but 1,000 is simply too burdensome. Li Chen's gaze fell upon this group of individuals, a bloodthirsty smile blooming across his face. For those unwilling to part with their energy cores, you know what to expect, right? Immediately, the management stepped forward, drawing out a gun and raising it slowly. Just then, an elderly voice rang out, "Everyone, are you truly dissatisfied with the number of energy cores you need to provide? Mr. Li has granted us a tremendous favor. Others would find it nearly impossible to enter a star-level shelter. Yet we only need to pay a small number of energy cores." The old man spoke with a smile. His face was a grayish-yellow, wrinkled and gnarled like the bark of an ancient tree, riddled with crevices. The other scattered survivors exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, 1000 energy cores were hardly excessive. In fact, it was a bargain. "I have just enough energy cores on me. I will go pay immediately. Mr. Li is indeed generous." Others would be begging and pleading for this opportunity. The 3 survivors, who had previously been complaining, now wore cheerful expressions, eagerly moving to hand over their energy cores. Li Chen's lips curled into a smirk, an aura of chilling menace radiating from him, his gaze fixed on the speaking elder, whom he vaguely remembered as Jin Yaowen. During the rescue, many zombies had surrounded his hiding spot, and Li Chen had witnessed Jin Yaowen throw his own grandson into the jaws of a zombie to save himself. However, since Jin Yaowen was not related to Li Chen, he had simply turned a blind eye, and now that the zombie tide had passed, it was best for them to leave on their own. "I need not elaborate on the kind of person I am. If I could rescue you, I could just as easily eliminate you." Li Chen's eyes glinted like a cold wind sweeping through, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Jin Yaowen surveyed the surrounding individuals, forcing a laugh. "Mr. Li, how could you say such a thing? You stated during the live broadcast that for 1,000 energy cores, we would be rescued to the star-level shelter. If it weren't for the desire to stay in the shelter, who would be willing to pay such a price? You cannot go back on your word." Jin Yaowen lowered himself, but his words were all twisted logic. This argument left the other 3 survivors in a state of realization. Indeed, Li Chen had never clarified whether the 1,000 energy cores were merely for rescue or for acceptance into the shelter. Now that they had been brought to the star-level shelter, did he intend to let them leave? It must be said, many scattered survivors, upon arriving at the star-level shelter, had entertained thoughts of overstaying their welcome. In just over a dozen hours, they had experienced the warmth of hot soup and noodles and the excellent living conditions of the shelter's residents. Merely witnessing it filled them with envy and resentment. Undoubtedly, Jin Yaowen's words opened their eyes to a new perspective. It was Li Chen's failure to clearly communicate. Most felt that by clinging to the star-level shelter, Li Chen would have no recourse against them. "How outrageous! Li Chen saved you, and now you shamelessly attempt to extort him." Yang Wei fumed, never having witnessed such a despicable attitude. Although he too wished to stay in the star-level shelter, he would never resort to such base methods. "Oh, young man, you understand nothing." Jin Yaowen squinted. At that time, nearly all survivors in Donghai City were in the live broadcast, and everyone heard it. "As the commander of the star-level shelter, Mr. Li cannot go back on his word." "Can he? If we do not stay in the star-level shelter, would that not be a betrayal of MR.LI's goodwill?" With Jin Yaowen's words, many scattered survivors nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Li himself said it. A man's word is his bond. The resources of the star-level shelter are already so abundant. What is the harm in a few extra pairs of chopsticks? Moreover, we are not useless once we join the shelter. We will work hard to earn points, and Emmer.li1t have to support us for free. I don't care. I want to stay here. My life is worth it. The scattered survivors began to play the rogue. They believed that Li Chen had already expended resources to save them, and now that he had yet to receive the 1,000 energy cores, he would undoubtedly hesitate to take action against them. During Li Chen's live broadcast, he had presented two options. The first was to apply to become a resident through the star-level shelter and receive free rescue.at. That time, everyone had attempted to apply. But they did not meet the requirements of the star-level shelter, otherwise, they would not have needed to wait for the zombie tide to strike. Prior to this, they had already joined the star-rated refuge. Chapter 67, either leave behind your corpses or agree to the terms. At that moment, survival was paramount, compelling him to acquiesce to Li Chen's demand for 1,000 energy cores. It appeared that you all had arranged matters independently. Li Chen's gaze swept through the room like a machine gun, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Do you dare to challenge me to kill you? Do you truly believe I am a paper tiger? That any stray dog could defy me? Here lies your final opportunity. Either surrender the energy cores and depart, or leave behind your corpses. Upon hearing this, all the scattered survivors fell into silence. They had witnessed Li Chen's ruthless nature and understood that his words were not mere bluster, yet, the thought of relinquishing the readily available opportunity to remain in the star-rated refuge was unbearable. Jin Yaowen's face turned crimson as he boldly exclaimed, having come this far, can't you show a little generosity? I genuinely wish for your well-being. Retaining us will not only augment the workforce at the star-rated refuge but will also yield a considerable bounty of energy cores. Furthermore, I am of advanced age and cannot withstand turmoil. Staying here to enjoy my twilight years would be quite splendid. Jin Yaowen's words were utterly shameless. Had this been before the apocalypse, Li Chen might have been swayed by such moral coercion. Alas, this was the end of days, and all must adhere to the law of the jungle. Do you think I am being lenient? You wish to bask in the comforts of the star-rated refuge without considering your worth. I harbor no disdain for the elderly. Everyone will age, but I do disdain those who are both old and ineffectual. As Li Chen's voice faded, a sharp click resounded. The artificial warriors behind him raised their weapons in unison. Bullets chambered. Instantly Jin Yaowen's expression morphed in terror, shrinking back in fright. He had assumed Li Chen was merely posturing. Little did he know that Li Chen was prepared to act. The rest of the crowd panicked. Particularly those who had stirred trouble alongside Jin Yaowen. What if Li Chen's ire led to indiscriminate violence? The star-rated refuge was Li Chen's domain. There was nowhere to hide. At that moment, they truly recognized that Li Chen was the commander of the star-rated refuge. Not a mere pawn to be toyed with. Yang Qingyi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hastily interjected, Mr. Li, let it go. After all, we are in the apocalypse, and humanity is dwindling. The zombies are our common enemy. Let us not squander bullets on our kin. Of course, Yang Qingyi was not motivated by altruism but feared becoming collateral damage. Li Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as his gaze landed upon Jin Yaowen's head. He spoke softly. Do you think I have expended resources to rescue you without receiving the energy cores, and that I might hesitate to act? How naive. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chen's hand was swift, and a gunshot echoed. Bang! A gaping wound appeared on Jin Yaowen's forehead, and he fell coldly to the ground. The crowd was paralyzed in shock, holding their breath, not daring to move. This. Someone gasped. No one had anticipated that Li Chen would actually pull the trigger. Had he lost his mind? The same thought surged through the minds of all present. The temporary settlement fell silent for several minutes. Ah! Someone screamed, scrambling away in terror, yet facing him were the cold muzzles of the artificial warriors. Li Chen surveyed the room, his piercing gaze causing shivers to run down everyone's spine. Is there anyone still wishing to remain in the star-rated refuge? Step forward. Let us resolve this once and for all. Li Chen's countenance was frigid, with Jin Yaowen's corpse still lying on the ground. Who would dare step forward now? Everyone retracted their necks like quails, silent as the grave. Excellent, one person owes 1,000 energy cores. As previously agreed. My temper is not to be trifled with. With that, Li Chen departed. Once Li Chen left, the previously tranquil settlement erupted into chaos once more. How terrifying! He is nothing short of a demon. Did you see? His eyes did not even blink when he fired. And yet you claim otherwise. Did you not seek to take advantage? Do you not recognize who Li Chen is? Enough chatter. Remain silent. Lest we provoke further trouble, everyone dared only to whisper among themselves, fearful of drawing the attention of the artificial warriors. Yang Qingyi and a few cunning old foxes exchanged glances, choosing not to speak. The star-rated refuge was rife with Li Chen's informants. Speaking here could lead to disastrous consequences. In that moment, Yang Qingyi and his companions saw concern reflected in each other's eyes. During this zombie tide, Li Chen's displayed strength was far too formidable. Compared to the current East Sea, no other refuge stood on the same level. Naturally, they had already been aware of this. What was most alarming was Li Chen's decisive brutality. This realization quelled any mischievous thoughts among Yang Qingyi and the others. Thereafter no one dared to instigate trouble, all lined up in front of the management, one by one registering their owed energy cores. Those survivors who had hoped to remain in the star-rated refuge were compelled to leave after surrendering their energy cores. The post-war cleanup of the entire star-rated refuge continued until evening. In the residential area, management organized a celebratory banquet, gathering all residents and warriors together. The warriors had since cleaned off the grime, appearing invigorated, their faces beaming with the joy of having survived. Li Chen slowly made his way to the center. The residents, who had been chattering just moments ago, fell silent, gazing at Li Chen with adoration. Congratulations to all for surviving this zombie tide. Li Chen cleared his throat and spoke slowly. However, do not rejoice too soon. This will not be the last zombie tide. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the living conditions for humanity will only grow more constricted. As the zombies continue to evolve, even greater challenges await us. What we can do is learn from our mistakes and improve ourselves to survive in an increasingly hostile environment. As his words concluded, the residents nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions heavy with concern. This zombie tide had made everyone acutely aware of the insignificance of individual power. Were it not for Li Chen, were it not for the star-rated refuge, East Sea City would have already descended into a dead city. Observing the worried expressions of the crowd, Li Chen's tone shifted. Despite the treacherous path ahead, we need not be overly anxious, for within the star-rated refuge, we possess the safest defenses and the mightiest warriors. In this zombie tide, some warriors have departed this world forever. They are heroes, our guardians. Let us honor the heroes with a moment of silence. With a flourish, a massive holographic screen appeared before Li Chen, showcasing images of the fallen. Chapter 68, Building a New Refuge. These were all the warriors who had sacrificed their lives during the zombie tide, both artificial warriors and members of the resident combat group. Upon seeing the faces of their loved ones on the holographic screen, many residents could not help but weep. Li Chen silently regarded the images, his voice thick with emotion, for the families of the fallen warriors. The star-rated refuge would provide generous compensation, their children would receive free education, and monthly subsidies would be doubled. Their wives and parents would be prioritized for job placements, while those unable to work would receive free accommodation in care centers. The deceased have passed, all we can do as the living is to persist with strength, living even more diligently in honor of those who have departed. Applause erupted spontaneously. In this cruel apocalypse, no one can guarantee they will see tomorrow's sun, yet, the residents of the star-rated refuge are confident that should they sacrifice themselves for the refuge, their families will receive the best care. Having shared the most sorrowful part, Li Chen moved on to the rewards segment. Many warriors had exhibited exceptional performance during this zombie tide, hence, those whose names were called would each receive a reward of 100,000 points. Su Ruwashi, Peng Chenghong, Feng Jiyuan.as. Each name was announced, joy spread across many faces. 100,000 points, such a reward was a fortune for them. Li Chen announced a total of 1,862 names. Naturally, in addition to the point rewards, promotions would be based on performance, with specific appointments to be announced by Su Ruwashi the following day. I have witnessed everyone's efforts during this zombie tide. For those whose names were not called, do not be disheartened, you are not lesser beings. Each member of the resident combat group will receive a reward of 3,000 points. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted with excitement. Some warriors even had tears welling in their eyes, dropping to their knees before Li Chen. Alright, everyone, please calm your emotions. Point 1. Last matter. Due to the sacrifice of 3,726 warriors, the number of residents in the combat group has diminished. Therefore, we will reopen the enrollment channel. Those wishing to join the resident combat group may register and undergo assessments at the management office before tomorrow evening. Now let the celebration commence. Li Chen's final announcement ignited fervor among the crowd. The benefits of the resident combat group were generous. Everyone aspired to join. Unfortunately, during the previous assessment, many had been eliminated and now new spots had become available. My dear wife, wait for me. I shall register for the assessment tomorrow. Once I join the resident combat group, I will ensure you and our child have a life of comfort and abundance. In the previous assessment, I fell short by a mere margin, yet this time I am resolute in my determination to exert greater effort and strive to join the resident combat group. The residents of the star-level shelter exchanged their joy with one another. Li Chen gazed contentedly at the scene before him. This battle had significantly enhanced the tactical capabilities of the resident combat group. With the introduction of gene evolution fluid, Li Chen was already contemplating its application on this batch of warriors. In fact, the star-level shelter would soon recruit more members for the resident combat group. After all, this time, Li Chen had unlocked 3 shelters as part of the grand reward, necessitating a larger armed force. However, as the 3 shelters had yet to be properly established, Li Chen remained unhurried. The residents of the star-level shelter reveled in the euphoria of victory. At the celebration banquet, all beverages were complimentary, and an abundance of previously coveted delicacies adorned the tables. The residents cheered with exuberance. After indulging in a couple of drinks, Li Chen returned to the command center. Noah, how many energy cores were obtained during this zombie tide? Li Chen inquired calmly. Report, Commander. A total of 40,000 first-tier energy cores, 3,340,000 second-tier energy cores, and 60 third-tier energy cores, which equates to 6,730,000 primary energy cores. Noah's voice resonated. Li Chen nodded slightly this time. Over 3 million zombies were eliminated, primarily consisting of second-tier zombies, with a small fraction being first-tier and 60 third-tier zombies, marking a substantial harvest. However, Li Chen did not rush to celebrate. After all, the grand reward consisted of 3 initial shelters, each requiring construction, and the energy cores needed would be an astronomical figure. Contemplating this, Li Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Noah, I wish to extract 3-star level shelters. As his words fell, a 3D hologram of the entire East Sea City materialized before Li Chen. Revealing mountains, rivers, and thoroughfares in vivid detail, his gaze swept across various regions of East Sea City, searching for the optimal location. Initially, Li Chen intended to establish the 3 shelters in different areas. However, after surveying the landscape, he discovered that the best location was near the old shelter. Placing them elsewhere would result in increased distance and management difficulties. Ultimately, Li Chen decided to position the 3 shelters in proximity to the old shelter. Let it be here. Once Li Chen confirmed the locations, an invisible stream of data surged forth, resonating around the vicinity of the original shelter. A thunderous rumble ensued. Shortly thereafter, the earth trembled before returning to normalcy. Through the 3D projection, Li Chen witnessed 4 colossal iron behemoths standing side by side underground, interconnected by passageways allowing for movement between the 4 shelters. Naturally, Li Chen instructed Noah to implement access controls in these corridors, permitting only authorized individuals to pass. Report, Commander. The new shelters have been constructed, increasing the capacity for residents. Would you like to expand the resident count? Noah inquired. Yes. Immediately issue a notice on the forum to open up residency rights. Understood. Noah promptly executed the command. Observing the 4 shelters through the 3D projection, Li Chen remarked, let us proceed to the new shelters. With that, he lifted his foot and departed through the passage connecting the shelters. To facilitate differentiation, Li Chen designated the 4 shelters in sequential order as A, B, C, and D, with the old star-level shelter being designated as Shelter A. After exploring the other newly constructed shelters, he noted that all facilities were identical. The roofs of the shelters were constructed from an 8-meter-thick, high-strength bulletproof glass, complemented by a seemingly bottomless shaft. Surrounding the shaft were countless elevators. Aside from appearing somewhat dilapidated, there was little distinction from Shelter A. Chapter 69. It must be a conspiracy. What troubled Li Chen the most was that all the facilities in the 3 new shelters were damaged, indicating that he would have to undergo reconstruction much like the first time. Noah, please provide an overview of the conditions of the 3 shelters. Li Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, the automatic inspection program has been initiated. The structural integrity of the shelter is at 80. Energy reserves stand at 30. The purification system is 49. Damaged resource reserves are at 0. Ammunition stockpiles are non-existent. Upon hearing this, Li Chen exhaled deeply. Indeed, the state of disrepair mirrored that of Shelter A. Thankfully, with over 3 million energy cores at his disposal, it should suffice to upgrade the 3 new shelters. Without hesitation, Li Chen commanded Noah, please formulate a repair plan. Understood. The total requirement for repairing the 3 shelters is 300,000 energy cores. Once the main structure is repaired, they can be immediately operational. Shelters B, C, and D are understaffed and energy deficient, necessitating further upgrades. First, we need to repair the artificial human base and equip it with combat, medical, and maintenance androids. Second, we must restore the planting and breeding zones to ensure food supply for new residents. Third, we need to expand and construct solar energy facilities to guarantee the daily electricity needs of the new shelters. As Noah spoke, a series of detailed information appeared on Li Chen's smart wristband. Not only were repairs required, but the cultivation of android warriors was also essential. The total capacity for android warriors in shelters B, C, and D combined reached 15,000, representing a significant expenditure. To enable the new shelters to function comparably to the old one, numerous additional upgrades were necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen stated decisively, Noah, proceed with the repairs. Understood. With Noah's agreement, a flurry of system prompts flashed through Li Chen's mind. The original count of over 3 million energy cores dwindled to half in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the interiors of the 3 new shelters began to undergo a transformative renovation. The previously outdated and damaged android cultivation center was revitalized, and the breeding and planting zones were entirely restored. With the circulation systems operating at optimal efficiency, simply introducing young animals into the breeding zone would allow for immediate cultivation, and the planting zone operated under similar conditions once the 3 new shelters were fully repaired. Li Chen did not pause. Ding, 160,000 energy cores used. Shelter B's incubation chamber upgraded to level 1. Ding, 160,000 energy cores used. Shelter C's incubation chamber upgraded to level 1. Ding, 160,000 energy cores used. Shelter D's incubation chamber upgraded to level 1. Ding, 500,000 energy cores used, 5000 android warriors cultivated. Ding, 500,000 energy cores used, 5000 android warriors cultivated. The remaining energy cores were primarily allocated for the cultivation of android warriors. Within the vast cultivation liquid, human embryos were extracted, destined to become the heart of the new shelters, ensuring their proper functioning. Additionally, Li Chen repaired various weapon and ammunition production lines. After all, once the 15,000 android warriors were cultivated, they could not confront zombies barehanded. The production lines for aircraft and armored vehicles could not be overlooked either. They needed to be fully operational. Noah, how long will it take to cultivate the android warriors? Report, Commander, a minimum of 3 days is required. Noah responded promptly. The cultivation period in the basic incubation chamber is relatively lengthy, spanning a week. However, Li Chen upgraded all incubation chambers to level 1. Significantly shortening the cultivation time. Very well, some specifics will require adjustment. Li Chen nodded slightly. According to the 9-star shelter specifications, the 1st to 3rd floors would serve as military training grounds, the 4th to 6th as weapon production bases. The 7th to 20th as residential areas for humans, subdivided into single rooms, double rooms, and dormitories. The 21st to 30th floors would house research centers, delineating spaces for biology, virology, and genetic modification. The 31st to 34th floors would be designated for the central processor and android base, while the 35th to 37th floors would function as the command center. However, since Li Chen had only one command center, the functions of the 35th to 37th floors needed to be adjusted. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen declared, transform the 35th to 37th floors into high-end residential areas. With the expansion of Li Chen's influence, an increasing number of talented individuals would join the star-level shelter, and management positions would significantly increase. It would be rather unfair for all personnel to reside together, particularly for exceptional talents. Understood, Noah responded immediately. The 35th to 37th floors of shelters B, C, and D underwent a dramatic transformation. Li Chen then turned his attention to the other floors. In truth, the functions of the 21st to 30th floors also overlapped. However, at present, Li Chen could not conceive of better uses for them, so they would remain for the time being. While Li Chen was occupied with arranging the functional adjustments for the new shelters, the forum of the star-level shelter erupted with excitement. The recruitment notice released by Noah had stirred the entire population of East Sea City into a frenzy. Notice, the star-level shelter will recruit 300,000 residents. The application criteria have been modified from before. For further details, please refer to the announcement. A succinct notice brought hope to all survivors in East Sea City. Many individuals eagerly clicked to explore the new application criteria, which were evidently more lenient than the previous ones. What stands out the most is that the star-rated shelter is prioritizing the recruitment of independent survivors who have not joined other shelters. What could this possibly mean? Has there been some significant development at the star-rated shelter recently? Why is there such an abrupt influx of new residents? It must be a conspiracy. There's definitely something afoot with Li Chen. Otherwise, why would he be inviting so many people in? Could it be that the star-rated shelter is running low on food and intends to use humans as a food source? Am I the only one harboring doubts about whether the star-rated shelter can accommodate so many inhabitants? 300,000 residents, are the rest of them all sleeping on the floor? Who knows? In any case, once the application is approved, I can always go take a look for myself. If you all hesitate, then I shall take the plunge. To live safely and soundly in the star-rated shelter is far preferable to wandering outside. How splendid! The application criteria for the star-rated shelter are such that my entire family qualifies. Now I shall find a way to contact my relatives in the neighboring city and encourage everyone to join the star-rated shelter. Chapter 70, can't play the game. Regarding the announcement posted on the forum, a minority of individuals expressed skepticism. After all, Li Chen had previously imposed stringent requirements, making the application process exceedingly difficult. Now that the criteria have suddenly been relaxed, it has led many to entertain unsavory thoughts. However, a greater number of individuals have eagerly begun to reach out to friends and relatives scattered across other cities, intent on submitting applications together. After all, the star-rated shelter offers exceptionally favorable treatment to its residents. As long as they meet the application criteria, the shelter will send helicopters to fetch them, regardless of distance. Thus, they need not concern themselves with how far away they are. To encapsulate the current situation in Donghai City, everyone is cursing the star-rated shelter, yet everyone desires to join it. The formidable and mysterious presence Li Chen has exhibited over these past days has deeply ingrained itself in the minds of all survivors in Donghai City. The reason survivors previously criticized Li Chen in private was solely because they were not the ones enjoying special privileges in this apocalyptic world. As survivors across Donghai City began to take action, the residents of Shelter A were also in an uproar. What on earth is this notification about? Isn't our shelter already at full capacity? How can we possibly accommodate more people? This seems extremely peculiar. The notification provided no detailed explanation, merely informing us that new residents are to be recruited. Everyone, this morning, as I left for work, I stumbled upon something extraordinary. A passageway suddenly appeared where there once was a wall. However, as soon as I stepped inside, I was warned that I lacked the necessary permissions to proceed. Damn it, I discovered a passageway too, and not just one. Could it be that our shelter has some new developments? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can shed light on this? Honestly, you all are worrying for nothing. Since Li Chen has made an announcement, it must mean that there is indeed sufficient space, regardless of your opinions? I am determined to have all my friends and relatives apply. Let us refrain from discussing this further. Tomorrow will bring clarity. Those who are sensible have already begun taking action, while those self-proclaimed geniuses continue to analyze on the forum. As the residents of the star-rated shelter engaged in animated discussions, suddenly everyone's smart wristbands vibrated as they received a notification simultaneously. Notification: the star-rated shelter has added 3 new shelters, numbered B, C, and D. Today, the passageway will be open for 1 day. Residents of Shelter A may tour the 3 new shelters. A relocation is permitted within 3 days. Please be informed. Upon receiving this notification, the residents of the star-rated shelter were left dumbfounded. They had considered the possibility of additional residential areas being established on other floors or the addition of beds in existing areas. However, none had anticipated that Li Chen would audaciously unveil 3 new shelters without a word. It is likely that even Nuwa could not create humans with such speed. Consequently, residents with light workloads took the day off to visit the 3 new shelters. Whether or not they would relocate was secondary. Their primary curiosity was to see what the new shelters were like. As the residents of the star-rated shelter traversed the passageway to the other shelters, they were all rendered speechless. What is happening? Am I encountering a glitch in reality? Goodness, this place looks exactly like our original one. It feels as though we are playing a game, with Li Chen as the divine creator. A simple Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V, and voila, new shelters materialized before our eyes. To be honest, I think the new shelters appear slightly inferior to the original. They lack the same vibrant atmosphere. Residents scrutinized the newly emerged shelters, whispering among themselves. Although they had long known of Li Chen's formidable abilities, none had anticipated that he could conjure entire structures from thin air. It is important to note that just yesterday, no passageways had existed. Even if construction had been carried out clandestinely, such a massive undertaking would surely create some noise. At this point, I am thoroughly impressed by Mr. Li. Truly remarkable. Everyone, have you had your relatives and friends apply? My uncle, 2 uncles, and their entire families have all successfully submitted their applications. Tomorrow, we shall move to the new shelter together. Really, I must urge my friends to apply quickly as well. There are still so many survivors in Donghai City. What if I miss out on a spot? As the residents of the star-rated shelter continued their idle chatter, they all lowered their heads, busily manipulating their smart wristbands, whether they had relatives in Donghai City or in other cities. They sent messages to everyone they could reach. Some solitary individuals leisurely explored the new shelter, occasionally snapping photos to share on the forum. Of course, all of this content had to pass through Noah's approval before being published. To prevent the leak of the shelter's secrets, to be honest, aside from the absence of residents, all facilities in the new shelter are identical to those in Shelter A. Therefore, when the photos were first posted on the forum, many were quick to question the purpose. What are they trying to achieve? I've seen plenty of internal photos of shelters. What is so impressive about that? How dull, reposting the same photo over and over again. Soon, those engaged in conversation noticed something different. Firstly, near the skylight, clear labels marked A, B, C, and D with distinct numbers. Moreover, because the new shelters were unoccupied, many subtle details differed from Shelter A. The forum's participants began to ponder existential questions. Is Li Chen truly some sort of immortal being, possessing knowledge of techniques unknown to others, silently fabricating 3 identical steel colossi? Regardless, the confirmation of the new shelter's existence has only heightened the excitement among these survivors. Through word of mouth, news of the star-rated shelter quickly spread from Donghai City to other regions. Survivors from afar hurriedly made their way to Donghai City. Abandoned vehicles littered the highways. No matter, they would simply walk. Some, facing overly long journeys, could only submit applications on the forum. This time, the application form for the star-rated shelter included an additional requirement: the applicant's current residential address. This would facilitate the shelter's warriors when they set out to fetch individuals. Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, various shelters in Donghai City hastily gathered at the perimeter of the star-rated shelter, eager to ascertain the situation. Yang Qingyi and others congregated, gazing in astonishment at the newly added platforms beside the original star-rated shelter. They were all left in a state of disbelief. Is Li Chen really playing a game? Without uttering a word, he constructed new shelters. How are we to compete now? Don't say that, brother. Today, I saw many people from our shelter submitting applications on the forum. Chapter 71, Relaxing Application Criteria for the Survivors. Other shelters simply cannot compare to the star-rated shelter. It is akin to heaven and earth. One can easily deduce the disparity now that the star-rated shelter has opened its doors to new residents. The inhabitants of other shelters will undoubtedly rush to apply. In the near future, a siphoning effect may emerge, transforming all of Donghai City into Li Chen's personal garden. Contemplating this, Yang Qingyi and his companions felt both envious and fearful. These cunning old foxes had been major players before the apocalypse, and none were willing to concede their positions, otherwise, they would not have invested heavily in the construction of their own shelters. Now, the expansion of the star-rated shelter threatens the existing populations of their own shelters. In the future, they may find themselves compelled to heed Li Chen's commands, or worse, be absorbed into the star-rated shelter themselves. Is this not a form of bullying? How are we to survive under such circumstances? Well, given Li Chen's current capabilities, even if he resorts to bullying, what can we do? We can only contemplate other methods of self-preservation. I have already decided to negotiate with Li Chen, proposing that my entire private shelter join the star-rated shelter. Upon hearing Lu's words, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. What? To directly merge into the star-rated shelter? Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu offered a wry smile. This is the result of my weighing the pros and cons rather than waiting for my shelter to become desolate. It is better to take the initiative and join forces, perhaps we might even reap some benefits. Lu's words were refreshingly candid. In this world, where everyone seeks their own gain, if one does not wish to become a mere figurehead, joining forces is the only option. Perhaps Li Chen will consider our genuine intentions and grant us a position of management. How does Lu plan to negotiate with Li Chen? Yang Qingyi inquired. By requesting that Li Chen exempt our shelter from the application process, Lu replied, the existence of star-rated shelters is indeed a reality, and to be candid, these villa complexes have already united as one. Mr. Lu's intention in making this statement was to rally others to join him in negotiating with Li Chen, thus enhancing their bargaining power. The old foxes nodded in agreement. Let us contact Li Chen without delay. Time is of the essence. Aside from these private shelters within the villa district, various other shelters throughout Donghai City share a similar sentiment. After all, the entire city has suffered tremendously from the viral outbreak and the recent zombie wave, resulting in a catastrophic loss of population. To describe the situation as 10% survival would not be an exaggeration. The star-rated shelters are currently recruiting an astonishing number of 30,000 individuals. Setting aside the solitary survivors, it is certain that many from other shelters will seek to join as well. Given the rapid expansion of the star-rated shelters, who can say if further recruitment opportunities will arise in the future? Rather than waiting passively for demise, it would be more prudent to take initiative. By banding together and entering the star-rated shelters, they could form a significant force, while some are eager to join. Others harbor ulterior motives. The matter of how to conduct oneself around Li Chen is irrelevant. The primary allure lies in the vast resources and formidable military strength showcased by the star-rated shelters. Any individual with even a hint of ambition would find it hard to resist. Fortunately, Donghai City is home to many such ambitious souls. Previously, the star-rated shelters, fortified by the presence of artificial warriors and resident combat teams, were undeniably impregnable. Those individuals had joined at the inception of the star-rated shelters and were considered impenetrable. However, with the opening of 30,000 spots for residents, these ambitious individuals see an opportunity for manipulation. Thus, clandestine preparations began. That very afternoon, outside the entrance of the star-rated shelter, a throng of people gathered. Some were there to gather information, while others could hardly contain their eagerness and rushed to the entrance to apply. A veritable assembly of all sorts of characters congregated at the entrance, exchanging the intelligence they possessed. Have you had your application approved? I heard they relaxed the criteria significantly this time. Of course not. If I had, I would already be inside the star-rated shelter. I just wanted to see who has been accepted. What's going on? I've been waiting for an hour and still no news. The efficiency of the star-rated shelter is rather slow. Isn't it? Damn it, you're here too. Aren't you the administrator from the Huawu shelter? Why leave the comforts of your shelter to compete for spots with us solitary survivors? What do you know? Entering a star-rated shelter means enjoying a life of luxury. Why remain in a small shelter, worrying about daily sustenance? Initially, I thought 30,000 spots were quite generous, but now, seeing this scene, I am feeling less confident. What do you mean? 30,000 is hardly excessive. You may not be aware, but many from other regions are already en route. Then we must expedite our applications. Otherwise, we might miss out on the opportunity. The differing positions of the individuals led to varied perspectives. The leaders of the private shelters in the villa district feared that the expansion of the star-rated shelters would diminish their own populations. In contrast, the solitary survivors were primarily concerned with their own chances of approval. A palpable sense of urgency began to permeate the crowd. Meanwhile, within the command center of the star-rated shelter, Li Chen was holding a meeting with the various administrators. You are all now familiar with the basic information regarding the new shelter. Are there any questions? The attendees shook their heads in unison. Excellent. I will now delegate tasks. First, we can slightly relax the recruitment criteria. prioritizing the elderly, infirm, and solitary survivors. Secondly, all applicants must undergo a background check with reference data obtainable from NOAA. Finally, regarding personnel appointments, the new 3 shelters will establish resident combat teams, officially renamed as the Guard Squad. Under the leadership of Sue Ruwashi, the number of artificial warriors will also increase, officially termed the Star-Rated Shelter S Direct Combat Group, to be overseen by the management. Everyone must remain vigilant and discerning with every new resident entering our shelter. 30,000 individuals is no small number. Li Chen's tone turned serious as he anticipated the chaotic scenes ahead, further emphasizing the need for the administrators to be diligent and responsible to prevent any unforeseen incidents. If there are any uncertainties, please voice them now. Li Chen's gaze swept across the gathered administrators as he spoke slowly. Do you all understand? A chorus of affirmations echoed in response, save for one voice that stood out awkwardly. Commander, I have something to inquire. Chapter 72, Recruiting New Residents. What is it? Speak. Li Chen directed his attention to the administrator. Since our notification was dispatched, numerous shelters have contacted us, wishing to bring all their residents without individual applications. Commander, can we agree to this? The administrator inquired. This approach, as opposed to processing survivors one by one, seemed significantly more efficient. Li Chen did not respond immediately but instead turned to the others. What are your thoughts? The other administrators exchanged glances, all feeling somewhat uneasy. Commander, I don't think it's advisable. First, if we allow entire shelters to bypass the application process, we cannot guarantee the quality of those admitted. Second, wherever there are people, there are factions. Allowing entire shelters to enter together may lead to division, complicating the execution of many orders and ultimately creating chaos within our star-rated shelter. Sue Ruwashi stepped forward to voice her dissent. If an entire shelter joins, those individuals will still follow the orders of their original shelter leaders. This will dilute authority and give rise to various factions within the shelter, which could disrupt stability. Today you may betray me, tomorrow I might betray you, all in a bid to enhance one's own influence. For sustainable development, a unified command is essential. Indeed, you make a valid point. First and foremost, we cannot allow exemptions from the application process. Not just anyone can enter a star-rated shelter. Furthermore, our objective at the star-rated shelter is to preserve the human race and combat zombies. Therefore, there is no need to engage in unnecessary dealings. Nor is it imperative to accept an entire shelter's membership. Li Chen stressed the importance of vigilance during the screening process. He then fixed his gaze on the administrator. Understood. The administrator nodded. Alright, if there are no further issues, then everyone may commence their tasks. Li Chen acknowledged them with a nod and stepped outside. At that moment, outside the star-rated shelter, as the platform ascended, the management team appeared before the multitude of survivors. They have arrived. The survivors' eyes sparkled with anticipation, rising to their feet. After days of interaction with the star-rated shelter, everyone knew that the appearance of the second-in-command, just after Li Chen, signified the official commencement of the resident recruitment process. The long-awaited moment had come, and the survivors surged forward. Maintain silence. Those submitting applications, please queue here, the management member instructed with a serious demeanor. At that instant, behind him stood over 100 fully armed artificial warriors. Exuding an imposing presence, the survivors, upon hearing this command, lined up in 10 orderly rows. The members of the management team stood at the forefront, activating their smart wristbands and wielding scanners to begin their work. Hey, what are you doing? Is that queue jumping? An artificial warrior pointed his firearm at a survivor's forehead, showing no mercy. What's all that ruckus over there? Those who refuse to comply must either leave or face eternal rest here. Why are you all huddled at the entrance without queuing? The artificial warriors continued to maintain order. Some who had initially intended to cause a commotion found themselves subdued in the face of the dark muzzles of the guns. While the scene had calmed, many continued to peek around. As these were spies sent from various shelters, they spoke in hushed tones, exchanging information while cautiously glancing up, fearful of being overheard. Little did they know, every word and action was being captured by the surveillance systems outside the star-rated shelter. NOAA's formidable analytical capabilities were categorizing each individual based on their behavior. As the management team scanned the survivors' faces, not only would personal information appear, but details regarding their backgrounds and personalities would also be displayed on the management as smart wristbands. This system allowed them to filter out any individuals with ulterior motives. The management team worked swiftly, aided by the deterrent presence of the artificial warriors, making the registration process remarkably efficient. In no time, a queue of individuals who had successfully submitted their applications had formed behind them. They all shared a common appearance. Most appeared to have gone days without food, while a handful of strong young men were also clad in tattered clothing. A glance was enough to identify them as solitary survivors or the lowest tier within their respective shelters. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, being able to secure a meal was already a significant achievement. Who could afford to pursue the fineries of life from the past? The logistics team distributed food to the newly registered residents. "Here is your food," the management member announced. The logistics personnel quickly approached, bearing boxes upon boxes of biscuits and instant noodles. One by one, the newly registered residents were issued their allocations. Beside them stood several boxes of mineral water, available for anyone feeling parched to indulge at their leisure. How blissful this is. Truly, this is a star-rated refuge. After 3 days of hunger, I shall finally feast. The star-rated sanctuary is indeed a deity among shelters. Even before entering, there is already such an abundance of food. As soon as they received their rations, the new residents eagerly devoured their meals. Many solitary survivors from this zombie onslaught had barely managed to scrounge enough resources to stave off hunger for 2 days. The management, observing the new residents' voracious appetites, nodded in approval. Excellent. It seems no spies from other shelters have infiltrated our ranks. After all, those dispatched as informants are often trusted allies of their respective shelters. Although their provisions may be meager, at least they can fill their bellies, unlike the new residents who can feast with such vigor. As the registration process proceeded smoothly, a significant number of individuals were ushered into the star-rated refuge. The line was dwindling, and those left behind grew anxious. Could it be that the slots are already filled? I arrived before dawn and have waited all morning. Look, many have already entered the sanctuary. I wonder how many made it through this time and whether there are still openings. Cursed be it, had I known, I would have sneaked in ahead of the others. If there are no slots left, will I be left to wander outside? Numerous individuals still in line began to voice their grievances. The days spent outdoors were far from pleasant. These solitary survivors did not lack the desire to join other shelters. Rather, since the apocalypse, trust has become a rare commodity, they are acutely aware that they are not favored by those shelters, and even if they were to gain entry, they would find themselves relegated to the lowest tier of laborers. When it comes to zombie extermination, they would be on the front lines, serving as cannon fodder, burdened with the most arduous, filthiest tasks. Thus, they would rather wander outside, seeking refuge in the shadows, or at least they could secure a full meal. Chapter 73. Background check failed. Let us not forget a crucial premise: the star-rated refuge operates differently according to official information from the star-rated sanctuary and posts from its original residents. The internal policies are remarkably transparent. Those who are capable shall bear a greater workload. The more one contributes, the greater the rewards. Even without a particular skill, one can find a suitable position within, in stark contrast to the anxious expressions of those still waiting in line. The newly registered residents appeared far more relaxed. Oh my, this is wonderful. I am now a bona fide resident of the star-rated sanctuary. I was never this nervous during my job interviews before the apocalypse. Our status has changed. We can now enjoy warmth and sustenance. Auntie, you're here too. Which shelter were you assigned to? My husband and I were assigned to shelter C. Which one did you get? It is good to have someone to look out for us inside. I'm in shelter B. I can't believe our entire family made it through the application process. I envy your family. My parents are still in line, unsure if slots are filled. The new residents exchanged eager conversations, their faces illuminated with hope for their new lives, some even reunited with long-lost relatives on the spot. Creating a lively scene, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out, I meet all the application criteria. What gives you the right to deny me entry? A robust man stood at the forefront, his face flushed and demeanor agitated. Apologies, but your background check did not pass, the management replied coldly. Background check? What background check? Do you think this is a pre-apocalypse corporate hiring event? I don't care. I have fulfilled all application requirements. If you deny me entry, it's nothing but underhanded manipulation. The burly man began to rant nonsensically. Noticing this uproar, others still waiting joined the fray, shouting in protest, exactly. I also meet the criteria. Why am I being turned away? Is the star-rated sanctuary not true to its word? This is discrimination. Perhaps there are undisclosed dealings at play, otherwise, why would we not be granted entry? Let me in at once. The management surveyed the raucous crowd, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. He had no intention of indulging in the so-called underhanded dealings these individuals spoke of. They knew full well the reasons for their rejection. All were documented informants for various shelters. Initially, the management did not wish to escalate the situation, simply denying them entry would suffice, yet, these individuals chose to provoke trouble. Maintain silence. Anyone who violates this will face immediate repercussions. The management raised his voice. As his words echoed, dozens of robotic soldiers behind him chambered their rounds, cold barrels trained on the raucous crowd. How can you do this? Shouldn't those who are denied entry be given an explanation? Ah, so the star-rated refuge can flaunt such blatant disregard for reason. I see it clearly now. Whether one is granted entry hinges not on application criteria but on your whims, despite the barrels pointed at them. Those denied entry continued to vociferate. They hadn't committed any crime in front of so many witnesses. Surely the soldiers of the star-rated sanctuary would not dare to kill innocents. Seeing this scene, the management's expression darkened. Before stepping out, Li Chen had specifically instructed him, if there was any trouble, show no mercy and shoot to kill. Therefore, he had no intention of coddling these individuals. He raised his hand. Bang! In an instant, the previously boisterous man collapsed into a pool of blood. Murder. Those who had been shouting alongside him turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Is there anyone else who wishes to cause trouble? Step forward and let me deal with you. The management curled his lips into a bloodthirsty smile. These informants from other shelters, did they not know their place? Did they truly believe the star-rated sanctuary could be so easily manipulated? Fortunately, before setting out, Li Chen had anticipated such scenarios. Were it not for Li Chen's words serving as a reassurance, the management might not have had the courage to fire a shot to mitigate the chaos. With this display, who would dare voice their dissatisfaction? The informants attempting to incite unrest fled in disgrace. Meanwhile, Li Chen was in the command center, monitoring the registration situation through surveillance, seeing the management act decisively. He smiled with satisfaction. Excellent progress indeed. At that moment, the control console crackled with Su Ruoshi's voice. Commander, may I enter to report on the progress? Please come in, and with Li Chen's permission, the control center's doors swung open. Su Ruoshi entered, casting a glance at the surveillance screen before speaking. Commander, the recruitment for the guard team is 78 complete. The approval rate for current residents is not looking promising. Should we wait until the new residents have settled in before proceeding with further recruitment? Despite the large population in Shelter A, it is filled with all manner of talent, and there may not be sufficient combat capabilities. Currently, all 4 shelters, A, B, C, and D, require recruitment, with a total deficit of 18,000 guards. The population of Shelter A alone is insufficient. Li Chen nodded slightly. That is acceptable, but the absorption of new residents should wait at least 2 days. For now, we will prioritize residents of Shelter A. Once we have recruited sufficiently, we can begin training the new recruits, and in a couple of days, we can select from the new residents. After all, there are 300,000 new residents, although Li Chen designed stringent screening criteria. There is always the fear of missing out on someone. We must allow them to enter and observe for 2 days before making further decisions. For the star-rated sanctuary, the guard team is the first line of defense and of utmost importance. Those working within must be warriors loyal to the star-rated refuge. Su Rulin nodded in understanding. By the way, veterans of the guard team who are due for promotion should be promoted and distributed among various squads to mentor the new recruits. This will also alleviate some of your pressure. In a few days, the guard team should receive some valuable supplies. Li Chen recalled the basic gene modification serum and smiled mysteriously. Su Ruoshi nodded vigorously. In fact, yesterday, Noah had already compiled a position adjustment list based on the performance of each guard during the recent zombie onslaught. Those capable would be elevated, while those merely coasting would be demoted to the most basic soldier status. Su Ruoshi glanced at it and found it far more comprehensive than her own thoughts, so she proceeded accordingly. Well then, if there is nothing else, you may return to your duties. It's imperative to train the new recruits as swiftly as possible. Chapter 74, Selection of Elite Troops. The recruitment efforts for the star-rated sanctuary were nearly half complete within just a day. As most applications were submitted via the forum and directly reviewed by Noah. The process was remarkably swift. Those anxious for approval hastened to the entrance of the star-rated sanctuary, where they were efficiently registered by the management. The conditions within the star-rated refuge far surpassed those outside, leading to a palpable sense of happiness among the new residents. Every face in the sanctuary radiated joy. For the few informants from other shelters who had been granted entry, after experiencing the management's display of force, they fell silent, no longer daring to stir trouble. The integration of 300,000 new residents proceeded without a hitch, creating a seemingly harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, Li Chen stood on the 21st floor of Shelter B, which had originally served as a research center. However, with Shelter A's research facilities now sufficient, the 21st to 30th floors of Shelters B, C, and D had been repurposed into production centers. On the 21st floor of Block B, primary genetic modification liquid is produced. Rows of test tubes are prominently displayed within. Additionally, there are tall containers made of transparent glass, filled with murky liquid. These are nutrient solutions comprising various components of the genetic modification liquid. Attached beneath each glass container is a clear tube through which different liquids are transported together in precise ratios. At the very end, a packaging machine awaits to bottle the completed genetic modification liquid, storing it in a cold chamber. Noah, how is the production of the primary genetic modification liquid progressing? Li Chen inquired, nodding in satisfaction after a tour. Commander, we have currently produced 5,000 doses of primary genetic modification liquid, with a production rate of 1,000 doses per day. Each dose requires the consumption of 100 energy cores. Noah promptly replied, the primary genetic modification liquid can elevate warriors whose attributes meet the requirements to the first tier. For those whose attributes fall short, it can enhance genetic strength. Based on the data provided by Noah, one dose approximately increases genetic strength by 10%. Even individuals with weaker constitutions can achieve the first tier after consuming around 10 doses. Artificial warriors only need to utilize the nurturing pods for enhancement. Thus, this primary genetic modification liquid is primarily utilized for the elite of the guard. Given the current production speed, it can only cater to the elite among the guard. Once production speeds increase, it can also be distributed among the residents of the star-rated shelter. Indeed, we must maximize the production of primary genetic modification liquid, ensuring that all warriors within the guard reach the first tier. Li Chen nodded slightly. And now that Tier 3 zombies have emerged, who knows how the situation will evolve, we must swiftly enhance the armed strength of the star-rated shelter. Ideally, we can elevate the residents to the first tier of genetic evolution to ensure the shelter's survival during the apocalypse. By the way, how are the breeding and planting areas faring? Li Chen continued his inquiry. With 300,000 new residents, ensuring adequate food supply has become our greatest challenge, although the star-rated shelter had previously stockpiled a substantial amount of supplies. They are quickly depleting. We must achieve self-sufficiency, Noah reported. Currently, all 4 shelters' breeding and planting areas have been fully equipped, primarily selecting talent from Shelter A for cultivation and husbandry tasks. The Research Institute has developed a growth stimulant that shortens the growth cycle of flora and fauna without side effects. The growth period of a chicken has been reduced to 3 days, while staple crops like wheat can now be harvested every 30 days, with yields increased tenfold. This is more than sufficient to meet the dietary needs of all 4 shelters. And we can also allocate areas for planting fruits and other cash crops. Noah's meticulous response underscored his control over all matters within the star-rated shelter. In the apocalypse, being able to enjoy a meal of fresh food has become a luxury. Outside, in the shelters and among most scattered survivors, those in better conditions subsist on instant noodles and industrial food products from before the apocalypse, while those in dire straits resort to high-protein mixtures made from cockroaches and insects. With fresh meat and vegetables available to only a select few, however, within the star-rated shelter, residents can exchange points for a bowl of hot soup or a warm meal through diligent work. This is precisely why everyone is eager to join the star-rated shelter. Very well, over the next few days, observe and record the behaviors and actions of the new residents. In 2 days, Suruwashi will select a portion of the outstanding individuals to join the guard. Understood. After Li Chen completed his tour of the production workshop, he felt quite satisfied with the current production speed. Just as he was about to return to the command room, Noah transmitted another message. Commander, based on information from drones and monitoring equipment, we have detected anomalies in Donghai City. The private shelters in the Villa District have mobilized. They seem to have discovered a batch of industrial materials and intend to seize them. Li Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing Noah's words. Currently, the shelters in Donghai City have not resumed industrial production and survival has become a challenge, let alone production. If large shelters are struggling, the private shelters in the Villa District face even greater difficulties. What could they possibly want with those industrial materials? Commander, analysis suggests that these materials can be used to manufacture bullets and firearms. The private shelters in the Villa District may seek to enhance their armed capabilities. In the images transmitted by the drone, the location of the materials was swarming with Tier 3 zombies. Should we intervene, Commander? Noah continued. Being a product of a Level 3 civilization, Noah possessed a high degree of intelligence, quickly analyzing that if the Villa District shelters acquired these materials, their armed strength would significantly increase. Allowing this to proceed unchecked could pose a threat to the star-rated shelter. No need agreed will lead to their downfall. If they wish to pursue those materials, let them have them. In this world, ambition without strength will inevitably result in a painful lesson, Li Chen remarked with a sardonic smile. With the current armed strength of the star-rated shelter, it would not be an exaggeration to say that even if other shelters acquired 4 or 5 batches of similar materials, they would not surpass it. The armed forces of the star-rated shelter engage in a dimensional strike. How could the weapons of a lower civilization contend with those of a higher civilization? It would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a car. Let the people of the Villa District face their setbacks. They will soon learn to behave. Chapter 75. There are indeed weapon materials at 6 in the morning. Thick fog enveloped the sky. A multitude of trucks and off-road vehicles roared out from the Villa District, all manned by fully armed personnel. Their destination was the outskirts of Donghai City, located 30 kilometers away. This area was once a munitions factory before the apocalypse, desolate and known to very few. When the apocalypse first struck, Lu's shelter had taken in a former worker from the munitions factory. Thus learning of its existence, however, at that time zombies roamed freely, and Lu had lacked sufficient armed forces to venture so far for materials, leaving the matter untouched. Of course, this cunning fox had not disclosed the information to anyone else, managing to keep it a secret until now. After the recent zombie tide and the recruitment of 300,000 new residents into the star-rated shelter, Lu began to feel pressure. All their spies had been rebuffed at the gates of the star-rated shelter, leaving them without any information. A sense of crisis surged within him, prompting Lu to finally reveal the existence of the munitions factory to the other shelters in the Villa District, intending to mobilize together to seize the materials. After all, the factory contained not only raw materials but also some finished weapons and equipment for weapon production. If they could transport everything back, the armed strength of all shelters in the Villa District would dramatically increase. After some deliberation among the old foxes, they set off. Old Lu, how many zombies do you think there will be over there? Yang Qingyi asked, leaning out the window while holding a map, his brow furrowed. For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition. His eyelid had been twitching since he woke up. Oh, how many could there be? Just a few thousand workers from the former munitions factory, with so many of us. Are we afraid of a mere few thousand zombies? Lu chuckled, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Separating from the star-rated shelter's control and breaking free from dependence on weapons was paramount. Currently, most weapons in Donghai City had to be exchanged with the star-rated shelter, turning every other shelter, no matter how large, into mere laborers for the star-rated shelter. Lu could already envision the day when he could sell weapons after acquiring this batch of materials and equipment. Donghai City would no longer be dominated solely by the star-rated shelter. The thought of future glory brought a smile to Lu's lips. Yang Qingyi shook his head disapprovingly but refrained from voicing his concerns. After the zombie tide, all major shelters still owed Li Chen a significant amount of energy cores. Even if they couldn't obtain the materials and equipment, hunting zombies would suffice. At that moment, Yang Wei sat in the rear seat of the off-road vehicle, looking pale and evidently suffering from motion sickness. Dad, how much longer until we arrive? The road is too bumpy. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Useless. I told you to exercise more, but you never listened. This is the best road available, Yang Qingyi snapped, his patience worn thin. The trials of the apocalypse had stripped away the false pretenses of the merchant class, revealing his true nature. Taking the highway would have been comfortable, but it was now littered with abandoned vehicles. Navigating through would require considerable effort, consuming time. Therefore, the group from the Villa district chose to take a back road. The longer they lingered outside, the greater the uncertainties. They could encounter danger at any moment. Come now, my dear nephew, bear with it. We'll arrive shortly, Lu said with a smile. As the group chatted, the lead off-road vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt, causing the following vehicles to brake abruptly. Nearly colliding, the occupants inside lurched forward, almost thrown from their seats. What's going on? Yang Qingyi inquired, peering out. A horde of zombies is blocking the road, the driver replied, his voice trembling with fear. All right, armed personnel, disembark and clear the zombies. Yang Qingyi waved his hand, cursing under his breath at the lack of resolve. It's just a small wave of zombies. Why are you all so frightened? He couldn't help but recall the warriors of the star-rated shelter. During the zombie tide, the valiant warriors of the star-rated refuge arrived for rescue. Yang Qingyi witnessed it all, each one as fierce as a wolf, undaunted by death. Their prowess was beyond reproach. In stark contrast, the individuals from the Villa district's refuge were woefully inadequate. Rat-a-tat-tat, soon gunfire echoed across the open ground, occasionally accompanied by the harrowing screams of humanity, whenever someone was scratched or bitten by a zombie. Their companions swiftly dispatched them. The scene was horrifically bloody. Once the gunfire subsided, the leading armed personnel returned to report. The zombies had been eradicated, totaling 100 first-tier zombies with a loss of 30 lives. Upon hearing this report, the expressions of Yang Qingyi and Lu Zong darkened. With weapons at hand, how could they suffer such losses against first-tier zombies? Were they merely idle? Yet, the seasoned veterans refrained from casting blame, for they would soon require these armed personnel to risk their lives. Any grievances could be addressed later. Back at the refuge, all right, extract the energy cores and let us proceed, Lu Zong gestured dismissively. The convoy resumed its slow advance. As they passed the site of the recent battle, Yang Wei curiously leaned out to take a glance. Instantly, he felt nauseous. The ground was strewn with corpses, both zombies and humans, all unceremoniously shoved to the roadside. Since the apocalypse began, Yang Wei had been sheltered under Yang Qingyi's protection, and had never witnessed such a repulsive sight. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Zong, suffering from the stench of vomit, kindly suggested, nephew, if you truly cannot endure it, perhaps open a window. However, Yang Wei slowly shook his head. Open a window? How absurd. Although there were no hordes of zombies at present, the occasional straggler could still appear, often lunging directly at the car window. If they were to open a window, they could be unexpectedly dragged out. Seeing Yang Wei's cowardice, Yang Qingyi sighed in frustration. It was 30 kilometers under normal circumstances. This journey would have taken merely 20 minutes on the highway before the apocalypse. However, now the convoy traversed backroads, moving cautiously to avoid unforeseen circumstances, extending the journey to an hour and a half. By the time they arrived near the arms factory, dawn had already broken. A pale gray sun hung languidly in the sky. Before them loomed a vast factory complex. From the outside, this arms factory appeared no different from other factories producing clothing or toys. Its weathered walls adorned with slogans painted in red. Old Lu, are you certain there are indeed weapon materials inside? Yang Qingyi questioned uncertainly. What, do you think I would deceive you and myself? Lu Zong rolled his eyes. Chapter 76, Mr. Li, save us. The guttural growls of zombies echoed from within the factory, rising and falling ominously. Just from the sound, it was evident that a substantial number of zombies lurked inside. This operation was initiated by you, Lu Zong. What do you propose we do now? Yang Qingyi furrowed his brow. Despite their seemingly ample numbers, capable of easily exterminating the zombies within a factory, most of their personnel were equipped with knives and sickles. Only a select few had access to firearms and ammunition, as these required energy cores to be exchanged at the star-rated refuge. The various refuges in the Villa district had suffered significant ammunition losses during this zombie tide, and now owed a substantial debt of energy cores to Li Chen, leaving them unable to procure more weapons. Thus, what remained on their persons was all they had. What else can we do? We charge indirectly. We don't have drones or fighter jets, Lu Zong retorted with an eye roll. The question is, who will lead the charge? The situation inside the factory is unclear. Whoever goes in first is essentially courting death. The gathering was filled with seasoned veterans from the Villa district, none willing to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others. The atmosphere became tense and stagnant. After a lengthy pause, Yang Qingyi's voice broke the silence. None of you are willing, are you? Then I shall go. However, I demand 40% of the raw materials and equipment once the task is complete. The room fell silent instantly. The materials and equipment within were invaluable. Retrieving them would allow for the immediate production of weapons. Yang Qingyi's demand for 40% exceeded their psychological limits, yet, if he did not lead the charge, no one else would dare to step forward. Fine, Lu Zong begrudgingly agreed after a moment's hesitation, gritting his teeth. The others, seeing Lu Zong's acquiescence, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Do not harbor any resentment. My men are risking their lives to scout ahead. As Yang Qingyi spoke, he signaled to his refuge members. 10 burly men, armed with M416 rifles, stepped forward first. They stealthily approached the factory entrance. The growls of the zombies became increasingly distinct. The leading burly man swallowed hard and abruptly flung open the factory's massive doors. With a deafening roar, famished zombies surged forth. Their numbers were staggering, easily estimated at around 20 to 30. However, the members of the Villa District Refuge breathed a sigh of relief. They were all first-tier zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. Without any orders given, gunfire erupted. In mere moments, the zombies blocking the entrance were completely neutralized. Have onward we go, and do not forget my 40%. Yang Qingyi squinted and smiled. Lu Zong and the others inwardly cursed. Had they known they were all first-tier zombies, they would have charged in themselves. Now, they were unwittingly obliged to cede 40% to Yang Qingyi. The factory complex was vast. Under normal circumstances, there would have been at least 3,000 to 4,000 workers inside before the apocalypse. However, as they delved deeper, apart from the initial group of first-tier zombies at the entrance, they encountered scarcely any more. It was surprisingly smooth sailing. Just as the Villa District members began to relax, they arrived at the first warehouse. Inside lies the weapon materials. Everyone be cautious. If possible, avoid using firearms to prevent accidental discharges, Lu Zong sternly cautioned. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, the leading burly man forcefully pulled open the warehouse door. Roar! A few zombies lunged forth with ferocious growls. The crowd brandished their knives to meet them. Brothers, fight! With this batch of materials, we shall no longer worry about weapons. Charge, charge! Oh no, what's wrong with these zombies? Their skin is tough and their flesh resilient. They won't go down. Help! Someone save me! This isn't a first-tier zombie. As the group engaged the zombies, they suddenly realized that the few within the warehouse were not first-tier zombies at all. In terms of both strength and speed, they far surpassed the first-tier variety. However, it was too late for such realizations. The few zombies descended upon the Villa District members like ravenous wolves among sheep. Commencing a brutal slaughter, they attempted to flee but barely took 2 steps before being pursued and bitten, limbs severed in the process. Within mere minutes, they had lost the majority of their numbers. Retreat, quick, retreat, Lu Zong shouted hoarsely. The front line was comprised of his men, yet now retreating was no longer an option. Reluctantly, some began to fight back with their knives. What on earth is happening, old Lu? Did you not say this place was filled with first-tier zombies? What in the world are these? Yang Qingyi, covered by his refuge members, fought while retreating. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the ghastly fanged creatures before him. These were not first-tier zombies, nor even second-tier. Yang Qingyi had encountered second-tier zombies during the outbreak. Could it be? Damn it, these are third-tier zombies. Stop fighting, run quickly, Yang Qingyi commanded his companions. That if they struggled against second-tier zombies, third-tier zombies were an even graver threat. Moreover, to avoid detonating the weapon materials inside, they could only engage with melee weapons, which put them at an even greater disadvantage. People scrambled to escape, desperately fleeing, while several third-tier zombies relentlessly pursued them. Unlike second-tier zombies, third-tier zombies had a much larger appetite. The survivors from the refuge were hardly enough to sate their hunger. Before long, they were upon them. But I'm so scared. I can't move. Yang Wei's face drained of color. Trembling uncontrollably, with yellow liquid seeping from his pants, Yang Wei had wet himself in fright. At that moment, Yang Qingyi could not afford to berate his cowardly son. Grabbing Yang Wei's hand, he sprinted for the exit. Panting heavily as if he were a bellows. Help, save me, please don't leave me behind. Behind them echoed countless cries for help and screams, yet these cries abruptly ceased. Without looking back, Yang Qingyi knew that most of these individuals had likely been devoured by the third-tier zombies. As the number of survivors dwindled, just as the third-tier zombies were about to catch up to Yang Qingyi and the others, a squad of fully armed soldiers suddenly appeared before them. The soldiers were clad in helmets and armor, wielding electromagnetic cannons. Yang Qingyi immediately recognized them as members of the star-rated refuge. "Mr. Li, save us, Mr. Li!" Yang Qingyi's eyes lit up, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. The other members of the Villa District Refuge joined in the chorus. The star-rated refuge had arrived, they were saved. Among the artificial soldiers stood Li Chen, wearing a nonchalant smile. "Mr. Li," Lu Zong began to propose an exchange of energy cores for their lives. But suddenly noticed that the electromagnetic cannon of the artificial soldier was aimed directly at him. Chapter 77. One must have life to take away. In that instant, Lu Zong's heart raced violently. "Mr. Li, what are you doing? The zombies are behind us," Lu Zong shouted in fear. In response, he received only Li Chen's cold smirk. "Once you are bitten, you too will swiftly transform into a zombie. There is no distinction. All warriors, prepare to fire." Zzz. Arcs of electricity are unleashed. Some strike the individuals in the Villa District's refuge, while others hit the zombies. It is indiscriminate assault. At this moment, the inhabitants of the Villa District realize that Li Chen did not come to rescue them. Their hopes for survival are shattered. In an instant, a chorus of curses erupts from the crowd. "This is morally reprehensible. We are all human. Just wait, you will eventually face divine retribution. Save me, I don't want to die." Regardless of the insults or pleas, Li Chen remains indifferent, just as he had previously told Noah. When one's strength does not match their ambition, one must pay a heavy price. Li Chen is no benevolent savior. This group did not inform him when they discovered the weapon materials, yet now they wish for assistance upon encountering third-tier zombies. Such a notion is absurd. As the humanoid warriors unleash wave after wave of electromagnetic cannon fire, the few third-tier zombies quickly fall to the ground. Of course, due to the indiscriminate nature of the humanoid warriors' assault, many individuals from the Villa District also collapse. The casualties are devastating. After eliminating all the third-tier zombies, the humanoid warriors proceed to extract the energy cores from the zombies' hearts. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to have avoided both bites and cannon fire are left gasping for breath, leaning on their knees. "Mr. Li, thank you for saving us." Yang Qingyi and his son stand nearby, expressing their gratitude. Although the humanoid warriors' attacks were indiscriminate, the electromagnetic cannons did not strike them, so they consider themselves saved by Li Chen. Li Chen waves his hand dismissively, his expression apathetic. "I did not come to save you." No sooner are the words out of his mouth than a buzzing sound fills the air. Looking up, they see dozens of transport planes slowly descending. Squad after squad of elite refuge guards disembark from the aircraft, directly entering the warehouse and methodically transporting the materials onto the planes. "Mr. Li, it appears you were already aware of this." Yang Qingyi observes the scene before him with a complex expression. They had believed themselves to be exceptionally cautious, departing before dawn. Now, seeing Li Chen's demeanor, it is evident he must have known about this munitions factory long ago. The intelligence possessed by the elite refuge is far more extensive than they imagined. Li Chen ignores Yang Qingyi entirely. Once the guards have cleared out all the materials from one warehouse, he immediately leads the humanoid warriors to the next, since the weaponry used by the humanoid warriors is electromagnetic cannons that utilize electricity for attacks. The soldiers need not worry about the materials igniting and exploding. A torrent of electric arcs rains down upon the third-tier zombies. The surviving individuals from the Villa District follow behind, their expressions grim. They now realize that this factory harbors not just a few third-tier zombies. If unleashed, they could easily form a small tide of zombies. Although reluctant to accept it, everyone understands that had Li Chen not arrived, they would have been utterly annihilated here. As the elite refuge soldiers systematically hunt and transport materials, this factory is swiftly emptied, just as Li Chen boards a helicopter and prepares to depart. A man named Zhao from the Villa District calls out to him. "Wait." Li Chen halts, regarding the man with an indifferent gaze. "Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Zhao Jigang. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for saving us." Zhao Jigang, under the overwhelming presence of Li Chen, nervously swallows. Li Chen regards Zhao Jigang with a wry smile. "Do not thank me. I said it was merely a matter of convenience. If you truly wish to express gratitude, you may present me with an energy core." Mr. Li, you truly possess a sense of humor. With our group's combat capability, we hardly have any surplus energy cores to offer you. Zhao Jigang chuckles awkwardly. "However, we were the ones to discover these weapon materials first, while Li saved us. Isn't it a bit excessive for you to take all the materials? I am not greedy, just leave 1/10 for me." Zhao Jigang's subsequent remarks appear quite audacious. So what if it is the elite refuge? Surely reason must prevail. Clearly they were the ones to locate the materials first. By what right does Li Chen take everything without so much as a word? Do you genuinely think so? Li Chen surveys Zhao Jigang with a look of surprise, as if appraising some prehistoric creature. "Indeed, I greatly admire your noble intentions, but the Villa District's refuge is in dire need of weapons. Without this batch of materials, many lives will not last long. The elite refuge is so powerful. Surely you must not be lacking in weaponry. Why must you take all the materials, leaving us with nothing?" Zhao Jigang nervously wipes the sweat from his forehead, yet he forces himself to articulate his thoughts. Ha ha. Li Chen emits a bloodthirsty chuckle from his throat. Moral coercion, are you employing that tactic again? Li Chen finds it truly puzzling. Does he appear so morally upright? Otherwise, why would people continually attempt to manipulate him? Thus, he gestures behind him, and with a series of clicks, dozens of humanoid warriors aim their weapons squarely at Zhao Jigang and those behind him. If you want the materials, you must be alive to claim them. Li Chen states coolly. You cannot do this. Faced with the barrels of dozens of guns, any person would be struck by fear. Zhao Jigang's legs tremble, his face paling. Why can't I? If my people had not arrived in time, you would have found yourselves in the zombies' bellies. You've narrowly avoided death yet still lack gratitude. Have you heard the saying that a greedy heart leads to ruin? Li Chen's voice is low, yet it strikes the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. Zhao Jigang's face reddens. But he dares not utter a word. Is there anyone else who desires the materials? Step forward if you do. Li Chen scans the crowd, calmly inquiring. Only a fool would dare step forward before such a display of armament. Seeing everyone remain silent, Li Chen nods slightly. Since there are no objections, I shall take the materials, and remember to repay the energy cores you owe me from the previous zombie tide promptly. Otherwise, though Li Chen does not finish his sentence, the implied threat is palpable. Chapter 78, Deliberate Slander Against the Elite Refuge. The atmosphere is thick with silence, all can do is watch helplessly as Li Chen departs. Taking all the materials with him, only after the helicopter carrying Li Chen has vanished into the distance does Zhao Jigang dare to speak. Li Chen is simply too domineering, so what if it is the Elite Refuge? Zhao Jigang's expression darkens, his eyes filled with hatred towards Li Chen. Yang Qingyi and his son exchange glances, remaining silent. Ridiculous. Those who oppose Li Chen never meet a good end. They are not foolish enough to court disaster. Moreover, what Li Chen said earlier rings true. Had the Elite Refuge's personnel not arrived in time, given the strength of the third-tier zombies, they would all have perished here. It is only reasonable for Li Chen to take all the materials. This operation has resulted in severe losses for everyone in the Villa District. Now, Yang Qingyi can hardly be bothered to argue with those present. He simply takes his son and departs. Zhao Jigang watches the retreating figures of Yang Qingyi and others. His face contorted with rage and mockery. These cowards, they lack the courage to stand against Li Chen. However, Zhao Jigang soon recalls the recording in his possession, a smug smile appearing on his face. On their way here, Zhao Jigang had deployed his treasured drone to capture footage from above as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, originally intending to use the drone to scout the factory's interior. He inadvertently recorded the actions of the Elite Refuge's soldiers. Those humanoid warriors were engaging in indiscriminate attacks against humans, while those present know that the humanoid warriors primarily targeted the zombies behind the humans. The rest of Donghai City would not understand. With a little editing, he could incite widespread hatred against the Elite Refuge. Even Li Chen would have to yield to public opinion, if at this moment Yang Qingyi were aware of Zhao Jigang's intentions. He would surely advise him. What is your head made of steel? How dare you confront Li Chen? Meanwhile, Li Chen returns to the Elite Refuge with the humanoid warriors. Report to the commander. We have collected a total of 86 tons of materials. Additionally, we have recovered 20 weapon manufacturing devices. However, the technology of these machines is at least 70 years behind our production line. After recording the data, Noah immediately reports to Li Chen, we can make use of these materials. But I plan to sell the equipment. I will post an announcement on the forum. Li Chen replies casually. He had no intention of keeping the outdated equipment. Understood. Noah responds promptly. Simultaneously, a storm brews on the Elite Refuge's forum. Zhao Jigang uploads a segment of video footage. In it, a group of humans is seen fleeing while humanoid warriors from the Elite Refuge, armed with electromagnetic cannons, directly pull the triggers on them. The moment this video is released, it creates an uproar. Who would have thought that the Elite Refuge would engage in such acts? I previously believed Li Chen was merely a bit greedy. Now I realize that all are equally corrupt. Brother, your statement is misguided. What do you mean by saying all are equally corrupt? Even in the face of an apocalypse, which shelter would dare to turn against its fellow humanity? Is there anyone who comprehends the intricacies of this situation? This video, so heavily edited, leaves me incredulous. Some individuals are simply blind. The evidence is laid bare before them, yet they still seek to defend Li Chen. He is utterly deranged, willing to harm even his own kind. I have long suspected that Li Chen is not a good person. His demeanor exudes malice, suggesting he has countless lives on his conscience. Li Chen, the cancer of humanity, he should be cast out of Donghai City. Countless survivors have taken to the comments section of the video. Some express skepticism regarding its authenticity, while others stir the pot. Launching attacks against the elite shelter and Li Chen, the scene is exceedingly chaotic. Noah has silenced and blacklisted several malicious users, yet the sheer number of comments overwhelms him. After Noah deleted the video, Zhao Jigang reposted it on other platforms, and within a short span, it spread throughout Donghai City. Hey, have you heard? Li Chen actually shot a human. Surely that must be a fake video. Li Chen is my idol. And he would never commit such an act. Ha, Li Chen isn't even here. Who are you trying to impress? Has anyone noticed that at 1 minute and 30 seconds into the video, there are shadows of zombies lurking behind that group of humans? I am convinced that this video has been deliberately edited to slander the elite shelter. I watched it, and there were no zombies at all. Li Chen should just stop boasting. He is clearly that kind of person. As public sentiment swells across various platforms, the elite shelter and Li Chen have become targets of widespread ire. Nevertheless, the majority of survivors are merely engaging in online bravado. After all, the combat prowess of the elite shelter is well established. Only those who are truly desperate would dare to confront Li Chen. However, a small faction, easily swayed, boldly armed themselves and approached the periphery of the elite shelter to cause disturbances, when confronted and driven away. They resorted to indiscriminate gunfire at ordinary civilians in the market outside the shelter. The conflict escalated dramatically. At this juncture, the three major shelters of Donghai City could no longer remain passive and convened for an urgent meeting. What exactly is the story behind this video? Does anyone have any insights? Leading the discussion was the Shangri-La Shelter, a humanitarian organization with a notable reputation even before the apocalypse. In the aftermath, it leveraged its established credibility to recruit personnel, resulting in its current prominence. Today, apart from the elite shelter, Shangri-La wields the most influence in all of Donghai City. The representatives from the East and West City shelters shook their heads in response. They were at a loss, as their spies had failed to infiltrate the elite shelter and gather any information. I believe this video has been maliciously edited. There indeed appeared to be shadows of zombies at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Cheng Jianye, the head of the West City shelter, felt a deep unease regarding Li Chen. It is important to note that the infamous Scarface was eliminated by Li Chen, otherwise, he would not occupy his current position. In Cheng Jianye's view, Li Chen is a deeply unsettling individual. As for matters concerning the elite shelter, it is best to avoid involvement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi, the leader of the Shangri-La shelter, furrowed his brow. I have a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the elite shelter is conducting inhumane experiments. Zhou Qi asserted. This revelation startled the representatives from the East and West City shelters. Zhou, do you know something? You mustn't speak carelessly, Cheng Jianye interjected. Among the three major shelters, he had the most dealings with Li Chen. Although he harbored his own discomfort towards Li Chen, he understood that Li Chen was not the type to lack principles. Chapter 79, The Might of the Fist Determines the Voice. Zhou Qi looked at the two men, who were visibly frightened, and smirked disdainfully. Are you both so timid? No matter how formidable Li Chen may be, he is still but a human. Even if he is not engaging in inhumane experiments, what can he do if I assert it? How else would Li Chen have foreseen the zombie tide and understood the usage of energy cores? Everything about the elite shelter appears incongruous with the present circumstances. Have you not pondered why? Zhou Qi's remarks left the attendees momentarily speechless. Indeed, since the onset of the apocalypse, the prowess displayed by Li Chen and the elite shelter in combating zombies has surpassed all expectations. In the early days of the apocalypse, while everyone was preoccupied with survival, Li Chen had already foreseen the future, constructing a colossal fortress and stockpiling a vast arsenal of weapons. He also managed to issue precise survival guides detailing the zombies' weaknesses. Some present even speculated that perhaps the apocalyptic virus originated from Li Chen's domain. The head of the East City shelter urged a more rational approach. He adjusted his glasses. It should be impossible. Our investigations revealed that Li Chen was merely an ordinary person prior to the apocalypse. That is precisely the peculiar aspect. Zhou Qi's emotions surged as he raised his voice. An ordinary person. From where could he possibly amass the strength to build an elite shelter? Everyone present held positions of authority among the three major shelters, having been relatively accomplished prior to the apocalypse. Thus, they were able to recruit and rise to power in this new world. Yet, how could an ordinary individual like Li Chen procure such vast quantities of resources and weaponry? Who would believe that there was nothing amiss? Cheng Jianye discreetly cast several glances at Zhou Qi without voicing his thoughts. It was clear to anyone with discernment that Li Chen harbored secrets, but they were certainly not of the nature Zhou Qi suggested. Cheng Jianye had come to realize that Zhou Qi's intention in summoning them was not to discuss the truth but rather to find a pretext to unite against the elite shelter. After all, following the elite shelter's recent expansion, it had become a behemoth within Donghai City. Moreover, the smaller shelters now relied on the elite shelter for weapons and supplies. It was only a matter of time before Donghai City fell under Li Chen's absolute control. Thus Zhou Qi felt threatened. Ladies and gentlemen, while I, Zhou, may not be a paragon of virtue, I cannot stand idly by. If the elite shelter is indeed harming the lives of ordinary citizens, they are directly opposing the future of humanity. We are in an age of apocalypse, with zombies growing ever more powerful. If we allow Li Chen to continue his assaults on humanity, where will we find a sanctuary? We must join forces and demand accountability from the elite shelter. Zhou Qi delivered an impassioned speech, his fervor causing spittle to fly. Cheng Jianye subtly shifted back, posing a question. What should we demand from the elite shelter? Quite simply, we require Li Chen to disclose the nature of their experiments and the function of the energy core. If Li Chen is forthright, we could grant him an opportunity for redemption. However, we must seize control of the elite shelter to prevent Li Chen from committing further heinous acts, Zhou Qi calculated confidently. Cheng Jianye felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. The audacity of these plans, the delusions of grandeur. The West City shelter is not a match for Shangri-La at present. Cheng Jianye harbored thoughts of his own but dared not voice them. Otherwise, he might provoke Zhou Qi, and the West City shelter could become the next target of retribution. After all, the prior incidents involving Scarface and others exploiting the vulnerable were excellent fodder for criticism. Since Mr. Zhou possesses certain intelligence, let us take action. Regardless of circumstances, humanity is a shared destiny. We cannot sit idly by while Li Chen harms his fellow beings. The leader of the East City shelter rose in agreement. Though a cunning glimmer flickered in his eyes, following the meeting of the three major shelters, rumors began to circulate wildly throughout Donghai City. Various tales emerged. Have you heard? The elite shelter is supposedly conducting human experiments. Alas, that contradicts what I've heard. I was informed that the zombie virus originated from the elite shelter. Regardless, Li Chen is indeed quite wicked. Yes, all three major shelters have issued statements declaring their intent to directly denounce the elite shelter. Clearly, the rumors hold some truth. Noah managed to address the information circulating online, yet discussions continued unabated among individuals privately. Consequently, Noah reported the findings to Li Chen. Commander, here is a compilation of the recent sentiments circulating in Donghai City. According to the statements released by the three major shelters, they plan to unite against the elite shelter. Noah's voice resonated. Li Chen merely glanced at it dismissively and tossed it aside. Surrounding them? That requires strength. Anyone can spout words. It is not that Li Chen disrespects anyone. It is simply a matter of honesty. In the face of the elite shelter, none among the entire Donghai City can hold a candle. Spreading rumors may have had some effect prior to the apocalypse, but now the one with the strongest fist holds sway. It is a futile endeavor. Let them be. How is the production of the genetic evolution serum progressing? Li Chen inquired. The new recruits of the guard have essentially completed their training and are merely awaiting sufficient production of the evolution serum before distribution can occur. Noah promptly replied, we have reached the required levels. Currently, the soldiers exhibiting commendable performance during the zombie tide have received the evolution serum, achieving the first stage of evolution. Li Chen has always been magnanimous towards those who have contributed, even if some soldiers have yet to meet the evolution standards. He is willing to expend a few doses, even 10, for their use. With Noah's arrangements in place, Li Chen felt a sense of relief. In the coming days, the entire city of Donghai is shrouded in ominous clouds. Initially, the star-rated sanctuary deleted a portion of its posts, but inexplicably ceased further actions. No deletions, nor responses to it was as if the denouncements from the three major sanctuaries had no bearing on the star-rated sanctuary whatsoever. Each day, the forum of the star-rated sanctuary is inundated with inquiries from survivors across Donghai. Some question the veracity of the events, while others vehemently criticize the star-rated sanctuary. There are even some fervent youths who brazenly curse at the sanctuary's entrance. Naturally, they either succumb to the firepower of the guard team or meet their demise right there. Thus, the survivors of Donghai have come to understand that the star-rated sanctuary harbors a singular attitude: whoever cares. Chapter 80. The dog with bared teeth. Jump as you wish, as long as you don't land on the face of the star-rated sanctuary, no one will take notice. Consequently, the number of those seeking trouble at the star-rated sanctuary gradually dwindled. After all, even the market outside the sanctuary is guarded by armed warriors, who would risk their life. The three major sanctuaries took the opportunity to incite public sentiment, truly gathering a considerable number of people. Most of these individuals approached with a sense of reckless optimism, believing that if they could not endure, neither should the people of the star-rated sanctuary. With life already becoming unbearable, they might as well gamble everything. Joining the three major sanctuaries to besiege the star-rated sanctuary, perhaps they could even earn some merit and live a life of distinction in the apocalypse. The midday sun blazed particularly fiercely. At the entrance of the Shangri-La sanctuary, a large crowd had gathered, primarily consisting of armed personnel from Shangri-La and East City sanctuaries, with a few scattered survivors hoping to take a chance. What has become of Cheng Jianye? He had agreed to join the siege against the star-rated sanctuary, yet his people are conspicuously absent. After counting the numbers, Zhou Qi's face darkened considerably. Of course. He did not imply that the lack of West City sanctuary personnel would thwart the siege of the star-rated sanctuary. It was simply that the three major sanctuaries, West City, East City, and Shangri-La, acting in unison would lend greater legitimacy to their cause. Cheng Jianye is inherently timid. It seems he has fled at the last moment, the leader of East City sanctuary remarked sarcastically. For him, with so many people gathering to besiege the star-rated sanctuary. Unless Li Chen were a deity, escape would be impossible. Dividing the spoils of the star-rated sanctuary was already a foregone conclusion. With one less competitor, he would gain an additional share. Could it be that Cheng Jianye has received some news? Zhou Qi mused, for Cheng Jianye is not a virtuous man. Such an opportunity to topple a tyrant and seize resources, how could he possibly let it slip by? the sun was getting late. If they did not set off soon, the star-rated sanctuary might receive word of their approach. Let us not dwell on it any longer. At worst, they could settle accounts with Cheng Jianye after the siege concludes. The leader of East City Sanctuary urged, with so many gathered here, unless Li Chen were blind, he would undoubtedly catch wind of their intentions. The armed forces of the star-rated sanctuary are formidable. If Li Chen prepares, the outcome remains uncertain. Alright, all units, move out. Zhou Qi took a deep breath and waved his hand among the crowd. Besides personnel from these two sanctuaries, there were numerous individuals from the villa district. They trailed behind the procession, whispering among themselves, "Why haven't Yang Qingyi's people arrived? I recall before the apocalypse old Yang was never one to shy away from challenges. It seems he has been utterly frightened by the end of days." Enough of that. Last night I invited him to join, and you won't believe what he said. He actually told me not to provoke Li Chen. It's laughable. Li Chen, having committed such heinous acts with the star-rated sanctuary, deserves to be reviled by all. Old Yang is truly spineless. The inhabitants of the villa district mocked Yang Qingyi's cowardice while fantasizing about how they would distribute resources after the annihilation of the star-rated sanctuary. Meanwhile, within the Yang family villa, Yang Qingyi gazed out the window with a sigh, slowly shaking his head. Since the apocalypse began, he had lost many friends and family, though he would never voice it. He held a profound regard for those brothers with whom he once conducted business. Anyone with a modicum of rationality knows that the armed forces of the star-rated sanctuary exist on an entirely different level. Employing a strategy of sheer numbers would be futile. Alas, the allure of wealth clouds judgment. In the face of immense profit, they have all lost their senses. Dad, I've sent word of their departure to Li Chen. Yang Wei said eagerly. Do you think Li Chen will regard me differently because of this? Even if I could snag a minor management position at the sanctuary, that would be splendid. Yang Qingyi rolled his eyes at his son's naivety. So innocent. With the strength of the star-rated sanctuary, do they really need Yang Wei to inform them? I fear even the agenda of the three major sanctuaries meeting has reached Li Chen's ears. However, Yang Qingyi refrained from shattering his son's innocent fantasies to it as the apocalypse. Perhaps a swift setback will facilitate Yang Wei's growth. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of SUVs and trucks, laden with armed personnel, sped towards the star-rated sanctuary. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the majority of these individuals wielded nothing more than kitchen knives and makeshift firearms, their equipment lamentably inadequate. As they rushed towards the star-rated sanctuary, their chants echoed through the air: uphold justice and topple the star-rated sanctuary. Fight for humanity's future. Li Chen, the great demon, come forth and meet your demise. We of the representatives of Heaven shall obliterate you. Heaven shall return, and the heavens shall spare none. Li Chen, today is your reckoning. The entire procession resounded with fervent slogans, with some individuals so caught up in the fervor that they genuinely believed Li Chen to be an irredeemable villain. Yet, upon reflection, one realizes that the conjectures posited by the three major sanctuaries lacked any substantiation. Mere figments of imagination. Nevertheless, the lucid ones remain. Few of the populace is the most astute yet the most easily deceived. Old Zhou, do you see? He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This time, Li Chen is truly finished. The leader of East City Sanctuary observed the agitated survivors behind him, revealing a chilling smile. Let it be known, once the siege concludes, I shall claim half of the spoils from the star-rated sanctuary. Zhou Qi declared eagerly. The star-rated sanctuary has sold weapons for so long without ever experiencing shortages, a testament to its profound resources. Zhou Qi had long coveted this opportunity. He must also extend his gratitude to Zhao Jigang from the villa district. Were it not for his release of the edited video that incited the survivors' fury, Zhou Qi would have lacked justification to besiege the star-rated sanctuary. At that moment, Li Chen stood within the command center. A colossal holographic screen displaying the unfolding siege in real time before him. Upon witnessing the crowd chanting slogans, Li Chen could not help but wear a look of resignation. Li Chen is no saint. Yet neither is he a bloodthirsty fiend. Among this besieging crowd are many survivors merely manipulated and incited by those with ulterior motives. However, regrettably, Li Chen would not spare anyone harboring murderous intent towards him. Thus, they must all perish. Commander, the guard team has assembled. Commander, the direct combat unit is ready. 2 reports arrived simultaneously. Li Chen nodded slightly. What we face is merely a rabble. Let Noah lead the charge. Remember, any dog that dares to bare its teeth must be made to suffer. Only then will it yield. No mercy. Chapter 81. Just empty bluster. Understood. The voice of Su Ruoshi resonated with vigor through the wireless earpiece. For the star-rated sanctuary, this operation holds greater significance as a deterrent than as an act of suppression. After all, the weaponry of both sides exists on disparate levels. If it were to come to blows, a mere squad from the star-rated sanctuary would suffice to eliminate them all. The grand display serves to firmly establish the star-rated sanctuary's dominance in Donghai. Boom! The siege against the star-rated sanctuary has finally commenced. Leading the charge are several modified SUVs, their occupants armed to the teeth with weaponry. Following closely are the leaders of the Shangri-La and East City sanctuaries. With rows of trucks trailing behind, some manned by the two major sanctuaries, and others by smaller sanctuaries seeking to capitalize on the situation, their equipment, clearly inferior to that of the leading SUVs. Further behind, various vehicles carried scattered survivors, some there to observe, others to lend their support in the siege. As the vehicles halted at the entrance of the star-rated sanctuary, a cacophony erupted among the crowd. Reminiscent of a bustling market before the apocalypse. Li Chen, come forth and meet your doom, Zhou Qi shouted through a megaphone, standing outside the high-voltage electric fence of the star-rated sanctuary, repeatedly voicing the same demand. The market adjacent to the sanctuary had also shut down, as people gathered nearby, chattering excitedly, "Big brother, what are you all doing? Isn't that the leader of the Shangri-La sanctuary? Why such a grand display? Why are you demanding Li Chen's appearance? Have you all lost your minds?" A portion of the survivors, lagging behind on the news, kept probing the crowd for information. Enthusiastic onlookers animatedly recounted the recent war of words between the star-rated sanctuary and the three major sanctuaries. Their saliva flying as they spoke, while listeners wore expressions of astonishment. "Surely not. My entire family has spent considerable time at the market near the star-rated sanctuary, yet we have not witnessed any experiments taking place within. I reside within the star-rated sanctuary. How is it that I have not heard any of this?" Faced with the skepticism of these individuals, the narrator smiled mysteriously and said, Such a morally reprehensible act. Li Chen must be hiding it away, and he would never disclose it to you all. Just wait and see. Nearly every shelter in Donghai City has joined the siege today, and we will undoubtedly force Li Chen to reveal his true colors." Given the narrator's fervent assertions, those who initially doubted began to waver. The adage "3 men make a tiger" soon took effect. Within no time, numerous individuals outside the star-rated shelter began accusing Li Chen of his transgressions. "Look, Li Chen doesn't even dare to show himself. He must be feeling guilty. We cannot allow him to continue hiding like this. Brothers, let us charge." Zhou Qi's furious roar pierced the air, met by the scattered responses of the survivors behind him. The roar of off-road vehicles echoed as they revved their engines, ready to breach the high-voltage electric fence. Just as they surged forward between the vehicles, unexpectedly, the platform of the star-rated shelter began to rise slowly. Leading the way was Su Ruoshi, flanked by a regiment of 15,000 fully armed guards. In comparison to the siege team, the armament of the guards was nothing short of comprehensive, clad in metallic armor and helmets. Each soldier bore an M416, marching in unison with a commanding presence. Form ranks, yes, the guards, exuding an aura of menace, spread out alongside Su Ruoshi as the platform ascended once more. Following her, a contingent of over 10,000 artificial warriors appeared before the crowd. Armored vehicles, crafted from heavy metal, loomed among the soldiers, their imposing stature instilling fear at first glance. Coupled with the weaponry mounted on the armored vehicles, an overwhelming sense of lethal intent washed over the onlookers. Suddenly, a cacophony of propeller sounds filled the air. When they looked up, they were met with the sight of combat aircraft and armed helicopters from the star-rated shelter, their numbers darkening the sky like a swarm of locusts. The scattered survivors, who had gathered to observe, erupted in a frenzy. Is this the true power of the star-rated shelter? Even fighter jets are mobilized. How terrifying! Li Chen's display is truly oppressive. I can hardly breathe. Regardless of his past actions, this strength is genuinely intimidating. I can only imagine the expressions of those in the siege. They must be fascinating to behold. They don't even consider the consequences of their assault on Li Chen. Many scattered survivors regarded the siege team as a mere joke. Meanwhile, the people spearheading the Shangri-La shelter wore expressions of grave concern, initially hoping to catch Li Chen off guard. The display from the star-rated shelter made it clear that Li Chen had been informed well in advance. Gazing at the sky darkened by aircraft and the fully armed soldiers, it would be disingenuous to claim they felt no fear. Many in the siege team had begun to tremble, contemplating escape. How could the star-rated shelter possess such an overwhelming armed force? What transpired? Who leaked the information? How did Li Chen find out? Zhou Qi's voice was laced with trepidation. The leader of the East City shelter also appeared troubled. Though not as overtly as Zhou Qi, as he still had a large contingent to lead, they could not afford to falter. With so many innocents nearby, he doubted Li Chen would dare unleash fighter jets for bombardment. It was merely a show of force. The leader of the East City shelter reasoned calmly. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became, even if Li Chen were indifferent to the innocent survivors. Surely he would be concerned for the star-rated shelter. A single bomb from a fighter jet could potentially obliterate the star-rated shelter, inflicting more harm than good. Hearing the East City leader's words, Zhou Qi gradually regained his composure. Though his legs still quivered, he was no longer on the verge of fleeing. As the soldiers of the star-rated shelter fell into formation, the high-voltage electric fence began to lower. Su Ruoshi stepped forward, her expression cold and severe, sending a chill through all present. Behind her stood the ready soldiers, lined up in majestic rows. The survivors, who had been chattering moments ago, fell silent upon seeing Su Ruoshi emerge. The atmosphere turning eerily quiet as Zhou Qi, sensing the gravity of the moment, took a deep breath. Let us proceed. We must confront the people of the star-rated shelter. Chapter 82. Come out and explain. It was evident that Zhou Qi was exceedingly anxious. Were it not for the multitude of survivors watching him, he might have stumbled in his steps. At this juncture, he realized the strength of the star-rated shelter was beyond his imagination. Just the sight of the advanced armored vehicles was enough to instill dread. The armored vehicles previously sold by the star-rated shelter were all of level 1. Aside from being slightly thicker and equipped with weapons, they were not vastly different from modified off-road vehicles. However, Li Chen had equipped the soldiers of the star-rated shelter with level 3 armored vehicles, their entire appearance strikingly different. Ijochi of the Shangri-La shelter, Su Ruwashi's piercing gaze fell upon him, causing an inexplicable shiver to run down his spine. Where is Li Chen? Bring him out at once. Jochi forced down his discomfort, feigning bravado. Su Ruwashi regarded Jochi with cool disdain. Her tone flat as she replied, "The commander is not someone you can simply summon. You now have two choices: withdraw your troops or lay down your life here." Her voice remained eerily calm, as though discussing what to have for lunch, yet it struck Jochi like a thunderclap. In an instant, he felt a chilling dread wash over him, but he gritted his teeth and began listing Li Chen's alleged crimes. "Ha, Li Chen has gone into hiding now, has he? You at the star-rated shelter conduct inhumane experiments on living beings and cruelly slay survivors. Such injustice cannot be tolerated. If Li Chen does not emerge to provide an explanation, do not blame us for storming the star-rated shelter." Zhou Qi's words rang with righteous indignation. After days of indoctrination, he had begun to believe them himself. The survivors participating in the siege echoed Zhou Qi's fervor, calling for Li Chen to come forth. Such a travesty of justice. Their impassioned outcry suggested they had witnessed Li Chen conducting experiments on humans firsthand. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Zhou Qi found a renewed courage. Re-evaluating Su Ruwashi with newfound confidence and contemplating how to breach the star-rated shelter, just then, a sharp, biting wind struck his face. Su Ruwashi delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Qi's cheek, freezing his smile in place. "How dare you presume to dictate to the commander? You have 10 minutes to withdraw, or face the consequences." Su Ruwashi's eyes glinted with a terrifying hunger for blood, her icy fingers pointing outward. A chill sweeping through the air. Zhou Qi, standing closest to Su Ruwashi, felt the palpable threat. If he dared to insult Li Chen again, Su Ruwashi might indeed kill him. In that moment, Zhou Qi felt like a chicken with its neck grasped, unable to utter a sound. Beside him, the leader of the East City shelter appeared uneasy. "Old Zhou, do not waste your breath on this woman. We have so many people. Do we fear the mere 30,000 troops of the star-rated shelter?" The leader of the East City shelter believed Su Ruwashi would not dare deploy large-scale weapons for fear of damaging the star-rated shelter. At most, it would be firearms, with such a formidable number of survivors in the siege. He doubted they could be suppressed. Hearing his friend's words, Zhou Qi's expression hardened. "I shall give you 10 minutes to hand over Li Chen. Otherwise, do not blame us for flattening the star-rated shelter." As soon as the words left his mouth, laughter erupted from the guards. "Is he a fool? Perhaps the people of the Shangri-La shelter are all blind." One of the guards broke into laughter. It was absurd to think Zhou Qi could level the star-rated shelter, which at present boasted unparalleled armed strength in Donghai City. Su Ruwashi couldn't help but smirk slightly. "There are still 8 minutes left," she stated, glancing at her smart wristband, her expression unchanging. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Seeing Su Ruwashi unyielding, Zhou Qi's eyes bulged with fury. The leader of the East City shelter quickly pulled Zhou Qi behind him, positioning him among the siege team. "Everyone can see how arrogant and unreasonable the star-rated shelter is. We only demand an explanation from Li Chen, yet he continues to evade us. This clearly shows that the rumors circulating online hold some truth. The equipment of the star-rated shelter far exceeds ours. This battle may result in significant casualties. Are you afraid?" The leader of the East City shelter was adept at stirring emotions, successfully rallying the siege team. "We are not afraid, we shall not cower," the survivors roared, venting their fears and anger. The leader of the East City shelter nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, let us prepare. This time, we fight for ourselves, for our families, for the future of humanity. Charge, charge." Their battle cries pierced the air above the star-rated shelter. If this had been before the apocalypse, such a pre-war mobilization is undoubtedly a resounding success, regardless of one's disposition. The sight of such a scene would send shivers down anyone's spine, yet the warriors of the star-level shelter remained composed, utterly unmoved by the high spirits of their adversaries. Su Ruwashi squints her eyes, observing the encircling forces. Fully aware that these individuals will not retreat, she promptly issues orders. "Team 3, move all facilities from the ground level of the shelter immediately. Team 1, prepare hand grenades and incendiary bombs. Weapons for area damage." Team 2. As Su Ruwashi's directives flow forth, the soldiers of the guard begin to bustle with activity. Facing the remaining warriors, Su Ruwashi proclaims, "Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The vast resources of our star-level shelter have already attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. They stand upon their moral high ground, branding us with baseless accusations. They seek to storm our refuge and harm our families. Can you endure this?" No. The guard team responds with a unified roar of indignation. This battle is primarily led by the guard team, with the artificial warriors tasked with ensuring their safety. In truth, The soldiers of the Guard have long harbored a fierce anger, having resided in the star-level shelter for so long. They are acutely aware that no inhumane experiments have been conducted here. Even the widely circulated videos online, depicting the soldiers of the star-level shelter slaying survivors, have been heavily edited. In reality, the warriors only targeted the zombies. Those survivors were, in fact, rescued by the soldiers. Such a distortion of truth has incited the guards to the point where they yearn to charge forth and reveal the reality with their bullets. Chapter 83, a rabble of miscreants. With merely 5 minutes until the onset of battle, tension hangs thick in the air outside. Meanwhile, the vilified Li Chen sits at a lavish dining table, adorned with delicacies such as king crab and caviar. He swirls red wine in his mouth before leisurely savoring his meal. Should this scene be witnessed by the encircling forces outside, it would surely provoke a tempest of outrage. "Commander, you appear utterly unconcerned." Zhang Tiankai, trembling with apprehension, stands beside Li Chen. He has come to report on the progress of the injection of the primary gene essence, fortuitously arriving just as Li Chen dines, and thus stands by to attend to him. Li Chen takes a bite of caviar, wipes his mouth with a white napkin, and a bloodthirsty smile blossoms on his face. Worried, they are but a rabble. With such a meager force and weaponry, if they could topple the star-level shelter, then I, as their commander, would have no reason to remain, while others may be oblivious. Li Chen, as the commander of the star-level shelter, is acutely aware that the technology of the entire interstellar refuge has already advanced 30 years beyond the apocalypse. Until now, Li Chen has remained low-key, deploying only a fraction of his forces in each battle, allowing these miscreants to mistakenly believe that the star-level shelter is merely averaged. It seems the time has come to flex his muscles and demonstrate the might of the star-level shelter to those who dare to underestimate it. Zhang Tiankai contemplates the collective deployment of fighter jets outside, as well as the guard team and the direct combat unit, and swallows hard. Indeed, compared to the warriors of the star-level shelter, the encircling forces resemble 5-year-old children facing adult men. Utterly powerless, Zhang Tiankai begins to sympathize with the encircling forces. One should not harbor greed, especially not towards Li Chen. Given Li Chen's strength, his previous willingness to engage in negotiations with various shelters in Donghai City was already a tremendous concession. Inhumane experiments? Li Chen has no need for such things. If he wished, he could completely integrate Donghai City into the star-level shelter. Zhang Tiankai speculates that Li Chen refrains from doing so purely out of the inconvenience of managing too many people. After all, the star-level shelter has always adhered to a policy of elite forces. Very well, I have my own arrangements for the situation outside. What is the current progress of the primary gene essence injection? Li Chen inquires slowly. Once produced, the primary gene essence is sent directly to the medical team, where professionals administer the injections to the soldiers. After all, everything comes with certain side effects, and this is to prevent any soldiers with unique constitutions from rejecting the gene essence. This way, the medical team can respond swiftly. A total of 12,022 doses have been administered, with 6,000 soldiers receiving the injections and no adverse reactions observed thus far. We plan to inject 1,000 soldiers this evening, Zhang Tiankai replies. According to the plan, once all members of the guard team evolve to the first tier, the primary gene evolution liquid will be distributed as a reward or can be exchanged for energy cores. The effects of the primary gene essence are unrestricted. Even after evolving to the first tier, continued injections can enhance gene strength. The only difference is that the original 10 reduction is lowered to 3. To become stronger, one must exchange points and energy cores. The rights to exchange the primary gene evolution liquid have already been granted to certain residents, with 20 residents having made exchanges thus far. Zhang Tiankai continues. Currently, the residents of the star-level shelter have yet to realize the importance of the gene essence. Once the guard team has fully adopted it, they will naturally come to understand. However, at that time, obtaining a dose will require a struggle. Li Chen nods in satisfaction, beckoning Zhang Tiankai to sit down, then opens a holographic screen to observe the battle situation outside the shelter. At this moment, only 1 minute remains until the battle commences. All facilities at the ground level of the star-level shelter have been relocated below. The platform slowly rises to align with the ground, and 30,000 soldiers stand in perfect formation in the open space. The wind whistles past, carrying an inexplicable scent of blood into the nostrils of all present. All non-combat units retreat. In 1 minute, indiscriminate strikes will commence, blares the loudspeakers surrounding the star-level shelter. Many curious onlookers immediately disperse upon hearing this announcement. After all, is it worth risking their lives for mere entertainment? Yet, a few obstinate individuals remain at the market across the river, craning their necks to peer across. These individuals share the same mindset as Zhou Qi, believing that the star-level shelter would not deploy wide-scale lethal weaponry, lest it also suffer the consequences. After the loudspeaker announces 3 times, some within the encircling forces quietly depart. Having witnessed the armed might of the star-level shelter firsthand, they no longer harbor any confidence in their ability to topple it. If that is the case, why remain as cannon fodder? Even if Li Chen were truly conducting inhumane experiments, that would have nothing to do with them. Soon the encircling forces find themselves reduced by half. As time draws near, An eerie silence descends upon all present, only the sound of anxious heartbeats and steady breaths pierces the strange stillness. 3.2.1. Boom, as the countdown from the loudspeaker concludes, a deafening roar erupts. It is the fighter jets. Once regarded merely as mascots, the fighter jets are the first to engage, directly dropping a bomb in the most densely populated area. In an instant, those at the epicenter evaporate, leaving no trace behind. Within a 10-meter radius, countless lives are lost. Brothers, charge! Li Chen's actions defy all natural order. The leader of the encircling forces, Zhou Qi, cries out vehemently. Instantly, the people from Dongqing Shelter and Xiangalila Shelter spring into action. What does it matter if the fighter jets are deployed? As long as they approach the ground forces, they cannot believe that the people of the star-level shelter would be ruthless enough to bomb their own. However, ideals are abundant, while reality is stark. The leading encircling forces have yet to even reach the high-voltage electric fence before the guard team's electromagnetic cannons shatter their illusions. Unlike bullets, injuries to arms or legs can be treated timely and are not necessarily fatal. Yet being struck by an electromagnetic cannon is a certain death sentence. The most terrifying aspect is that the human body conducts electricity. Arcs can directly penetrate large groups of people, causing a chain reaction. In a single encounter, the encircling forces have already suffered significant losses, with the majority being from Xiangalila Shelter. Zhou Qi glares in fury, his face pale with rage, breathing heavily. Chapter 84. The victor and the vanquished. No. It cannot be, absolutely impossible. Zhou Qi refuses to accept the reality before him. At this juncture, admitting that the star-level shelter's strength far exceeds his own would be tantamount to slapping his own face. In a frenzy, Zhou Qi, with bloodshot eyes, frantically commands the encircling forces to attack. Charge! Everyone's charge! Some within the encircling forces begin to falter, attempting to retreat, yet, in the current chaos, where people are packed tightly together, there is no room to fall back. The moment they pause, they are shoved forward by those behind them, risking being trampled underfoot. In an instant, the star-level shelter has unleashed a volley of electromagnetic cannons and several bombs, plunging the entire encircling force into a state of profound terror. Lives are lost amidst the trampling, while others, paralyzed by fear, have lost their sanity, firing indiscriminately at those around them, creating utter chaos. Continue firing. Suruwashi observes the scene before her with no sympathy. Every individual's choices differ. Yet the commonality lies in that each must bear the consequences of their decisions, and death is, without a doubt, the price these encircling forces must pay. If the star-level shelter did not possess formidable weaponry and resolute warriors, thus, it is they who have now fallen, even the denizens of the star-class sanctuary. Bang, 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 zzz. Bullets and arcs of electricity incessantly weave through the encircling forces, within the ranks of the besiegers. Some individuals raise their firearms in an attempt to retaliate, only to tragically discover that their bullets are effortlessly thwarted by the bomb-proof shields wielded by the warriors of the star-class sanctuary. Even if they manage to strike a soldier, the metallic armor barely yields a dent. This is a one-sided massacre. Those who boasted before the conflict now cry out for mercy. I was wrong. I beg you, do not fire. Make way, clear the path for me. I wish to return. I shall never again lay a hand on the star-class sanctuary. Why are you blocking the way? Retreat at once. Countless voices intertwined. In stark contrast to the encroaching forces, the Guardians maintain a solemn silence, save for the sounds of gunfire. If one could peer through their metallic helmets, they would behold their serene visages. The battle raged for merely 5 minutes before its conclusion. The entire encircling force disintegrated. Even Zhou Qi and the head of the East City Sanctuary, supported by trusted aides, stumbled in their desperate flight. Hurry, hurry, this star-class sanctuary is utterly inhumane. Damn it, I truly believed your lies. The star-class sanctuary is far beyond our capacity to provoke. Zhou Qi cursed vehemently while frantically searching for an escape route amidst the throng. He appeared utterly disheveled, his attire in tatters, and his expression fraught with anxiety, just as Zhou Qi and his companions grasped the steering wheel of an off-road vehicle poised to flee suddenly from the armed helicopter. Several ropes descended. Following this, a squad of synthetic warriors descended from the heavens, encircling Zhou Qi's vehicle. Get out, commanded the leading warrior coldly. Dozens of gun barrels were aimed squarely at the foreheads of those within the vehicle. Zhou Qi's mind reverberated with a thunderous clarity, feeling the chilling intent to kill. Goosebumps erupted across his body. He slowly raised his hands above his head. Please, do not shoot. Then, under the watchful gaze of the synthetic warriors, he cautiously opened the car door and stepped onto the ground. The head of the East City Sanctuary was not spared either, being forcibly dragged out. The two men, hands clasped atop their heads, were escorted by the synthetic warriors toward the star-class sanctuary. Zhou Qi had been captured. Lay down your weapons, and I shall spare your lives. The voice from the loudspeaker of the star-class sanctuary resonated. The remaining besieging forces, upon seeing Zhou Qi and his companion with hands raised in surrender, immediately relinquished their weapons and raised their hands in capitulation, under the intimidation of the synthetic warriors. Zhou Qi and the head of the East City Sanctuary were compelled to advance step by step toward the star-class sanctuary. As the distance diminished, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and even Zhou Qi's trousers began to exude an unpleasant odor. Shangri-La Sanctuary, East City Sanctuary. Su Ruwashi stood before the two men, a bloodthirsty smile blossoming on her face. Zhou Qi felt a chill engulf him, a pervasive coldness seeping through his body, from his feet to his thighs. From his fingertips to his shoulders, from his nose to his chest, he trembled with cold. He could scarcely imagine the inferno of human suffering he was about to face. He yearned to escape. Yet now the area was entirely surrounded by the warriors of the Star-class sanctuary. Any hint of movement would prompt those guns pressed against Zhou Qi's forehead to fire without hesitation. I offered you a chance, alas, humans are too easily blinded by greed, Su Ruwashi lamented. Had Zhou Qi and his cohorts retreated 10 minutes before the conflict, they would not have fallen to such depths. And now both men found themselves as hostages. Judging by the casualties of the besieging forces, the once glorious two sanctuaries would henceforth vanish. Do with us as you will, after all, in the game of winners and losers. I bear no grievances. Why the sarcastic remarks? The head of the East City Sanctuary still retained a modicum of spirit, boldly addressing Su Ruwashi. Su Ruwashi smiled slightly, clapped her hands, and turned to stand upon the platform. The warriors of the guard immediately escorted Zhou Qi and his companion closely behind. As the platform descended slowly, Zhou Qi and his companion beheld the interior of the Star-class sanctuary for the first time. If they had harbored any lingering defiance before entering, they now fully comprehended their folly. The entirety of the Star-class sanctuary was constructed from heavy metals. The residents bustling about were well-dressed and appeared robust. Clearly enjoying ample sustenance and rest. Outside, only the upper echelons of the sanctuary could hope to enjoy such privileges and vitality. As they walked through, numerous residents of the Star-class sanctuary cast astonished glances at Zhou Qi and his companion. Sharp gazes scrutinized Zhou Qi, appraising him with a critical eye, followed by smirks that revealed mockery. Is this the leader of the besieging forces? It seems he is even the head of the Shangri-La sanctuary. Look at him, ridiculous, how can he claim to be in charge? Even I am superior. The guards did well, such treachery should be eradicated. The battle has finally concluded, and I must return to hunting zombies. This group truly embodies the idiocy of those who cling to life, wasting my time in pursuit of energy cores. Wait for me, I too wish to go. My child at home has been yearning for new clothes. And it troubles me greatly. Chapter 85. A moment's error. The residents of the Star-class sanctuary regard Zhou Qi with disdain, akin to viewing a pestilential insect, filled with both revulsion and contempt. Zhou Qi felt as though a great mass of cotton had been stuffed into his chest, suffocating him. From the words of these residents, it was evident that life within the Star-class sanctuary was exceedingly blissful. Safety, sustenance, comfort, living as if the apocalypse had never occurred, leading an ordinary life of work and rest. Zhou Qi could not discern whether he felt envy or jealousy during the brief journey to meet Li Chen. He even contemplated how much better it would have been had he not attempted to besiege the Star-class sanctuary. He would still be the head of the Shangri-La sanctuary, indulging in delicacies unknown to ordinary survivors. Basking in the adoration of the masses, yet, due to a moment's folly, he now possessed nothing. Even with the most rudimentary of thoughts, he could foresee the choice Li Chen would make. It was nothing more than a decree of death for them both. A demonstration of power. After all, this is the apocalypse. A few lives hold no weight. The besieging forces even sought to threaten Li Chen. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not spare them. Report to the commander. Zhou Qi and his companion have been brought, Su Ruwashi announced loudly at the entrance to the command center. Yes, let them in. As Li Chen's words fell, the doors of the command center swung open. There sat Li Chen, arms crossed, reclined upon a sofa. Zhou Qi twitched his nose, the air replete with the aroma of sandalwood. So it is you two who sought to besiege the Star-class sanctuary? Li Chen took a sip of tea, inquired nonchalantly. Zhou Qi's lips turned pale, trembling incessantly. I am sorry. With a resounding crash, the teaware upon the table trembled. Li Chen smashed a cup, leaning forward. Is an apology sufficient? You truly possess audacity, daring to covet the Star-class sanctuary. Li Chen's voice was frigid, his gaze toward Zhou Qi and his companion akin to that of a mortician surveying the deceased. The two men found themselves at a loss for words. When the Star-class sanctuary was at its zenith, they had dispatched individuals to gather intelligence. However, they had never encountered Li Chen face to face. Merely gazing at photographs, they presumed a young man like him could not wield much influence. Yet now confronted with Li Chen, they realized their limbs were beyond their control, trembling uncontrollably. The oppressive aura emanating from Li Chen was terrifying. Enough, take them to the execution chamber. Li Chen, upon witnessing their cowardice, lost interest and waved his hand dismissively. What mere rabble dares to covet the Star-class sanctuary? Thud. Zhou Qi suddenly knelt before Li Chen, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Li, I truly comprehend my error. It was a scheming individual who incited me. Saying that your Star-class sanctuary conducts experiments on living beings and hunts survivors, which emboldened me. Li Chen regarded Zhou Qi intently, countering. Oh, is that truly the case? Of course not. Faced with Li Chen's inquiry, Zhou Qi's defenses crumbled entirely, his lips pressed tightly shut, tears cascading like beads from a broken string. I am sorry. In truth, we coveted the abundant resources of the Star-class sanctuary, seeking to seize a share for ourselves. Thus, we resorted to manipulative video edits in an attempt to undermine the star-class sanctuary. I was blinded by greed. I beseech you, Mr. Lee, grant me another chance. Henceforth, if you direct me to the east, I shall never stray west. Zhou Qi's hair was soaked through with either sweat or tears, his entire being a portrait of disarray. Li Chen disdainfully curled his lips. His icy tone pronounced Zhou Qi's death sentence. Take him away. The synthetic warriors immediately advanced, seizing Zhou Qi and dragging him away like a lifeless dog. Zhou Qi had lost all capacity to resist, succumbing to their grip, pleading for mercy. Bang, with a gunshot resounding outside the command center. Su Ruoshi reported, "Commander, the two have been executed." Li Chen nodded slightly, signaling Su Ruoshi to depart. Subsequently, Noah released the video of Zhou Qi's plea for mercy from the command center onto the forum, instantly igniting a maelstrom of discussion. So it was like this: I have always said that Li Chen is not that sort of person. The Shangri-La Sanctuary truly invites disaster. It dares to provoke even the elite sanctuaries. The elite sanctuaries excel in their operations. They spread rumors with a mere flick of the tongue, while they must sprint to debunk them. Such individuals deserve nothing less than capital punishment. Is this video authentic? I can't shake the feeling that Zhou Qi is being coerced. To those above, open your eyes and observe. The warriors of the elite sanctuary have never hunted down survivors. The complete video has already been released. Who can you blame for your own blindness? Indeed, it is only today that I have come to realize the terrifying might of the elite sanctuary. If Li Chen truly intended to act, would he need to conceal his intentions? Beneath Zhou Qi's appeal video, countless survivors have left comments, some even edited battle scenes into separate posts. This is exhilarating. This is the elite sanctuary. Those who offend the elite sanctuary, though foolish, shall be exterminated. Countless individuals have etched the lessons from the Shangri-La Sanctuary into their memories. The citizens of Donghai City have truly witnessed the formidable power of the elite sanctuary. What is most fearsome is Li Chen's decisiveness. Anyone who dares to threaten him will undoubtedly face his wrath. After this incident, Donghai City has alleviated much of the hidden threat posed by the elite sanctuary. Residents are abuzz with discussions internally. I had long suspected that after residing in the elite sanctuary for so long, I had never witnessed any live human experiments. Those people were merely spreading falsehoods. I previously stated on the elite sanctuary forum that Mr.Li had not committed such acts, and they attacked me for it. Now, I imagine those who criticize me are buried under 3 feet of grass. Serves them right. Our elite sanctuary is commendable. It does not initiate aggression against others, yet possesses the absolute strength to protect itself. As discussions among residents intensified, a post emerged. Has anyone ever used the gene evolution serum? I noticed there seems to be an essence available for exchange in the marketplace. The moment this post appeared, it garnered widespread attention from residents. Previously, due to insufficient production, the gene evolution serum was only displayed to a select few. Thus, most residents were unaware, and now, with the post, everyone's focus has shifted from the earlier battle to the evolution serum. My husband is part of the guard team, and I heard that more than half of the warriors in the guard team have already injected the gene evolution serum. What on earth does this stuff do? I can't say for sure, but I feel like my husband has become stronger after the injection. The forum buzzed with lively discussions, while the warriors of the guard team were presently cleaning the battlefield surrounding the elite sanctuary. Chapter 86, Humans also have everything cleaned up. Not yet, the eastern area is still not finished. Why did these people have to choose to die right at our elite sanctuary's doorstep? It's truly troublesome. You talk too much, hurry up and clean. I still need to rush to inject the gene evolution serum. I'm envious. I wonder when I'll qualify for the injection. Just wait. I heard that only those who have made contributions are receiving the injections first. The exchange will gradually be open later on, and the members of the guard team, while cleaning the battlefield, began discussing the gene evolution serum. Li Chen had previously informed everyone that zombies would evolve, and so would humans. Lo and behold, the opportunity for human evolution is upon us. A considerable number of warriors in the guard team have already undergone the first stage of gene evolution. The enhancement in their strength is evident to all. The warriors of the guard team often need to venture out on perilous missions. The more strength they possess, the greater their assurance. Thus, they greatly yearn for the gene evolution serum. Many lamented, wishing they had performed better from the beginning. Perhaps they could have been among the first batch of evolvers, as everyone pondered when it would be their turn to inject the gene evolution serum. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment echoed from the guard team. What is that? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. However, with a task at hand, no one dared to approach out of curiosity. They could only steal glances, trying to discern what was occurring. What is going on? Su Ruoshi also noticed the commotion and walked over. A report: energy cores have been found in the corpse pit. The guard team member who spoke stood upright, reporting formally, yet from his body language it was clear that his hands and feet were trembling slightly. Was it from excitement or fear? Su Ruoshi raised an eyebrow and looked closely. Indeed, there were 3 or 4 energy cores scattered among the bodies. When dragging the corpses over, they had been thoroughly searched to ensure no additional items were concealed. What could these energy cores signify? Were they not thoroughly searched? Or, Tsuruwashi hurriedly picked up the energy cores and examined them under the sunlight. Unlike the ones obtained from typical zombie hunts, these 3 energy cores emanated a faint purple glow. Tsuruwashi immediately reported this discovery to Li Chen. She harbored a suspicion: if zombies could evolve energy cores, could humans do the same? The surrounding warriors were immensely curious, their minds racing, yet none dared to voice their inquiries. Ruwashi, bring the energy cores to the command center and find me. I will hold a brief meeting. Li Chen responded swiftly upon receiving the report. Understood. Tsuruwashi promptly secured the energy cores and made her way to the command center. As soon as Tsuruwashi's figure disappeared, the warriors present erupted into fervent discussion. What transpired? How could the energy cores appear here? Was it because you didn't T-search thoroughly enough? Impossible. I made sure to check every inch of the material. There was no way I missed anything. Could it be that humans possess energy cores too? As the last remark hung in the air, silence fell upon the crowd. The notion that humans could possess energy cores was nothing short of monumental news. Until directives came from above, no one dared to spread this information recklessly. However, everyone silently contemplated the implications. Upon Tsuruwashi's arrival at the command center, she found Dr. Yang and others already present. Li Chen sat at the head of the conference table, engrossed in reviewing something. You're here, take a seat. Hearing the commotion, Li Chen slightly raised his head and gestured to an empty seat beside him. After Tsuruwashi sat down, Li Chen slowly began to speak. The purpose of today's meeting is to announce a discovery. Dr. Yang, please elaborate. Dr. Yang nodded and projected the research data onto the holographic screen. According to the Research Institute's findings, not only do zombies possess energy cores, but humans who have undergone gene evolution also possess them. This is the manifestation of the energy cores within our warriors under X-ray analysis, since we only detected this through instrument scanning and have yet to obtain a human energy core. We can only speculate that the energy cores of humans are 10 times stronger than those of zombies based on the instrument's fluctuations. As Dr. Yang spoke, he switched the images. The eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. The revelation that humans possess energy cores was staggering. To put it bluntly, zombies are evolving rapidly, and most of the zombies roaming outside are already second tier. Consequently, hunting zombies has become significantly more challenging. If humans also have energy cores, if survivors were to discover this, it could lead to mutual slaughter. After all, while hunting zombies is difficult, killing a human is far simpler. Humans fear pain, fear injury, and so forth. Most critically, in the context of the apocalypse, survivors are more concerned with the cunning of their fellow humans, worried that others might seize their resources. As a result, they lower their guard regarding threats to their lives. If someone were to uncover this secret armed with a tear gas grenade, they could wreak havoc. Tsuruwashi murmured. From this recent purge team, it became evident that profit is a double-edged sword, capable of driving individuals to madness. It is inevitable that some will resort to harming their fellow beings for the sake of energy cores. Li Chen nodded slightly, resting his palm on the table, and stated solemnly, to prevent unrest among the survivors, this matter must remain confidential. Any reasoning or excuse will suffice. We must keep this under wraps. Li Chen did not expect to keep this secret for long. Sooner or later, someone would discover the truth. Especially since acts of murder and pillaging are commonplace in the apocalypse. If even 1 or 2 gene-evolved survivors were to be slain, the secret would inevitably come to light. What is most terrifying is not merely the discovery that humans possess energy cores, but rather the revelation that energy cores can enhance one's strength. When combined, these two factors could spawn even greater malevolence, jeopardizing humanity's future in an already perilous apocalypse. How is the cleanup outside progressing? Today, there are 1,000 slots available for injections of the gene evolution serum. Jiang Tian, noticing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, deftly shifted the topic. Tsuruwashi nodded slightly. We're almost done. Just a bit more cleanup remains. I will compile the list shortly and have them queue at the medical team. Jiang Tian smiled broadly, nodding in agreement. Well then, let us all get back to our tasks. Tsuruwashi, find a way to obscure the discovery of the energy cores. Li Chen instructed. The elite sanctuary is not an impenetrable fortress. We must remain vigilant. Yes, Tsuruwashi promptly responded. Chapter 87, First Level Gene Warriors at the Elite Sanctuary's medical team. Thousands of warriors were queuing outside, each of them radiating joy. Hey, it's finally my turn for the injection. Have you seen Li Si? After he injected the gene evolution serum, good heavens, he has become so fierce. He is practically like a superhero. Indeed, I suspect that the members of the direct combat unit must have undergone the injections as well, otherwise, how could they all be so formidable? Now, we too have the opportunity to grow stronger. Frankly speaking, I never anticipated that the commander would allow individuals like us to partake in the gene evolution serum. I thought, no, let's refrain from such talk. The commander is certainly not the kind of person you might think. It's undoubtedly a matter of insufficient production of the gene evolution serum, which is why the direct combat unit received their injections first. Did you not notice? Their missions are far more perilous than ours. Outside the medical room, the soldiers in line began to engage in idle chatter. They listened intently to the muffled groans emanating from within, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Having received prior notice, they were aware that gene evolution would entail some discomfort. The sounds of groaning indicated that evolution was indeed taking place. Next, number A12066798, please enter, a voice called from within the medical team. The soldier at the front of the line cheerfully made his way inside. While others craned their necks eager to see when it would be their turn. Upon entering the medical room, the soldier first swiped his smart wristband on the adjacent device to verify his identity before taking a seat. Zhang Tiankai, holding a syringe in his left hand and a small glass vial containing blue liquid in his right, approached him. Nervous? Zhang Tiankai casually inquired. The soldier, with a foolish grin, shook his head. How could I be nervous? I'm too excited. This remark elicited laughter from the medical team. Zhang Tiankai tapped the top of the glass vial, inserted the syringe, and drew out all the blue liquid. Shaking the needle, he cheerfully asked, Ready? The soldier's words were cut short as Zhang Tiankai injected the gene evolution serum into his arm, prompting a scream. After a period of training, this soldier had already met the standards for level 1 gene evolution. Requiring only a single dose of the serum, almost immediately he underwent a tremendous transformation while seated. He felt as if he could see his internal organs, the blue liquid coursing through his veins, saturating his entire body. After encircling his body, the blue liquid surged into his heart, causing his blood to pulse wildly within it. His chest felt as if something were pressing down on it, about to explode. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiankai and the others observed as the soldier's old wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. In no time, as the soldier gasped for breath and regained his composure. The old wounds had completely healed. Congratulations, you are now a level 1 gene warrior, Zhang Tiankai declared with a smile. He then called out to the entrance. Next, number A15077798, please enter. Feeling invigorated by the newfound strength coursing through him, the soldier thanked Zhang Tiankai and hurriedly exited. He felt an abundance of energy and was eager to head to the training ground to let loose. 1,000 soldiers from the guard unit were scheduled to receive the gene evolution serum, which inevitably slowed the pace, primarily because some had not yet reached the threshold and required 2 to 3 doses before beginning their evolution. Furthermore, doses could not be administered consecutively. A minimum interval of 30 minutes was necessary to allow for complete absorption and cellular transformation. To expedite the process, Zhang Tiankai occasionally permitted 10 soldiers to observe the injections simultaneously. By the time dusk settled, this batch of guard unit soldiers had successfully completed their evolution. Honey, I'm back. The last soldier to finish his evolution joyfully returned home. Upon opening the door, he was met with his wife's complaints. Why did you come back so late? Didn't the guard unit finish training by 6 o'clock? I saw others return home early. And you were the last. Ha, what do you know? I went to receive the gene evolution serum today. The line was long. The soldier replied cheerfully. What? His wife rushed out, seizing his arm and scrutinizing him from head to toe, her face a mask of disbelief. No way, you don't look any different, she murmured. Earlier that day at the factory, she had heard many speak of the gene evolution serum with envy, never imagining her husband would have the chance to receive it. Yet seeing his silly demeanor, she doubted whether he had actually received the gene evolution serum or merely glucose. Really, just look. The soldier, eager to showcase his newfound strength, slammed his palm down on the iron bed frame. The bed frame bent dramatically, sinking deep under the force. His wife gasped in shock, then became so excited that she hardly knew what to say. After a moment, she remarked, Why would you go and hit the bed frame? Don T, you know that exchanging the bed frame also requires points. Also, how many points did you spend on the gene evolution serum today? She inquired, adopting an accusatory tone. She was aware that the gene evolution serum was not cheap in the smart wristband marketplace. One dose costs 500 points. It was said that if one's strength was inadequate, up to 10 doses might be required to achieve level 1 gene evolution, which could amount to over 1,000 points. The soldier scratched his head. What points? They didn't ask us for any points. He continued, I heard it's because of the contributions made during the previous zombie outbreak, so we can receive it for free. Upon hearing this, his wife breathed a sigh of relief, marveling, the benefits of the guard unit are truly excellent. You must perform well and absolutely must not get kicked out of the guard unit. Listening to his wife's admonitions, the soldier nodded eagerly, grinning from ear to ear. Of course, the promotion mechanism is transparent, more work, more reward, with various benefits and protections. He felt fortunate to be among the first residents of the star-level shelter. Otherwise, he might not have been selected for the guard unit. It is worth noting that among the 300,000 new residents, many were exceptionally skilled. Had he delayed his application, he would have found it impossible to compete with them. Alright, let us get some sleep. We have training tomorrow. The lights in their small room slowly dimmed. Similar scenes unfolded in the lives of countless soldiers of this time. The gene evolution serum had undeniably entered the consciousness of the star-level shelter residents. Witnessing the newly evolved strength of the guard unit soldiers, many began saving money, preparing to receive the serum themselves. Chapter 88. It can really be used. As dawn broke, a man with a scarred face yawned. skillfully picking up his hunting rifle while munching on a compressed biscuit as he stepped outside. He had gathered quite a number of energy cores and only needed a few dozen more to exchange for a level 1 armored vehicle at the star-level shelter. Once he had that, he could embark on a journey to the neighboring city with his wife and child. Before the apocalypse, the man's parents had gone to visit an old friend in the neighboring city. What should have been a journey of just over 100 kilometers, taking a little over an hour by car, became an insurmountable chasm due to the outbreak of the zombie virus. Over 100 kilometers turned into an unbridgeable gap. However, the man's son was only 9 years old, still so vulnerable, and his wife was pregnant with their second child. He couldn't abandon his family to venture elsewhere. Relying solely on intermittent communication with his parents via mobile phone. Unfortunately, only Donghai City had restored its communication capabilities. Most other places had seen significant damage to their signal towers, thus, there was always a risk of losing contact. It was only when the star-level shelter introduced the exchange for level 1 armored vehicles that the man saw a glimmer of hope. As long as he could exchange for one, he could take his family on the road to search for his parents. Roar, from afar, he could hear the growls of zombies before even seeing them. The man expertly raised his hunting rifle, aiming for the heart of the nearest zombie. Bang! The zombie fell with a thud. The man chewed a couple of bites of his compressed biscuit, then took a few swigs from his water bottle before heading over to extract the zombie's heart. He wiped the energy core clean and stowed it in his pocket. Just as he was about to search for his next target, his phone suddenly beeped. Looking down, he saw it was a call from his wife. "What's wrong?" The man's expression tightened. "Is there an intruder?" "No, you need to come back quickly. I have something to tell you." His wife's voice was somewhat hurried. If it wasn't an intruder, then it must be a zombie invasion. The man thought of his 9-year-old son and immediately neglected to deal with the encroaching zombies. Sprinting home with all his might, he practically flew over the ground. Arriving at the exterior of a self-built house, the man vaulted over the wall and entered. "You're back." His wife rushed to meet him, her face alight with excitement. The man scanned the surroundings. There were no zombies and no strangers, leaving him utterly perplexed. "Why the urgency in calling me back?" "My parents just called and said there's a new discovery. Energy cores can be used to enhance strength." His wife exclaimed with enthusiasm, revealing the energy cores they had stored at home and laying them before him with eager anticipation. "Hurry, try it." The man was somewhat skeptical. In fact, many people in Donghai City had long speculated about the effects of energy cores. After all, the effort put forth by Li Chen to collect them so conspicuously, even exchanging weapons and food for them, suggested they must hold significant value. Some had even attempted to swallow the energy cores to see if they could enhance their strength. But those who tried nearly choked to death. Countless methods had been explored, yet no one had unraveled the mystery. The man, being a seasoned user of the star-level shelter forum, had read numerous posts and knew well that utilizing energy cores was not a simple task. So he inquired, "Did my parents mention how to use them?" He held it in his hand, then closed his eyes, using bioelectricity to stimulate the energy fluctuations within, achieving the desired effect. The wife meticulously relayed the words. Yet the man was left utterly perplexed. What was this bioelectricity, and what were these energy fluctuations? Nevertheless, since his parents had shared this news, it indicated that it had already spread to the neighboring city. Surely, there were individuals capable of absorbing energy cores. Without hesitation, the man grasped the energy core in his palm, attentively sensing it. After approximately an hour had passed, a crisp sound resonated from his hand. The energy core had shattered into powder. A warm current surged through his entire being. "Indeed, it truly works," the man exclaimed with great excitement. "Yes, my parents also mentioned that generally, 300 energy cores are required for a first-level gene evolution. We still have so many left. Dear husband, you must give it a try. Once you undergo gene evolution, hunting zombies will yield even greater rewards," his wife promptly added. Currently, the man's strength was only sufficient to hunt first-level zombies. Should he encounter a second-level zombie, his only option would be to flee. If he were to achieve gene evolution, everything would change. "Alright, I'll give it a shot." The man immediately picked up another energy core, closed his eyes, and began to absorb it. 2 cores, 3 cores, 4 cores. Until he reached the 10th core, the man sensed a blockage. It felt as though something was obstructing the entrance within his body. Even if he extracted the energy from the core, he was unable to absorb it. "What's wrong?" his wife inquired with concern. The man shook his head. "It's no use. Absorbing 10 cores has already reached my limit. Alas, there's nothing to be done. The signal from my parents was poor. They only relayed the first half of the message before it went silent. I don't know if it's a matter of only being able to absorb 10 cores a day or if it's a longer duration." His wife expressed some regret. At present, she, along with their son and the child in her womb, relied entirely on the man. If he could undergo gene evolution sooner, it would benefit everyone. Perhaps the star-level shelter possesses the data. The man suddenly thought, since Li Chen had long begun collecting energy cores, it indicated that he was already aware of their usefulness. Given the vastness of the star-level shelter, they must have conducted numerous experiments, and their data would be far more comprehensive than what they knew. but really even if he knows what of it, he has never divulged the secret of the energy cores to anyone. Do you expect him to share the data freely? His wife rolled her eyes. Such secrets, regardless of who knows, must be kept hidden. How could they possibly be shared without compensation? The man chuckled. Naturally there are ways. Watch how I proceed. While speaking, he logged into the Star-Level Shelter S forum. Without a moment's hesitation, he posted several threads. Shocking, energy cores can actually be absorbed by the human body, and they can facilitate gene evolution. So this is the purpose behind the Star-Level Shelter's collection of energy cores. As long as you possess 300 energy cores, you can become a first-level gene evolution warrior within a day. A series of posts, all designed to attract attention. The man not only publicized the fact that energy cores could be absorbed but also exaggerated some aspects of it. The survivors on the forum, upon seeing the posts, could hardly contain their curiosity and flocked to check. Is this true? I've tried countless times with various methods, but nothing worked. Don't say that. Last time, I endured my disgust and put the energy core in my mouth. I nearly vomited from the experience, yet I still couldn't find a way to absorb it. Chapter 89. Absorbing energy cores in a remarkably short time. The posts made by the man had garnered a multitude of comments. Ever since Li Chen began vigorously collecting energy cores, countless individuals had attempted to unravel the secrets within. Unfortunately, not a single person had succeeded. If Li Chen were present, he would undoubtedly inform them that only the adept could absorb them. The principle of human absorption of energy cores lies in using bioelectricity to activate the energy within the cores. Typically, the stronger one's combat prowess and attributes, the more potent their bioelectricity. Only with powerful bioelectricity can one induce fluctuations in the energy core. Many of those posting in the forum had indeed hunted numerous first-level zombies. But fundamentally, hunting first-level zombies was akin to slicing watermelons before the apocalypse. Ask yourself, does a person become stronger by slicing countless watermelons daily? Clearly not. Only someone like the man, who walks the fine line between life and death countless times, can unleash tremendous potential. In truth, apart from the man, there existed a small number of individuals in Donghai City who understood how to absorb energy cores. Humans cannot break through the gene lock themselves unless they live under the constant threat of death for 365 days. To achieve first-level gene evolution, one must harness the energy within energy cores. The discovery of human energy cores during the suppression operations indicates that some individuals have already mastered the method of using energy cores and have successfully unlocked the first layer of their gene lock. The posts on the Star-Level Shelter forum were swiftly detected by Noah. In no time, Noah proceeded to delete the posts. The man gazed at his phone, disheartened, as the glaring red letters announcing the deletion were particularly jarring. See, I told you, the Star-Level Shelter would never share such secrets, nor allow you to disseminate them, his wife remarked from beside him. I refuse to believe it. The man's face was resolute. It wasn't that he was naive, but rather that he believed Li Chen was not a villain. The secret of the energy cores, which Li Chen had kept from the public, must have his own reasons behind it. Perhaps absorbing energy cores could have adverse effects, or other concerns. Thus, the man deliberately posted bait threads on the Star-Level Shelter forum, exaggerating the descriptions. This way, when Li Chen saw it, he would be compelled to clarify and prevent more people from going astray. The man was steadfast in his conviction. He continued to post exaggerated titles on the forum, all concerning methods of utilizing energy cores, just as Noah was preparing to ban the man's account. Li Chen happened to see it while enjoying breakfast. Oh, a bait post, quite interesting. Li Chen observed the posts with great intrigue, reflecting on the man's talent. Commander, this individual's posts have sparked widespread discussion. Should we impose a ban? Noah inquired immediately. While Li Chen was not overseeing matters, Noah managed all aspects of the Star-Level Shelter. However, once Li Chen spoke, command would revert to him. No need, let them be. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, recalling Dr. Yang's research. Connect me with this man. He has a talent for public opinion warfare. Following that, Li Chen spoke again. Understood. Beep beep beep. Before long, Li Chen's smart bracelet dialed the man's number. In all of Donghai City, no secret can remain hidden from Noah. Searching for a phone number is but a matter of a moment. Hello, this is Li Chen. As soon as the call connected, Li Chen began. The man had not anticipated that he would receive a direct call from Li Chen after not receiving a reply on the forum. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to find the right words. Becoming somewhat incoherent, what with the nerves? I want to eat you. Relax, did you come up with the posts on the forum? Li Chen calmly inquired. Yes, it was me who posted them, the man replied cautiously, fearing he might upset Li Chen. Haha, you are quite amusing. Can you tell me why you posted those threads? It's evident you've discovered the method of using energy cores. Li Chen continued to probe. Although the man was uncertain why Li Chen had suddenly called him, he understood that a poor response might provoke Li Chen's displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, he began to speak slowly. Ever since I discovered that energy cores can be absorbed, I used some myself. However, I found that energy cores are not infinitely absorbable. After 10 cores, I could no longer absorb anymore. I posted these threads to speculate that improper use of energy cores might lead to side effects. Knowing MR.LIS character, I believed you would not stand idly by while I misled others. Posting these threads was my way of hoping for your clarification on the proper methods of using energy cores. Every word he spoke was heartfelt. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Good, you are indeed a talent. Would you be willing to join the star-level shelter? Faced with Li Chen's olive branch, the man's face reflected a struggle. In truth, given his qualifications, he could have applied to join the shelter long ago and become a formal resident of the star-level shelter. However, he could not abandon his parents in the neighboring city. Thus, he had to persistently strive to survive with his wife and child, and now that the olive branch was right before him, it would be disingenuous to say he wasn't tempted. After a moment, the man bitterly replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Li, but I must go to the neighboring city to rescue my parents. It's truly unavoidable. The man understood that this refusal might mean he would never have a chance to join the star-level shelter again. Yet, he could not bear to watch his parents suffer in the neighboring city. It must be noted that there was no star-level shelter in the neighboring city for people of his parentage. Merely surviving was already a miracle. They had endured considerable hardships. Oh, the neighboring city, he by city, is it? Li Chen inquired, growing even more appreciative of the man, a man of integrity. Indeed, the news regarding the utilization of energy cores has spread throughout Hebei City, and the knowledge of absorption was imparted to me by my parents. The man spoke earnestly. Very well, I shall ask you one last time. Are you willing to join the Star Refuge? In a few days, I will also be heading to Hebei City, and I can bring your family along. Li Chen's calm voice resonated in the man's ears like celestial music. The man's foremost concern was his parents. If Li Chen could indeed assist in reuniting him with them, what reason would he have to decline joining the Star Refuge? Is it true? I am willing, Mr. Li, I am willing, the man responded hastily, fearing that a delayed reply might lead Li Chen to withdraw his offer. Chapter 90, Purification. In the man's mind, he had never entertained the notion that Li Chen would deceive him. After all, Mr. Li was a prominent figure presiding over the Star Refuge, while he was merely a humble survivor. It was only because MR.Li was at leisure that he would resort to such words to fool him. What is your name? Alright, gather your belongings and report to the Star Refuge within an hour. Can you manage that? Li Chen inquired. I can manage it. My name is Shi Haipeng. Shi Haipeng tightened his grip on the phone. Feeling a rush of exhilaration that rendered him speechless, even after hanging up, he remained enveloped in immense joy. Darling, who was on the phone, his wife asked. It was MR.Li from the Star Refuge. He has invited us to join. Shi Haipeng could not contain the smile spreading across his face. This is wonderful news, but what about your parents? When I spoke to them yesterday, I heard someone shouting in anger. Their situation is dire. His wife hesitated. Do not worry. I have a plan. Within a few days, we will be able to bring them over. Shi Haipeng reassured her. The family swiftly began to gather their belongings. His wife had long desired to enter the Star Refuge, especially since she was expecting a child and had their son to care for. Living in constant trepidation outdoors was unbearable. However, with Shi Haipeng's parents still in Hebei City, she could not bring herself to make such a selfish choice. So she endured the hardship alongside him. Now, however, the commander of the Star Refuge had personally reached out to Shi Haipeng, inviting him to reside there. His wife's face glowed with excitement, although they claimed to be packing. In reality, there was little to gather, just a few articles of clothing and a rustic hunting rifle. In no time, they were ready. Their residence was not far from the Star Refuge. A 20-minute drive in an off-road vehicle would suffice. As Shi Haipeng and his family stepped onto the platform of the Star Refuge, slowly descending underground, they were enveloped by a surreal sensation, as if they had won the lottery on the eve of the apocalypse. Welcome, have you completed your registration? Li Chen awaited Shi Haipeng's arrival in the command center. Shi Haipeng nodded, expressing his gratitude. I have registered, I was even assigned a small suite, and I have settled my wife and child. Li Chen perceived Shi Haipeng's potential and thus accorded him the treatment befitting a special talent. Upon hearing Shi Haipeng's words, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and stated directly, I have noticed your aptitude for public relations in the realm of public opinion. Henceforth, you shall serve as the external communications officer for the Star Refuge. Noah will compile any adverse information about the Star Refuge from the internet and present it to you for management. Shi Haipeng had not anticipated that his invitation was for such a role, yet he nodded in agreement. Understood. And now let me take you to unveil the secrets of the energy cores. In due course, you may disclose this information on the forums. As Li Chen spoke, he led Shi Haipeng toward the medical team where numerous soldiers were receiving injections of gene evolution liquid. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene bustling with activity. What is happening here? Shi Haipeng exclaimed, astonished. Without a word, Li Chen retrieved a bottle of blue liquid from the freezer and placed it before Shi Haipeng. You see, I have long been aware that energy cores can be absorbed. However, do you know why I have not promoted this within the Star Refuge? I do not know. Shi Haipeng shook his head. Because the direct absorption of energy cores is exceedingly inefficient. One would require at least 300 energy cores to achieve the first level of evolution. Furthermore, the quantity of energy cores that can be absorbed at one time is limited by individual constitution. To rely solely on energy cores for reaching the first level of evolution may take half a year. Sure, Haipeng inhaled sharply at this revelation, with second-tier zombies already emerging. If humanity truly needed half a year to attain the first level of evolution, they would likely be devoured to the bone by then. Moreover, energy cores contain a plethora of impurities. Relying solely on them to unlock genetic locks would ultimately diminish one's potential. Li Chen's expression turned grave. For instance, a person utilizing gene evolution liquid, regardless of their physical condition or the time it takes, will eventually unlock all genetic locks. Conversely, if one relies on energy cores, they may unlock 1 or 2 layers of genetic locks but may become blocked by the excessive impurities within, rendering them unable to evolve further. Li Chen shook the glass bottle containing the blue liquid before Sure Haipeng. What you see here is the gene evolution liquid, extracted from energy cores and enhanced with additional elements to maximize the energy's efficacy. Most importantly, the impurities from the energy cores have been eliminated, allowing for faster and greater absorption. With a maximum of 10 doses, one can unlock the first layer of genetic locks. The interval between each dose is approximately 30 minutes. 30 minutes, Sure Haipeng's eyes widened in awe. This meant that as long as he had sufficient gene evolution liquid on hand, he could break through the first layer of genetic locks within a single day. And without any side effects, his gaze toward the blue potion became fervent. Do not rush, the gene evolution liquid can be exchanged for points, and all residents of the Star Refuge can undergo evolution. Li Chen smiled slightly. At that moment, Li Chen's smart wristband beeped, indicating a message from Dr. Yang. Progress had been made regarding the application of energy cores. Li Chen glanced at Sure Haipeng beside him and said, "The Research Institute has yielded new results. Let us go and take a look." Sure Haipeng had not expected that on his very first day of joining, he would be privy to such confidential matters. His body trembling with excitement as he followed Li Chen to the research center. "Commander, we have developed a device for extracting energy cores," Dr. Yang exclaimed, his face brimming with enthusiasm. He immediately showcased a machine resembling a blood analyzer, with a series of grooves arranged neatly on its upper section, resembling a honeycomb. Before Li Chen, Dr. Yang placed 30 energy cores into the grooves, closed the lid, and activated the machine. The surroundings of the machine began to flicker with alternating red and blue lights. Soon, a series of glass bottles appeared beneath the machine, each filled with a pale blue liquid approximately the size of a finger. "Isn't this the gene evolution liquid?" Sure Haipeng questioned, puzzled. "No, this is the energy core purification liquid. It merely extracts the energy from the energy cores and transforms it into a liquid for storage." Chapter 91, a unique method. Hearing Dr. Yang's words, Sure Haipeng appeared bewildered. "Isn't it all liquid derived from energy cores? What is the difference?" Noticing Sure Haipeng's confusion, Dr. Yang's enthusiasm soared as he explained, "You can think of the energy core as the most primitive form, while the purification liquid is a step further. And the gene evolution liquid represents the highest tier. The purification liquid simply processes the energy from the energy core to remove impurities, ensuring that users experience no side effects during absorption. However, the maximum amount of energy that can be absorbed in a day is slightly higher with the purification liquid. Essentially, there is no significant difference. The gene evolution liquid, however, has undergone modification, incorporating various elements that effectively neutralize the energy within the energy cores. It not only eliminates side effects but also allows for a higher maximum absorption limit compared to the purification liquid." After this lengthy explanation, Sure Haipeng finally grasped the distinction between the purification liquid and the gene evolution liquid. Feeling a growing admiration for Li Chen, currently, throughout Donghai City, only the Star Refuge under Li Chen's command could afford to sustain researchers. "Excellent, the next research direction will focus on the application of the purification liquid in weaponry." Li Chen nodded slightly. "Dr. Yang and his team are indeed progressing swiftly." "Yes," Dr. Yang promptly replied. "Is it feasible to mass-produce this purification device? What is the output of purification liquid from a single device?" Li Chen inquired, stroking the purification device. "Commander, it can be mass-produced. A single purification device can produce 3,000 doses of purification liquid if it operates continuously throughout the day, provided there are sufficient energy cores." Darth Yang responded immediately. Given that all research directions were assigned by Li Chen, Dr. Yang had already considered practical applications and other relevant issues during the early stages of the research. "Very well, please send the design blueprints to the factory. Initially, produce 100 units, then manufacture the purification liquid," Li Chen said with a slight nod. Long before discovering that humanity also possessed energy cores, Dr. Yang's team had already begun to relay positive news. However, at that time, the information was not yet complete, so Li Chen had refrained from mentioning it in meetings. Humans possess energy cores, which can enhance their genes, when these two elements are simultaneously revealed. It is all too easy for malevolence to arise. However, the introduction of the purification liquid alters the scenario significantly. The purification liquid carries no side effects and offers a higher potential than the energy cores. Thus, who would be foolish enough to rely on energy cores for enhancement? Originally, Li Chen's plan was to first enable all residents of the star-rated refuge to undergo primary genetic evolution, and subsequently upgrade the production line for the evolution liquid. Once the collective strength of the star-rated refuge had significantly increased, he intended to sell the primary genetic evolution liquid externally, yet, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. To his surprise, the secret of the energy cores was uncovered prematurely. Fortunately, Dr. Yang managed to develop the purification liquid in time. Consequently, it became feasible to substitute it for the energy cores. Sure, Haipeng, shortly, you will post detailed instructions on the utilization of energy cores in the forum. Li Chen commanded. It is time to unveil this secret. Understood, Sure, Haipeng replied solemnly upon learning about the genetic evolution liquid and the purification liquid available at the star-rated refuge. Sure, Haipeng no longer regarded the absorption of energy cores as a hidden secret. That very day, a post titled Absorption and Application of Energy Cores quietly appeared on the star-rated refuge's forum. The post was pinned to the top by Noah.by this time, dusk had settled, and the sky was gradually darkening. Nightfall marked the peak activity for zombies, prompting most survivors to retreat to their dwellings for rest. With no television or entertainment, browsing the star-rated refuge's forum had become a popular pastime for many. As Sure Haipeng published the post, within mere moments, over 100 comments began to accumulate. Wow, bro, that's hardcore. Thanks for sharing, big shot. Now I finally understand why Li Chen was hoarding energy cores. The warriors of the star-rated refuge are also formidable. Turns out they have absorbed energy cores. Oh no, how painful. If I had known, I wouldn't have traded my energy cores for food at the star-rated refuge. What a missed opportunity. Countless individuals were fervently commenting beneath the post. Some bolder souls had already begun attempting to absorb energy cores, following the methods outlined in the post. Of course, a segment of the populace, upon discovering the potential of energy cores to enhance strength, felt a subtle discontent towards Li Chen. Yet, what could they do? After the last siege, the people of Donghai City had come to a profound realization: no matter how disgruntled they felt, it was best not to voice it. Otherwise, the warriors of the star-rated refuge might just be waiting at their doorstep the next day. In the forum, they had no avenue to express their dissatisfaction. However, in private, they would still voice their grievances. Damn Li Chen, no wonder he collects so many energy cores. The star-rated refuge must be overflowing with them. Isn't that the truth? In this apocalyptic world, how could he not share such a discovery? How many people are left waiting to die due to insufficient strength? Alright, everyone, let's tone it down a bit. The benefits of energy cores were officially announced by the star-rated refuge. What good does that do now? Li Chen has been hoarding energy cores for ages. Why didn't he tell us sooner? As they spoke, they clutched their stored energy cores, preparing to absorb them. Moments later, 10 energy cores were reduced to powder. The individual relaxed his neck and stood up, exclaiming, "Humph, once I've absorbed enough energy cores, I'll surely surpass those in the star-rated refuge." Similar scenarios unfolded across many small refuges, presently in the aftermath of the siege. Most large refuges had vanished without a trace. Only the unscathed West City refuge remained, while all others had been scattered, morphing into countless small refuges. As people criticized Li Chen for his selfishness, they simultaneously absorbed energy cores, feeling quite exhilarated. At the Yang family villa, Yang Wei rushed into Yang Qingyi's room, clutching an energy core. "Dad, have you seen the news on the forum?" "What news?" Yang Qingyi replied, his expression one of annoyance. Having just finished dinner, he intended to take a brief nap. Age had its toll, and his energy sometimes lagged behind. Who knew his unfilial son would choose this moment to intrude? The star-rated refuge has revealed how to absorb energy cores to enhance strength. If one absorbs enough, they can unlock the first layer of genetic locks, Yang Wei exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "Oh, is there such good fortune?" Yang Qingyi responded, skeptical. Based on his previous dealings with Li Chen, he had concluded that Li Chen was not one to act charitably. Why would he selflessly share the method to absorb energy cores? Yang Wei eagerly thrust his phone before Yang Qingyi's eyes. "Take a look for yourself." Dad, do you think if I absorb enough, I could become a superhuman?" As he spoke, he began to indulge in daydreams. Yang Qingyi did not answer immediately, but he picked up the phone and scrutinized the post. After a moment, he finally said, "I advise you to refrain from absorbing for now." "Why?" Yang Wei questioned dismissively. The Yang family refuge had repaid most of its energy core debts to the star-rated refuge and still had a considerable amount stored. They had initially intended to exchange these for armored vehicles, and now, with the method of absorption revealed, Yang Wei believed he could easily forge a personal armed force. "Once I have that, who needs to fear anyone in Donghai City?" Except for the star-rated refuge, Yang Qingyi shot a sidelong glance at his unfilial son, pointing to a line of small print below. "Did you not notice? Directly absorbing energy cores will have side effects." "What?" Yang Wei's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the bottom of the post. He noticed a line of tiny text. This was a deliberate ploy by Sure Haipeng, those harboring grievances against Li Chen. Upon reading the post, would be too incensed to notice the small print warning. Only those who held a strong admiration for the star-rated refuge and Li Chen would bother to read it closely. My goodness, this is utterly outrageous. With the text so small, who would notice? Yang Wei gasped, horrified. Had he missed it, he would have already absorbed the energy cores. The small text warned that direct absorption could lead to excessive impurities in the body, hindering future progression. What now? We can't absorb directly. It's as if they told us nothing. Yang Wei began to grumble. Not so, not so. Yang Qingyi slowly shook his head. Licheng's revelation about the energy cores is not without purpose. For those individuals who can barely secure their basic needs and live day to day, they would hardly be concerned about the side effects of direct absorption. By sharing the absorption method, Li Chen indirectly increases the survival rate of survivors. Moreover, those who are wary of side effects are not foolish. For instance, Yang Qingyi could immediately surmise that Li Chen certainly has further plans in motion, especially regarding the energy cores. Otherwise, he would not have spent so long keeping the secret of the energy cores hidden, only to reveal it now. Just wait a day or two. Li Chen undoubtedly has a backup plan. Prepare the energy cores, they may prove valuable later, Yang Qingyi advised. Alright, then I suppose these energy cores must be put away for now. Yang Wei conceded reluctantly, placing the energy cores back in the safe. Glancing back wistfully, the opportunity to grow stronger lay before him, yet he could not seize it. This left him feeling as though his heart were being gripped by a wildcat eye in the ensuing days. Following the announcement of the energy core absorption method, numerous survivors had begun to absorb energy cores. Consequently, the volume of energy cores exchanged for supplies from the star-rated refuge plummeted dramatically. Most individuals opted to absorb them themselves or hold on to them for future consideration. Noah swiftly reacted by doubling the price of energy cores. Originally, an AK-103 required 50 energy cores, now it only needed 25. Other items were similarly discounted by half. Nevertheless, despite this, the number of individuals exchanging for supplies continued to dwindle. Everyone recognized the immense potential of energy cores. Even if they did not absorb them, they could later trade them for even more valuable items. With this in mind, the quantity of energy cores recently collected by the star-rated refuge could be counted on one hand. However, Li Chen remained unfazed. The star-rated refuge had already amassed a substantial stockpile of energy cores long before, lacking for nothing. Moreover, once the purification liquid was released, those individuals would still have to graciously exchange their energy cores. There was no escaping this. It was simply a matter of technological leverage. The star-rated refuge had already taken the lead, ensuring continued advancement. Anyone wishing to overtake them, sorry, but products of a 0.5 level civilization are not worthy of challenging Li Chen. After several days of silence in Donghai City, the report finally came. Commander, the purification liquid has entered mass production. Now the facility could produce 300,000 vials a day. One first-tier energy core could yield 10 vials of purification liquid. Ning Jing was dispatched to report to Li Chen, her expression exuding excitement. Li Chen slowly nodded, instructing, Noah, initiate the exchange for purification liquid. 300 energy cores can be exchanged for 1 vial of purification liquid. As soon as Li Chen's words fell, Ning Jing's eyes widened. Isn't that a bit excessive? An energy core can produce 10 units of refined liquid, yet 1 unit of this refined liquid requires others to exchange 300 energy cores for it. This is nothing short of outrageous profit. Although it may be exhilarating, Ningjing pondered that others are not fools. Why would anyone trade 300 energy cores for a single unit of refined liquid? Have they lost their minds? Observing this, Li Chen smiled faintly and remarked, while the refined liquid may not compare to the gene evolution liquid, it represents a significant qualitative enhancement for energy cores. Firstly, it has no side effects. Secondly, utilizing energy cores takes nearly 6 months to break through the first-level gene lock, which is exceedingly slow. However, with the refined liquid, it only requires a month. This saves an immense amount of time. Lastly, the energy contained within the refined liquid is substantial. To put it simply, unprocessed energy cores contain many impurities, making it impossible for a person to absorb them entirely, resulting in an 80% waste. The refined liquid, on the other hand, eliminates this concern. It is easily absorbable, has a high absorption limit, and poses no side effects. Just these 3 points are enough to drive survivors into a frenzy. After hearing Li Chen's explanation, Ningjing nodded vigorously. Indeed, after the apocalypse, time is of the essence. After all, the zombies can also evolve. If humanity sluggishly uses energy cores to enhance themselves, by the time some have barely broken through the first-level gene lock, the zombies may have already evolved to the 3rd or 4th tier, leaving them utterly defenseless. Very well, let me take charge of the matters regarding the refined liquid. You may leave now. Li Chen waved his hand. Chapter 93. Darling, I'm fine. Noah swiftly opened the exchange permissions for the refined liquid on the forum. The once quiet Donghai City was once again abuzz. Refined liquid? What is that? Hey, can't you read? The star-level shelter stated it is a liquid energy extracted from energy cores. Oh wow, is it really that remarkable? Has anyone tried it? Is the refined liquid effective? Stop arguing and look. The star-level shelter has released a research report on energy cores and refined liquid. The emergence of the refined liquid piqued everyone's curiosity. However, upon realizing it required 300 energy cores, many chose to first review the research report. This document contained a comparative analysis of energy cores and refined liquid, along with the negative impacts of directly absorbing energy cores. Upon learning that energy cores could be absorbed, many survivors in Donghai City had already consumed a dozen energy cores. Now, seeing the research report, they erupted in outrage. What? Directly absorbing energy cores could prevent us from breaking the gene lock in the future? So absorbing energy cores has such severe side effects. Goodness, it takes at least 300 energy cores and 6 months to unlock the first level gene lock. That's far too long. Why wasn't this report released sooner? I've already absorbed 20 energy cores. Look, am I on the brink of death? Countless survivors who had consumed energy cores began to wail, blaming themselves for acting too hastily. Fortunately, the report indicated that if not too many cores were absorbed, there was still a chance for recovery. After reading the entire report, most were left in disbelief. It seemed this report had only recently emerged. If the warriors of the star-level shelter weren't relying on energy cores for enhancement, then what were they relying on? Indeed, the refined liquid was only invented in recent days. What secrets is the star-level shelter concealing? Some individuals identified gaps in the research report and began to discuss. However, after much deliberation, no conclusion could be reached. After all, the star-level shelter remained exceedingly enigmatic. Unless Li Chen chose to disclose information, nothing would be revealed. Even if someone attempted to leak sensitive information, Noah would promptly detect it and delete the post, silencing the individual. It is said that 300 energy cores could facilitate the first level gene evolution, yet a single unit of refined liquid also demands 300 energy cores. Who would be foolish enough to trade for the refined liquid? Fool, can't you see? Directly absorbing energy cores has side effects. Exactly, and the refined liquid can significantly shorten the enhancement time, but if you obediently use energy cores to evolve, within 6 months, you'll be a corpse. As Ningjing had feared, many began to debate whether it was worth the price. Most felt it was quite worthwhile. Even if the price of the refined liquid doubled, there would still be buyers. After all, the time equates to money. Breaking through the first level gene lock early has a far greater impact on survival. Those who deemed it not worthwhile would likely not purchase it even if Li Chen lowered the price significantly. The exchange permissions for the refined liquid had only just been released, and it was already being snapped up. Unlike weapons, this directly enhances personal strength. Moreover, the research report indicated that about 10 units of refined liquid could break the first level gene lock. There was no reason for hesitation. Charge ahead. At that moment, the residents of the star-level shelter also began to take notice of the forum's news. After meticulously comparing the descriptions of the refined liquid and the gene evolution liquid, they suddenly discovered a new insight. Thank goodness, I'm so relieved to be a resident of the star-level shelter. Clearly, the gene evolution liquid and refined liquid are not on the same level. Indeed, the gene evolution liquid is vastly superior to the refined liquid, and we only need to exchange 300 points or 30 energy cores. It's an absolute steal. These people are truly foolish. Rejoicing over the remnants we have left in the star-level shelter. Within the star-level shelter, many gathered to discuss, realizing that any mention of gene evolution liquid in the forum would prompt Noah to delete their posts. Thus, they understood Li Chen's stance. This was not to be disclosed. All residents of the star-level shelter were incredibly excited upon seeing the price of the refined liquid. It is worth noting that the exchange permissions for the gene evolution liquid were now open in the star-level shelter's marketplace. This meant that only residents of the star-level shelter qualified to use the gene evolution liquid, while others did not. This significantly enhanced the value of being a resident of the star-level shelter. It is likely that in the near future, being a resident of the star-level shelter will become a point of pride, even a source of profit. Similar discussions also occurred within the guard team. So the gene evolution liquid we receive as a free reward is this precious? Oh my, I'm so glad I'm part of the guard team, otherwise breaking through the first level gene lock would cost me 3,000 energy cores. And I'd have to wait a month to slowly absorb it. Regardless, they were grateful to Amr.li for giving them the opportunity to grow stronger. They could hardly imagine what would have become of them if they were still wandering outside. It is important to note that the entire guard team had now completed the first level gene evolution, and the amount of gene evolution liquid consumed was no small number, and it was all administered for free. Previously, they had only had an inkling that the gene evolution liquid could enhance their abilities. Now, upon seeing the price of the refined liquid for external sale, they realized just how precious it was. Li Chen could have exchanged these gene evolution liquids for energy cores to enhance the direct combat unit, yet he chose to support the guard team. This act of kindness would be forever etched in their hearts. Since everyone was aware of Mr. Li's contributions, they felt compelled to train even harder. Only by becoming stronger could they alleviate Mr. Li's burdens. One soldier from the guard team spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. Burying this gratitude deep within their hearts, only by growing stronger would they be worthy to serve Li Chen. While everyone was astonished by the emergence of the refined liquid, Shi Haipeng was in the small suite he had been assigned. Holding his wife's hand with concern whether in the forum's public discourse or within the star-level shelter itself, it was all orchestrated by Shi Haipeng. After all, Li Chen did not recruit him just for idle purposes. He needed to manage the public relations of the star-level shelter effectively. "Darling, I'm fine, you go to work," his wife said with a smile. "I just have a bit of stomach pain, it might be the baby kicking me." Chapter 94, Wait for me to return safely. Since Shi Haipeng joined the shelter, their eldest son was able to attend the star-level shelter's school for free, continuing his education. His wife lived in the suite without fear or worry. Deep down, she felt that this was the happiness bestowed upon their family by Li Chen, thus she was reluctant to delay Shi Haipeng's work, hoping he could contribute his abilities to repay Li Chen. "It's alright, I've finished my tasks, I'll come back to keep you company. Are you about to give birth?" Mr. Li said. "We have a medical team in the shelter. If you're feeling uncomfortable, you can go to the medical team, they have people to assist with childbirth." Shi Haipeng spoke with great urgency. Before the apocalypse, he had been so busy with work that he and his wife were on the brink of divorce. At that time, his wife had even considered terminating the pregnancy. However, after the apocalypse, they set aside their grievances, and not only did they not separate, but their relationship improved. It's not that delicate, this is the apocalypse. Earning points isn't easy. "We need to save for the child's schooling and milk powder," his wife protested. "Isn't medical care free? It's just a bit of stomach pain, I don't want to go to the medical team." After all, Shi Haipeng was the only one earning points for the family, and every little bit saved would contribute to a better future for their child. Shi Haipeng chuckled. "You don't know this, do you? The star-rated shelter provides a monthly subsidy of 2,000 points for underage children. Furthermore, education for minors is entirely free, fully funded by the shelter. In my opinion, if you're feeling unwell, you must visit the medical team. Do not spare any resources on my account. We are in a favorable position now." These words were spoken by Shi Haipeng with a sense of bravado. Within the star-rated shelter, Shi Haipeng discovered his own worth. Naturally, this instilled him with confidence. Upon hearing this, his wife was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. After a while, she remarked, "No wonder everyone desires to join the star-rated shelter. The benefits are so generous. By the way, have you contacted my parents?" As she spoke, a hint of worry crept into her voice. Even during times of poor signal, her in-laws would frequently call to assure their safety. However, it had been 2 days without any word. She feared that perhaps an unfortunate incident had occurred. Shi Haipeng shook his head, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. "No, I sent a message, but no one replied. It's possible." The rest of his thoughts remained unspoken. As he felt it akin to cursing his own parents, he preferred to believe that the signal tower had been destroyed. Alas, his wife also shook her head helplessly. Li Chen had promised Shi Haipeng he would go to Hebei City. Yet he had not specified the exact day of departure. Their family had already received immense benefits from Li Chen. How could they dare to make further demands, just as the couple was mired in worry? Shi Haipeng's smart bracelet buzzed. "Prepare yourself, I am heading to Hebei City to ensure the safety of my family." It was a message from Li Chen. Shi Haipeng leapt up, nearly colliding with his head. Received. He first replied to Li Chen's message and then grasped his wife's hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Mr. Li says we can depart." "Really?" His wife, cradling her burgeoning belly, attempted to rise. However, Shi Haipeng gently pressed her shoulder, urging her to sit back down. "Do not move. Do you remember what I just said? If you feel unwell, go directly to the medical team. Our family does not lack points. The most important thing is that both you and the baby are safe and waiting for my return." Shi Haipeng spoke earnestly. This time, he was not merely bringing his parents back, he would also be working alongside Li Chen. It could be 3 to 5 days, or perhaps even a month, considering his wife's impending due date. He certainly did not wish to receive any unfortunate news upon his return. His wife nodded solemnly, assuring him she would heed his advice. "Then I shall take my leave." Shi Haipeng turned back multiple times as he exited the small suite. At that moment, Li Chen was already prepared for departure, standing next to a colossal transport aircraft. Flanking the transport were 6 fighter jets, arranged in formation for escort. In addition to Shi Haipeng, 30 artificial soldiers accompanied them on this journey. "Are you all set?" Li Chen greeted Shi Haipeng casually. "Commander, everything is ready," Shi Haipeng promptly answered. "Then let us board the aircraft. Judging by the sky, we should still have time." But Li Chen was the first to board the transport. This trip to Hebei City was not solely to assist Shi Haipeng in retrieving his parents, it was also due to a cooperative proposal from a shelter in Hebei City, seeking to procure supplies from their location. Thus, Li Chen's visit served dual purposes, to negotiate collaboration and to assert dominance. The transport aircraft was anything but comfortable, the noise was deafening, and the pressure felt as though it might rupture eardrums. However, Li Chen had already broken through the second layer of the genetic lock and felt no discomfort. Shi Haipeng, on the other hand, endured the sensation. Upon arriving in Hebei City, he felt as though the world was spinning. Nearly succumbing to nausea, Li Chen, noticing his condition, smacked his forehead in realization. I forgot you were an ordinary person. In the entire star-rated shelter, even the most commonplace resident had surpassed the first layer of the genetic lock. Experiencing no discomfort while aboard the transport, yet Sir Haipeng had not achieved this milestone, hence his distress. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Mr. Li, Sir Haipeng replied, his face pale. He had been exceptionally busy in recent days. Although Li Chen had granted him a quota for the injection of genetic evolution liquid, he had yet to find the time to undergo the procedure. Well, let us rest here for a moment, Li Chen suggested with a chuckle. They had landed at what was once a bustling airport in Hebei City before the apocalypse. Now, apart from the zombies, there were no living souls in sight. The artificial soldiers swiftly subdued the wandering zombies with a few bullets, plunging the area into an even deeper silence, as the star-rated shelters team landed in Hebei City, within the Lila shelter. Two elderly individuals were confined in a pitch-black room devoid of light. Their hair was disheveled, resembling a tangle of dried twigs curled in the filthy corner of the wall. Their faces were etched with wrinkles, and their hollow eye sockets brimmed with murky tears. Their cracked lips faintly moved, weakly emitting muffled groans. If Sir Haipeng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as his parents. The sound emerging from the elderly couple evidently disturbed those outside. Suddenly, the door to the small black room swung open, revealing a burly man wielding a stun baton. You old geezers, what are you mumbling about? If it weren't for the fact that I have no meat to eat, why would I bother with you two old fools? Chapter 95. The house is empty, the burly man cursed as he entered, carrying a plastic bucket filled with leftover scraps. He tossed the remnants before the two elders as if feeding pigs, gruffly commanding, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, clean yourselves up and be on your way. The elderly couple remained motionless. A day prior, they had learned of their son's impending arrival, and the two of them had rejoiced. Preparing to celebrate with their cherished stash of plum wine, however, a group of intruders had stormed into their home, armed with crude hunting rifles and looking quite robust. Upon entering, the invaders began ransacking the house for food. Rummaging left and right, unfortunately, they found nothing. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the elderly couple had refrained from hunting zombies, knowing they lacked the strength. Thus, they had been living frugally on their pre-apocalypse stockpile of food. By now, only a handful of noodles remained, which would last no more than 3 days. Even without an invasion, they would soon face starvation. Frustrated by their inability to find food, the intruders bound the elderly couple and took them away. In Hebei City, there was no star-rated shelter to exchange for food. The reason these intruders appeared so well-fed was that they were indiscriminate eaters. In their desperation, they had even resorted to cannibalism. The elderly couple was imprisoned as a backup food source, awaiting the day they would be consumed when hunger struck. Initially, the elderly pair had resisted, but they were no match for the group of robust men. Once in good health, the elderly couple was beaten to the brink of collapse, left gasping for breath. Hey, you old geezers, get up and eat. The burly man cursed and kicked one of the elders. They were merely a source of backup meat. If they died, they would no longer be fresh. The elderly couple lay still, allowing the man's foot to strike them. The burly man bent down to check the old man's breath. Sneering, useless, you're about to kick the bucket, alright? I need to hurry and inform Brother Guy to start boiling water. We're having meat today. Don't wait until it spoils, or it won't taste good. As the burly man spoke, he exited the room, plunging it back into darkness. The elderly couple exchanged glances in the gloom, murky tears sliding down their wrinkled cheeks. Son, are you out there? The elder murmured. At that moment, Sir Haipeng was unaware that his parents were in peril. After resting briefly at the airport, he followed closely behind Li Chen as they made their way to the Lila shelter. This trade proposal had originated from the Lila shelter, so their first stop was there. How are you holding up? Li Chen inquired, noticing Sir Haipeng's distress. I hope you're not getting sick from the flight. Sir Haipeng slowly shook his head, confusion evident on his face. Mr. Li, I'm no longer dizzy, I just feel an intense heartbeat, as if something is about to happen. Do you know the exact location of your parents? Li Chen's expression turned serious. Humans possess a sixth sense, especially in apocalyptic times, when everyone's abilities are heightened. Sir Haipeng's unease likely stemmed from a maternal bond, indicating that something was amiss with his parents. Sir Haipeng had also considered this possibility. Before losing contact, they had been living near the Lila shelter. Yes, they were residing nearby. Sir Haipeng replied, then we'll take a detour to check if they're still there. Li Chen nodded. The trade can be postponed, human lives are paramount. When the team from the star-rated shelter, led by Sir Haipeng, arrived at the previous residence of the elderly couple, they found it deserted. The house was in disarray, as if it had been violently searched, and 2 streaks of blood marked the floor, indicating that the occupants had been injured and dragged away. Dad, Mom, Sir Haipeng's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, an unfortunate event had transpired. Li Chen surveyed the surroundings and soon noticed tire tracks outside the house leading towards the Lila shelter. I know where your parents are, let us move, he declared it with that. The 30 artificial soldiers followed closely behind. The group swiftly approached the perimeter of the Lila shelter. You must be the commander of the star-rated shelter, Mr. Li, it's an honor to meet you. The head of the Lila shelter, Cheng Fei, greeted them, a robust figure. When he smiled, his eyes were completely obscured by the excess flesh, rendering them nearly impossible to discern. He extended his greasy hand in an attempt to shake hands with Li Chen. But Li Chen disdainfully recoiled. I didn't expect Li to arrive so early. Clearly preparations were lacking. Please do come in, Chang Fei said without a hint of concern, gesturing with an inviting hand. As Li Chen walked in, he observed the surroundings of the Lila shelter. Upon encountering Chang Fei earlier, Li Chen had sensed that this individual was far from virtuous. In a world ravaged by disaster, the majority of people suffered from hunger and deprivation. Even as the head of the shelter, one could hardly expect him to indulge in gourmet delights. The fact that Chang Fei maintained a physique akin to that of a plump pig in such dire circumstances spoke volumes. This individual was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Upon entering the Lila shelter, Li Chen noted that all the residents appeared gaunt and frail, seemingly capable of being toppled by a mere gust of wind. Occasionally, armed personnel passed by, likely members of the patrol team for the shelter. These individuals, however, were robust and exhibited no signs of weakness. Just as Li Chen and his group were about to step into the hall, a disheveled woman suddenly rushed out, kneeling at Li Chen's feet with a thud. Sir, please, I beg you for a morsel of food. The woman repeatedly bowed her head to the ground, her filthy appearance suggesting she had not been cared for in quite some time. Li Chen frowned only to hear Chang Fei's harsh reprimand. Get away. Where did this filthy beggar come from? This is a place for our esteemed guests. He commanded the nearby guards to quickly remove her. His tone dripping with disgust, the patrol members, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, approached and restrained the woman, dragging her away as if she were a dead pig, her feeble legs kicked out in resistance. Her cries piercingly desperate. No, I don't want to go with you, I don't want to be eaten, who will save me? Yet, no one intervened. The surrounding residents of Lila appeared utterly indifferent, their eyes vacant and numb. I hope I haven't embarrassed Mr. Li, Chang Fei said with a smile. These are merely refugees. I intended to offer them shelter, but alas, our food supply is insufficient, hence this unfortunate incident. After dealing with the woman, Chang Fei continued to explain to Li Chen with a grin, though a few truths lurked beneath the surface that only he was privy to. Throughout this ordeal, Shi Haipeng clenched his fists, on the verge of rescuing the woman several times, but Li Chen restrained him. Chapter 96. Even I am deceived. Shi Haipeng looked at Li Chen in confusion, waiting for a signal. Li Chen silently formed words with his lips. Only then did Shi Haipeng manage to quell his agitation and fall to the back of the group as they entered a chamber resembling a meeting hall. The Lila shelter's stronghold had once been a grand resort before the apocalypse, adorned with charming facilities. Upon entering the meeting hall, Chang Fei smiled. Mr. Li, having traveled such a distance, you must be hungry. Shall we first partake in a meal to satiate our appetites before discussing business? Li Chen chuckled softly. No need, let us address the matters of trade first. My time is limited. Chang Fei's expression stiffened momentarily, then he quickly attempted to smooth things over. Is Li concerned that I might poison the food? Oh, since we have already met, a brief meal shouldn't hurt. Seeing Chang Fei's demeanor, Li Chen realized this individual was undoubtedly scheming something. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chen slowly nodded. Very well, let us eat a little first. I wish to see what tricks Chang Fei has up his sleeve. Presently, the artificial warrior soldiers awaited just outside the meeting hall, ready for action at any moment. Excellent, Mr. Li is forthright, bring forth the dishes. Chang Fei exclaimed, his demeanor akin to that of a benevolent Buddha. If one were to overlook the fact that this was the apocalypse, Li Chen might have genuinely mistaken him for a good person. The food had clearly been prepared in advance. At Chang Fei's command, a number of graceful women appeared, bearing trays laden with dishes: sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, twice-cooked pork, lion's head meatballs. All hearty fare. However, what astonished Li Chen was that every dish was prepared with pork. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, where could such an abundance of pork come from, with the river's fish not yet mutated? Most who desired meat would typically consume fish, yet, on the table, not a single fish was to be seen. Mr. Li, please do not stand on ceremony. Our Lila shelter may lack many things, but we are never short on meat. Chang Fei continued to wear his trademark smile, as if fearing that Li Chen might not eat enough. He even took it upon himself to serve Li Chen, gazing at the table laden with greasy meat. Li Chen wrinkled his nose in distaste and refrained from picking up his chopsticks. Usually, at the star-rated shelters, his meals were well balanced with both meat and vegetables, offering ample nutrition. How could he possibly consume such heavy dishes? At this point, Chang Fei was already devouring his meal with gusto, clearly famished. As he continued, he neglected his image, resorting to grabbing meat with his hands, further desecrating the spread before them. Shi Haipeng, burdened with thoughts of his parents' whereabouts, lacked the appetite to eat. Thus, only the residents of Lila shelter feasted heartily, while those from the star-rated shelter remained motionless. Mr. Li, I wish to venture out and search for my parents, Shi Haipeng said, feeling his heart race, unable to remain seated. He spoke softly to Li Chen. Just as Li Chen was about to nod in agreement, Chang Fei turned his gaze toward them, his lips still smeared with sauce. Please, do not be shy. It would be a waste not to eat this meat. After all, we may conduct business, but we must also fill our bellies. Shi Haipeng struggled to contain his anxiety as he reached for the dishes. At this moment, he knew only that his parents had been taken to the Lila shelter, but he was unaware of who was behind it. If Chang Fei happened to be involved, any sign of unease from Shi Haipeng could potentially put his parents in jeopardy. Thus, he swallowed his urgency and took a few bites of the food. Meanwhile, the situation for the elderly couple was far from optimistic. Upon discovering the frailty of the two elderly individuals, a burly man gathered several of his comrades to boil water, intending to scald them and strip them of their flesh. I tell you, children and women are the best delicacies, their meat is tender and melts in your mouth, these two old geezers will undoubtedly be tough. The burly man remarked, sharpening his knife, come on and dream on, they're not for us to feast upon, if we catch them, who wouldn't offer them up to Mr. Chang first? Another bald man scoffed. Everyone in the Lila shelter knew that Chang Fei had a particular penchant for children. Whoever managed to capture a child and present it to him would receive a hefty reward. The burly man shivered at the thought of Chang Fei's face, shaking his head vigorously. I was merely speaking whimsically. It takes a certain level of impatience to dare to fight with Mr. Chang for meat. As they spoke, the water began to boil, and the knife was sharpened to a fine edge. The burly man stood up and approached the dark room. Flinging the door open, a blinding light flooded the eyes of the elderly couple, causing them to squint. Oh, you're still alive, the burly man exclaimed as he reached out, grasping one elderly person in each hand, dragging them out. Please don't eat me. We are old, and our meat is not tasty. My son will be here soon. He will bring you whatever food you desire. The father of Shi Haipeng, aware of his grim fate, pleaded weakly. The tempting one last desperate struggle. The burly man shot a glance at the elder, sneering, if your son had food, would you be in such a state of hunger? We have food, we have food. The elder replied anxiously, having overheard the conversation among the captors. He knew that while they might consume humans, they also partook in other food. If he could convince the burly man, there was a chance they might be spared. With that thought, the elder took a deep breath and explained, my son is in the neighboring city. He set off today to find us. There is plenty of food there, and I instructed him to bring some back. Upon hearing the elder's words, the burly man hesitated for a moment. After all, the meat of the elderly was notoriously unpalatable, with a distinct foul taste, and extremely tough. If there were other food sources available, he would much prefer that over the two old folks. Just as he pondered this, the bald man slapped the iron pot and shouted, you're full of nonsense. The neighboring city is 100 kilometers away from Hebe City. How could a single person make the journey, and bring food too? You must have eaten the hearts of bears and the guts of leopards to dare deceive me. Realizing his error, the burly man snapped back to reality, his anger flaring. Enough already, this old fool is on the verge of death, yet his mouth is still as sharp as ever. I'll untie them and take them for a wash before throwing them into the pot. With that, he picked up a stone from the ground, shoving it into the mouths of the two elderly individuals, leaving them gasping for air, helplessly watching as the burly man dragged them away. Meanwhile, within the meeting hall of the Lila shelter, after taking a couple of bites, Shi Haipeng began to feel nauseous and set down his chopsticks. Why has this young man stopped eating? Is it not to your liking? Chang Fei inquired amiably. Shi Haipeng shook his head, remaining silent. Chang Fei signaled to a nearby young woman, perhaps the dishes are a tad too rich. Come, let him drink some soup to cleanse his palate. The young woman who had been serving Chang Fei immediately complied, approaching Shi Haipeng with a spoonful of soup. Chapter 97, Discovering Foreign Objects in the Food. Since the apocalypse began, Shi Haipeng had scarcely consumed meat. It was only after Li Chen had brought him back that he had enjoyed 2 meals at the star-rated shelter's cafeteria. Logically, he should have been quite hungry, however, as the young woman poured the meat soup. A peculiar odor wafted up, making Shi Haipeng feel an overwhelming urge to retch. What kind of meat is this? Shi Haipeng furrowed his brow and asked, little brother, are you joking? Besides pork, what other meat is there? A flicker of panic crossed Chang Fei's eyes. Shi Haipeng shook his head. Forget it, I can't eat. Just as he intended to snatch the soup spoon from the young woman's hand and set it aside, she inadvertently lost her grip. The bowl and spoon crashed to the ground. A crisp sound echoed through the air. The bowl, filled with meat broth, shattered into countless pieces, scattering its contents all over the floor. The young woman, startled, shrank back, retreating in terror, her face pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably. I didn't mean to. Mr. Chang, I swear it was unintentional. As she spoke, she knelt down, repeatedly bowing her head before Chang Fei. Her forehead began to bleed, yet she dared not stop. Chang Fei's face darkened. Get out of here, I'll settle this with you later. The young woman, eyes closed, trembled even more. Summoning her courage, she slowly stood and began to walk outside. Just as she took 2 steps, Shi Haipeng's voice rang out, it's just a bowl of soup. I tugged at her a bit, it has nothing to do with her. As he spoke, Shi Haipeng bent down to pick up the shards on the ground. But the moment he did, his eyes widened in shock. What happened? Li Chen asked, noticing Shi Haipeng's prolonged hesitation. People. The meat we ate. It's human flesh. Shi Haipeng's voice quivered with an aversion that threatened to overwhelm him. He suddenly retched violently, expelling the 2 bites of food he had just consumed. Li Chen glanced down, and to his horror, spotted a severed human finger amidst the spilled broth, complete with a fingernail. At that moment, Shi Haipeng felt a wave of nausea purging every morsel from his stomach. His face flushed crimson as he turned to Chang Fei. Mr. Chang, you mentioned that the Lila shelter has an abundance of meat. Could it be that it's all human flesh? Cheng Fei, taken aback by the discovery, panicked. He silently chastised the chef for being careless, allowing a finger to slip into the soup. Meanwhile, his mind raced, devising ways to convince Li Chen and the others of his innocence. Until now, Cheng Fei had only heard from others that the star-rated shelter was the current ruler of Donghai City, boasting formidable armed forces and an abundance of resources. Thus, he had been eager to send word and summon Li Chen. Cheng Fei had resolutely decided that if Li Chen was as formidable as the legends suggested, he would engage in legitimate trade for supplies and weapons. Conversely, if Li Chen turned out to be weak, he would simply seize the star-rated shelter. However, to his dismay, Li Chen and his companions had arrived by fighter jet, wielding weapons that Cheng Fei had never even seen before. Instantly, he felt intimidated and had to invite Li Chen in for a meal to foster goodwill before discussing business. Who could have foreseen that the chef's negligence would lead to such a blunder? After a moment of frantic contemplation, Cheng Fei feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What, human flesh? While our Lila shelter may be poor, we would never engage in such heinous acts. Mr. Li, please rest assured, I will conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the malicious intent behind this." As he spoke, Cheng Fei prepared to stand up, seething with anger, as if he genuinely intended to expose the mastermind behind the incident. Li Chen observed Cheng Fei's performance with indifference, remaining seated and unresponsive, while Shi Haipeng suppressed the turmoil in his stomach, choosing silence. In an instant, Cheng Fei felt the weight of embarrassment. Had his fa been seen through? Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Cheng Fei breathed a sigh of relief, quickly seizing the opportunity. "I must go see what's happening outside. Mr. Li, would you care to join me?" Though Li Chen remained silent, he slowly rose to his feet, prompting Cheng Fei to relax further. Leading the way, Cheng Fei was followed closely by the personnel from the star-rated shelter. "Mr. Li, there is something peculiar about this Lila shelter." Shi Haipeng whispered. Li Chen nodded in agreement. Cheng Fei's earlier demeanor had been a blatant act. It was clear he had likely dined on human flesh before. Upon stepping outside, they witnessed two elderly individuals staggering forward, pursued by two burly men wielding clubs, poised to strike the elders. "Dad, Mom!" Shi Haipeng's voice erupted in a furious roar. In an instant, he lunged forward, swiftly incapacitating the two men. He then helped the elderly couple to their feet. The burly men, momentarily bewildered, assumed Shi Haipeng was merely an interfering busybody. One of them, revealing yellowed teeth, barked, "Who the hell are you? You dare to ruin my fun? Get lost and don't touch my sheep." However, as the man spoke, he caught sight of Cheng Fei. Suddenly, all further taunts died in his throat. Cheng Fei wiped the sweat from his brow, cautiously glancing at Li Chen. "Dad, Mom, what happened to you?" As Shi Haipeng assisted his parents, he examined them closely. To his horror, he discovered that their bodies were covered in bruises. Not a single part was unscathed. He recalled that prior to the apocalypse, his parents had been relatively well fed, but now they appeared emaciated and frail, as if they could collapse at any moment. Shi Haipeng's lips moved, yet no words escaped. A tumult of anger and sorrow surged within him. The elderly couple clasped Shi Haipeng's hands, their lips quivering, but unable to articulate their plight. A single murky tear crawled from the corner of the mother's eye. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "We're fine, we're still alive." Once assured of their safety, Shi Haipeng glared furiously at the burly men, radiating a chilling aura of vengeance. "What did you call my parents? Sheep?" The burly man, initially prepared to retort, was suddenly restrained by his companion. Everyone in the Lila shelter was aware of Cheng Fei's distinguished guests today. With Li Chen and his entourage present, they were not to be trifled with. A big brother, that was just a joke. "I was merely teasing these two old folks for running around," the bald man stammered. Desperate to deflect blame, however, Shi Haipeng was not naive enough to believe such transparent lies. He yearned to rend the bald man to pieces to alleviate his pent-up rage, yet he remembered their purpose for coming here, to negotiate business with the star-rated shelter. He could not afford to jeopardize Li Chen's interests. Turning to Li Chen, he implored, "Commander, I beseech you to deliver justice for my parents." Given the circumstances, it was futile to expect Cheng Fei to provide a resolution. After all, he had just indulged in a feast of human flesh in the conference hall. The inhabitants of the Lila shelter were of the same ilk. Li Chen nodded slightly, his expression transformed into one of cold indifference, akin to forged iron or concrete, his gaze piercing into Cheng Fei. With a slight curl of his lips, Li Chen asked, "Mr. Cheng, how do you propose we resolve this matter?" The bald man and the burly men were merely pawns, unworthy of Li Chen's direct involvement. Therefore his focus remained on Cheng Fei. As Li Chen's words fell, the sound of gunfire echoed. 30 humanoid soldiers raised their weapons, aiming directly at Cheng Fei's forehead. With a single command from Li Chen, Cheng Fei would be riddled with bullets. Cheng Fei's body stiffened, a chill coursing through him as beads of sweat poured down his face. He quickly replied, "The Lila shelter cannot harbor such scoundrels. They must face severe punishment." "Seize those two!" The patrol team from the Lila shelter sprang into action, swiftly apprehending the bald man and the burly thug. They cared not for their guilt or innocence. If Cheng Fei claimed they were guilty, then they were. "We truly did nothing wrong," the burly man protested, desperation creeping into his voice. "Mr. Cheng, you must stand up for us." Both men understood that if apprehended, their fate would be grim. Visions of those who had been sliced for their flesh haunted them. The burly man's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. A foul odor emanated from him as he lost control of his bowels. Sir Haipeng grimaced in disgust, delivering a kick to the burly man. "You wretch, how dare you prey upon the elderly, you don't deserve to live." The burly man accepted the blows in silence, secretly praying for Sir Haipeng's mercy, hoping that by appeasing him, he might survive. Little did he realize that Sir Haipeng's heart was hardened. Upon witnessing his parents in such a state, his heart nearly ceased to beat. He could not forgive himself. If only he had departed sooner. Perhaps his parents would not have endured such suffering. After delivering several kicks, the burly man, still awaiting Cheng Fei's orders, could no longer contain himself. "So what if I raise sheep? They're still alive, aren't they? Let bygones be bygones," the burly man argued defiantly. "This is the apocalypse. What is wrong with eating people in the entire Lila shelter who doesn't consume human flesh?" Moreover, he believed that by choosing to eat the elderly, they should be grateful. After all, in other circumstances, they would have long since perished. If they weren't so keen on consuming the old, why would they waste resources keeping them alive for days? The more he thought about it, the more justified he felt. Just as he was about to continue his defense, a gunshot rang out. Li Chen made a gesture. A murder. The bald man, upon gazing at his companion's lifeless body, screamed in terror. However, bang, another shot rang out. The two ravenous demons collapsed instantly onto the cold, unfeeling ground, their eyes wide open in shock. "Mr. Chang, I have disposed of the scum for you. You wouldn't have any objections, would you?" Li Chen inquired with a smirk that was neither entirely mocking nor entirely sincere. Cheng Fei was taken aback by Li Chen's decisiveness. He had not anticipated such a ruthless approach. At the instant he uttered the command to fire, Cheng Fei was drenched in cold sweat, hastily waving his hands in protest. "Such individuals deserve death. Mr. Li is absolutely right." Li Chen casually nodded in agreement. "Now let us first discuss matters of business. Mr. Cheng, have your men investigate the irregularities surrounding that meal we just had. By the time we conclude our business, the truth should come to light, correct?" Li Chen's words carried a potent sense of pressure that left Cheng Fei with no choice but to acquiesce. He immediately agreed and summoned his trusted confidants, whispering a few instructions to it. Seemed that Li Chen merely sought an acknowledgement of his authority, not a deeper investigation. Otherwise, why would he bring up business at all? Thus Cheng Fei planned to casually scapegoat a couple of individuals. After his confidants received their orders, they promptly set off to carry out the task, while Cheng Fei guided Li Chen and his entourage toward the conference hall. At that moment, the conference hall had been meticulously cleaned. The remnants of the meal had all been cleared away, giving the impression that nothing had transpired. Sir Haipeng assisted his parents as they slowly took their seats. Then, from his backpack, he pulled out water and some food, offering it to the elderly couple. "Mom and Dad, take your time eating. I have plenty more." Sir Haipeng spoke gently. Logically, during discussions, the elderly should have been placed in another location. However, Sir Haipeng felt that the entire Lila shelter was untrustworthy. He could not rest easy unless his parents were under his watchful eyes. Li Chen paid no mind to this and turned his attention to Cheng Fei, asking, "I wonder what Mr. Cheng intends to purchase. This is a list of items currently available for sale at our star-rated shelter, along with their prices. Please take a look." As he spoke, he handed Cheng Fei a plastic booklet detailing the prices and goods. Cheng Fei perused the list, his heart racing with each line he read. He was aware of the formidable armed forces at the star-rated shelter but had no idea they were this powerful, boasting fighter jets, armored vehicles, and more. There was even a refined liquid for energy cores. It was common knowledge that in Hebei City, some had discovered the ability to absorb energy cores, but it came with dire consequences. Those who underwent the first-level genetic evolution faced strange bodily changes, making further advancements exceedingly difficult, and they were highly susceptible to cancer. Thus, it was understood that directly absorbing energy cores carried significant risks. Yet, what was the alternative? Merely waiting for death. The prominent words "energy core purification liquid" on the list sent Cheng Fei's breath into a frenzy. The very substances that eluded the people of Hebei City had appeared in the star-rated shelter. I want it, I want it." Cheng Fei's mind screamed in desperation. "So, Mr. Chang, what do you intend to exchange with us?" Li Chen asked, maintaining a composed demeanor. "I should mention that our star-rated shelter can provide transportation services, but the shipping fee will be extra." Cheng Fei dismissed the notion of shipping costs entirely. If he could acquire those weapons, a trivial shipping fee was of no consequence. Chapter 99. What do you wish to exchange? It was crucial to understand that whether it was firearms, food, armored vehicles, or energy core purification liquids, all these were exceptionally valuable commodities in the post-apocalyptic world. I want an armored vehicle," Cheng Fei stammered, but was interrupted by Li Chen with a grin that hinted at amusement. Li Chen replied, "Our goods do not come cheaply, so I hope Mr. Chang will reconsider his decision." Furthermore, the energy cores had to be paid upfront for the star-rated shelter to deliver the goods. Upon hearing this, Cheng Fei took a deep breath to steady his emotions. He glanced around and requested, "May I consult with others for a moment? There are simply too many items to decide on all at once." After receiving a nod of approval from Li Chen, Chang Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He immediately gathered several of his trusted aides and retreated to a small room within the conference hall to deliberate. Once the personnel from the Lila shelter departed, Shi Haipeng leaned closer to Li Chen and quietly asked, "Mr. Li, this Lila shelter is clearly not normal. Why are we engaging in trade with them?" People can be categorized as good or evil, but in Shi Haipeng's view, even the wicked possess certain boundaries. The individuals from the Lila shelter did not regard others as human, ruthlessly extracting every ounce of value without any moral compass. They were evidently devoid of any principles. Setting aside personal feelings, trading with such individuals could lead to dire consequences. "I have my reasons. What do you think of the Lila shelter?" Li Chen inquired leisurely. "I don't think much of it, however. The scenery here is quite nice, and I noticed there's plenty of land suitable for cultivation," Shi Haipeng candidly replied. Li Chen smiled slightly and added, "Moreover, there is an airstrip here, which facilitates transportation. This place was originally a resort, frequented by the wealthy, so having an airstrip or a small airport is quite normal." Upon hearing this, Shi Haipeng suddenly enlightened, realizing Li Chen's intentions. "Just watch closely," Li Chen said, patting Shi Haipeng on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Chang Fei and his companions were fervently discussing what they wished to exchange in the small room. Previously, they believed they lacked nothing. No firearms, they could use homemade shotguns. After all, the zombies were not that formidable. No food, they could simply rob others. Those weaker individuals deserved to be robbed. However, after glancing at the list of goods presented by the star-rated shelter, they felt as if they were lacking everything. An AK-103 only required 50 energy cores. My goodness, how could it be so cheap? Look at this ammunition, 1 energy core per box. I suspect the star-rated shelter must have an armory, or they wouldn't sell bullets at such a low price. An armored vehicle required 3,000 energy cores, which was indeed a bit steep, but if they gritted their teeth, they could still manage to exchange for a few. The energy core purification liquid was also a necessity. Their patrol teams hadn't improved in ages. The group in the small room debated passionately, each wanting something different. The allure of the star-rated shelter's offerings was simply irresistible. To them, it appeared as a mountain of gold. Although Hebei City and Donghai City were both classified as cities, Hebei had 10 times the population of Donghai. This meant more zombies, once the discovery was made that energy cores could be absorbed. The people from the Lila shelter organized teams to collect them extensively. However, upon realizing the side effects of direct absorption, they halted their efforts. Nevertheless, they had amassed a considerable stockpile of energy cores with no place to utilize them. With the right opportunity, exchanging energy cores for supplies from the star-rated shelter was undoubtedly a profitable venture. Listening to the heated discussions among his confidants, Chang Fei interjected sharply, "Enough, our energy cores are limited. And the zombies outside seem to have evolved. The number we can hunt will only dwindle. We must conserve." The aides snapped back to reality, exchanging glances. One of them cleared his throat and summarized. "First and foremost, we are in dire need of firearms. Everything else can be prioritized later. Secondly, we require energy core extraction liquids. Only by significantly enhancing our armed capabilities can we acquire more energy cores. As for food, no one present felt the need to mention it. It was hardly an issue worth discussing." Chang Fei nodded in agreement with his aide's assessments. "Please compile a detailed list of our needs. I will present it to Li Chen shortly," Chang Fei instructed. In this private setting, there was no need for him to maintain a facade, and his demeanor appeared particularly cold and sinister. His aides promptly agreed. Within half an hour, Chang Fei placed the meticulously prepared list before Li Chen, wearing a sycophantic smile. "This is all we require at the moment. Mr. Li, please take a look." Li Chen glanced at the list. 300 AK-103s. 1,000 boxes of ammunition, 1 level 1 armored vehicle, and a few assorted vegetables, yet conspicuously lacking any meat. Just one look was enough for Li Chen to discern the group's intentions. The total came to 30,000 energy cores, with a transportation fee of 1,000 energy cores. Payment must be made up front before the goods will be delivered, Li Chen stated matter-of-factly. Chang Fei rubbed his hands together in feigned nonchalance, saying, "However, this is our first collaboration, and I am uncertain whether the star-rated shelter possesses all these items. After all, 30,000 energy cores is no small sum. Perhaps we could each make a concession. I would be willing to offer an additional 1,000 energy cores to have the star-rated shelter deliver the goods first, and then we could settle the payment upon delivery. What do you think?" To be frank, Chang Fei's request was not unreasonable. Had it been any other shelter, Li Chen might have acquiesced. Previously in Donghai City, he had even allowed those in the villa district to purchase on credit. However, when it came to the Lila shelter, Li Chen was unwilling to compromise. "If Mr. Chang is not sincere, we shall take our leave," Li Chen declared, making a show of departing. Chang Fei's heart raced with urgency. He knew that securing a shipment of goods from the star-rated shelter was paramount. This will significantly enhance the armed forces of the Lila shelter. At that time, whether it be hunting zombies or launching attacks on other shelters, they will possess the confidence to proceed. Furthermore, it must be acknowledged that Chang Fei does not entirely distrust Li Chen. He merely wishes to use this as an excuse to negotiate. However, he never anticipated that Li Chen would be so resolute. Cheng Fei grasped the hem of Li Chen's garment, as if having made a momentous decision, and implored, "Mr. Li, please do not leave. We can discuss this further. I personally have complete faith in you. How about this? We can provide the energy cores without any issue. Mr. Li, please do not rush to depart. Stay in the Lila shelter for a couple of days, allowing me to properly host you. What do you say?" In essence, Cheng Fei's words implied that he intended to hold Li Chen and his entourage as hostages, detaining them in the Lila shelter until the supplies arrived, at which point he would release them. Li Chen's heart was filled with derision, yet he nodded in agreement. He had already anticipated that Cheng Fei would act in this manner. By remaining, Li Chen could also execute some plans of his own. Cheng Fei was elated that Li Chen had acquiesced to his request. He was also apprehensive about Li Chen's potential for betrayal, given that 30,000 energy cores was no trivial sum. Moreover, let us not forget the crucial premise: Donghai City is quite distant, and they do not possess transport planes or fighter jets. If Li Chen were to abscond with his companions, they would be incapable of pursuing him. Mr. Li, indeed you were magnanimous. The scenery at our Lila shelter is exceptionally beautiful. I am confident it will satisfy you, Cheng Fei remarked cheerfully, promptly instructing his confidants to arrange accommodations for Li Chen and his group, presenting them with 31,000 energy cores. It must be conceded that while 30,000 energy cores may sound substantial, it is merely sufficient to fill a few boxes. A single fighter jet could transport them back. Li Chen, accompanied by Shi Haipeng, settled into the quarters arranged by Cheng Fei. This space had originally been a small villa within a resort, which had been renovated by Cheng Fei and others to serve as living quarters for the higher-ups of the Lila shelter. I hope you do not find it too lacking, Mr. Li, Cheng Fei said with a veneer of politeness as he ushered Li Chen inside. Li Chen surveyed his surroundings before stepping in, casually inquiring, "By the way, have you uncovered the events that transpired during our meal earlier?" At Li Chen's probing question, Cheng Fei's expression froze momentarily. They had been engrossed in discussions about what supplies to exchange. Lacking the time to seek out a scapegoat, Cheng Fei had hoped that Li Chen would have forgotten. As Cheng Fei contemplated fabricating a name to deflect blame, Li Chen's voice cut through once more. "You must thoroughly investigate this matter. Do not overlook any details. Although we are in an apocalyptic scenario, Li Chen have little tolerance for those who cross moral boundaries, indulging in their own pleasures at the expense of others' suffering." Astoundingly, with just 2 sentences, Li Chen had rendered Cheng Fei speechless. Cheng Fei, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from hastily naming a scapegoat. If Li Chen were to uncover the truth, it would be a minor inconvenience. What he feared most was the potential fallout with the star-rated shelter, having already relinquished 30,000 energy cores. If the supplies did not arrive in return, it would result in a significant loss. Thus Cheng Fei swallowed the words he had almost uttered, smilingly assuring, "The population of the Lila shelter is quite large. It will take some time to clarify the situation. I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation by tomorrow." To be candid, Cheng Fei harbored his own disdain for such individuals. How could one enslave their fellow countrymen? Li Chen was tempted to question Cheng Fei's sincerity, yet it was not the moment to sever ties. Li Chen offered a slight smile in acknowledgement. Once Cheng Fei and his group departed, Li Chen swiftly contacted Noah. "Is everything prepared on your end?" "Report, Commander, everything is ready. This operation involves 3,000 artificial warriors, 5,000 guards, and 200 fighter jets." Noah responded promptly. Indeed, Li Chen had agreed to stay at the Lila shelter to buy time, allowing the warriors from the star-rated shelter to prepare for their arrival. As for punishing Cheng Fei, the timing was not yet right. Given the current conditions of the Lila shelter, even without Cheng Fei, there were others like Huang Fei and Hong Fei. When enslavement and exploitation become commonplace, humanity grows numb to it. Li Chen recognized the immense potential of Hebe City, rife with zombies and abundant energy cores. Should they manage to establish a connection here, it would be entirely feasible to trade with Hebe City. As for the trading hub, Lila shelter would be the ideal choice. It boasted convenient transportation and ample territory. Once the warriors from the star-rated shelter arrived, they would directly assault the Lila shelter and install a new leader. At that point, this place could very well become a colony of the interstellar shelter. After calculating in his mind, Li Chen declared, "Well, while I am not in Donghai City, you shall have full command." "Understood," Noah replied immediately. After severing the connection with Noah, Li Chen began to appraise the villa. The entrance was paved with pebbles, serving a drainage function. Inside, there were 2 levels. The upper floor housed bedrooms, while the lower level contained a living room, complete with a giant television. Though it was devoid of signal in this apocalyptic world, after a thorough inspection, Li Chen discovered several cameras hidden in the corners. Prompting a cold smile, it appeared that Cheng Fei was not as trustworthy as he had hoped. Meanwhile, Shi Haipeng had also brought his parents to occupy the villa adjacent to Li Chen's. Upon entering, the elderly couple immediately grasped Shi Haipeng's arms, expressing their concern. "Son, what on earth is happening? Why are you being treated like a guest of honor by that scoundrel Cheng Fei? You must not engage in any heinous acts." Otherwise, how can you face your mother and me in the future? Sure Haipeng's father spoke with a serious expression. After being brought here, the couple had learned much about the Lila shelter through others' accounts. And in the old man's eyes, this place was a den of iniquity. The fact that their son was being so well treated by such a devil caused his heart to tighten. Sure Haipeng's mother shot a glance at her husband, taking her son's hand. You've suffered during this time. Your father and I are incompetent, unable to protect ourselves. I can see that Mr. is a good person. If he does not agree to take us away, you should leave on your own. We have lived long enough at our age. The elderly woman recognized that Li Chen was a person of substance. With her son accompanying him, he would surely have a bright future, at the very least ensuring he would have food and warmth. As they were both aging and in poor health, they feared that being with Sure Haipeng might only be a burden. With this thought, the elderly woman lowered her gaze in sorrow. Sure Haipeng, feeling helpless, smiled faintly and helped his parents settle onto the sofa before gradually recounting his experiences. When the two elders heard that it was Li Chen himself who had proposed to come to Hebei City to fetch them, they exchanged incredulous glances. Mom and Dad, rest assured. Mr. is a truly remarkable person. He has given countless survivors in Donghai City hope for life. Once you return with me, you will see for yourselves that the star-rated shelter is entirely different from here. There are schools and care centers. As long as we work diligently, we earn points to exchange for essential goods. Sure Haipeng continued, attempting to reassure his parents. Is the star-rated shelter really that good? The old man questioned in disbelief. The situation in Hebei City was dire, with very little arable land. Before the apocalypse, the city's food supply relied heavily on transportation from other regions. The elderly couple had witnessed the treachery of humanity in Hebei City.